Chapter 1. Rebirth with a System. In a parallel world, as Li Xiaowen gazed at the shattered display of a cheap phone, he instinctively anticipated the words that would emerge from the other end of the line. In his previous life, he might have hesitated, felt anxious, or even frightened. Yet, having been reborn and endowed with a system, he no longer felt susceptible to such manipulation. Beep. The call connected. Take a few days off. The interior walls on the second floor remain unpainted, and we're waiting for you to assist your father. Also, remember to bring back a spinning top for your younger brother, one that costs 15. A woman's sharp and caustic voice pierced through the line, laced with an almost commanding tone. No, I wondered if you can afford to renovate the second floor. You can manage without hiring laborers. You expect me to be your servant? Not a chance. With that, Li Xiaowen hung up the phone. The woman on the other end was his stepmother. His biological mother, Wang Xiuxiu, had divorced his father when he was just 8 years old, leaving him in his father's custody. Within a couple of years, both had established new families. Now, at the age of 18, Li Xiaowen had scarcely seen his biological mother more than a handful of times. After his father, Li Aigua, married his stepmother, Chen Suiping, they had a son the following year. The stepmother had never treated him well, and the situation had only worsened since. After turning 10, he was tasked with chores such as cutting pigweed and cooking for the pigs after school, while weekends were dedicated to labor in the fields. In essence, with the arrival of 2 new family members, one a cherished darling and the other an unpaid laborer's role had been relegated. In 2015, he was allocated a meager allowance of 50 yuan per week, which also had to cover a round-trip fare of 20 yuan. It was worth noting that he was now in his senior year of high school. The justification for this paltry sum? Your brother receives 50 a week, and being fair, you also get 50, no bias here. He was perpetually the last to submit various tutoring and material fees, often receiving repeated phone calls from the homeroom teacher as reminders. Yet, his stepmother was quite diligent in purchasing clothes and shoes for her beloved son. His father, too, remained passive, taking it all for granted. Previously, the couple had even conspired to have him quit school after junior high to work and contribute to household expenses. In his past life, it was only through his grandmother's persistent pleas that he managed to complete high school. Now that he had been reborn and possessed a system, it was time to draw a clear line. The debt of gratitude for his upbringing, perhaps it existed, but he would consider it settled once he sent them off in their final moments. Just as he contemplated this, the phone rang once more. After a prolonged struggle to answer, he finally connected, albeit with significant lag. Li Xiaowen, have you grown wings? Every aspect of your life is sustained by the hard work of your father and me. You refuse to return home, even to do a little work. Does that mean you no longer need us? I don't. I've endured enough as a beast of burden in this household. I will repay every cent you've spent on me. I shall not return to your home. Fine, you think you're capable? From now on, do not even think about asking me or your father for a single penny. It's better for this family if you never return. With that, she hung up abruptly. Sinking onto his bed, Li Xiaowen opened the system panel in his mind. Host, Li Xiaowen. Age, 18. Height, 178. Physique, 12 normal adults, score 10. Charm, 75, slightly above average. Neither ugly nor handsome. Skills, culinary skills, 1. Mundane home, cooking wealth. Every 24 hours, 10,000 current. 30,022 level. 0 upgrade to next level. 38 100,000. 3 days have passed since the transition, and initially, Li Xiaowen found it difficult to believe his circumstances until he received the notification of successful withdrawal, which finally put his mind at ease. He also grasped the operational methods of the system. Every 24 hours, he would receive a reward of 10,000 yuan, and upon reaching a total expenditure of 100,000 yuan, he would advance to the next level. Gazing at the several plus signs, Li Xiaowen could not resist allocating a point to his charm. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Charm 1, wealth 1,000. It was merely 1,000 yuan per point and directly added 10 points. However, upon reaching the 5th point, a message appeared. Charm value has reached 80. Continuing to allocate points requires 10,000 yuan per attempt. Do you wish to proceed? He decisively selected no. After all, given the current conditions, it would be prudent to postpone such expenditures until he was more affluent. Upon examining the system panel, it had transformed into the following. Host, Li Xiaowen. Age, 18. Height, 178 centimeters. Constitution, 12 normal adult is 10 charm. 75 580 undoubtedly. A handsome young man. Skills culinary skills. 1 mundane home cooking wealth. Every 24 hours 10,000 current. 25,022 level. 0 upgrade to next level. 50,038 100,000. Closing the panel, he glanced at the time. The evening study session was approaching. After tidying up hastily, he departed for the classroom. The school is situated in a remote county within the southwestern province, specifically at Songlin County 6th High School. The name sounds rather promising, yet, strictly speaking, the institution is located over 10 kilometers away from the county seat, in a nearby town. The school is average, with a faculty of mediocre quality and management that is equally unremarkable. Upon entering the classroom, most of his classmates had already gathered at Li Xiaowen. However, found himself among the last few arrivals today, as he typically was one of the earliest. He took his usual seat in the third-to-last row, where his beautiful deskmate, Chen Shui, was already seated. As per his recollections, she was touching up her makeup with a compact mirror, seemingly oblivious to his arrival. This was hardly surprising after all. He was no great beauty himself. Due to familial circumstances, Li Xiaowen harbored a certain self-doubt, leading him to refrain from engaging in conversations with others. Yet, at this moment, he had bid farewell to the version of himself from the past. Observing the girl before him, he found himself reflecting on her rare beauty. Indeed, throughout the entirety of their senior year, he had scarcely encountered anyone who could rival her. It was no wonder he had harbored a secret crush on his deskmate for several years in his previous life. As if sensing his gaze, Chen Shui slightly furrowed her brows and turned to inquire, "What are you looking at?" Li Xiaowen, undeterred by any embarrassment, smiled gently and replied, "Nothing. I simply find you exceptionally beautiful today. It truly captivates me." His smile was genuinely charming, showcasing a set of neat, white teeth complemented by 2 dimples, evoking a refreshing aura. However, his somewhat unkempt hairstyle resembled a pot lid, lending him a slightly foolish and rustic appearance. "Thank you," Chen Shui responded, a hint of bashfulness in her voice. Meanwhile, she mused to herself that this deskmate, who had remained rather reserved for nearly 2 years, had turned out to have a rather pleasant smile. In the past, he would blush even when she posed him a question, and today, he was audacious enough to compliment her. However, compared to Wang Hao, he still fell short. Although slightly shorter, he was undeniably more handsome. Soon, the class bell rang, and Li Xiaowen skillfully took out his textbook. Before long, the evening study session came to an end. Chapter 2. The Conclusion of High School. Upon returning to the dormitory, he washed up and climbed into bed. As midnight struck, the system panel added another 10,000 units. Host, Li Xiaowen age, 18 height, 178 constitution, 12 normal adults score 10 charm, 80 undeniably a handsome young man skills, culinary arts, 1 ordinary home-cooked meals. Wealth, 10,000 every 24 hours current, 35,022 level, 0 experience to next level, 5,038 100,000 time to sleep, and tomorrow after school, I'll head to the county to change my gear. And hairstyle. With wealth and looks, I can simply relax from here on out. The night passed without incident. The next day swiftly arrived, and before long, afternoon classes ended. As the final bell rang, all the senior students burst forth like wild horses, tossing their books from the upper floors, creating a flurry of white paper like snowflakes. Upon exiting the classroom, Li Xiaowen remained unfazed after all. His grades were mediocre, likely insufficient even for a vocational school. He couldn't help but ponder why he couldn't have been reborn a bit earlier. Even just half a year would have sufficed. As he stepped outside the school gates, he caught sight of his deskmate, Chen Shui, being encircled by a group of brash girls clad in heavy makeup and smoking. They were yelling obscenities, and one particularly tall girl, dressed in a JK uniform with black stockings, pushed Chen Shui against the wall. In his previous life, he might have ignored it, but as a reborn individual with a mental age of 30, he held a deep disdain for bullying. Before his first year of high school, he too had been a victim of bullying. For no apparent reason, it seems some individuals felt the need to assert their uniqueness by targeting him. It was only after a few troublemakers faced severe consequences and were forced to transfer that he was left in peace. Most importantly, what would happen if such a beautiful young lady were to be brought to tears? He felt compelled to intervene. Li Xiaowen strode forward, deftly pulling out his phone and holding it to his ear, feigning a call to the authorities, and shouted into the alley. "What are you doing? So many of you are picking on just one person. I've already called the police." His tone was authoritative and adorned in his school uniform. He appeared rather peculiar. Having just returned to life, he had yet to fully acclimatize, especially since he had lived over 30 years in his previous existence. Looking at these individuals, they seemed like mere children. The group of brash girls was taken aback by his sudden outburst, taking several moments to react. "Who the hell are you? Do you want us to send someone after you?" One of the girls spat angrily, pointing a finger at Li Xiaowen. The others glared at him with evident displeasure. "You don't need to know who I am. I've already called the police. You'd best leave quickly." As he spoke, Li Xiaowen stepped forward to shield Chen Shui behind him at that moment. Chen Shui appeared frightened, tears welling in her eyes, a faint red mark visible on her face. She reached out, clutching the hem of Li Xiaowen's shirt, seeking refuge behind him. "What's the matter with calling the police? She stole my boyfriend, and I'm going to deal with her." "Who do you think you are? Do you believe I can find someone to take care of you right now?" The girl speaking was petite, with a rather delicate face, though her heavy makeup lent her an air of promiscuity at such a young age. The leader of the group, a prominent girl with an air of authority, scrutinized Li Xiaowen with disdain. In a cold tone, she remarked, "Are you certain you wish to involve yourself in this matter? Consider the potential consequences." Li Xiaowen recognized her, but she was oblivious to his identity. She was a well-known figure at school, hailing from a wealthy family, often surrounded by a band of delinquents. Frequently, she would lead her entourage to indulge in all-night internet sessions or revel in bars and KTVs, and she had connections with various unsavory characters from the outside world in a past life. It seemed that not long after graduation, she had fallen for a local thug who charmed her into submission, much to her father's chagrin. With no other choice, having spoiled her since childhood and being a devoted father, he ultimately ordered her to marry. He provided her with a house and a car, then washed his hands of the situation. Later, it was rumored that her father went bankrupt within a few years, and she was left deceived and impoverished by men, living a miserable life. Resorting to violence is unacceptable. This is bullying. Do you understand? If there's an issue, we can sit down and discuss it. Apologies should be made where necessary. Furthermore, I have already contacted the police, and they should be on their way. You would do well to leave promptly. Having lived for 30 years, would she truly be intimidated by these juvenile delinquents? "What? Are you even a man for calling the police?" The girl scoffed. "What should I do?" Li Xiaowen replied, exasperated, realizing they were merely a bunch of immature children. "I'll remember you." Zhong Tian'ai glared at Li Xiaowen, then pointed at Chen Shui. "This isn't over. You must give my sister an explanation." With that, she departed with her group. Once they had vanished, Chen Shui softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Li Xiaowen. It was nothing, just a trivial matter." "You're not hurt, are you?" Li Xiaowen turned to her. "I'm fine, it's not serious." Chen Shui replied, wiping her tears. "All right, let's go," he said, leading the way out of the alley, with Chen Shui silently following behind. Given their remote town, they needed to take a private vehicle to reach the county seat. Unlike in later years when taxis and buses became commonplace, these options would not be available for several more years. After about 10 minutes of walking from the school gate, they spotted several Wuling Hongguang vehicles soliciting passengers. During their stroll, Chen Shui mentioned she was also headed to the county. Her family had purchased a house there, but both her parents worked away from home. Her cousin, who taught high school in the town and was also Li Ziyuan's English teacher, was a striking beauty. This familial connection allowed her to study here with her parents feeling assured. In his previous life, he had entered the workforce immediately after high school, sending most of his earnings to his father, Li Aiju. At that time, he had been naive, believing his father was saving it for him to marry in the future. Yet, the outcome was disheartening. His younger brother, having dropped out of high school, used that money to marry without considering his own future. Consequently, Li Xiaowen found himself single in his 30s, having experienced several relationships that ended due to his family's circumstances. In this new life, adorned with wealth and beauty, one must indulge in the pursuit of romance. The two individuals found themselves seated in a relatively new vehicle. At this moment, the car was already occupied by others, with only their presence needed for departure. In the second row sat a gentleman, and Li Xiaowen decisively took the middle seat, granting the window position to Chen Shui. "Thank you." Chun Shui expressed as she entered the vehicle and closed the door. At that moment, the driver boarded and counted the passengers. We have enough people, so let us commence our journey. During the ride, Chun Shui took the initiative to request Li Xiaowen's WeChat, claiming she wished to treat him to a meal as a token of gratitude. After that, the conversation dwindled and she stared vacantly out of the window. Several calls came through, which she promptly rejected, notably from someone named Wang Hao. It was rumored that Wang Hao had been pursuing her, a true case of beauty being a double-edged sword. Even before a commitment, trouble had already found its way to her doorstep. Li Xiaowen refrained from forcing conversation, as their relationship was still in its infancy, and such attempts would only breed annoyance. Patience is key, as the wise say one must first establish friendship. The driver exhibited exceptional skill, completing the usual 40-minute journey in a mere half hour. Fortunately, no one experienced motion sickness along the way. After disembarking and settling the fare, Li Xiaowen bid farewell to Chun Shui and proceeded towards one of the destinations of this journey. Chapter 3. Transformation. Upon arriving in the county town, the first task was undoubtedly to replace the dilapidated mobile phone that had been clinging to him. It is rather amusing. A shabby brand that cost 300 to 400 yuan, passed down from his stepmother after being discarded, and subsequently used by her son for 6 months. The screen was in a state of disrepair. Yet, it still functioned, albeit sluggishly, making it nearly impossible to read messages without guessing. As soon as he entered the fruit specialty store, the sales clerk greeted him with enthusiasm. "Are you looking to buy a phone? Feel free to check out which model you like." She suggested that the Fruit 5S was quite suitable for students. However, before she could finish her sentence, Li Xiaowen pointed directly at a 6S Plus and declared, "I'll take one in the highest configuration. Do you have in stock?" The clerk was momentarily taken aback, regarding him with a meaningful glance, then replied, "Yes, we have 2 in stock, both top configurations, one in rose gold and the other in luxury gold. The price is 788 yuan each." "That's fine. I'll take the luxury gold one, and I'll pay via scan now," he said, promptly completing the transaction. Once he acquired the phone and swapped the SIM card, he discarded the old device directly into a trash bin. Finally, he was free from the agony of its sluggish performance. With ample time still on his hands, Li Xiaowen decided to explore the area and find a decent barbershop to rid himself of that dreadful mushroom hairstyle. After his charm level reached 80, his complexion improved significantly, and his features became more refined and harmonious. Yet, he remained imprisoned by his unfortunate hairstyle. After wandering for a brief period, he stumbled upon a barbershop. The music played was quite agreeable, primarily composed of tracks favored by the youth. Typically, barbers in such establishments communicate effortlessly, able to comprehend what is spoken to them. Upon entering, he noted the shop's appealing decor, suggesting it had recently opened. The young man in charge of hair washing was exceptionally welcoming, inquiring if Li Xiaowen had any preferred hairstylist. Without further ado, Li Xiaowen requested the manager to cut his hair, the price of 288 yuan being manageable. The manager appeared quite youthful, perhaps in his late 20s. After a few minutes of discussion, they established a plan for the haircut. While cutting, the manager periodically checked if the style was to Li Xiaowen's liking. Excluding the time spent washing his hair, the haircut took approximately 40 minutes, resulting in a trendy, modern hairstyle that was in vogue. Fresh, clean, and radiating the aura of a sunny young gentleman, he turned heads despite still wearing his school uniform. After the haircut, he proceeded to a nearby mall where he coordinated several outfits and purchased multiple pairs of shoes, spending over 5,000 yuan in total. He then sought refuge in a hotel. He had no intention of returning home, planning to remain until the college entrance examination and then embark on a journey. He booked a room in the finest hotel in the county town. After freshening up, he lay on the bed late into the night, connecting to the hotel Wi-Fi to install the necessary applications. It was then that he noticed several unread messages. 7:58, Li Aigua, where have you been? I can't reach you by phone. Call me back immediately. 9:05, Chun Shui, Li Xiaowen, are you there? 9:10, Chun Shui, do you have time tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Automatically disregarding Li Aigua's message, he clicked into the chat with Chun Shui and replied, I'm here, just returned to the hotel after a shower. I'll be in the county town for the next few days, so I have time. Moments later, A swift reply came from the other side. All right. I'll reserve a spot for you and call you tomorrow at noon. No problem. Good night. After closing the chat, I scrolled through videos for a while when a familiar voice suddenly echoed in my mind. 10 renminbi, 000. Current wealth, 32, 580 yuan. Opening the panel, I saw host, Li Xiaoan age, 18 height, 178 centimeters physique, 12, normal adult score 10, charisma, 80, undoubtedly a handsome fellow, skill, culinary arts. 1, ordinary home cooking, wealth 10, 000 every 24 hours current, 32, 580 level, 0 experience to next level, 13, 24100, 000 upon seeing this. A thought struck Li Xiaoan's mind. Was there any issue with the source of the funds provided by this system? If my wealth increases significantly, it will undoubtedly attract scrutiny. The banking regulators are not to be trifled with. They might have already taken notice of me. Ding! Host has discovered a loophole. Reward: 1 random multiple cashback card for expenditures. Subsequently, every transaction will be transferred to the host account by an overseas trust company. Hearing this, Li Xiaoan felt a sense of relief. The problem was resolved. He knew a bit about trust companies, which manage or invest funds or assets entrusted to them by the system. The following morning, Li Xiaoan was jolted awake from his slumber by the blaring ringtone of his phone. Upon seeing the caller ID display the name Li Aigua, he hesitated for a moment before answering the call. Li Xiaoan, what's going on? You had a spat with your mother, and you really won't be coming back? She is not my mother, so refrain from speaking so casually. All right, I don't want to argue with you. There should be a car coming back today. Hurry up and find one. Since we have a couple of days off, let's get the second floor done. Huh, I won't beat around the bush. After you and Chun Tzuaping divorced, you both established your own families, leaving me feeling redundant. I didn't dare to speak up before, but now I no longer wish to have any connection with you. Ever since you married Chun Tzuaping, you know how he treated me. I had to start working at the age of 10, and when my shoes and clothes were worn out, you only reluctantly bought me new ones from the charity piles, costing no more than 20 bucks. I had a pair of liberation shoes that I wore through spring, summer, autumn, and winter without a change. In winter, I suffered from frostbite on my feet and still had to work. I am your blood, your flesh. Does your heart not ache? You earn over 10,000 a month. I know everything. Today, I want to make it clear. I will never return nor ask for a single cent from you again. I will return all that you have spent on me over the years. After speaking, Li Xiaoan hung up the phone, promptly blocking and deleting both the number and WeChat contact. What a father he had turned out to be. After these few days, the college entrance examination would commence. Not caring anymore, he was astonished that at such a time, he would still be summoned home to do drywall work. On the other end of the line, Li Aigua remained silent for a long while. However, deep within, there was little remorse. Instead, he felt that the current generation of children was ill-prepared for hardship. He could only acknowledge that Li Xiaoan's present life was exponentially more fortunate than his own childhood. Lacking neither food nor clothing and enjoying the privilege of education, somewhat oblivious to the blessings he possessed. In his view, Li Xiaoan harbored feelings of favoritism, hence his sulking. Yet, Li Aigua believed that as the elder brother, Li Xiaoan should not be so petty with his younger sibling. After all, the younger brother was significantly younger. Should he not be afforded a bit more affection? Li Xiaoan glanced at the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Remembering that he had an appointment later, he refrained from indulging in more sleep. Just after he finished his morning routine, a phone call from Chen Shui came through. They had arranged to meet at the square. He casually selected an outfit, pairing it with suitable accessories before heading out. He donned a white t-shirt as an inner layer, topped with a gray casual shirt, and opted for a pair of loose-fitting light blue jeans, completing the look with pristine white sneakers. The ensemble was relaxed and simplistic yet exuded youthful vigor, imparting a sense of sunny fashion. Furthermore, his charm quotient surged by an additional 10 points, bringing it to a total of 90. Upon checking the system, he discovered that this enhancement was attributed to his stylish attire. Chapter 4. The Transformation of Chen Shui Host. Li Xiaoan age, 18 height, 178 centimeters physique, 12. Normal adults are rated at 10. Charm, 80-10, 90 at this moment. You can truly be regarded as a heartthrob. Skills, culinary arts. 1. Mundane home-cooked dishes, Wealth, 10,000 every 24 hours current. 32. 580 level. 0 experience to next level. 13. 200 to 4100. 000 indeed. The adage clothes make the man holds true. Arriving at the designated meeting point in the square, before a statue, I found myself waiting for Chen Shui, who had yet to arrive. Perhaps she was delayed by the nearby hotel, leading me to take out my phone and message her. I have arrived, waiting for you. Her reply came swiftly. All right, just a moment, 5 minutes. At this hour, the square was predominantly filled with youths sporting bowl cuts, while the trendier ones opted for middle parts. Most appeared rather unremarkable, dressed in tight pants and loafers. After graduating high school, I too had once conformed to such styles. Thus, my attire from a more modern era stood out starkly, rendering me an anomaly amidst the crowd. During my wait, several young women approached, seeking my contact information, but upon noticing their average looks, I declined. In truth, Chen Shui lived quite close to the square. A mere turn and 2 traffic lights would lead her here. Yet, as is often the case with young ladies, the art of makeup requires time. Upon her arrival at the square, Chen Shui spotted a dapper young man beneath the statue, engrossed in his phone. However, she could not discern Li Xiuwen's figure among the throng. As she approached, she dialed his number. It was unsurprising, really, as my desk mate. Li Xiuwen's impression had always been that of a school uniform-clad boy with a mushroom haircut, rarely speaking. Were it not for his towering height, he might have been overlooked by many. The moment the call connected, the handsome young man glanced up and answered, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he waved. I'm right here. You are Li Xiuwen? Chen Shui inquired, her expression one of disbelief. The Li Xiuwen before her bore no resemblance to the boy she had known. His previously unseen hairstyle accentuated his features, making her realize for the first time just how striking he truly was. His smile, infectious as the spring sun, captivated her, stirring an unexpected flutter in her heart. Her thoughts wandered to his recent compliments about her beauty, his defense of her the previous day, and this remarkable transformation. Was he perhaps seeking to court her? As this notion crossed her mind, a faint blush graced her cheeks. Observing her reaction, Li Xiuwen felt a swell of pride within. It seemed that the videos of fashion influencers he had watched were not in vain. The girl who had once disregarded him was now smitten. He, too, presented a striking figure, clad in a snug black turtleneck that accentuated his perfect silhouette, topped with a brown jacket and a necklace for embellishment. His deep blue-fitted jeans showcased his long legs and well-defined physique to perfection. Pairing black and white striped sneakers exudes a maturity imbued with youthful vitality. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Just listen to that tone. Indeed, beauty is justice. Ah, women. Well, let us go. Where shall we dine? Li Xiuwen waved his hand dismissively. There is a delightful barbecue buffet nearby. What do you think? Chen Shui inquired. I have no objections. As you're treating, the decision lies with you. I'm not picky. All right, let us indulge in the buffet then. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, they each selected their favorite dishes. Chen Shui was the first to raise her drink, turning to Li Xiuwen, and said, Thank you for yesterday. I wouldn't have known what to do without you. Li Xiuwen clinked his drink with hers, smiling as he replied, Haven't you already treated me to a meal? No need for thanks. Next time, just call the police if something similar happens. After that, silence enveloped them, only the sizzling sound of meat on the grill breaking the quiet. The two were not particularly familiar with each other. Despite sitting at the same table for quite some time, Li Xiuwen had previously been rather inconspicuous. Chen Shui attempted to initiate conversation several times, but the words eluded her. After a while, her phone on the table suddenly rang. Li Xiuwen glanced over, noticing it was a call from Wang Hao. Chen Shui hurriedly hung up, seemingly anxious about Li Xiuwen witnessing it. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, she felt compelled to explain. I clearly told him last night to stop bothering me. He keeps calling me like an incessant leech that I can't shake off. Li Xiuwen could probably guess the thoughts of a young girl, but at this moment, the fleeting nature of adolescent affection was evident. He chose not to pursue her comment, and instead shifted the conversation. High school is ending so soon. Have you decided which city to attend university in? Seeing that Li Xiuwen appeared indifferent, Chen Shui felt an inexplicable sense of relief and promptly replied, I'm not sure yet. My grades are mediocre. So I'll decide based on the results. What about you? I plan to go to a coastal city. I've heard there are many beautiful girls there. Li Xiaowen casually remarked after taking a bite of meat. Chen Shui was taken aback, wondering if she had misjudged. Did he not have intentions toward her? Are all boys like this? Li Xiaowen, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. This is merely an appreciation for beauty. Don't you like handsome guys? Li Xiaowen shot her a glance. I'm not that superficial. Chen Shui sipped her drink and shot him a look. Then what kind do you prefer? Tell me. Li Xiaowen smiled at her. I like someone sunny and cheerful, easy to talk to, caring, who doesn't lose their temper easily and can be understanding of me. Whether they are handsome or not is of little consequence. Chen Shui pondered for a moment, then looked earnestly at Li Xiaowen and said. Seeing her sincerity, Li Xiaowen decided to tease her, gazing at her with a half-smile. Wang Hao, in terms of fashion sense and hairstyle mastery, is among the elite in our school. Are you sure you want to let him go? You won't regret it? The spirited youth phenomenon has gradually risen to prominence over the past 2 years, characterized by form-fitting trousers and loafers. Wang Hao exemplifies this trend, sporting a bowl-cut hairstyle but favoring a middle part. He rides a motorcycle to and from school, the brand of which remains unknown, though it is rumored to be worth over 10,000. Please, just go. I've already said that I've broken up with him, so stop bringing him up in front of me. Chen Shui exclaimed, her gaze fixed furiously on Li Xiaowen. Upon hearing Li Xiaowen's words and reflecting on Wang Hao's attire in comparison to the individual before her, she suddenly realized how poor her judgment had been in the past, particularly regarding temperament. Wang Hao perpetually wore an expression suggesting disdain for everyone, as if they all owed him something. In contrast, Li Xiaowen exuded a calm and natural demeanor, possessing an air of maturity that belied his age. Is that all it takes to make you angry? Chapter 5. An Encounter. Zhong Tian AI initiates a flirtatious exchange. Do you have someone you admire? Chen Shui inquired nonchalantly. Of course, how could I not? Li Xiaowen replied with a chuckle. Would you care to share who it is? I adore all beautiful women. Am I not quite the romantic? He added with a grin. A fickle-hearted cad. Chen Shui retorted, seemingly dissatisfied with his response. Such an apt description. Fickle-hearted and a cad, Li Xiaowen remarked, his gaze laden with meaning as he emphasized the latter part. Taken aback by his unmistakably mischievous expression, Chen Shui paused for a moment before reacting, flushing with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. She playfully pinched the flesh on the back of Li Xiaowen's hand and chided, Are you out of your mind? How dare you tease me? Ouch, that hurts, Li Xiaowen exclaimed, seizing her hand and holding it tightly. Feeling the warmth radiating from her small hand as he playfully squeezed it, it was clear he was relishing the moment. Chen Shui attempted to withdraw her hand several times, but to no avail. Li Xiaowen, you are taking advantage of me, she said, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief, her tone softening. In truth, Li Xiaowen was not applying much pressure. Had Chen Shui exerted a little more force, she could undoubtedly have freed herself. It was akin to drinking with a girl. If she is interested, one drink will suffice. If not, she remains unaffected or refuses entirely. How scandalous. I fear you might continue to pinch me, he teased. Let go, and I shall cease my antics. Fine. If you continue to pinch me, I shall deem you a cur, he declared as he finally released her hand. And Chen Shui kept her promise not to pinch him further. As their meal concluded, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. Chen Shui had intended to continue exploring with Li Xiaowen, but was abruptly interrupted by a phone call from her cousin, arranging a gaming session, prompting her to depart. Watching her retreating figure stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. With a looming college entrance examination just days away, he felt a pang of regret at the thought that opportunities to meet again might dwindle. Is she a white moonlight? He mused. Not quite. Merely a figment of my imagination that surfaces in quiet moments of solitude. What Li Xiaowen did not anticipate was that Chen Shui seemed to take the initiative, engaging him in conversation every evening. Were it not for his time management, they would likely converse into the late hours. With the impending examination fast approaching, he was determined to ensure she faced no undue pressure. After all, he would bear the weight of his own conscience if anything were to go awry. Time sped by, and soon they found themselves at the examination battleground. The culmination of years of effort for countless students would be determined in mere days. Li Xiuwen, aware of his own capabilities, felt somewhat out of place amidst the other students, most of whom were accompanied by supportive parents. In contrast, he preferred solitude, not overly concerned with the outcome, as long as he gave his best effort. Before long, the examinations concluded, and his savings had swelled to over 110,000 yuan. That evening, at 8 o'clock, they found themselves at a hot pot restaurant. Under the guidance of a server, Li Xiuwen casually chose a seat, ordered a spicy hot pot base, and selected 4 or 5 dishes, quietly awaiting his meal. Indeed, it was just Li Xiuwen dining alone. What? Eating hot pot alone signifies a certain level of solitude? Huh. Is there any law against enjoying hot pot solo? Just then, a group of 7 or 8 spirited young men and women gathered around a stunning beauty with long legs clad in black stockings, settling at the adjacent table. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Jian'an, adorned in a black, lettered, mink fleece sweater over a red plaid shirt, paired with a gray pleated skirt. Her gracefully elongated legs were wrapped in black stockings, complemented by a pair of black Mary Jane shoes. She epitomized both innocence and allure. On the other side, a few girls with brightly colored hair and heavy makeup whispered to her, "Sister Tian'an, there is a handsome guy over there. He is so good looking. Yes, yes. I think he resembles a celebrity. Incredibly handsome." While they gushed, 2 young men nearby, feigning indifference, remarked, "He is just average, only a bit fair-skinned. Our brother Gang is far more handsome. Okay?" Their brother, Sun Yugang, was casting a disdainful glance at Li Xiuwen. Sun Yugang, who had dropped out of school and been idling for several years, was technically a senior to Li Xiuwen, being 2 or 3 years ahead. To him, the fellow next door was nothing special, merely fair-skinned. He held a strong confidence in his own fashion sense. "Hey, I have my own style, all right?" Take his current ensemble, for instance. A fitted black crewneck t-shirt beneath a casual black blazer, paired with tight white jeans that accentuated his physique and elongated his legs. He completed the look with white loafers sprinkled with gold, rolling up the cuffs to reveal his ankles. This outfit was meticulously chosen before stepping out. Topped off with hair, gel, slicking his spiky bangs. "Brothers, can I get a word?" Just one word. "Handsome." Zhong Tanai glanced over and indeed found him handsome, distinctly different from anyone she had encountered before. This prompted her to reassess her standards for attractiveness. Without comparison, there is no pain. At that moment, looking at Sun Yugang, she suddenly perceived him as rather ordinary, almost painfully so. Li Xiuwen noticed the girls glancing in his direction, feeling a hint of confusion. They seemed not to recognize him. Yet he graciously returned Zhong Tanai's polite gaze with a warm and radiant smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Observing Li Xiuwen's courteous smile, she noticed his dimples and remarkably white teeth. Exuding à son disposition. In an instant, Zhong Tian'ai felt a wave of warmth wash over her, a fluttering sensation in her heart. The impulse to act outweighed her hesitation. Having never experienced such feelings before, she resolved not to leave any regrets. Without further ado, she rose and walked towards Li Xiuwen. This was Zhong Tian'ai's nature. Bold in love and hate. When she desires something, she pursues it openly, confident in her own beauty. As Li Xiuwen delicately placed vegetables into the pot, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him, and he noticed a graceful figure beside him. A clear, ethereal voice, seemingly untouched by the mundane world, broke the silence. "Hello, handsome. May I sit here?" Turning his head, he was greeted by the sight of an exquisite face, an oval visage, willow-like brows, finely chiseled features, and skin as smooth as jade. Li Xiuwen was somewhat taken aback. Why had she approached him so suddenly? Could she have recognized him? Her tone, however, did not suggest any intent to cause trouble. "Of course, if you don't mind, we can share this meal. Just a heads up, the spicy broth I ordered is quite intense. I wonder if you can handle it." "Absolutely. I adore spicy food." At that moment, the patrons at the adjacent table were still in shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief, as if they were encountering Zhong Tian'ai for the very first time. Typically, when in their company, Zhong Tian'ai exuded an air of aloofness, embodying the demeanor of a highborn lady. They had always catered to her whims, fearful that a single misstep might deprive them of her generous hospitality. Chapter 6. The invitation from Jian'an. Aside from Sun Yugang, the intensity of Li Xuan's gaze upon him resembled that of a predator ready to devour its prey. For over a year now, he had pursued Jian'an, only to receive fleeting conversations during moments of good cheer, while being utterly ignored during her less favorable moods. Today, however, she was engaging in conversation with a mere pretty boy whom she had met only once. Damn that shameless woman. I hope she doesn't give me a chance. He could feel the hostile stares from the adjacent table, particularly one pair that seemed to yearn to take a bite out of him. In response to this, Li Xuan chose to remain indifferent. I am Jian'an, and you are? She inquired, seemingly oblivious to the tension emanating from the nearby table. Her attention firmly fixed on Li Xuan. I am Li Xuan. You may call me Xuan or An, he responded with an air of calm, unaffected by the beauty seated beside him. Upon closer inspection, Jian'an thought that Li Xuan's visage bore a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. Yet she dismissed the thought from her mind. All right then, you may call me Tian'ai, she replied. Very well, Tian'ai. Let us begin our meal, he said, extending his chopsticks towards her. As she accepted the chopsticks, Jian'an realized she had forgotten to obtain a dipping sauce. She placed an empty bowl before Li Xuan and remarked, I'm too lazy to fetch it. Please share half with me. There's no need for such trouble. We can share a bowl. You don't mind, do you, Tian'ai? Li Xuan winked at her. In truth, Jian'an had not considered this much, as she was accustomed to others serving her in the past, simply paying for her meals without lifting a finger. Perhaps it was habit, and she had instinctively spoken out. She had anticipated Li Xuan's response. Although she bore no disdain, sharing a bowl felt rather intimate. A sudden warmth rushed to her cheeks, though her expression remained composed. All right, I don't mind, she conceded. Li Xuan smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. They continued to eat as if they were in their own world, completely disregarding the thoughts of those at the adjacent table, while casually exchanging contact information. Meanwhile, at the neighboring table, the bubbling pot of spicy broth had reached a rolling boil, yet their table remained devoid of any order. They had anticipated Jian'an's swift return, but now she was engrossed in her meal. The members of this group, all from modest backgrounds, found themselves with limited funds, often exhausting their weekly allowance by Tuesday or Wednesday. Consequently, none of them dared to place an order, feeling it inappropriate to summon Jian'an back to handle the bill. At that moment, the waiter approached, noticing their lack of orders. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears you have yet to order. Here is the menu. Please take a moment to decide. The group exchanged glances, none willing to take the lead, yet they collectively directed their gaze towards Sun Yugang. Caught in a dilemma, Sun Yugang was not reluctant to spend, but had recently purchased an iPhone 6 on installment, leaving him with little cash. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to take the plunge and order. If the bill exceeded their means, they could always split the cost among themselves later. I'll take care of it. Upon receiving the menu, amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, I ordered 3 portions of potato chips, 3 servings of baby bok choy, and 3 portions of tofu skin, along with a serving of rice for each person. Let us start with these. If they prove insufficient, we shall order more. Very well. Meanwhile, at another table, Jian'an and Li Xuan engaged in minimal conversation, as it was evident that Jian'an struggled with expression. Li Xuan, on the other hand, was genuinely famished and spoke little, preoccupied with his meal. The dining experience lasted over an hour, with the spiciness causing beads of sweat to form on my forehead. Nevertheless, it was a delightful and indulgent feast, especially with a beauty by my side. During the time when Li Xuan settled the bill, a girl from the adjacent table approached Jian'an and inquired, Sister Tian'ai, are we heading to the bar later? Yes, I'll invite Li Xuan to join us, she replied, then directly approached Li Xuan with an invitation. Xuan, would you like to join us at the bar? Naturally, Li Xuan accepted, eager to explore the potential for a deeper connection. In his previous life, he was oblivious to matters of romance and had little inclination to ponder them. However, circumstances had changed. Youthful exuberance stirred within him, and the allure of such delightful company was hard to resist. At Jinxiu Community, Unit 1, Room 304, Chun Shui returned home with her cousin after dining out, immediately expressing her grievances to Su Qian. Cousin, I don't know any of your friends. Why must you invite me to dinner? It was utterly tedious. With that, she discarded her shoes and flopped onto the sofa without donning slippers. Indeed, Miss Chun, I shan't invite you next time. To be so picky after a free meal, I had hoped to introduce you to some people, Su Qian replied, donning her slippers and pouring 2 cups of water from the dispenser. After handing one to Chun Shui and taking a sip herself, she added, "Humph. What is there to know about a bunch of older men? It's a waste of time." Chun Shui pouted, visibly displeased. The underlying reason for her discontent was that Su Qian feared being pressured into drinking, and she had invited her cousin to keep an eye on her, though she found it inconvenient to explain. Today marked the birthday of her best friend's boyfriend, Zhou Yu, who worked at the Education Bureau. He had previously introduced her to a potential match employed at the municipal hospital, earning over $20,000 a month. After only one meeting, he had pursued her fervently, and her financial difficulties led her to consider his advances for several months before agreeing. Their relationship had persisted for half a year, with little more than hand-holding to show for it. He had consistently sought to progress their intimacy, yet offered no commitments, apart from gifts of flowers, bags, and rings. Lacking any tangible actions, had the gifts been luxurious items, they might have genuinely impressed her, but they were merely worth a few thousand yuan. Affordability was not an issue for her. With her father having passed and debts in the hundreds of thousands, coupled with her mother's illness, she found herself in dire need of financial assistance. She had previously mentioned that if he could provide a dowry of several $100,000 to settle debts, she would marry him. Yet he had persistently evaded the topic. This left Su Qian contemplating whether to continue the relationship, as she could not afford to sustain it any longer. Zhou Yu's best friend had previously attempted to intoxicate her on several occasions. The so-called close friends have also undergone a transformation. However, the gathering today is far from over. It is said that we shall be moving to a bar. Fortunately, I concocted an excuse to take my cousin home, thinking it prudent to sober up a bit, as I had indulged in quite a bit during dinner. Just at that moment, Su Qian's phone rang. Qian, how are things on your end? We have already begun. Hurry and finish up, will you? It hasn't been long, yet Lu, the handsome fellow, is already missing you. He keeps urging me to hasten your arrival. Chapter 7, A Night of Revelry. All right, I'll be there shortly. Su Qian hung up the phone and collapsed onto the sofa. Let all be destroyed. Sighing deeply, she thought, if things do not improve, then so be it. She would break up or confront the issues head-on. After all, she had already submitted her resignation and was ready to venture into the big city. Sensing her cousin's distress, Chun Shui asked with genuine concern, "What's wrong, cousin? Are you feeling any better?" After a moment of composure, feeling less dizzy, Su Qian replied, "I'm fine. I have to go. There's another event to attend. If I'm not back by midnight, please give me a call to remind me." With that, she grabbed her phone and bag and left. At the dynamic vibe bar, the moment Li Xiaowen and his companions entered, they were enveloped by pulsating music that made the entire floor tremble. Dazzling lights dazzled their senses. Led by a waiter, they arrived at their booth where Zhong Tian'ai whispered her drink orders to the staff. Shortly thereafter, the table was filled with 4 cases of Budweiser and an assortment of appetizers. Sun Yu Gang had already devised a plan, instructing his 2 accomplices to assist him in getting Zhong Tian'ai intoxicated. He promptly sat beside her as soon as they reached the booth, while Li Xiaowen found himself squeezed to the outer edge near the aisle. Li Xiaowen was indifferent, fully aware of the intentions at play. He thought to himself that his younger brother still had much to learn. His ambitions were etched all over his face, revealing his schemes to everyone. However, Zhong Tian'ai surprised him by standing up and pulling Li Xiaowen in front of her, gesturing for him to sit beside her. Sun Yugang turned pale with envy, wishing he could tear Li Xiaowen apart in that moment. Li Xiaowen was taken aback by the girl's boldness. She was calm, decisive, and evidently knew what she desired, leaving no room for hesitation. This unexpected attention stirred something within him, awakening feelings he hadn't anticipated. Sun Yugang was indignant, unable to fathom where he had faltered. What was it about this pretty boy that captivated Zhong Tian'ai? Damn it, let's see if I can't bring you down tonight. He exchanged glances with his two sidekicks and raised his glass toward Li Xiaowen. Brother, it's a pleasure to meet you. Let me toast to you. I'm Sun Yu Gang, but everyone calls me Gang Ge. I'll drink first. With that, he downed his drink in one gulp, tilting his glass upside down to show it was empty. Upon hearing the name, Li Xiaowen recalled that in his past life, this was the fellow who had persistently pursued Zhong Tian'ai for years before finally winning her over, living off her favors ever since. It seemed he was destined to drink tonight. For this lifetime, Zhong Tian'ai was no longer relevant to him. He lifted his glass and downed it without hesitation. With so many people around, he could easily handle a few more drinks, feeling completely unfazed. Seeing Li Xiaowen so accommodating, Sun Yu Gang felt a slight relief. Without giving Li Xiaowen a moment's respite, he nudged his companions with his elbow, signaling them to continue their antics. Li Xiaowen had already seen through their little tricks. He welcomed the rounds of toasts that followed, determined to drink every glass filled. At this moment, Zhong Tian'ai noticed a few individuals attempting to ply Li Xiaowen with alcohol, her brows knitting together in disapproval. The girl beside her, Xiao Li, perceptive to Tian'ai's unease, boldly exclaimed, "How can you all drink by yourselves? Do you hold us girls in such low regard? Come, let us all partake together." With that, she beckoned several of her friends to join her in raising their glasses. "Come, everyone, let us lift our glasses and toast to Sister Tian'ai, expressing our gratitude for her generosity today." With her words, Sun Yu Gang and his companions found it difficult to object, silently raising their glasses to join the toast. After finishing a glass, Xiao Li called out to Zhong Tian'ai, "Sister Tian'ai, please introduce us to this handsome gentleman you brought along." The others chimed in enthusiastically, Yes. Sister Tian'ai, do introduce him." It seemed that Tian'ai's charm had worked wonders. Even a simple dinner had attracted such a striking figure. The atmosphere lightened considerably as the women rallied together, while the three men remained largely ignored. Zhong Tian'ai's cheeks flushed, perhaps from the effects of the alcohol or her shyness, rendering her even more captivating. "This is Li Xiaowen. You all should refer to him as Brother Xiaowen from now on." Li Xiaowen smiled at the group of women, acknowledging their presence. "Come, sisters, as Sister Tian'ai has suggested, let us raise our glasses to Brother Xiaowen, wishing for the happiness of Sister Tian'ai and Brother Xiaowen to flourish." This gesture evoked a sense of nostalgia for Li Xiaowen, reminiscent of toasting in corporate gatherings between employees and their bosses. The girl named Xiao Li certainly had a promising future. As the atmosphere grew increasingly jovial, the group engaged in various games, while Sun Yu Gang and his companions indulged in their own melancholic drinking, entirely sidelined. In the backstage area of the bar, an office setting unfolded as a woman adorned with a manager's badge respectfully addressed a middle-aged man before her. "Brother Chong, Tian'ai has brought friends once again." The man in question was Zhong Tian'ai's second uncle, Zhong Minxiang, the second largest shareholder of the bar, with the principal shareholder being Tian'ai's father, Zhong Minhua. The Zhong family wielded considerable influence within the county and even had connections in the city. Zhong Minxiang glanced at his watch and casually instructed, "Ensure that our staff keeps an eye on things. We cannot afford any incidents. Around 11 o'clock, have someone escort her home. If she resists, summon her to see me." "Understood, Brother Chong. I will ensure that she is monitored," the woman replied. Meanwhile, in another corner of the bar, a table belonging to Su Qian and her three companions was littered with numerous empty bottles, including one that had contained a well-known brand of whiskey, now drained. Su Qian had begun to feel the effects of the alcohol, having made several trips to the restroom to vomit. Despite having previously claimed that they had already begun drinking, she was disappointed to find each of her friends only had a half-full bottle of beer in front of them. This revelation left Su Qian utterly disenchanted with her friends, resolving to sever ties after this evening. "Initially, I contemplated leaving this moment behind, yet that scoundrel Zhou Yu, despite his silence, would undoubtedly create obstacles for me. Without an award, there would be no monetary reward, and I am in dire need of finances at present. Fortunately, when I had consumed half of my beer, I refrained from touching the imported liquor that was brought back. Had I indulged in that mix, I might have already found myself in a prone position." Upon noticing the 2 bottles of foreign spirits, Su Qian swiftly placed the remaining beer in front of herself, insisting that the 3 of them partake in the liquor while she resolutely confined herself to beer. At this moment, Zhou Yu and Lu Peng were similarly inebriated, their speech becoming increasingly slurred. Chapter 8. Relationship Leap. These two pretentious fellows began to flaunt their limited knowledge of alcoholic beverages as soon as they arrived at the black card table. Personally, I prefer my whiskey neat. Only those unfamiliar with it would mix it with soft drinks. We are quite alike, Zhou Yu. I generally enjoy my whiskey chilled, as it preserves the original flavor of the spirit. Beside them, there was another who played the fool, Wu Cece, who knew little of such nuances. She was only acquainted with beer, white liquor, red wine, and foreign spirits, and her ignorance became glaringly evident with any deeper inquiry. What does chilled even mean? The two men continued to boast and explain. By now, they had already consumed 1.5 bottles and were well on their way to excess. Lu Peng, come on, keep it going. 5 and 5. Zhou Yu 6. Wu Cece 6 and 6. Su Qian, add 1. Lu Peng split. Su Qian, refebe. Note, split refers to a single drink, while a double split means to double the amount, and receive means to have it. Today, Su Qian's luck was rather favorable. Most of the dice she rolled were quite good. Like this round, although it was obvious she was being targeted, she had the leopard dice. And even if the other 3 rolled no 6s, she was still set with a 6. As time passed, Zhong Tian'ai gradually became more open. Shally suggested they pair up for a dice game, so naturally, Zhong Tian'ai teamed up with Li Xiaowen. This game was all about performance. Those who cheated by manipulating the dice were disqualified. Thus, the youthful faces of this lively group were too easy to read. Wins outnumbered losses, and each victory excited Zhong Tian'ai more than the last. From initially playfully slapping Li Xiaowen's thigh, she soon progressed to clinging to his arm and shaking it joyfully. Eventually, the call of nature became too strong for Li Xiaowen to ignore. He had no choice but to let Zhong Tian'ai take her turn while he dashed to the restroom. This infuriated the large fellow next to them, who glared at Li Xiaowen as if wishing to see him suffer. Li Xiaowen, you are truly deserving of punishment. Upon returning from the restroom, Li Xiaowen discovered a die with a count of 5 placed before Zhong Tian'ai, indicating they owed 5 drinks. So you all took advantage of Tian'ai while I was away, he exclaimed. Just wait, as he sat down and took the dice cup from her. Zhong Tian'ai felt a blush creep onto her cheeks at the words "our Tian'ai," her gaze towards Li Xiaowen seemingly capable of melting him. The other girls immediately began to tease. How did she become your Tian'ai? What is your relationship now? Oh, our Tian'ai, how cheesy. What's the matter? Are you feeling sympathetic? Are you going to avenge her? Li Xiaowen chose to ignore their banter and instead said to Zhong Tian'ai, Tian'ai, watch as I avenge you. Indeed, he proceeded to win several rounds in succession. The opposing dice were far too easy to guess, combined with Li Xiaowen's shameless and subtle manipulation of the dice, ensuring victory every time. There was no turning back now, as the boast had already been made. This thrilled Zhong Tian'ai immensely. She jumped up and down while hugging Li Xiaowen, showering him with kisses on his face, all the while exclaiming, Xiaowen, you are simply incredible. I like you so much. At this very moment, Sun Yogan's heart was bleeding, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh. He was engulfed in a tumultuous struggle within. How he longed to slay that scoundrel. Oh heavens, why must you treat me so? Someone, seize that rascal and take him out to be dealt with. As for Li Xiaowen, he was oblivious to the fate of Sun Yugang. He only knew that he was on the brink of explosion. Suddenly, Li Xiaowen turned his head, and Zhong Tian'ai leaned in to kiss him, landing perfectly on his lips. Upon feeling the gentle caress of her lips, Li Xiaowen could no longer restrain himself. Zhong Tian'ai was taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be a kiss on the cheek? Why did he suddenly turn, and how did their lips meet? Wait, what was he doing? The pulsating music, the dazzling lights, combined with the intoxicating effects of alcohol, made it seem as though they existed in a world of their own, oblivious to everyone around them. Time appeared to come to a standstill in that moment of forgetfulness, until a sudden, thunderous bang jolted them back to reality. Instantly, their lips parted with a lingering connection. I will kill you, Sun Yugang bellowed, smashing a bottle onto the table, brandishing a shard of the sharp glass towards Li Xiaowen. In that moment, the restrained and patient Sun Yugang could no longer hold back. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, intent on ending Li Xiaowen's life. However, Li Xiaowen had long been aware of this man, and at the sound of the loud crash, he was already prepared. He swiftly shielded Zhong Tian AI behind him and kicked out. Sun Yugang, in his drunken stupor and the dimly lit surroundings, failed to notice his foot caught in the gap between the table legs. As he surged forward, he stumbled, falling unceremoniously, and before he even hit the ground, Li Xiaowen deliberata fiersakik. A cry of agony escaped Sun Yugang as he landed, his palms sliced by the shattered glass. Yet in that moment, he paid little heed to the pain. Compared to the anguish in his heart, it was nothing. Just as he was attempting to rise, a woman in her 30s, accompanied by 4 or 5 burly men, rushed over to restrain him. Tian AI, are you all right? The woman inquired with genuine concern as she looked at Zhong Tian AI. Now coming back to her senses, Zhong Tian AI replied, I'm fine, Sister Hua. Phew, I'm relieved to hear that. You scared me. What do you plan to do with this guy? Sister Hua exhaled deeply, pointing at the man on the ground. Drag him out and teach him a lesson. Warn him not to show his face before me again. Sister Hua nodded, and the burly men proceeded to haul Sun Yugang away. Li Xiaowen observed from the sidelines, contemplating that this girl seemed to possess some depth. He had never heard of her background before, thinking she was merely a rebellious girl from a wealthy family. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt an arm wrap around him, and a concerned voice reached his ears. Xiaowen, are you hurt? Sister Hua was now scrutinizing Li Xiaowen, unable to suppress her admiration. Tian AI certainly has good taste. Her boyfriend is incredibly handsome, like a star. I'm fine, don't worry, he reassured her. Li Xiaowen gently patted her hand and spoke. At that moment, Sister Hua continued to say to Zhong Tianai, it's getting late, Tianai. Allow me to escort you home. Otherwise, your second uncle might start to worry. Chapter 9. Misunderstanding. Zhong Tianai remained silent, turning to gaze at Li Xiaowen with an inquiring look. In truth, she felt she had not yet had her fill of enjoyment and wished to linger with him a while longer. Moreover, she had unwittingly bestowed her first kiss upon him, and now felt a twinge of reluctance to part ways. Sensing her unspoken thoughts, Li Xiaowen, however, found himself devoid of the spirit to continue their playful revelry. He gently suggested to Zhong Tianai, indeed, it is rather late, and given the events that have transpired, it would be best to call a night. Let Sister Hua escort you home. Ultimately, persuaded by Li Xiaowen's words, Zhong Tianai reluctantly departed with Sister Hua. Once she had left, the remaining girls exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to do next. They were accustomed to relying on their leader, Zhong Tianai, for provisions whenever they visited the county town. Now that she had gone, what were they to do? Collectively, they could scarcely muster 100 yuan among them. Would they be forced to sleep on the streets? Li Xiaowen seemed to perceive their predicament and inquired with concern, are you girls without a place to stay and short on cash? The girls nodded in a mixture of disappointment and embarrassment. Take out your phones. Rest assured, since you were with Tianai, she would not abandon you. Before she left, she asked me to look after you. Really? Thank you, Brother Xiaowen. And thank you, Sister Tianai. Xiao Li's face brightened, and she promptly retrieved her phone to express her gratitude. Li Xiaowen added her on WeChat and then transferred 1,000 yuan directly to her. This should suffice. Find a hotel for the night and head home tomorrow. Also, do take care of your safety. That's more than enough. Thank you, Brother Wen. After the girls departed, Li Xiaowen finally exhaled in relief. He casually summoned a nearby waiter to settle the bill, only to be informed that they were exempt from payment at this establishment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bar, Su Qian felt increasingly dizzy, and the blaring music nearly obscured her awareness of her surroundings. During this time, her cousin had called several times, and she knew it was time to return. However, she was halted by Wu Sisi. Qian, there is not much alcohol left. Once we finish this, we can leave together, and Lu Peng will give you a ride home. Lu Peng, now thoroughly intoxicated, could no longer disguise his lascivious gaze directed at Su Qian. In his mind, after witnessing her drink so much that night, he was certain he could conquer her. He had already envisioned the position he would take once he returned her home, exuding an air of confidence. Yet, despite his intoxication, a fragment of rationality lingered within him. To ensure his success with Su Qian, he had procured some illicit substances. Seizing a moment when she was distracted, He discreetly poured a small packet of powder into her glass. Indeed, Jian'an, drink freely. I assure you I will see you home safely. Come, let us toast. Fearing she might refuse, he continued before she could respond. Let us do this, Jian'an. I understand you may not wish to drink anymore. Just watch us finish these drinks, and then we shall depart together. Indeed, upon hearing the suggestion of having a drink together, Su Qian relaxed her guard and did not press herself to drink further. She lifted the spiced beverage before her, clinked glasses with the others, and downed it in one gulp. Thereafter, she observed them as they continued to drink. Gradually, Su Qian began to feel an unusual warmth enveloping her, her delicate face flushing slightly. However, she attributed this sensation to the alcohol and dismissed any further thoughts on the matter. A few minutes later, the heat intensified within her, and her heart raced fervently. It was at this moment that she realized something was amiss. Concealing her unease, she calmly stated, I need to visit the restroom. You all carry on. Qian, I'll accompany you. I need to go as well, Wu Cixi said, whether intentionally or genuinely needing the restroom. She linked arms with Su Qian as they made their way towards the facilities. Upon entering the restroom, Su Qian swiftly stepped inside, intending to discreetly call her cousin for a ride home. After a shaky search through her bag, she finally retrieved her phone, struggling to find her cousin's number. Before she could dial, she heard Wu Cixi knocking on the door, exclaiming urgently, Qian, hurry up. I can't hold it any longer. All right, I'm coming, Su Qian replied, deciding against calling her cousin and stepping outside instead. As she opened the door, Wu Cixi hurriedly entered, and soon after, the sound of rushing water echoed within. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qian quietly made her way towards the bar's exit. At the bar's exit, Li Xiaowen was just stepping out when he unexpectedly spotted his English teacher, Su Qian, seemingly inebriated and leaning against a nearby trash bin, occasionally shaking her head as if striving to maintain her composure. Su Qian had initially believed she could return home on her own, but the breeze outside blurred her senses further, and she felt as though she might collapse at any moment. Just as she was about to succumb, she felt herself enveloped in a stranger's embrace. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle, but found herself devoid of strength, murmuring, "Let go, don't touch me." The one who held her was none other than Li Xiaowen, who had rushed to her aid upon seeing her about to fall. Hearing her words, he shook his head in disbelief. Did she truly perceive him as a villain? Was there such a thing as a handsome rogue? He couldn't help but smile wryly and asked, "Where do you live? Let me take you home." At this point, Su Qian had lost all awareness, often referred to as blackout. She continued to mutter phrases like "let go" and "don't touch me," after attempting to rouse her with gentle taps to her face, which yielded no response. He had no choice but to hail a cab by the roadside and take her back to the hotel first. In the cab, the driver, a man in his 30s, leered at Li Xiaowen with a suggestive grin. "Brother, you're quite lucky. You've encountered a gem like this. You've misunderstood. She's my girlfriend. She can't hold her liquor, but insisted on drinking," Li Xiaowen clarified. Observing the driver's incredulous expression, it was evident that he harbored doubts. However, Li Xiaowen was disinclined to engage in idle chatter, choosing instead to remain silent. In his arms, Su Qian oscillated between genuine inebriation and feigned intoxication, constantly shifting and her hands wandering restlessly. After a span of 20 minutes, the taxi halted before the hotel. Li Xiaowen settled the fare and promptly lifted Su Qian into the establishment, ascending the elevator amidst the astonished and envious gazes of onlookers. Although Su Qian appeared tall and statuesque, she felt surprisingly light in his embrace. Restless, she entwined her arms around his neck, her head brushing against his ear repeatedly. The warmth of her breath, laced with the scent of alcohol, caressed his neck, while she playfully pecked at his cheek and ear like a curious chick. Upon reaching their room, he gently placed Su Qian onto the bed, finally releasing a sigh of relief. What a captivating enchantress! Who could have led her to drink to such excess? Gazing at her alluring demeanor sprawled across the bed, Li Xiaowen felt a surge of heat within, akin to a swarm of ants crawling restlessly. He swiftly removed her coat and high-heeled shoes, then tucked her under the covers. Retreating into the bathroom, he took a cold shower, allowing the burning sensation within him to subside significantly. Donning a bathrobe, Li Xiaowen opened a bottle of mineral water and drank deeply, quenching his thirst while unable to shake the vivid image of Su Qian from his mind. Chapter 10. Ambushed by Su Qian. Li Xiaowen was not a virtuous man, nor was he bound by any moral constraints. As long as he remained within the bounds of the law, he would never shy away from taking action when the moment called for it. In this era, only those devoid of conscience could find true happiness. Moreover, he had never intended to remain devoted to anyone throughout his life, nor did he wish to step into the grave of love. As long as there was affection, the kind of love mattered little. He merely sought to avoid contradicting the wishes of others. "I need water. It's so hot." He heard Su Qian's faint voice as he drifted into thought. Her condition appeared dire. Her skin was flushed, reminiscent of a fever. Drawing a deep breath, Li Xiaowen suppressed his inner turmoil, reaching for a bottle of mineral water beside him. He carefully propped her back up, offering the water to her lips while striving to avert his gaze. It was evident she had consumed alcohol that had been tampered with, though he could not ascertain with whom she had shared the drink. After just a few sips, she refused to drink further, and to his astonishment, she suddenly turned and lunged towards him. The water nearly spilled, but instinctively, he flung it away just in time to avoid soaking the bed. Li Xiaowen was in turmoil, yet managed to retain a thread of reason, though he found himself unable to push her away. Every attempt to distance himself only resulted in her clinging tighter. At that moment, with various emotions intertwining, Li Xiaowen felt an overwhelming surge of strength. No longer suppressing himself, he acknowledged the situation, knowing that he didn't wish to dwell on what they both would rather forget. The following noon, Li Xiaowen stared vacantly at the ceiling. Su Qian still asleep in his arms, her face bearing faint traces of tears. "Ah, what a moment of impulsiveness," he sighed softly, redirecting his gaze to her delicate features. As if sensing his presence, she stirred slightly, her lashes fluttering open to reveal a strange environment, realizing she lay in the embrace of another. Memories of the previous night were but a haze, and her heart sank as she recalled having drunk too much and being hindered by Wu Sisi. "You're awake." A voice, unfamiliar and notably more pleasant than Lu Peng's, broke the silence. Su Qian looked up to meet the gaze of a handsome face, deep-set eyes observing her intently. With circumstances as they were, regret proved futile. Time could not be reversed, and it was better to confront the truth. At the very least, the man before her was strikingly handsome, and she felt she had not suffered too great a loss. Thus, she sat up, unperturbed by her state of undress. What had transpired was beyond her control. Covering it up was meaningless, and denial served no purpose. Li Xiaowen was taken aback. Su Qian did not react as he had anticipated. There were no tears or anger, only a surprising calm. Unbeknownst to her, she did not recognize him as Li Xiaowen, given his past insignificance in her life. "Well, you were drugged last night," Lu Xiaowen said first. "I know. Am I supposed to thank you?" Su Qian retorted coldly. "I can take responsibility." "Responsibility? Spare me. Though you are indeed handsome, I have no inclination for romance at the moment. My sole focus is on making money. Do you have any? If you give me 200,000, I will be with you," Su Qian replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Upon hearing her words, Li Xiaowen recalled that in his previous life, Su Qian's family had been in debt to loan sharks, and her mother was suffering from uremia. Eventually, they managed to settle their debts, and her mother received a kidney transplant in the big city. It was rumored that she married a boss who was 20 years her senior. Li Xiaowen was not a virtuous man, nor was he overflowing with compassion. However, he considered the possibility of supporting her financially. If that proved unfeasible, he could simply offer her some money. "I have an idea. Would you care to listen?" Li Xiaowen said slowly. "Go ahead," Su Qian replied. Li Xiaowen gathered his thoughts and said, "I will give you 50,000 each month, and you may indulge in shopping once a month, with a budget of no less than 50,000. During this period, you will belong entirely to me. That would amount to 600,000 in a year, which is significantly more than the 300,000 you mentioned. What do you think? Will you agree or refuse?" Upon hearing this, Su Qian did not hesitate or negotiate for a higher sum. She simply agreed. "So you are essentially offering to support me? I accept, but I sincerely hope you can provide that amount. Otherwise, I will accuse you of rape." Chapter 11. The Gift. As an ordinary woman without any remarkable skills for generating income, I find myself burdened by a modest salary of merely a few thousand yuan as a teacher. The thought of repaying the exorbitant interest on my loans looms over me, compounded by the fact that my mother suffers from uremia, requiring costly dialysis. Should a suitable kidney donor become available, it would necessitate a substantial sum of money. Contemplating these dire circumstances fills me with a profound sense of helplessness, suffocating in its weight. The most precious aspect of my life has already slipped away, and I can only hope that the man before me is not deceiving me. I cannot bear any further setbacks or surprises. Upon my acquiescence, Li Xiaowen restrained himself no longer and pressed his lips against mine. "Wait a moment," I implored. "An hour passed. What about the money? Please give me this month's share. I am in urgent need of funds." I looked at Li Xiaowen with concern, fearing betrayal. "I will provide for you. First, let us rise and have a bite to eat, and then I shall buy you a gift," he replied, planting a gentle kiss on my lips before getting up to wash up. Meanwhile, he felt an overwhelming joy. The person he had only dared to fantasize about in his previous life was now his, a thought that brought him immense delight. After we finished our morning routines, we casually grabbed a bite near the square. Subsequently, Li Xiaowen led me into a jewelry store. Since this was not a large city, luxury boutiques were non-existent. He could only take me to purchase some gold, utilizing a cashback card. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to produce the 50,000 yuan at this moment. During this time, we exchanged contact information, and I learned Li Xiaowen's name. Despite the unfolding events, I still failed to recognize him, though his name struck a chord of familiarity. It seemed a student of mine bore that name, yet I dismissed the thought, as he exuded a sense of maturity that felt akin to that of a peer. As we prepared to pay, I noticed numerous unread messages on my phone, one from Chen Shui and another from Zhong Tian'ai. The contents were largely similar, inquiring about my well-being and why I had not responded. I replied to each, stating that I was busy and unable to chat before setting my phone aside. As we walked, I maintained a safe distance behind him, neither too close nor too far. Our conversation had dwindled after our meal, and I refrained from speaking further with Li Xiaowen. He did not mind this, understanding that we were still unfamiliar with one another. He preferred to take his time. Li Xiaowen had intended for me to select jewelry that I liked, but I remained preoccupied, merely responding that anything would suffice and that he could choose for me. He took charge, selecting a pair of diamond-studded gold clover earrings worth over 20,000 yuan, a gold necklace priced at 68,000, and a jade bracelet around 16,000, totaling just over 40,000 yuan. After a small discount, the total came to over 100,000 yuan. The saleswoman, a woman in her 30s, cast an envious glance at me before sweetly addressing Li Xiaowen. "Handsome, the total after the discount is 100,200 yuan. Will you be paying by card or via scan?" "By card," he replied, handing her his bank card while silently urging himself to use the cashback card. Su Qian initially believed that Li Xiaowen bringing her out to spend a few thousand yuan was already quite generous. However, she was astonished when he spent a staggering 40,000 in one go, feeling a twinge of heartache. Unable to restrain herself, she softly inquired, "Isn't this a bit too expensive?" "It's nothing. You are worth every penny," Li Xiaowen replied with a smile, his gaze warm and tender. At that moment, Su Qian felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Coupled with Li Xiaowen's handsome, sun-kissed visage, it felt like a scene plucked from a novel or a film. Suddenly, she found herself blushing, a delicate flush gracing her cheeks. As she entered the password, the transaction was successfully completed, accompanied by a mechanical voice echoing in her mind. "Transaction successful. Random multiplier extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Current cashback multiplier is 19.99. Processing cashback. Please check your account." Upon hearing the nearly 20-fold cashback, Li Xiaowen quickly examined his account panel. Host: Li Xiaowen. Age: 18. Height: 178 centimeters. Physique: 12. Normal for adults is 10. Charm: 80-10. 90. Skill: Culinary arts. 1. Ordinary home cooking. Wealth: 20,000 yuan every 24 hours. Current balance: 2,040. 980 yuan level. 1 experience to next level. 8. 240 2,000 ding, system upgrade. Reward, random multiplier cashback card 1. Simultaneously, a text notification arrived on his phone. Your account ending in 8929 has received 2,038, 980 yuan. Current balance, 2,040, 980 yuan. At that moment, Li Xiaowen felt an unusual elation. Everything around him seemed splendid. Do you need an invoice, handsome? The alluring saleswoman asked, noticing Li Xiaowen's gaze upon her. Unfazed, she posed with an air of flirtation. No need, he replied, turning his attention back as he gathered the packaging. He casually took Su Qian's hand, leading her further into the mall. By this time, Su Qian adorned herself with jewelry worth over 100,000 yuan, which instantly quelled her earlier apprehensions. This newfound assurance allowed her to not only accept Li Xiaowen's hand, but also to entwine her arm around his. As they strolled, exchanging light banter, their rapport grew more harmonious, their interactions as natural as those of a newly established couple. Just as they reached the cosmetics counter, Su Qian's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller ID, she said to Li Xiaowen, "Wait for me a moment. I need to take this call." "Go ahead, darling," he replied, having grown accustomed to calling her that after noticing her changing demeanor since he bought her the jewelry. Su Qian accepted the term of endearment, a hint of delight dancing in her eyes. Li Xiaowen observed the caller ID displaying the name CC, evidently a female, likely a close friend or colleague. His attention was drawn to Su Qian's phone, an Oppo model, which bore signs of wear and tear, suggesting it had been in use for quite some time. After all, she was now his woman, and he thought it was time to treat her to a new phone. "Hey, handsome, should I select a skincare set for my girlfriend?" The sales assistant in the boutique inquired of Li Xiaowen. "All right, let me take a look," Li Xiaowen replied as he approached. Under the guidance of the sales assistant, he chose a skincare set priced at 2888. Meanwhile, not far away, as Su Qian answered her phone, Wu Cici's accusatory voice resonated from the other end. "Jian'an, what do you mean by this? You promised to go to the restroom last night, yet you vanished in an instant without so much as a word. Are you unaware of how anxious we were?" Chapter 12. Falling out with a close friend in a state of agitation? "Huh, Wu Cici, spare me your pretense. Ever since you and your man have been conspiring with Lu Peng to ply me with alcohol, I have seen through your facade. You should be fully aware of what Lu Peng slipped into my drink last night, yet you audaciously approach me under the guise of concern. Are you truly so ungrateful? Am I not acting in your best interest? Are you oblivious to your own family's circumstances? Lu Peng may not be conventionally handsome, but he is certainly not unattractive. Moreover, he works at the city hospital as a chief physician, earning a substantial monthly income. What is there to lament about being with him? Had you not consistently hesitated to take that final step with him, he would not have resorted to such underhanded tactics." Upon hearing these words, Su Qian found it laughable. How could such a person exist in this world? To accept 5,000 yuan in bribes and yet shamelessly claim to act for one's own good is beyond comprehension. "Spare me. Did you think I was unaware of your 5,000 yuan bribe? I refrained from mentioning it earlier, as I never anticipated you could be so utterly devoid of principles. Now, to audaciously utter such shameless words is simply ridiculous. Had I not sent something amiss last night and left early, you would likely not be expressing any concern now. You truly are malicious. To think that years of sisterhood could be undermined by a mere 5,000 yuan. Consider me blind for having seen you as a sister." Though Wu Cici had previously feigned a deep sisterly bond with Su Qian, she never truly regarded her as a sister. She had long harbored jealousy over Su Qian's superior beauty. From high school onward, despite her own decent looks, she found herself perpetually overshadowed by Su Qian's allure. Even upon returning to her hometown for work after university, whenever she was with Su Qian, the men would invariably overlook her, their eyes solely on Su Qian. Thus, when Lu Peng approached her privately, offering 5,000 yuan to assist him, she readily accepted without a second thought. Relishing the opportunity to retaliate against Su Qian while effortlessly pocketing the money. Little did she realize that Su Qian had been aware of everything from the very beginning. With matters having reached this point, she chose to abandon her pretense. "Indeed, I am envious of you. Why is it that from high school to the present, all the men revolve around you? Why do you possess the beauty that eclipses mine? Why did you effortlessly ascend to the position of a high school teacher while I have toiled for so long, yet remained stuck in elementary education. The voice on the other end grew increasingly louder and more agitated, culminating in a near roar. Huh, there is nothing more to discuss with someone as venomous as you. Consider it as if I have never known you. With that, she abruptly hung up the phone. Arguing with such a person was utterly futile. Each additional word was merely a waste of breath. At that moment, she noticed Li Xiaowen gazing at her. Assuming he could no longer contain his impatience, she quickly composed herself and approached him. Did you have a quarrel? Are you all right, darling? Li Xiaowen enveloped her in his arms, expressing genuine concern. I'm fine, it's nothing serious. Come on, let's continue shopping. I still need to return to town. I have class tomorrow morning, Su Qian said naturally, wrapping her arms around his waist, seemingly unperturbed. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Li Xiaowen refrained from probing further and continued their leisurely shopping. They soon wandered into a lingerie store, a women's clothing boutique, and a lady shoe shop. While they purchased only a few outfits, they acquired a considerable number of undergarments and stockings in various styles, along with several pairs of high heels. Not only was Li Xiaowen a connoisseur of stockings, but Su Qian herself also had a particular fondness for them, often visiting such shops alone in the past. However, this was her first experience shopping with a man, which made her blush under the peculiar gaze of the sales staff. Upon exiting the mall, both were laden with an array of bags. They hailed a taxi, stowed their purchases, and Li Xiaowen then informed the driver of their destination, the fruit specialty 4S store on Chahua Avenue. At that moment, Su Qian's phone rang, displaying the name of her cousin. Answering the call in front of Li Xiaowen, a familiar female voice chimed in. Cousin, will you be back today? If so, please remember to bring me a pack of sanitary pads. We run out at home. Yes, I'll be back soon, she replied. After, she turned to Li Xiaowen and said, Xiaowen, I should be heading back soon. Besides, isn't your phone already the latest model? Why go to the 4S store? I'm getting you a new phone, darling. I believe it's time for an upgrade, Li Xiaowen remarked, gently squeezing her delicate hand. Perhaps we shouldn't spend more. Mine is still functional. Su Qian hesitated, feeling somewhat guilty. Despite being in a relationship with him, spending 50 to 60,000 in just 2 or 3 hours was a bit disheartening, even if it was not her own money. Don't worry, it won't cost much. Your phone takes forever to connect calls. It might break down any day. And I wouldn't want to be unable to reach you when I think of you, he reassured her. The driver, a woman in her mid-30s, couldn't help but compliment. This young man truly knows how to treat a lady, and he is quite handsome too. Young lady, you're incredibly fortunate to have found a wealthy man who is willing to spend on you. Thank you, ma'am, Su Qian said, feeling a bit shy from the driver's praise. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the mobile store. Li Xiaowen inquired about the Rose Gold 6S Plus, which was still available. He promptly had Su Qian switch her SIM card there, and while she downloaded some apps over Wi-Fi, he selected a tablet and a laptop for both of them. Another 50,000 was spent, leaving Su Qian deeply touched. In her 26 years of life, it was the first time someone had been so generous with her. Watching her partner pay with such nonchalance, she found him remarkably attractive and couldn't help but rise on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek. Xiaowen, thank you. Her gratitude was sincere and heartfelt. Despite their arrangement, his thoughtfulness and good looks made her realize that perhaps she was the one who truly benefited. Chapter 13. Su Qian's confession after purchasing the mobile phone. Li Xiaowen casually hailed a taxi by the roadside, loaded his belongings, and then transferred 200,000 to her via mobile banking before parting ways. In the taxi, Su Qian stared at the message notification indicating the arrival of the 200,000, still somewhat bewildered, as if caught in a dream. Just the day before, she had been struggling with life and death, fearing to awaken each morning, for it was only in dreams that she could truly live for herself. What to do? This man had captivated her. They had only known each other for a day, yet she felt an inexplicable desire to remain close to him. Everything felt surreal. Taking out her phone, she impulsively sent him a message. If you miss me, call me, and I shall fulfill my duties well. Love. Within moments, he replied, all right, darling. After bidding farewell to Su Qian, Li Xiaowen also hailed a taxi to a nearby driving school, intending to enroll and obtain his driver's license in the shortest time possible. After paying, he signed up for the next available exam. The instructor observed Li Xiaowen's actions and pulled him aside, quietly inquiring, "Are you confident in this approach? I suggest you spend a bit more money to skip the exam and simply collect your license when the time comes. That would be much more convenient. I can see you're eager to get your license, but this method might lead to failure and prolong the process." Having learned to drive in his previous life, where he had acquired a second-hand Volkswagen, he had only driven it for less than a year before being reborn. His skills were not particularly exceptional, but he was far more experienced than a novice. Thus, when the instructor proposed a financial solution, he readily agreed. "How much will it cost to expedite this?" "The sooner, the better," Li Xiaowen inquired. He planned to obtain a vehicle for himself, as relying on private cars during his visits to the county was rather inconvenient, subjecting him to various unpleasant odors, and he would have to endure waiting for others to fill the car before departing. 12,000, and I'll have it ready for you in a week. What do you think? All right, that sounds good. Where do I pay? Li Xiaowen was untroubled by the prospect of being scammed, for the instructor was indeed assigned by the driving school and was officially registered. With his photograph displayed at the registration desk, "Transfer the money to me. Don't worry, brother. I won't cheat you. You'll have your license for sure, and if not, you can report me directly." After settling the driver's license matter, Li Xiaowen took a taxi back to his hotel. At 9 in the evening, after finishing dinner, he lay alone on his bed, pondering whether to call Su Qian and invite her over. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Shui gazed in astonishment and envy at Su Qian's gold necklace, earrings, and Hetian jade bracelet, along with her newly acquired mobile phone, tablet, and laptop. "Cousin, did you rob a bank? These items must have cost a fortune." Seeing her cousin's reaction, Su Qian felt a surge of superiority within her. Yet she responded in a casual and nonchalant tone. "How could that be? All of these were gifts from my man." As Chen Shui scrolled through her tablet, she expressed her envy, saying, "Is it that Lu Peng? He treats you so well." "Oomph. No, I've severed all ties with him. My man is far more handsome, wealthier, and infinitely more considerate. All of these phones, tablets, and computers were replaced because he thought my previous ones were inadequate." Her tone remained nonchalant, yet could not conceal the air of pride and satisfaction that enveloped her. "Wow, cousin, you are so fortunate. Your husband treats you exceptionally well. Could you possibly introduce me to him?" Upon hearing the term husband, Su Qian felt a pang of melancholy. If only she had met him sooner. How wonderful it would have been. Given the circumstances, there was no need for concealment. After all, the truth would eventually surface. With a hint of regret in her voice, she remarked, "Xiao Shui, I am actually being supported by him. Would you look down on me for that?" No one understood her cousin's situation better than she did. Although her cousin's family was not affluent, her uncle and aunt endeavored to provide her with the best. The cousin had never disappointed them, consistently regarded as the exemplary child of her peers. Though not of great wealth, her life could still be deemed happy and fulfilling. However, everything shattered during her senior year of high school. Her aunt was suddenly diagnosed with uremia, leaving her uncle to bear the burden of her medical expenses while also supporting her education. Her uncle worked tirelessly, but his meager income proved insufficient. The cost of medical treatment, coupled with her educational expenses, necessitated borrowing money from every available source. Relatives could only offer limited assistance, with even her immediate family lending her uncle a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. Just as her cousin received her university acceptance letter, her aunt's condition deteriorated, putting her cousin's education at risk. In desperation, further loans were required. However, all possible relatives had been exhausted, leading her to the only option of high-interest loans. Ultimately, with the backing of Chen Shui's parents, a loan of 150,000 yuan was secured, with an annual interest of 15,000. In the initial years, her mother shouldered the interest payments, attracting considerable gossip from relatives. Yet, those who understood their situation felt no need for explanations. Hearing her cousin's admission left Chen Shui at a loss for words. On one hand, she felt relief that her cousin had finally emerged from the shadows of immense debt. On the other, she lamented the uncertain future that lay ahead. Chen Shui mused that the man supporting her cousin, regardless of his good looks, must be at least in his mid-30s. Once her cousin repaid her debts, she would have to persuade her to end that relationship. At 26 or 27, she could not afford to waste more years on it. where she would find herself in her 30s without a secure future. Chapter 14. Discovered by Chun Shui. Seeing Chun Shui remained silent for an extended period, Su Qian couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Xiao Shui, do you perhaps look down upon me, thinking I am shameless? Upon hearing this, realizing her cousin had misunderstood her, she quickly stepped forward and embraced Chun Shui, affectionately nuzzling against her. Cousin, what nonsense are you saying? I simply feel that you have had it too hard, and I am genuinely happy for you that you can finally lay down your burdens. You have no idea. Your current demeanor is nothing like before. Ever since I saw you today, I noticed the smile that has graced your lips and a newfound sense of ease about you. You rarely smiled before, even when engaging with classmates, always presenting a facade of being open and easygoing. But I knew it was all an act. Thank you, Xiao Shui. In truth, Chun Shui was aware of her own transformation, even without voicing it. From the moment that man had spent an extravagant sum on her in such a short span of time, the oppressive weight in her heart began to dissipate. At this very moment, the image of that man's smile would occasionally flicker through her mind. Suddenly, Su Qian noticed her cousin's cheeks flush with color, reminiscent of a young girl who had just fallen in love. Cousin, why is your face so red and hot? Chun Shui asked, regarding her with a puzzled expression. Feeling like a child caught in a moment of mischief, Su Qian hurriedly explained, Is it? Perhaps it's just because you are holding me too tightly. At that moment, Su Qian's phone rang. Upon seeing it was that man, she quickly grabbed her phone and slipped into the restroom, feeling too shy to answer in front of her cousin. Indeed, this man was Li Xiaowen. No matter how much she thought, she could not forget Su Qian's enchanting figure, akin to a perfectly ripe peach. After all, she was young and had fantasized countless times in her past life. Having tasted the sweetness, and being a connoisseur of beauty, he was eager to clarify his intentions tonight. As for her acceptance, he was indifferent, for he had already given more than enough. Hello, did you miss me so soon? Su Qian whispered into the phone from the restroom. Yes, I miss you, and there's something I need to discuss. Send me your location. I'll take a cab to pick you up. All right, just wait a moment while I get ready. Su Qian did not hesitate, knowing that she had already received more than enough from him. Quickly dressing and applying a light touch of makeup, she grabbed her phone and bag, turning to her puzzled cousin. Xiao Shui, you should sleep early. I'm going out to accompany him tonight. I probably won't be back. With that, she opened the door and hurried down the stairs. The only sound echoing in the empty corridor was the rhythmic click of her heels against the floor. Chun Shui watched her cousin's hurried departure, curiosity bubbling within her. She quietly approached the window, parting the curtains to peer outside. Beneath the dim glow of the street lamp stood a figure that was strikingly familiar. As soon as her cousin reached this man, he embraced her tightly, leaning down to gently kiss her lips before releasing her. Her cousin skillfully linked her arm with his, and they disappeared into the distance. How could this be? How could it possibly be him? Chun Shui stared blankly, watching the figures of the two gradually fade away, murmuring to herself. This was utterly shocking. She never anticipated it would be Li Xiaowen. She harbored significant affection for him, yet here he was, entangled with her cousin. Her mind was in utter disarray, her gaze returning to its original position, as images of what she had just witnessed flashed incessantly in her mind. No, I need to drink some water to calm my nerves. The impact of what I just saw was overwhelmingly intense. These two had barely interacted outside of class. How could they suddenly become involved? Moreover, when did Li Xiaowen amass such wealth? Was his family always struggling financially? How could he afford to lavish such expensive gifts on her cousin? Chun Shui's emotions were a tumultuous blend, difficult to articulate. Never mind, it is what it is. I hope my cousin isn't deceived by him. I must find a moment to have a serious talk with her. Tonight, it seems, will be one of sleeplessness for Chun Shui. Li Xiaowen escorted Su Qian back to the hotel, the clock nearing midnight, the streets nearly deserted. As they walked, the fragrance of her perfume wafted to his senses, quickening his pace. Moments later, he opened the door, his eagerness palpable as he ushered Su Qian into his bedroom for a tour. Su Qian was clad in her purchases from earlier that day, a snug gray dress accentuating her figure, black lettered stockings, and a pair of striking red high heels. Coupled with the attributes of her role as a teacher, her allure was undeniable. With a decisive click, the door closed behind them. This narrative holds little intrigue. Since it seems disfavored, I shall omit the ensuing lengthy exposition. Chapter 15. Confessing identity to Su Qian. Su Qian felt a slight flutter in her heart. Yet the notion of a lifetime seemed far too distant. The novelty of the moment was still vibrant, and sweet nothings flowed effortlessly from his lips. However, who could predict when this man would grow weary and cast her aside? She was no longer an innocent girl, and all she hoped for was that, when his interest waned, he would be forthright with her. After all, their relationship was fundamentally transactional. Upon hearing her words, Li Xiaowen adjusted her posture, locking his gaze onto her eyes, and solemnly declared, "I confess, I am indeed a cad. But I must assure you that as long as you do not leave me of your own volition or betray me, I am willing to care for you indefinitely. Even when the day comes that you age and lose your beauty, you may remain by my side, for I genuinely harbor feelings for you. I have long desired to possess you." Teacher Su. Li Xiaowen had long coveted this enchanting educator, both in this life and the past. It would not be an exaggeration to call her his dream woman. Those who understood, understood. With the ability and opportunity to have her in this lifetime, how could he possibly let that slip away? Moreover, should there come a day when he grew tired of her, he would still keep her close, unless she betrayed him. He could not tolerate the thought of her seeking solace in another man's embrace. He possessed an exceptionally strong possessiveness over what he cherished. He never denied his selfishness. "Have you always wanted to possess me? Did you know me before?" Su Qian questioned, a hint of skepticism in her voice, struggling to recall where she might have encountered this man before. Chen Shui's deskmate is also named Li Xiaowen. "Teacher Su, do you truly have no recollection of me?" He reminded her. In an instant, Su Qian felt her mind go blank. The image of a boy in a mushroom hairstyle, clad in a school uniform year-round, began to coalesce with the man before her. Suddenly, she comprehended the source of her vague familiarity with him. To her astonishment, she realized she had been supported by one of her own students. It was difficult to grasp, and she felt a wave of disbelief wash over her, mingled with an inability to accept it. "You are actually Li Xiaowen. I am your teacher. Why are you only revealing this now? And where did you acquire the money?" "Wait, let me clarify. Since the end of high school, we are now equals," Li Xiaowen quickly amended. Su Qian felt a surge of anger, her gaze complex as she scrutinized the man before her. She felt as though she had been deceived. Had he not always come from a poor family? How could he afford to shower her with gifts and support her? In that moment, she felt foolish, grappling with a sense of injustice and disappointment. Tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Li Xiaowen recognized her misunderstanding and enfolded her in his embrace once more, even as she struggled to break free. Yet, with her current strength, resistance was futile. Only when her struggle ceased did he retrieve his bank statement, presenting it to her gently, saying, "Dear teacher, do not cry. Look and see if your man has the means to care for you." As his words hung in the air, Su Qian's eyes fell upon the 7-figure sum displayed in his mobile banking app. Though astonished, she remained perplexed about the origins of this wealth. Perceiving her confusion, Li Xiaowen swiftly opened the account notification, which clearly indicated that the remittance was from the Morgan Stanley Trust Fund. Several transactions were displayed, including a transfer of 20,000 yuan made half an hour ago and another exceeding 200,000 yuan from the previous afternoon. Although Su Qian still found it somewhat perplexing, the legitimacy of the source provided her with a sense of relief, prompting her to engage in conversation. "Is this related to stocks? Did you earn this money from investing in funds?" "To some extent, but not entirely," Li Xiaowen replied, proceeding to search for information about the company on his phone to provide her with a clearer understanding. The Morgan Stanley Trust is a subsidiary of the globally renowned financial services firm Morgan Stanley, established in 1935, with a wide array of services encompassing asset management, wealth management, investment banking, and more, including mutual funds, hedge funds, private equity, and real estate investment trusts, catering to individuals worldwide. Upon this revelation, Su Qian felt even more bewildered. While she seemed to grasp the concept, the intricacies of wealth generation eluded her. It was a situation that appeared impressive, yet left her with an air of unknowing awe. Li Xiaowen chose not to elaborate, as the origins of the money were a secret he intended to keep for a lifetime. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke again. "Rest assured, your man will only grow wealthier more than capable of supporting you for a lifetime. At last, Su Qian felt reassured, her worries and grievances dissipating like mist in the morning sun. She embraced Li Xiaowen and planted a gentle kiss on his lips, softly confessing, "Xiaowen, do you think I only see money? That I am a gold digger? Not all. I am somewhat aware of your family circumstances. In the future, you need only to have me in your sight. I will take care of everything else," Li Xiaowen replied, tightening his embrace around the beautiful woman, returning her kiss. Despite being younger than her, he exuded an inexplicable maturity that made her instinctively desire to lean on him. Hearing Li Xiaowen's response, Su Qian felt an unexplainable sense of security wash over her as she softly said, "Thank you, little man. Thank you for making me feel like I have someone to rely on." Sensing the warmth of her breath and the faint fragrance emanating from her, Li Xiaowen remarked, "Little man?" Chapter 16. The transformation of Su Qian an hour later. Carry me to the shower. Su Qian began to act coyly. This was the fruit of Li Xiaowen's efforts, transitioning from a good man to a dear one, then to a husband, all within the span of one short hour, changing titles multiple times. Yet, Li Xiaowen held a particular fondness for the term husband, as it filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Once they finished their shower, their energy had nearly been depleted. Li Xiaowen felt relatively fine, having consumed a fair amount of food earlier, while Su Qian was struggling with hunger, returning to snack with her cousin. However, Li Xiaowen soon called her out, and she felt as if her stomach was touching her back from hunger. "I'm so famished I can barely stand," Su Qian lamented, draped over Li Xiaowen. She wore one of his t-shirts, which appeared rather oversized on her. Was she donning boyfriend attire? He gently patted her and promptly ordered 2 takeout meals. Fortunately, Li Xiaowen had the foresight to inquire at the front desk for late-night delivery numbers. At this hour, the county's delivery services were still quite rudimentary, offering only a few fast food options. After finishing the takeout, the clock struck 2:30 in the morning, and the couple nestled into bed, embracing as they drifted off to sleep. Su Qian slept soundly, exhausted, and all her burdens and negative emotions had dissipated. From this moment forth, she could live for herself. Moreover, she had a youthful and handsome partner willing to support her financially. Aside from the absence of marriage and exclusive love, there was little else to wish for. In this light, it seemed she had gained much. The night passed in silence. The following morning, the thought of waiting for another 10 days for results prompted Li Xiaowen to propose a trip with Su Qian. With money in hand, he felt the allure of spontaneous adventure. However, Su Qian declined, feeling unwell and in need of rest. Additionally, she wished to take this opportunity to resolve matters at home. She had calculated that she needed 220,000 in total, and her own savings combined with the 200,000 her boyfriend provided would be sufficient. Thus, Li Xiaowen found himself embarking on the journey alone. He surmised that Su Qian aimed to settle her debts during this time. After parting from Li Xiaowen, Su Qian returned to Chun Shue's neighborhood. The next day, she went to the bank with Chun Shue to withdraw over 200,000 in cash, heading straight back to her hometown. Upon learning that their daughter had returned with a substantial sum to repay her debts, Su Qian's parents were filled with emotions, both touched and saddened. The elderly couple expressed their apologies, lamenting their inability to provide assistance and the burden they had placed upon her. After a lengthy discussion, they finally broached the main topic. "Qian, is this money from your partner Lu Peng? Does his family have any objections?" Her mother, Zhang Laning, asked softly, leaning against the bed. Meanwhile, her father, Su Dige, sat with his legs crossed, puffing on a pipe, and advised, "My daughter, you must not compromise your happiness. If you're unhappy, we can return this money. This was borrowed from a friend of mine. I no longer have any ties to Lu Peng." Upon hearing those 2 words, Su Qian felt a wave of annoyance wash over her and hurriedly explained to her parents. Noticing their lingering unease, she decided to forego further explanations, taking her father along to repay the debt. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I will take care of this myself. They lent me the money interest-free because they consider me a friend, so please refrain from asking further questions. For now, let us just go and settle the debt. The interest alone exceeds 10,000 each year. The family she borrowed from lived not far from hers. A mere 5 or 6 minutes walk through the village brought them to their doorstep. After exchanging pleasantries upon entering, they repaid the money, retrieved the IOU, and completed the necessary formalities. Chun Shui hastily led her elderly father back home. As they walked, Su Qian's steps were unusually light, and she suddenly felt an immense sense of relief. A gentle breeze caressed her face, and her hair danced in the wind. Observing the birds soaring in the distant sky, a smile crept upon her lips as she experienced, for the first time, the beauty of life. All of this was due to Li Xiaowen. By a twist of fate, she had crossed paths with him. How fortunate she was to have encountered him. She pulled out her phone and sent him a message. "I'm so glad to have met you. Thank you, my dear husband. From this day forth." She wished to devote herself entirely to being Li Xiaowen's cherished canary. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to see him. Meanwhile, Li Xiaowen was already aboard a flight to the vast northern grasslands. He had longed to experience the expanse of the prairie, seeking to make up for all the opportunities he had missed in his previous life. In this new existence, how could he allow himself to harbor regrets? As soon as he disembarked, he received Su Qian's message, surmising that she must have resolved her matters by now. He took a taxi to the hotel he had booked online in advance. After taking a shower and lying down, he retrieved his phone to call Su Qian, inquiring about the specifics of her situation. At last, Su Qian opened her heart completely, sharing every detail without reservation. Their conversation extended for over 2 hours. It turned out that the 200,000 was merely sufficient to repay the loan sharks. She also owed several relatives, amounting to roughly another 200,000. After ending the call, Li Xiaowen promptly transferred an additional 300,000 to her, sending a message to ensure she received it and urging her to clear all her debts at once. He knew it was essential for her to depend on him, allowed her to focus on being his woman without any worries. Chapter 17. System enhancements. As soon as he turned around, the phone from the other party rang immediately. Upon answering, a somewhat choked voice came through. "Darling, why did you transfer me so much money? My relatives aren't in a hurry to pay it back, and I feel like I owe you far too much." "Well, you are now my woman, so you only need to owe me," he replied. "I intend to be your lifelong creditor." Her voice was melodious, distinctly enchanting. Unlike those sharp tones, it was utterly captivating, prompting him to inwardly muse that she was a temptress. "Thank you, my dear creditor. When will you return? I miss you. I'll be back before the scores are released." "All right, I'll wait for you." After hanging up, Li Xiaowen lay on his bed and opened the system panel. As he examined the data, he found himself rather unsatisfied and proceeded to allocate points directly. After all, he still had over 1 million on hand, and a cashback card yet to be utilized, so he felt no urgency. After a series of enthusiastic enhancements, Li Xiaowen distinctly sensed changes occurring within him. The panel subsequently displayed the following. Host: Li Xiaowen. Age: 18. Height: 185 centimeters. Physique: 20. The average adult is 10. Charm: 85. Maximum 95. Skills: Culinary arts: 2. Wealth: Daily: 20. 000. Current: 1. 418. 000. Level up. Through this experience, Li Xiaowen had a clearer understanding of the system's point allocation rules. Height was no longer a concern, as he had no intentions of adding to it. His current stature sufficed. For physique, each increment of 10 points required exponentially increasing amounts of currency. To elevate from 20 to 30 points, each point would cost 100,000 after reaching 20. As for charm, the cost to increase it by 5 points escalated tenfold. To reach 90 would require 500,000, a sum he could manage for the time being, with plans to address it later. To be honest, Li Xiaowen was particularly eager to experience the sensation of women being unable to take their eyes off him. The following morning, Li Xiaowen hired a local guide, following a route akin to those of tourist groups, yet with the freedom to choose his activities and destinations. At each location, he paused to capture photos and check in. Gazing upon the endless expanse of the grassland, Li Xiaowen felt that the world was truly beautiful. The emerald grass met the azure sky at the horizon, while the white sheep resembled clouds drifting above. The gentle breeze caressed the grass waves, resembling a verdant ocean, and the wildflowers swayed gracefully with the wind. Everyone was reveling in this moment of beauty, with arms outstretched to embrace the fragrant breeze. Suddenly, Li Xiaowen, in a fit of exhilaration, began to run wildly across the grassland, shouting joyfully. Where the green waves surge, the Milky Way intertwines with the grass. Thank you, heavens, for granting me another chance. The stars and the sea here I come, how exhilarating. The travelers in the vicinity, observing the spectacle, could not help but smile. None perceived Li Xiaowen's actions as madness. Haha, this young man is quite amusing. Indeed, I'm getting old. Otherwise, I would join him in shouting. The elderly gentleman, while filled with envy, could only sigh in resignation. Despite their advanced age, they managed to contain themselves. However, the younger individuals, be it boys and girls or couples, were swept up in the fervor, enthusiastically imitating Li Xiaowen as they ran and shouted various declarations. Xiaomei, I will love you forever. I love you too. This was a couple, evidently caught in the throes of romance. You wretched boss, go to hell. I swear I will quit when I get back. Mingming, are you well in heaven? I miss you dearly. In that moment, even the elderly men and women were infected by the exuberance, shedding their restraint. Though they could not run like the youth, they too raised their voices to join in the cacophony. Chapter 18. New features of the system. Half an hour later, Li Xiaowen, exhausted, reclined on the soft grass. He was not alone. The group behind him had long since succumbed to fatigue, sprawled out in various positions. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey, guided by the herdsman, riding the majestic steeds of the grasslands. Li Xiaowen selected a white stallion and, with the herdsman's assistance, mounted the horse. Gradually, he began to follow the herdsman's instructions, initiating a slow trot while the herdsman held the reins. As Li Xiaowen embarked on his patient learning, a familiar electronic voice resonated in his mind, detected that the host is learning equestrian skills. Would you like to spend 10,000 yuan to advance to level 1? Without hesitation, he affirmed. Ding, current equestrian level 1 beginner. In an instant, Li Xiaowen felt a surge of memories associated with galloping across the grasslands flood his mind. Gripping the reins, a sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had ridden countless times before. At that moment, Li Xiaowen requested the herdsman to release his grip, only to be met with a refusal citing safety concerns. Ultimately, after Li Xiaowen repeatedly assured him of his riding abilities, the herdsman, albeit skeptically, let go. Li Xiaowen, determined not to instill worry, began to jog at a steady pace of about 20 meters, gradually increasing his speed. However, he did not venture far, maintaining a consistent pace while circling in front of the herdsman before receiving permission to gallop towards the distant grasslands. The members of the tour group gazed on with envy, aware of the inherent differences among individuals. In the distance, where the azure sky met the verdant grass, Li Xiaowen rode across the boundless expanse, feeling the wind whip past his ears and his heart race with exhilaration. His body moved in harmony with the rhythm of the horse beneath him, resembling a bolt of white lightning. In reality, he did not travel far, perhaps a few hundred meters, and within an hour, he could no longer bear the strain of riding and returned. The discomfort in his hips was familiar to those accustomed to horseback riding. That night, beneath a sky adorned with stars, the members of the tour group, along with Li Xiaowen, gathered around a bonfire with the local herdsman, feasting on roasted lamb while singing and dancing. Li Xiaowen savored the lamb chops and drank mare's milk wine when he noticed a gaze fixed upon him from across the fire. Following the line of sight, he discovered a striking woman with long black hair and fair skin, likely scoring a solid 90, though she fell slightly short of Su Qian's allure. Noticing Li Xiaowen's attention, she raised her glass in a toast from afar. Li Xiaowen reciprocated with a nod, taking a small sip. He recognized her. She appeared to be a travel blogger, capturing more images of him than the scenery itself. After a lively celebration, Li Xiaowen returned to his camping hotel. The room was spacious, featuring 2 bedrooms, ideally suited for a family outing. The layout was commendable, especially the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows by the bed, which, when the automatic curtains were drawn, revealed an uninterrupted view of the grasslands. After freshening up and enjoying a brief phone conversation with Su Qian, he prepared for bed. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Jian'an initiated a video call. Li Xiaowen's most vivid recollection of her was her long, slender legs adorned in black stockings, reminiscent of Su Qian. though she seemed to favor those emblazoned with logos. At this age, standing tall at 176 meters, he is truly a unique presence throughout the entirety of high school. After their last encounter at the bar, she frequently sought his company for conversation. However, having unexpectedly developed a relationship with Su Qian, he found himself captivated and naturally had less time to devote to her. Upon connecting via video call, a stunning visage appeared on his phone screen, devoid of makeup, yet somehow appearing even more beautiful in her natural state. "Where are you, Xiaowen? You've been turning down my invitations to hang out these past few days." Li Xiaowen understood her intentions, yet he was not one to take the initiative, and indeed, he had been preoccupied lately, engrossed in discussions with Su Qian about the origins of life. "I'm currently traveling amidst the vast grasslands." As he spoke, he flipped the camera to showcase the decorations inside his tent, then stepped outside to reveal the picturesque scenery under the starlit sky. "Why didn't you mention this? I could have joined you. I was actually thinking of inviting you to visit. My home has been empty for a while." "What a shame. But it's all right. The next time I plan a trip, I will definitely extend an invitation to you. If you find the time, we could journey together." Chapter 19. Jian'an has arrived. We'll discuss matters later. For now, tell me your location. I will purchase a plane ticket and fly over tomorrow. You must come and pick me up. Jian'an stated with an air of undeniable authority. "Really? You're actually coming? Won't you discuss this with your family? Aren't you afraid I might sell you out?" Li Xiaowen was taken aback. Was she truly this impulsive? Just like that, she decided to come. "It's fine, they will agree. In my family, I have the final say. Hurry and tell me where you are. I will book the earliest flight." Jian'an had a point. Her mother had passed away early, and, as the only girl among the Zhong siblings, she was treated like royalty by her family, who indulged her every whim. With the conversation reaching this point, Li Xiaowen no longer hesitated and promptly sent her the address. Having such a stunning beauty accompanying him was an opportunity he could not let slip away. On the other end of the call, upon receiving the address, Jian'an quickly tapped a few buttons on her phone, selecting a flight scheduled for 8 in the morning, which would land around noon. "All right, the ticket is booked. See you tomorrow." "Great. See you tomorrow." After hanging up, he prepared for bed. The night passed without incident. Income increased by 20,000. The following day, Li Xiaowen rose after 9 o'clock. Upon washing up, he noticed in the mirror that he appeared even more handsome than before. His skin was smoother and more refined, and his physique had significantly improved. He had a toned figure that showcased his muscles perfectly. His height, which was not very noticeable the previous day, was now quite apparent. After a light breakfast, the time had already crept to 10:30. He instructed the guide to drive him to the airport, which was quite a distance away, requiring over 2 hours of travel. The guide was a robust, middle-aged man with excellent service, though he spoke very little. He would only converse if Li Xiaowen initiated the conversation, which was precisely why he had chosen him as his guide. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed swiftly as they finally arrived at the airport. The weather was splendid, with bright sunshine illuminating the day. Li Xiaowen's attire was simple yet stylish, a white tank top layered beneath a blue striped shirt, complemented by knee-length white shorts. His charming demeanor attracted the attention of numerous women upon entering the arrival hall. After finding a spot to sit, he noticed several young women glancing his way. Half an hour later, Li Xiaowen received a message that she had arrived and was on her way to the arrival hall. He promptly moved to the front, scanning the crowd for her. Before long, he spotted a figure in a white top paired with a pleated skirt, wearing white striped sneakers, her long, slender legs gracefully striding towards him. Upon noticing him, Jian'an's face lit up with joy as she sprinted towards Li Xiaowen, arms outstretched. Even from a few meters away, she leaped into his arms, colliding with him in an exuberant embrace. During this time, her mind had been filled with thoughts of Li Xiaowen's dimpled smile. She had yearned to see him at every moment. She had initially anticipated that after that night, Li Xiaowen would, like other young men, take the initiative to seek her out, confess his feelings, and together they would embark on a passionate romance. To her surprise, not only did Li Xiaowen fail to take the lead, but she found herself reaching out to him, only to be met with repeated excuses of being busy. Any lingering dissatisfaction she felt dissipated instantly upon encountering Li Xiaowen's charming smile today. inhaling the scent that enveloped him. It was as if time itself stood still in that very moment. Chapter 20. The arrival of this scene drew the attention of many male onlookers, who simultaneously felt a sense of injustice. Their gazes towards Li Xiaowen were filled with both envy and jealousy. Why was he so handsome and tall, while his girlfriend was equally beautiful? A few minutes later, Li Xiaowen felt compelled to gently push her away. Otherwise, he would embarrass himself in public. It was impolite to bump into someone in such a setting, and her loose-fitting attire was rather conspicuous. However, it was too late. She was hugging him too tightly, making it difficult to extricate himself, and he certainly had not intended to offend her. Zhong Tian'ai initially did not comprehend why he was trying to push her away. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her heart racing uncontrollably. As she instinctively separated from him, she casually remarked, "I missed you so much. Xiaowen, why do you keep saying you're busy when I invite you out? What exactly are you busy with?" Coughing lightly, he replied, "Of course, I'm busy earning money. Otherwise, how could I afford to travel? Are you in need of money?" "Not anymore." "All right, let us head back and talk later. Are you hungry? Let me take you out for a meal." With his right hand grasping her small white suitcase and his left hand naturally entwining with hers, they strolled towards the parking lot. "Boss, where to now?" Upon reaching the parking area, the guide placed their luggage in the car and inquired, "Let's find a nearby restaurant to eat first. Then we'll return to the camping hotel." On the way back, Zhong Tian'ai was particularly clingy, leaning against him in the car and either linking her arm with his or holding his hand when they got out. At the camping hotel, after helping her settle her luggage, Li Xiaowen led her to a shaded umbrella chair at the entrance, opened a drink, and took a sip. He then turned to her and asked, "It's still early. Would you like to go for a stroll? I don't want to walk around. I just want to spend time with you. Besides, I'm quite tired today. Watching the sunset is lovely too." Zhong Tian'ai shifted her seat closer to him. Gazing at Li Xiaowen's profile, she noticed he had grown significantly taller and more handsome, seemingly radiating an aura that drew her in irresistibly. "All right then. Li Xiaowen, what's the matter?" He turned to find her looking at him. "Why are you so good-looking? Do many girls like you?" Zhong Tian'ai asked him. "Does that include you?" Li Xiaowen replied with a smile. Although Zhong Tian'ai felt shy and her cheeks burned, she did not shy away, staring at him with a blush. "Yes, I like you too. I can't believe I possess such charm that a beautiful girl like you would like me. I am truly honored." Li Xiaowen smiled, then teasingly inquired, "So tell me, when did you start liking me?" "Of course, it began the first time I saw you at the hot pot restaurant." "Do you believe in love at first sight, Xiaowen?" "Sorry, I only believe in attraction at first sight." Zhong Tian'ai. "I have a question for you, Tian'ai. If I am not handsome enough, would you fall in love with me at first sight?" This question strikes a chord. Zhong Tian'ai wishes to say yes, but upon deeper reflection, she realizes there is some truth in it. If the other person truly lacks attractiveness, she would likely not even spare a glance, let alone experience love at first sight. Well, she admits that at that moment, it was indeed Li Xiaowen's striking appearance that captivated her, prompting her to approach him. This consumed all the courage she had accumulated over 18 years. "So, what of it?" Zhong Tian'ai concedes, a hint of shyness in her voice. Chapter 21. People are fond of beautiful things, one must admit, Tian'ai. You truly possess remarkable discernment. Li Xiaowen shamelessly complimented her, then swiftly changed the subject, adding, "However, this is not our first encounter at the hot pot restaurant." "What? Is that so? I have no recollection of seeing you there." Song Gutian replied, her face a picture of confusion. Li Xiaowen thought to himself, was I so inconspicuous before? How could Su Qian forget me as well? Thankfully, I have the system. Jian'an, do you remember on the last day of school when a mushroom-headed boy in a uniform stopped you from bullying a classmate? After a few moments of contemplation, Zhong Tian'ai's expression shifted to one of disbelief as she gazed at him. "Are you saying that you are that boy in the uniform? That seems quite far-fetched. However, now that you mention it, I did find your eyes somewhat familiar at the hot pot restaurant, as if I had seen you there before, but I just couldn't place it. Now that you say so, it all makes sense. We have indeed met before. See, you claim you are not swayed by appearances. Yet when I was that mushroom-headed boy in uniform, you showed no interest at all. Oh dear, you still bring that up, Zhong Tian AI blushed deeply. All right, let us change the topic. That girl is my desk mate. I know she has never been in a relationship, although there is a guy named Wang Hao who has been relentlessly pursuing her. So please, do not cause her any more trouble. We are adults now, and if any laws are broken, we will bear the consequences. Li Xiuwen not biza. There is no way around it. Not only is she my desk mate, but she is also my sister-in-law. Fine, I will inform my friends that this matter does not concern her. After saying that, she immediately sent a message to her friends. After a while, she continued, All right, Xiuwen, it is clear now. It turns out that Wang Hao is not just pursuing your desk mate. He is also simultaneously chasing several other girls. What a scoundrel. As long as it is clear, do you have feelings for your desk mate? Zhong Tian AI suddenly furrowed her brows. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuwen turned to the side, gently grasping her chin, and said earnestly, I am fond of all beautiful women, including you, my dear. His voice was low and resonant, and combined with the depth of emotion in his soulful eyes, it was particularly captivating. At that moment, Zhong Tian AI found herself unconsciously swallowing hard. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, feeling her heart race and her ears grow warm. She chose to selectively ignore his remark about liking all beautiful women. In her perception, all men are like this. She had long since seen through it. From her father to her uncles, none were without a few mistresses. Having grown accustomed to this from a young age, she did not believe in the existence of pure love in this world. Rather than breaking free from his grasp, she continued to inquire, Then what is it that you like about me? I admire your stunningly beautiful face, whether adorned with makeup or not. And I appreciate your graceful and slender figure, Li Xiuwen said, his tone still imbued with affection. Is it truly as you say? Indeed, this is a necessity. I maintain a discerning taste, Li Xiuwen declared. So self-absorbed. Zhong Tianai replied with a knowing expression, her cheeks flushed. Tianai, you truly understand me, Li Xiuwen said with a hint of anticipation. Then you must put forth your best effort. She stretched languorously, her flawless figure accentuated. Li Xiuwen swallowed hard, his heart racing. I am quite famished. Allow me to treat this beauty to a meal, Zhong Tianai proclaimed, rubbing her belly, her demeanor exuding pride as she addressed Li Xiuwen. Please hold on, princess. I shall arrange for the meal to be delivered. Half an hour later, having thoroughly satisfied their appetites, Zhong Tianai leaned against Li Xiuwen and said, Not bad. I am quite full now. Kindly give this lady a massage. I am weary from a day of toiling. Chapter 22. Foot massage, a new skill. Li Xiuwen. Are you certain? It seems rather inappropriate. Li Xiuwen hesitated, yet in Zhong Tianai's eyes, this hesitation was perceived as disdain, inciting a flicker of annoyance within her. Li Xiuwen, just say whether you will or not. How could he possibly find fault with her? While it might be true there was a hint of perspiration, it was hardly significant. Fortunately, in his previous life, colleagues had dragged him to foot massage parlors a few times, thus he possessed some knowledge of the techniques. Recalling those massage methods, Li Xiuwen began to apply pressure while saying, Enjoy the experience. There are few women fortunate enough to have this handsome fellow attend to their feet. Sotake delight init. Zhong Tianai blushed and dared not meet his gaze, turning her head away, and nonchalantly replied, Humph. Allowing you to massage is a sign of respect. How many would wish for this opportunity, yet find it elusive? As for her comfort, she could not ascertain, but she felt an undeniable sensation of ticklishness, causing her to instinctively bite her lip. As Li Xiuwen massaged, their conversation meandered, though both were preoccupied with their thoughts, oblivious to the words exchanged. After a while, Li Xiuwen discovered that she had actually fallen asleep during the massage. He gently shifted her towards the center of the bed, tucked her in, turned off the lights, and proceeded to wash his hands. After freshening up, Li Xiuwen lay quietly on the bed in another room. He opened the system panel, gazing at the skills section, reminiscing about his time riding horses. Upon reflection, he realized that by actively pursuing a skill, it would be recorded in the panel, available for enhancement with currency. With this thought in mind, he promptly searched for beginner guitar tutorials on Douyin, settling down to watch. Coincidentally, he noticed the guitar and ukulele adorning the room's decor. Li Xiaowen distinctly recalled that in his previous life, this video app emerged around 2017, yet now, in this rebirth, it had arrived 2 years early. However, such details were trivial. In the video, the teacher addressed aspiring guitarists. Remember to like and follow. Today, Teacher Wang will guide you step by step on how to quickly get started as a beginner. First, let us begin by familiarizing ourselves with the guitar. The instructor held the guitar, pointing to each part and introducing it: the headstock, neck, body, and strings. Following the instructions, after about 10 minutes, they moved on to the next video. Today, the teacher will teach you a song with simple chords, suitable for beginners. This song utilized the M, C, and D chords. Li Xiaowen diligently followed along, and approximately half an hour later, that familiar electronic sound resonated in his mind. Without hesitation, he upgraded. The guitar skill had advanced to level 1 beginner. Memories associated with the guitar flooded Li Xiaowen's mind, revealing numerous commonly used basic chords. The music he played flowed smoothly from his fingers, entirely unlike a novice. Remarkably, he had just been unfamiliar with bar chords. Yet now he could execute them with ease and finesse. With a surge of emotions, Li Xiaowen ascended to a new level. Ding! His guitar had reached level 2, expert. In an instant, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. Memories forged through countless hours of practice and performance. He had mastered all the chords, and any piece of music, provided there was a score, could be played with effortless grace. Eager to express his newfound skills, he swiftly downloaded an electronic sheet music app and selected the song 500 Miles, launching into a melodic journey. The room resonated with the enchanting strains of the melody. After completing one piece, he transitioned seamlessly to another, 1967. It was not until some time later that Li Xiaowen reluctantly set down his guitar, contemplating how he could impress the girl in front of him the next day. Chapter 23. Capturing Jian'an in the early morning. As the sun gradually filtered through the gaps in the curtains and illuminated Jian'an's face, the melodious strumming of a guitar gently stirred her from slumber. To her surprise, she had fallen asleep without realizing it. As she slowly rose, she mused to herself. She had anticipated that something might transpire between them last night. Yet here she was, having succumbed to sleep. Upon discovering that she was still clad in her attire from the previous evening, she noted that this fellow had indeed adhered to decorum, refraining from taking advantage of her slumber. Curious, she followed the enchanting sound of the guitar, her bare feet padding softly across the floor. To her delight, she found Li Xiaowen already awake, immersed in his music, basking in the warm embrace of the morning sun. The scene was undeniably picturesque, and she couldn't resist capturing the moment on her phone. The man before her exuded an irresistible charm and demonstrated remarkable talent. A handsome and gifted boy indeed, Li Xiaowen remained engrossed in his playing, unaware of Jian'an's presence behind him. His fingers danced across the strings, performing the familiar tune of 500 Miles. It was only after he concluded the piece that he noticed Jian'an, who was gazing at him with a look of sheer admiration. "Good morning. How did you sleep?" he inquired. "Very well. Xiaowen, I can't believe you play the guitar. You look incredibly handsome while doing so. I think you could easily pursue a career in the entertainment industry. You would surely find success," Jian'an exclaimed, her infatuation evident. This was her first encounter with such infatuation towards a boy, and it was all due to Li Xiaowen's remarkable allure. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but he also possessed exceptional guitar skills. Li Xiaowen's early morning performance was not a mere facade. He had genuinely enjoyed a restful night as sleep. After reaching a fitness level of 20, he experienced exceptional sleep quality, feeling invigorated after just 6 hours. Moreover, having recently acquired the skills to play the guitar, he found great joy in exploring this new talent. Much like a newly licensed driver eager to take a car for a spin, he was compelled to indulge in his newfound passion. Observing Jian'an's starry-eyed admiration, he silently commended himself. It was the first time he had witnessed her in such a state of infatuation, and she looked exquisite. "You have great taste, darling. Need I even say it? Quickly, play a few more songs. I am not yet satisfied. Then give me a kiss," he teased. With that, Li Xiaowen resumed, strumming 1967 and several other tunes. Time seemed to fast forward to noon, and even after their meal, Zhong Tian'ai appeared insatiable, feeling as though she could watch Li Xiaowen play indefinitely. She recorded numerous videos of him performing and shared them on her social media platforms. The day flew by as they strolled, admired the scenery, and captured moments through photographs. However, Li Xiaowen soon realized that traveling lost its novelty once the initial thrill wore off. It was far less enjoyable than simply staying at the hotel. He began to contemplate whether a change of scenery was in order. Upon returning to the hotel that evening, Zhong Tian'ai, having just emerged from her shower, comfortably reclined on the bed and said, "I'm so tired. Xiaowen, come help me with a massage." "I want to do it. Why should I?" Li Xiaowen replied without a moment's hesitation. "Come on, hurry." A figure of allure reclined gracefully, her voice dripping with temptation. "I have a reward for you." "What reward?" Li Xiaowen inquired leisurely, scrolling through his phone. "You must first entice me." "A kiss, of course," she teased. "Is that all?" He scoffed. "Be obedient, Xiaowen." She pouted, adopting a pitiful expression that melted his resolve. "All right then," he conceded, unable to resist her gaze. "I'll oblige." With that, Li Xiaowen approached her, employing his full prowess to provide a massage. Moments later, their lips met in a tender embrace. For those uninterested, let us omit the next 10,000 words. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, within the opulently decorated office of Tian'an Tower, a middle-aged woman sat at her desk, engaged in a heated phone conversation. "Li Aiguo, must our affairs continue to affect our child? After all these years, you still deny me the chance to see Xiaowen. Do you not find this cruelty toward the mother unbearable?" "Cruelty? The moment you abandoned him, there was no longer any reason for contact," he retorted coldly. "Wang Xiaoxiao, let me be clear. As long as I draw breath, you shall not see him." "Enough, Li Aiguo. Your stubbornness is infuriating. Had you possessed even a modicum of capability back then, I wouldn't have had to leave Xiaowen to work discreetly to provide for us. Yet you squandered the frugal savings I amassed to pursue other women, even tarnishing my reputation by accusing me of immoral conduct. Throughout all, I have remained true to you and to Xiaowen. I have exhausted my patience with you. I will seek my son on my own terms. And if you persist in your obstinacy, you shall face the consequences." Chapter 24. Hidden Truths. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xiaoxiao rubbed her temples, revealing a hint of fatigue on her face. At that moment, a knock echoed through the office. Guoming, a strikingly beautiful young woman, gracefully stepped inside. "Chairwoman, I have gathered all the information. Young Master Xiaowen has had a rather unfortunate life these past years. It is said that he wears his school uniform throughout the year and has few friends. Everything he possesses is merely what others have discarded." As soon as she finished speaking, a loud crash resonated in the room. The crystal pen holder on the desk shattered into countless pieces. "Scoundrel! This is utterly intolerable. How dare they mistreat my son? I will ensure that Li Aiguo and that wretched woman pay dearly for this." Tears streamed down her wrinkled cheeks as she slowly closed her eyes, murmuring softly to herself, "Xiaowen, it is your mother who has wronged you. I should have taken you away back then. I promise I will make it up to you in the future. Chairwoman, please do not be too heartbroken. It is never too late to make amends with young Master Xiaowen. You have had a difficult time these years, and I believe he will not hold it against you." The beautiful young woman gently consoled her. She was well aware of the chairwoman's remarkable story, a true legend. With only a high school diploma, she had built a conglomerate worth billions in less than a decade, a tale even fiction would hesitate to narrate. It is hard to fathom the immense energy and effort expended to achieve such success. Xiaoyi, please compile a list of the important upcoming schedules and meetings, and postpone everything else for now. Once I finish these pressing matters, I will personally visit my son, Wang Xiaoxiao instructed after a moment of contemplation. "Understood, Chairwoman." Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Li Aiguo remained silent for a long while after hanging up. He felt he had wronged no one. When his son fell ill and required hospitalization, he simply could not afford such exorbitant expenses. He believed that other families managed to treat their sick children with local remedies. So why should he incur such costs? Hadn't the older generations, including himself, survived similarly? They had all toiled for their sustenance. Why should children be so delicate? His ex-wife had looked down on him for this very reason and had left without a word. She even claimed to be earning money outside. How could a mere woman possess the means to make such wealth? Li Aigua was not only traditional in his thinking, but also stubbornly frugal. In the first 2 years, Wang Xiuxiu had sent back 20,000 yuan, which was a significant sum back in 2001, when factory workers earned only a few hundred. However, envious individuals began to spread rumors, claiming that Wang Xiuxiu was engaged in illicit activities to amass such wealth. The crux of the matter was that Li Aigua believed these baseless accusations, his limited worldview shaping his perception. He began to harbor resentment towards Wang Xiuxiu, directing his animosity towards Li Xiu'an as well. After their divorce, he adamantly refused to let Wang Xiuxiu take Li Xiu'an with her, continuously brainwashing the boy into believing that his mother had abandoned him for another. Consequently, up until now, Li Xiu'an harbored a stronger aversion to his mother than to anyone else. In truth, after Li Xiu'an's college entrance examination, Wang Xiuxiu had attempted to reach out to him. In his youth, he was naive and spoke harshly, which truly wounded his mother's heart. Although they maintained contact several times thereafter, Li Xiu'an appeared to be too deeply indoctrinated by Li Aigua to grant his mother the opportunity to explain herself. Each encounter ended with him uttering cruel words before promptly blocking and deleting her. After several such instances, Wang Xiuxiu resigned herself to the notion of having no son. Meanwhile, amidst a picturesque journey across the grasslands, Li Xiu'an received an unexpected message. "Xiaowen, how have you been? It's your mother. I miss you dearly. My absence over the years was not without cause. Please grant me a chance to make amends. There is so much I wish to convey to you. I hope you will not refuse to meet with me." As he read the message, a faint face flickered in his mind, prompting him to delve into memories long buried. The hurtful words he had once hurled at this woman echoed in his ears. Given the opportunity to start anew, perhaps it was time to listen to her side of the story. In retrospect, his impulsiveness had led him to utter things no son should ever say to his mother. With this realization, Li Xiu'an replied, "All right." Chapter 25. Su Qian's initiative time flies. In the blink of an eye, the results of the college entrance examination have been released. With just over 300 points, I can barely enroll in an ordinary vocational college. However, it matters little. I can choose from suitable options in the city I wish to go to. If nothing fits, it is of no concern, for with a system father at my side, I can lead a life that 99% of people would envy, even if I choose to be lazy and carefree. During this time, both I and Zhong Tian'ai have indulged in a whirlwind of joy. Ever since we crossed that final threshold, we have embraced a carefree existence for 7 or 8 consecutive days, devoid of shame. It was only when Zhong Tian'ai's father personally called that she was summoned back home. Throughout this period, I attempted to reach Su Qian several times, but Zhong Tian'ai frequently feigned ignorance and never inquired. Surprisingly, this brought me a sense of relief, sparing me from unnecessary complications. I can only promise to treat you well. As for everything else, I shall refrain. I have no intention of devoting myself entirely to anyone in this lifetime, nor do I ever wish to step into the grave of marriage. June 26th. As I disembarked from the plane and exited the terminal, I was greeted by the long-missed Su Qian. To my astonishment, she had come directly to the city to pick me up, merely informing me of her arrival time. Such thoughtfulness deserves a proper reward. Today, Su Qian donned a white striped shirt paired with form-fitting jeans, exuding a newfound vitality that belied her age of 27. "Darling, I'm over here," she called from a distance, waving enthusiastically, drawing the attention of passers-by, some of whom cast envious glances our way. I was taken aback by the complete transformation in Su Qian's demeanor after such a brief separation. Perhaps this was her true nature, previously concealed from view. I swiftly jogged towards her, embracing her tightly. "I missed you so much, my darling." "Moi, I missed you too," she replied, planting a kiss on my lips. Releasing her from my embrace, I took her hand as we exited the airport, casually asking, "Have you resolved everything at home, sweetheart?" With a blissful smile, she clung to my arm, replying, "Yes, it's all settled." "Thank you, darling. I've never felt so at ease, except perhaps in my childhood." "That's wonderful. Let us go eat first. We want to be heading back today," I smiled back. By now, it was already 6 in the evening. and we were in no hurry to return to the county. After a leisurely dinner at a nearby restaurant, we arrived at the hotel Su Qian had arranged in advance. Hand in hand, we entered the room, where she eagerly bent down to help me change into slippers. The curve of her waist and hips was captivating, leaving me mesmerized. Once she had donned her own slippers, I noticed that they were, in fact, Curry. I had initially been curious about her sudden choice of jeans today. Now it all made sense. As we settled onto the sofa, I barely had time to sip my water before Su Qian leaped onto my lap. Darling, have you thought about me during this time? Of course I thought about you. In a particularly longing way, I replied, wrapping my arms around her waist. Then guess which style? She teased, her voice laced with a subtle allure, whether intentional or not. As a vigorous young man, how could Li Xiaowen possibly remain unresponsive? He merely suppressed his impulses to preserve the playful atmosphere. This is indeed a difficult riddle to decipher. Controlling his increasingly labored breaths, Li Xiaowen endeavored to speak in a relatively calm tone. I have seen many boyfriends dress like this online. Suddenly, Su Qian leaned closer to his face, nearly separated by a mere sheet of paper. In truth, from the moment she laid eyes on Li Xiaowen, she could no longer contain the surging impulses within her. After all, having tasted forbidden fruit for the first time, and at the age of 27, such desires are undeniably natural. Furthermore, after just a few days apart, Li Xiaowen had notably grown taller and more handsome, embodying the very essence of irresistible allure. Chapter 26, I like it. Indeed, it is still his favorite. Su Qian has truly begun to understand herself more and more. Ever since she cleared all her debts, a significant transformation has taken place within her. She yearns to live carefreely as a canary, wholly devoted to Li Xiaowen. She finds this state of being delightful, free, and unburdened, with no pressures other than to be accountable to Li Xiaowen. An hour later, do you like this version of me, darling? Su Qian purred like a clingy kitten, nestled in Li Xiaowen's embrace, her voice soft and tender. Of course, I adore you, my wife, in any form. You are truly wonderful. Li Xiaowen gazed at her with affection, his eyes gentle and tender, akin to flowing water. Upon hearing this, Su Qian felt a bit bashful, unable to resist poking his chest playfully, shyly replying, "Oh, as long as you are happy, I am willing to be anything. You are the best, my dear wife. I am quite satisfied." He punctuated his words with a gentle kiss on her forehead. It seems that Su Qian has genuinely begun to open her heart and accept herself. Li Xiaowen held her closely, resolved to provide her with the best as long as she remained loyal for all the days of their lives. By the way, darling, have you checked your scores? Did you surpass the second-tier line? Su Qian suddenly inquired. I only scored a little over 300. I suppose I can only attend an average vocational school. Aren't you considering repeating the year? A vocational degree might not offer good employment prospects. Su Qian expressed her concerns. It doesn't matter. If I repeat, then so be it. I'll just attend a school in a coastal city casually. If that doesn't work out, I won't go at all. It really doesn't affect me much, Li Xiaowen replied nonchalantly. All right then, have you thought about where you would like to go? Ideally, to the Magic City. I don't plan on returning afterward. Li Xiaowen looked at her and then asked, will you come with me then? Certainly. I would love to be with you every day. However, I must wait until my mother completes her surgery before I can go. Upon mentioning this, Su Qian's heart grew heavy with anxiety. The 50,000 Li Xiaowen had given her had already been repaid, and just days ago, the hospital informed her that a suitable kidney donor had been found. However, the surgery and associated costs would require over 800,000. At this moment, she felt utterly lost on how to broach the subject with him. Yet, given the circumstances, she had no choice but to speak up, even if it might cause Li Xiaowen to resent her. Darling, what is the matter? Li Xiaowen looked at her with curiosity. I need to discuss something with you, but please don't be upset, all right? Su Qian cautiously ventured. What is it? Just speak freely. There is no need to be so formal. After some deliberation, Su Qian slowly continued. It's just that my mother's surgery requires a substantial amount of money. May I ask if you could advance me the cost for the next 2 years? My mother has uremia and needs a kidney transplant. The hospital has notified me that a donor has been found, and once the fees are paid, the surgery can be scheduled. If we miss this opportunity, my mother will have no hope left. I beg you, my love, Li Xiaowen found it somewhat amusing. She could have simply stated her needs without all this caution, as if she feared his disdain. How much do you need? Su Qian glanced at Li Xiaowen, sensing he was not angry, and gradually replied, 800,000 will suffice. Very well. I shall go directly to settle the payment tomorrow. Do not worry, dear. Everything will be fine, Li Xiaowen remarked with a calm demeanor. He currently possessed the sum of 800,000 and saw this as an opportunity not only to upgrade, but also to benefit from a cashback card. Truly a double advantage. Su Qian was taken aback by his effortless agreement. After all, this was a staggering sum of 800,000. At that moment, her emotions transcended mere gratitude. She felt as though, at the age of 27, she was unworthy of such kindness. Overwhelmed by her feelings, Su Qian found her tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. With a choked voice, she addressed Li Xiaowen. Thank you. Why are you so kind to me? I feel so undeserving. Chapter 27 System Upgrade Enough. Why are you crying? Do you truly believe you are unworthy? Is it your desire to leave my side for this lifetime? Li Xiaowen tightened his embrace around her, gently patting her back and softly uttering words of comfort. Sniff. I will never leave you, not even in death. You are my man. I, Su Qian, will only have you as my husband in this life. Su Qian replied, her voice heavy with emotion as tears streamed down her cheeks. Then that settles it. Tomorrow, we shall go to the hospital to settle the bills, so no more tears, all right? Love you, hubby Su Qian said, planting a kiss on him. After a tender exchange filled with whispers and intimacy, the two finally fell into a peaceful slumber, without a word spoken throughout the night. The following day, Su Qian accompanied Li Xiaowen to the hospital payment window, where she promptly settled the entire amount of over 800,000 yuan, covering all expenses including post-surgery care and medication. Li Xiaowen also utilized the cashback card. Ding! The cashback multiplier for the host is now 88 times. 7. 280. 600 yuan has been transferred to the host account via trust. Please check your balance. Ding! Spending has reached 200,000 yuan, elevating the system to level 2. Ding! Spending has reached 400,000 yuan, elevating the system to level 3. Ding! As a reward, you have received 2 cashback cards. Nice! Rising 2 levels at once. Li Xiaowen felt a surge of joy as he hurriedly opened the system interface. System level, level 3 host. Li Xiaowen age, 18 height, 185 centimeters physique, 20 normal adult is 10, charm, 85 10, 95 skills, culinary arts, 2 expert level equestrian, 1 beginner level guitar, 2 expert level wealth, 40,000 every 24 hours current, 7 921 100 to reach the next level, 290,000 600,000. From now on, we shall earn over 1 million a month and 10 million a year. How exhilarating! Although Li Xiaowen maintained a calm facade, his heart was filled with elation. Meanwhile, after the doctor had explained everything, Su Qian approached Li Xiaowen, stood on her tiptoes, and planted a kiss on him. Mua, thank you, darling. Let us go. What did the doctor say? When will the surgery be? Li Xiaowen allowed her to link arms with him as they walked. Admission can be arranged tomorrow, and the surgery will likely be scheduled within 2 weeks. For now, we can stay in the hospital to recuperate and prepare for the operation. My mother is still at home, visiting the hospital daily for dialysis. Now, she can directly stay at the city hospital, allowing for peace of mind as we await the surgery. Having sorted out these matters, the couple had no intention of lingering and headed straight back to the county town. At the same time, far away, Wang Xiuxiu, Li Xiaowen's mother, was on a flight, ready to reunite with her son. At Chun Shue's home, her parents had returned to accompany her during the summer vacation. The family sat together on the living room sofa, engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, Chun Shue's mother, Su Rou, inquired, Shue, do you know what is going on with your cousin? How did she suddenly acquire so much money to pay off her debts? Chun Shue's father, Chun Lei, turned to look at his daughter, eager to learn the answer from her. Chun Shue's heart tightened, her expression suddenly stiffening. She forced herself to feign indifference and replied, I have no idea. Perhaps she won the lottery. Oh, you live with her every day, and you actually don't know? Su Rou scrutinized her daughter. Chun Shue's acting was too poor. Her unnatural demeanor betrayed her lies, indicating she certainly knew something. However, since she was unwilling to speak, Su Ro refrained from pressing further and continued. Your cousin is in the prime of her youth. She possesses both education and beauty. As sisters, you surely wouldn't want to see her led astray, ruining her life, would you? Indeed, daughter. If you know anything, do not keep it from us. Chun Lei chimed in from the side. I truly know nothing, Mom. Chun Shui insisted. Very well. Su Ro pretended to be nonchalant as she remarked. I wonder where Jian'an managed to acquire 500,000, as she has suddenly repaid all her debts. Chun Shui was taken aback, unable to suppress her exclamation. Wasn't she just given 200,000? Realizing mid-sentence that she had inadvertently betrayed her cousin, a pang of guilt struck her. After all, her cousin had just gifted her a top-of-the-line fruit machine. Chapter 28. Is Li showing the old man? You still claim ignorance. Su Ro's expression immediately turned grave. Speak up. Reveal all that you know. Go on, dear daughter. We would not harm her. Chun Lei chimed in from the side. At this moment, Chun Shui panicked. Casting aside a hasty remark, you all can ask her yourselves. I will say nothing. She then dashed back to her room, slamming the door shut, leaving Chin's parents in the living room exchanging bewildered glances. In Chun Shui's room, she lamented, It's over. I've let something slip. Surely, my cousin won't take my head for this. She clutched her stuffed toy, hiding beneath her covers, guilt washing over her. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to send her cousin a message. After all, it was her own folly, and evasion would not suffice. At most, her cousin would scold her a bit. Meanwhile, Su Qian remained blissfully unaware that her cousin had already divulged secrets under her aunt's probing. Upon arriving in the county town, she received a message from her cousin. Cousin, I'm so sorry. My parents know about you and Li Xiaowen. I didn't mean to let it slip. They were just prying. Forgive me. Little did Chun Shui know that this message inadvertently revealed more than intended. Originally, Su Qian had merely confided that she was being supported by someone, never disclosing that the benefactor was Li Xiaowen. Upon reading the message, Su Qian felt numb. She had no qualms about her aunt knowing. There was nothing to hide. But her cousin, her own partner, was her desk mate. When had she discovered this? Would people think her a cradle snatcher? A torrent of emotions flooded Su Qian's mind, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of shame. Li Xiaowen sensed her distress and promptly inquired, What's wrong, darling? Is something amiss? Huh? Nothing's wrong. My cousin just said that my aunt and the others have returned and asked me to join them for dinner. Sukian quickly deplaith. She couldn't possibly reveal the truth. To say her desk mate knew of their relationship, and not just her, but her parents as well? That's fine. You should go. I miss you, and will speak with you later, my love. He reassured. All right, I'll head over now. If you miss me, make sure to tell me, she said, before hailing a taxi towards Chun Shui's residence. On the way, as Su Qian relayed the address, Chun Shui messaged her again. Cousin, what do I do? I truly didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. Su Qian was at a loss for words. She held no grievance against her cousin. Yet it seemed she was more anxious than herself. If she didn't say something, her cousin might drown in guilt. Thus, she replied, It's all right, I'm not upset. I'll explain things to my aunt when I return, so don't worry. Half an hour later, Su Qian arrived at Chun Shui's home. After Su Ro poured her a glass of water, an awkward tension enveloped the atmosphere. Their conversation was stilted and fragmented, with Su Ro several times glancing at Su Qian, hesitating to speak, only to revert to awkward pleasantries. Cough. So, how has Jian'an been lately? Quite well. I've never felt better, especially carefree. Su Qian deplaith. Taking a sip of water, a bright smile gracing her face. She noticed her niece adorned in designer attire, embellished with exquisite jewelry. Su Ro found herself at a loss for words. She could sense that her niece's mental state had indeed improved significantly. However, no amount of money could justify watching her resign her entire life to an elderly man. A conversation was imperative. In her opinion, her niece was likely unable to resist the lure of wealth, becoming involved with an older boss. Qian, I have brought you a gift for my trip. Cool me. Let us see if it suits you in the room. All right. Su Qian rose and followed her aunt to the chamber. She understood that her aunt intended to speak with her privately, but she was prepared for the conversation. Meanwhile, Chun Lei, puzzled, muttered, "When did you buy a gift? How come I knew nothing of it?" Chapter 29. Confession in the room. Su Ruo pulled her niece Qian to sit beside her on the bed, her tone earnest as she inquired, Qian, please tell me the truth. Where did the several 100,000 yuo come from?" "It was given to me by my man. Your boyfriend?" Su Ruo probed further. "Yes." "No, not really," Su Qian responded, contemplating the age difference, realizing that Li Xiaowen was actually 8 years younger than herself. It seemed her aunt assumed she had found a wealthy older man. "He is younger than me," Su Qian thought, deciding to lay everything bare. "Aunt, you are well aware of our family situation. We are over 500,000 in debt, and my mother requires over 800,000 for a kidney transplant. My father is too old to work. It is solely on me. When will I earn that much? I no longer wish to endure this struggle." Upon hearing this, Su Ruo, who originally intended to counsel her, found herself at a loss for words. The stark reality was undeniable. How long would it take ordinary individuals like them to earn over 1 million? Even if Su Qian managed to save diligently, her mother wouldn't live to see that day. With that thought, Su Ruo abandoned her intentions, her gaze softening with a hint of sympathy and concern. Qian, you have endured so much. How does he treat you? What kind of person is he?" "He treats me very well. He understands my situation and has resolved the issue of the 100,000. Now we're just waiting to take my mother for the surgery," Su Qian explained. Feeling she had conveyed what was necessary, she wished to avoid further inquiries from her aunt. "All right, aunt. Regardless of the circumstances, I have decided to dedicate my life to him. Please, no more questions. I am content with my current situation." Su Ruo, her expression complex, felt powerless and could only sigh. "Well, I shall refrain from asking, but I hope you do not sacrifice your own happiness." Seeing her aunt still troubled on her behalf, Su Qian quickly embraced her, radiating a carefree joy as she reassured, "Aunt, do not be sad. I genuinely feel very happy now. Am I such a foolish person? If I have a child with him in the future, he would not neglect our child, even if he were to disregard me." Rest assured, the two conversed for quite some time, agreeing to keep the matter from Su Qian's parents before exiting the room. At that moment, Chun Shui emerged from her own room, her expression cautious as she observed her cousin and mother leaving. "Cousin," Chun Shui called softly. Su Qian nodded slightly, smiling as she settled beside her. Only then did Chun Shui feel reassured. Thankfully, her cousin was not angry. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for what to do. Su Ruo adjusted her expression, adopting a demeanor as if nothing had transpired, and said, "Xiao Shui, please keep your cousin company for a moment. I will prepare dinner." "I'll help." Chen Lei Gaimding, rising to follow her into the kitchen. Now, only the two of them remained in the living room, and Chen Shui, emboldened, quietly asked her cousin, "Cousin, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine," Su Qian affirmed with a nod. Chen Shui finally felt at ease, no longer fearing that her cousin would blame her for this. After all, she was still a young girl of 18 or 19, and there were certain things she struggled to comprehend. Noticing her cousin's relaxed demeanor, Su Qian finally remembered to ask her, "Shui, how did you know about my relationship with Li Xiaowen? I don't recall mentioning it to you." Chun Shui paused for a moment, recalling the incident, and soon realized that she had inadvertently revealed it while messaging her cousin. Scolding herself for her forgetfulness, she explained, "It was that night when you went out. I saw it from the window." As she spoke, the handsome face of Li Xiaowen involuntarily flashed through her mind. After a brief pause, she continued, "Cousin, is that guy really that wealthy? Don't you think he is a bit too young for you?" Chapter 30. A call from childhood friends. Li Aigua's fury upon hearing her cousin's words. Su Qian felt a tinge of embarrassment. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Yet what of it? He was, after all, her man now. In truth, there was a sense of pride within her. After all, Li Xiaowen was undeniably handsome and affluent. Such a man is a rarity that many women would search far and wide for. With this thought, her fleeting sense of shame evaporated, replaced by a profound feeling of pride and superiority. Thus, with a hint of playful smugness, she retorted, "Xiao Shui, are you envious of your cousin for having such a charming and wealthy man? Don't worry, you will have one in the future, though I can't say if he will be as exceptional as my husband." "Cousin, you are quite shameless. It's only been a short while. And he is so much younger than you. Already calling him husband. Chun Shui replied with a hint of jealousy. Su Qian paid little heed to her cousin's remarks, instead exuding happiness as she spoke with the wisdom of experience. Xiao Xue, you will understand in time. In any case, I believe my husband is the best in the world. You are still too young. Oof. Such infatuation, it's utterly nauseating. At the hotel, Li Xiaowen reclined on the sofa, laptop in hand, as he shared the travel videos and photos he had just edited to his social media. The essence of travel lies in discovering another version of oneself in distant lands. From the clamor to tranquility, from the unfamiliar to the familiar, it represents an exile of the soul and a cleansing of the heart. Upon posting, an avalanche of comments and likes ensued from his classmates. Wow, so beautiful, I want to go, exclaimed a nostalgic classmate. The most beautiful poem, 666. Looks like a nice place, I'll check it out next time. Please don't hurt if you don't love. Li Xiaowen, how have you become so handsome? Handsome boy, sigh. Envious. If I hadn't bought the fruit 6S+, I would also love to embark on a spontaneous journey. Li Xiaowen couldn't be bothered to reply, having added these friends years ago without any meaningful conversation. He simply chose to ignore them selectively. At that moment, the class group chat buzzed with an announcement. Class teacher Wang Qin, everyone, the scores are out. Please come to school in the next few days to fill in your preferences and collect your graduation certificates. Received 1-1 after sending the message. Teacher Wang Qin vanished, and the students began to chat casually in the group. Li Xiaowen, feeling bored, observed his classmates' frivolous banter. Lu Wei, I only scored a little over 200. Tomorrow I have nothing to do. My family wants me to repeat the year. Fang Chao, Lu Wei, same here. My family wants me to repeat too. But I don't want to study at all. Class representative Chun Wei. Sigh. I only scored over 580, not sure which school to choose. It's so difficult to decide. Class monitor Wang Chunping. I did a bit better than you, scoring over 590. Let us discuss tomorrow what schools to consider. Li Xiaowen felt exasperated. It was the same two individuals. Even back in school, they were fond of boasting and lecturing others. Li Lei, it is evident that both of you excel in your studies. There's no need for you to overtly state it, as if you fear that others might not be aware of your impressive scores. Such remarkable abilities to gain admission to Harvard and Oxford. Wang Qin, exactly. What is there to boast about? Chen Wei, are some individuals perhaps feeling envious? Does my situation have any bearing on yours? Wang Chunping, if you had devoted yourselves to your studies back then, you would not be filled with envy over our scores exceeding 500. Just as Li Xiaowen was engrossed in the unfolding drama, his phone suddenly rang. It was his childhood friend, Zhang Datsai, who has consistently been the closest companion to Li Xiaowen, both in this life and the previous one. With a straightforward personality and unwavering loyalty, their friendship has endured since the second grade, when they would gather after school to cut pigweed together. After stowing away their school bags, they would meet beneath the walnut tree by the river. If the walnuts were ripe, they would first throw stones to knock a couple down before attending to their tasks. It was only with Zhang Datsai's assistance that Li Xiaowen could fill the basket provided by his family. Li Xiaowen's basket was twice the size of Zhang Datsai's, so they would first fill Li Xiaowen's before turning to Zhang Datsai's. As they matured, their bond remained unchanged. Once they entered society, although they might only connect a few times a year, every meeting felt just like their childhood days. Before entering high school, Zhang Datsai attended the same school as Li Xiaowen, but after advancing to high school, he transferred to another institution, likely calling to inquire about their exam scores. What's up? Ermei. Li Xiaowen answered the call. Ermei is Zhang Datsai's nickname, a puzzling choice by his parents. Wen, have you checked your scores? What did you get? Over 300, how about you? About the same, 385. I doubt I'll get into a good school, so I plan to start working with my cousins in a few days. By the way, where have you been? Your father came to my house looking for you, saying you've blocked them all and they can't reach you. He's right next to me. Tell him. Before he could finish, he heard the hoarse shout of Liaigua. Li Xiaowen, are you itching for a fight? With so many matters to attend to at home, you still have the audacity to frolic outside. You must return today, or I will break your bones. Do you believe me? I'll say it once more. That is your family, and I have never had a place there. I will not return. You and your spouse should tally up how much I have cost you since childhood. I will repay you, and after that, we will be free of all ties. Li Xiaowen spoke with a furrowed brow, his tone icy. Li Aiguo paused, clearly feeling his breath becoming heavier. You ungrateful wretch. I raised you, provided for your food and clothing, and now you wish to sever all ties with me. And what do you expect to repay me with? Can the debt of nurturing ever truly be settled? Spare me such discourse. It is merely a matter of how much money is involved. These things can be negotiated. At most, when you grow old and pass away, I will contribute a sum for your funeral. Li Xiaowen's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, as if discussing a trivial matter. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice on the phone abruptly ceased. Moments later, Liaiwus luli utarat, spakunasli. Has that wretched Wang Xiuxiu come see you? Is she by your side? Hand the phone to her. It's none of your business. Enough. We have already made everything crystal clear. Settle the accounts, and then we shall part ways amicably. Notify me of the settled amount once you remove me from your blacklist on WeChat. With that, Li Xiaowen hung up the phone. In truth, Li Xiaowen was under no obligation to pay this sum, as Li Aiguo had arranged for him to have a single-person household registration after marrying Chen Suiping. The household registration book listed him as the sole head of the household, devoid of any guardianship, rendering him akin to an orphan. Li Aiguo claimed it was due to the family planning regulations to avoid penalties, but who could say for certain? It was likely yet another one of Chen Suiping's schemes. On the other end of the line, the speakerphone had ensured that everyone present could hear every word clearly. A palpable silence enveloped the room, until Li Aiguo erupted with a string of expletives. Beast. Wretched woman. Disobedient little creature. Shameless harlot. Chapter 31. No debts between us. Li Xiaowen shared a close bond with his grandfather and often visited his home. Although he was not particularly talkative, he was diligent and would readily assist with household chores whenever there was work to be done. However, ever since Li Aiguo arranged for him to have a stepmother, he increasingly felt like an outsider. Zhang Dicai, his grandfather, sat in a chair, puffing on a pipe, and earnestly advised Li Aiguo, when the child throws a tantrum, you, as his father, should not stoop to his level. How have you treated this child over the years? He is your own flesh and blood, yet his basic needs are met only with what others discard. Meanwhile, the younger ones often receive new clothes and shoes, whatever is good and available. Before the elder could finish, Li Xiaowen's stepmother interjected, hands on her hips. Oh, third uncle, what are you implying? What do you mean by only giving Xiaowen what others do not want? True, many of those clothes are second-hand, but they were purchased with money. Are you suggesting that second-hand clothes are unwearable? The new clothes are needed because the hand-me-downs do not fit. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought them. Though I'm a stepmother, I treat everyone equally. Li Aiguo finished his last puff of smoke, tossed the remnants aside, and slowly replied to the elder, 300. Please do not involve yourself in this matter. You do not understand. The elder snorted disdainfully, shaking his tobacco pipe and turning away from Li Aiguo and his wife, mocking, It's getting late. Now that your son has been found, hurry back and settle the accounts. The expenses for raising him until he turns 18 are substantial. Aiguo, let's return home. We shouldn't linger here and become an eyesore, he said, pulling Li Aiguo towards the door. Once outside the yard, he added sarcastically, so eager to meddle, why not run for county chief? Upon returning home, Chen Suiping initially contemplated that if Li Xiaowen's biological mother were willing to contribute financially, she could settle the accounts with her husband. This way, they could potentially gain some income and justify the years of expenditure on Li Xiaowen. However, just as she began to express her thoughts, Li Aiguo interrupted her. Enough, enough. Let me have some peace. It's always about money. Chen Suiping's expression soured, and she retorted, I am doing this for you, for our son. You are so ungrateful. With that, she turned away, leaving Li Aiguo to smoke in silence. Li Xiaowen had already calculated the financial support he received from Li Aiguo and his wife. At a weekly allowance of 50 yuan, that amounted to approximately 300 yuan a month, totaling 600 yuan a year, or 36,000 yuan over 10 years. Even without pocket money during the summer and winter breaks, he included that in his calculations. Basic necessities were easier to quantify. A pair of camouflage canvas shoes cost 42 yuan and lasted a year, and in winter, he would buy a fleece-lined pair of the same style. His clothing consisted mainly of school uniforms or discarded, extremely inexpensive second-hand clothes from Liaigua. This explains why Li Xiaowen wore a school uniform throughout the year. It at least preserved a semblance of the little dignity he had left. When all was said and done, the annual total for clothing amounted to around 500 yuan, which equated to 5,000 yuan over 10 years. Additionally, during his school years, teachers required a materials fee of approximately 500 yuan each semester, and class fees of 300 yuan per semester. After careful consideration, the total amounts to less than 100,000, which may seem to suggest a balance between inadequacy and abundance. However, Liaigua, back in his hometown, is engaged in contracting projects, specifically in the realm of private construction. As a skilled artisan, he earns between 1 to 200,000 annually. The money he expends on himself pales in comparison to the sum he lent his brother-in-law for purchasing a house. When Chen Tipping mentioned her brother's intention to buy a home, he readily lent her 200,000 without hesitation. This thought prompted Li Xiaowen to smirk and shake his head in disbelief. Yet, he could not be bothered to dwell on it any longer. He decided to combine the years of living expenses and ultimately give him 150,000, which would suffice. However, as the afternoon wore on, there was still no response from the other party. Consequently, Li Xiaowen took the initiative to message Liaigua. "Have you calculated the amount? Please send me your bank account number." After about 10 minutes without a reply, Li Xiaowen grew impatient and sought out Chen Suaping instead. Upon locating her WeChat, he composed a similar message and sent it forth. This time, within a few minutes, a reply arrived. "I won't calculate any further. Let us settle on 88,000. Shortly thereafter, the bank account number was provided, 62. "You will receive 150,000 from me, and after this, we shall have no further ties. Do not bother me again." With that message sent, he promptly blocked and deleted her contact. Opening his computer, Li Xiaowen skillfully transferred the funds using his USB shield. He then notified Liaigua, stating, "I have transferred the money to Chen Suaping. The 150,000 will more than suffice for what you have spent on me over the years. From now on, let the past be buried. We shall owe nothing to each other." He did not wait for a response before blocking and deleting him as well. At last, he bid farewell to the past. "May the world be at peace," he sighed, stretching languidly. "From this day forth, I will face the sea, with spring blossoms in full bloom. Tomorrow, I shall fill out my application and leave this dreadful place. I, too, will play golf and sail yachts while enjoying the company of beautiful women." Li Xiaowen took a sip of water, lit a cigarette, and savored a deep puff. In his previous life, he had begun smoking at this very age, and by the time of his rebirth, he was already a seasoned smoker. This was his first cigarette since his rebirth, and the familiar taste was a comfort. Meanwhile, Liaigua stared at the last message from Li Xiaowen on his phone, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort. He acknowledged that he had not treated him well, but it was all due to his shameless mother. Even so, he had never let him go hungry. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, with a fire within him seeking an outlet. How dare Chen Suaping accept this money? Was she truly willing to sever ties with her own son? In the adjacent room, Chen Suaping, sitting on the sofa with her son watching cartoons, was overjoyed. Claiming 88,000 was already generous, and she was astonished that they had transferred 150,000, more than double what she had mentioned. Just as she became absorbed in the bank notification of the deposit, a thunderous voice erupted from behind her. "Chen Suaping, who permitted you to accept that money? Who allowed you to accept that money?" Liaigua's face was twisted in rage as he approached and, without a second thought, struck her across the face with a resounding slap. Chen Suaping, with a face full of disbelief, covered her face as she gazed at Liaigua. "Have you lost your mind? How dare you strike me? I strike precisely at you. Speak. Why did you demand money?" Liaigua bellowed, pointing at her with fury. Meanwhile, Li Xiaopen, seated on the sofa, was so frightened by this scene that he burst into tears. "Wah, Daddy, why are you hitting Mommy? Be quiet. All you do is cry. Go back to your room and do not come out." Liaigua shouted at his young son. "What are you yelling for? The child is still so young. What if you frighten him?" Chen Suaping quickly stepped forward to embrace her son, wiping away his tears and soothingly saying, "It's all right, Ping Ping. You go back to your room. Mommy is fine. Be a good boy and listen. Chapter 32. The reunion of mother and son. As Li Xiaoping wiped her tears and slowly made her way into the room, Chun Suaping turned to Li Aigua and shouted, "Since that ungrateful wretch has no desire to return home, let him and his biological mother go. I have already received the money, and it is impossible for me to return it. Just tell them it is a matter of me and Ping Ping returning that wretch." You. Li Aigua pointed at Chun Suaping, rendered speechless. In the end, he could only let out a resigned sigh, conceding to the situation. Upon disembarking from the plane, Wang Xiuxiu hurriedly made her way to the small county town she had once called home, her anticipation to reunite with her son overwhelming. Coincidentally, as Li Xiuan hung up the phone, Wang Xiuxiu and her secretary checked into the same hotel, the finest in the county town. Unbeknownst to her, Li Xiuan was also in the same town and staying at the very same hotel. Initially, she had intended to proceed to Li Aigua's residence, but having been away for so many years, the route had become a blur. The changes over the years had been monumental. Even the county town had transformed dramatically. Thus, she reluctantly decided to spend the night at the hotel. However, upon arriving in her room, her first thought was to call her son. It seemed that the closer she was, the more anxious she became. Observing this, her secretary said nothing, quietly preparing dinner. The resolute chairwoman, eager to meet her long-awaited son, had not eaten all day. As a fellow mother, she deeply empathized with the chairwoman's current emotions. Dialing the number, she felt a surge of anxiety as she listened to the ringing tone, fearing her son might not answer. Fortunately, her apprehensions were unfounded as the call was quickly connected. "Hello," came a magnetic male voice from the other end. It was a familiar sound that had etched itself into her memory after just one encounter. Her son's voice. "Xiaowen." Wang Xiuxiu's voice trembled, and all her longing for her son manifested in tears cascading down her cheeks. "Mom is in the county town now. Tomorrow morning, I will come to pick you up. I know about the hardships you have endured over the years. I am so sorry." Li Xiuan had not anticipated her arrival would be so swift, but now that she was here, he certainly wanted to see her. However, he found it difficult to bear her words without understanding the full context, and he interrupted her. "I am also in the county town. Where are you?" "I will come to see you now." Wang Xiuxiu was momentarily taken aback, hardly able to believe it. This was undoubtedly the greatest surprise of her life. "Really? That's wonderful," she exclaimed, though she quickly added, "But let me send someone to pick you up." "Where are you, son?" "No need. Just tell me where you are." Li Xiuan replied flatly, devoid of any emotion. Sensing her son's impatience, Wang Xiuxiu quickly responded in a gentle tone, "All right. Xiaowen, come to this address. Hotel. Room 608 on the 6th floor." Li Xiuan was momentarily taken aback. "Unexpectedly, I find myself residing in the same hotel as you, which indeed simplifies matters considerably." "Very well. I shall make my way over now." After hanging up the phone, I hastily tidied myself before heading out towards the 6th floor. At this moment, Wang Xiuxiu felt increasingly anxious and hurried to the mirror to adjust her attire. When Secretary Yi entered the room and witnessed this scene, she could not help but inquire, "Chairwoman, are you heading out?" "No. Please help me check if my clothes and hair are in disarray. My son will be coming to see me shortly," Wang Xiuxiu replied, twirling around. Just then, a knock resonated at the door. It must be Xiaowen. Wang Xiuxiu's heart leaped with joy. "It shouldn't be. I ordered dinner." "So it's probably room service," Secretary Yi remarked. Wang Xiuxiu calmed herself, realizing that only a few minutes had passed. Her son could not have arrived so quickly unless he too was staying at this hotel. Secretary Yi rose to open the door, only to discover a tall, extraordinarily handsome young man standing outside, far more striking than any celebrity she had encountered before. "May I ask who you are? Is there something you need?" Secretary Yi inquired. Although she had seen a photo of Li Xiuan, it was from a time when he was still in his school uniform with a mushroom haircut. The transformation was so significant that she could hardly recognize him. "Are you Wang Xiuxiu?" Li Xiuan asked, somewhat puzzled. The mother he remembered did not resemble this woman, though she was undeniably beautiful. Of course, his mother had always been quite lovely, but they appeared to be two distinct individuals. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Secretary Yi about the chairwoman's words, prompting her to ask, "Are you Li Xiuan?" "Indeed I am. Please come in. Your mother is waiting for you." she said, stepping aside to invite him in. Upon entering the room, Li Xiaowen was greeted by a stylishly dressed, middle-aged woman exuding the aura of a person of authority. Sitting on the sofa, she stared at him, tears welling in her eyes. After a long pause, she trembled and called out Xiaowen. Years had passed since they last met. The little one who once cried in her arms and blew bubbles from his nose had grown into a man. Although Li Xiaowen had changed considerably, she recognized him at once, feeling an inexplicable bond of blood and resemblance in his features. As she gazed at him, her memory of her mother's face began to merge with the present, revealing only slight alterations, a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and a different demeanor. "It is I," Li Xiaowen replied softly, an unexpected wave of emotion stirring within him. At that moment, Wang Xiuxiu could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward and enveloped her son in her embrace, choking back tears as she exclaimed, "Mama has missed you so much." "My son," Li Xiaowen allowed her to hold him, listening as she repeatedly murmured her apologies. After a considerable time, Wang Xiuxiu composed herself and led Li Xiaowen to the sofa to sit down. Observing her son's calm demeanor, she slowly asked, "Do you harbor resentment towards me, my child? What do you think?" Li Xiaowen replied in a tranquil tone, "Very well. First, listen to what your mother has to say, and then you may decide whether to forgive me," Wang Xiuxiu stated, lost in her recollections. "My parents passed away early, and I relied on my elder brother and sister-in-law to support me through high school. I initially had the opportunity to attend university, but my sister-in-law harbored long-standing resentment towards me, perceiving me as a burden, believing that further education would only lead to marriage. Consequently, I relinquished that dream and acquiesced to their arrangements for me to participate in blind dates. Although I met your father through such an introduction, our feelings blossomed positively after marriage. After your arrival, our family, though financially strained, could still be considered happy. At that time, your father was merely an apprentice stonemason, earning meager wages that barely sufficed for our basic needs. However, I envisioned a future where we could strive together to create better circumstances for you. This marked the beginning of our divergence. I had discussed with him numerous times the futility of remaining in this remote locale, yearning to venture out and bring you along. Yet, this desire led to frequent disputes between us, and over time, I gradually abandoned the idea. I assumed that compromising would allow our family to continue. However, fate had other plans. When you were not yet a year old, you fell gravely ill, suffering from persistent high fevers and convulsions. Neither your father nor I had any experience with childcare, and your grandparents could only resort to local healers and superstitious remedies, praying fervently for your recovery. Being a high school graduate, I could not idly stand by while they acted recklessly. I insisted on taking you to the hospital, yet your father was unable to muster even 300 yuan for medical expenses. Do you understand the depth of my despair during that time? It felt as though my cries went unanswered, and had it not been for your resilience, we might have lost you. At this point, tears welled up in Wang Xiuxiu's eyes once more, as if she were transported back to that harrowing time, her face reflecting sheer fear and helplessness. Chapter 33. Forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowen felt a significant alleviation of the resentment that had long resided within him. Witnessing Wang Xiuxiu's sorrowful and helpless demeanor, he could not resist grasping her hand and gently wiping away her tears. As Wang Xiuxiu sensed the transformation and concern emanating from her son, warmth enveloped her heart, prompting her to continue her narrative. Afterward, when your fever subsided and you began to recover, I vowed never to allow such a situation to occur again. I resolved to secretly venture out and earn money while your father was away at work, leaving behind a letter as I departed. Initially, I found employment at a garment factory, earning several times more than your father. In that first year, I sent him 2,000 yuan, thinking that the more I earned, the better, which led me to return home infrequently. However, 2 years later, the factory went bankrupt, wages were unpaid, and the owner vanished, leaving only a pile of garments as compensation. While others rioted and caused chaos at the factory, I refrained, knowing it would be futile. Instead, I packaged the clothes and sold them at low prices in the market, unexpectedly finding success. Thus, I amassed my first fortune, 50,000 yuan. With this sum, I returned home elated, intending to bring your father and you to the city for a better life, hoping to invest in a business with this capital. Yet, I was utterly unprepared for the tarnished reputation I had at home. I was accused of engaging in the most disreputable of trades, and I had hoped your father would believe in me, dismissing the rumors as mere envy. To my dismay, he chose to trust those baseless allegations. Upon my return, I was not greeted with smiles, but rather with humiliation and violence. I could not comprehend why he would not trust me. I was utterly disillusioned with your father and this family, yearning to take you away, but I was thwarted. With no other option, I chose to divorce your father and leave. At that time, you were already 8 years old. I wonder if you have any recollection of those events. Li Xiaowen pondered this, vaguely recalling such an occurrence, yet the passage of decades since his rebirth muddled his memories. Without waiting for his response, Wang Xiuxiu continued. After I left, I had no desire to return to factory work. I pursued business instead. With the 50,000 yuan as my initial capital, I quickly established my own storefront. As my business gradually expanded, I invested in my own factory and created my own brand. Throughout those years, I attempted to contact your father annually, expressing my desire to see you. However, he claimed that you did not wish to meet me and that you harbored resentment towards me. I could easily surmise that the negative portrayal you received from him painted me as despicable and shameless, likely his entire narrative about me. After he married Chen Suiping, I reduced my attempts to reach out, primarily due to the demands of my burgeoning business, intending to reunite with you once my career stabilized. Yet, this waiting has led us to the present moment. Li Xiaowen was taken aback to realize how deeply Li Aigua had indoctrinated him from a young age. After listening to his mother's account, he felt an undeniable admiration for her. The last vestiges of resentment dissipated, yet to claim an immediate transformation into a deeply affectionate mother-son relationship would be unrealistic. He opted to let things unfold naturally. At most, he would address her as mother in the future. Mom, I no longer harbor any hatred towards you. The words felt somewhat awkward, but they were heartfelt. Upon hearing the long-awaited term of endearment, Wang Xiuxiu could not help but shed tears of joy. So, have you forgiven your mother? How wonderful, she exclaimed, embracing her child. Yes, I have forgiven you, mother, Li Xiaowen replied, returning the embrace and gently stroking her back. After a considerable time, Wang Xiuxiu released her son, wiped her tears, and inquired, Son, now that you have completed your college entrance examination, will you return home with me? Sure, I'll go after I fill out my application tomorrow, he replied. At that moment, the secretary, Yi Shiro, noticing the atmosphere had lightened considerably, brought over the dinner that had been prepared earlier. Chairwoman, you haven't eaten all day. Let's dine and converse, she suggested, stealing glances at Li Xiaowen, whose charisma and good looks were undeniably captivating. Hearing this attractive young woman refer to his mother as chairwoman startled Li Xiaowen slightly. All right, son, come and share a meal with your mother, Wang Xiuxiu said, offering him some dishes. Okay. As Wang Xiuxiu lifted her bowl, she inquired, What score did you achieve, my son? What do you plan to attend university? A little over 300 points. I'll just choose any coastal city. The quality of the school doesn't really matter, Li Xiaowen replied, serving his mother some food in return. Is that so? Wang Xiuxiu pondered for a moment before continuing. Let me arrange it for you. Let us go to the Magic City, and I'll find you a decent university. Do you have any specific requirements for the school? Li Xiaowen was taken aback by his mother's proposition, wondering if she truly had such influence. He casually replied, Anything is fine, as long as it's a university. Rest assured, my son, I will take care of it, she assured him. While others might perceive Li Xiaowen as merely idling away his time, Wang Xiuxiu did not mind. Feeling she had owed her son much, she accepted that if he chose to live a carefree life henceforth, it was acceptable. However, Li Xiaowen possessed a system that allowed him to thrive even in a leisurely existence. As the atmosphere grew increasingly amicable, Secretary Shiro chimed in, Chairwoman, I believe sending the young master to a drama academy would be a splendid idea. With his striking looks, it would be a shame not to pursue stardom. Moreover, celebrities earn well, making it a commendable profession. With your support, he could easily enter the industry without the usual complexities. Wang Xiuxiu contemplated this suggestion briefly and deemed it quite appealing, turning to her son to ask, What do you think, my son? Li Xiaowen considered it and thought it was indeed a good idea. After all, who hasn't harbored a dream of becoming a star. That could work. However, both the arts examination and the college entrance exam have already passed. It won't be that simple, he remarked, then looked at the attractive young woman, Yi Shuero, and added, "You can just call me An or Xiaowen. I'm not fond of being addressed as young master." "All right then. From now on, I will call you An," Yi Shuero responded, giving him a playful wink. To this, Wang Xiuxiu merely attributed it to her son's shyness, still unaccustomed to being called young master. "Don't worry, my son." Mother assured that if it could be managed, she would certainly secure his admission to university. Once the arrangements for college were finalized, the mother and son began to engage in light-hearted conversation, their relationship gradually becoming less awkward. "My dear son, with such striking good looks, you must have many young ladies vying for your affection," Wang Xiuxiu remarked, her gaze lingering on her son's handsome visage, satisfaction evident in her eyes. "Indeed, with such charm. How could not?" Li Xuven replied in a teasing tone. "Haha, so, my son, do you have a girlfriend at present? I would love to meet her someday." "Yes. Which one would you like to meet, Mom?" Li Xuven responded candidly. He preferred to forego any facade of innocence before anyone, and thought it wise to let his mother in on his true nature early on to avoid future pressures regarding marriage. Mother. Ye oeru. Chapter 34 Graduation. The following day, I awoke to find it was already past noon, having conversed with my mother late into the night. Checking my phone, I discovered several unread messages. "Sukyan, darling, I have already taken my mother to the hospital, and the surgery is expected to commence within a week. Mo, I love you lots. Chen Shui. Shall we return to school together? Chen Shui. Still not awake? Never mind. I want to wait for you. Jian'an, my dear, which school do you plan to attend? I selected a city similar to yours when filling out my application." Realizing that 2 hours had already slipped away, I hurriedly replied. Reply to Su Qian. "All right, my love. Call me if you need anything." Reply to Chen Shui. "Just woke up. You go ahead. I'll join you shortly." Reply to Zhong Tianai. "I will be attending school in the Magic City, darling." Having sent my replies, I swiftly got out of bed and completed my morning routine, washing my face, brushing my teeth, and drying my hair, all within 20 minutes. Today, I opted for collegiate style, donning a short-sleeved, pure white shirt paired with a striped casual tie. My lower half was clad in black shorts, complemented by white sneakers and long white socks. Gazing into the mirror, I felt as handsome as my readers would imagine. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, I found Ishiuro standing there, impeccably dressed in a semi-casual business ensemble, a beige blazer, white blouse, and a black pencil skirt. Her graceful demeanor and strikingly beautiful face were utterly captivating. "On, prepare yourself. I will accompany you to school with the chairman." "The car is ready," she announced, her heart fluttering at the sight of the tall, handsome young man before her. His youthful vitality evoked memories of her first love. "All right, Sister Shiuro, let us depart." "I'm all set," I replied with a smile. Descending the stairs with Yi Shiuro, we entered the dining area to find my mother already there. "Good morning, Mom." I greeted Wang Xiuxiu as I took a seat beside her. After last night's conversation, addressing her as Mom felt increasingly natural, and I instinctively called out to her upon seeing her. "Good morning, son." Wang Xiuxiu gazed affectionately at me, a smile gracing her lips, clearly pleased with the warmth and ease I now exhibited. "Eat up. It's getting late. After breakfast, I'll accompany you to school to collect your graduation certificate. I ordered something for you. I hope you like it. If not, we can always change it." "It's all right. I'm not picky. I'll eat anything." I was quite hungry and quickly polished off the breakfast laid before me. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, a sleek black Mercedes S400 was parked steadily. As the car door opened, a young man in his late 20s approached my mother respectfully. "Chairman, the car is ready and we can depart at any time." I looked at my mother with a puzzled expression, only to hear her respond with a gentle smile. "This vehicle has been specially dispatched from the provincial branch. Come on." So, with that, she ushered me into the car, and Yishiuro settled into the passenger seat. The vehicle started and gradually made its way toward our destination. As the vehicle accelerated, Li Xiuwen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, there is truth in the adage that expensive things hold their own worth. The car, worth over $1 million, offered a distinctly unparalleled experience compared to ordinary vehicles. It sped along smoothly and steadily, arriving at the school just before noon. At that moment, a multitude of students were bustling in and out of the school gates, with several familiar faces hurrying toward the entrance, indicating that Li Xiaowen was not the last to arrive. Both teachers and students along the roadside noticed the luxury car parked at the school entrance and paused to admire it. Many were witnessing such an extravagant automobile for the first time, casting curious glances, including a few of Li Xiaowen's classmates. "Deyun, look, it's a Mercedes," exclaimed a slender classmate with a pockmarked face, excitedly nudging the person beside him. "Just a Mercedes. My uncle has a B class," the other replied dismissively. "That's merely a B class. This one is an S class, worth over $1 million," interjected another bespectacled boy, offering his insights. "Don't you understand the alphabetical order? My uncle's B class isn't shabby either," June retorted, feigning understanding with a look of disdain. The two girls behind them remained silent, quietly absorbing the boys' discussions, quietly gaining knowledge. Just as the debate continued, the car door swung open, and the driver respectfully exited to open the rear door. What followed was a scene that seemed almost too incredible to believe. Li Xiaowen emerged slowly from a car. His tall and handsome figure, combined with his striking features, transformed him into a living embodiment of a young aristocrat. "Wow, Li Xiaowen," one girl gasped, unable to contain her astonishment. "He's so handsome. I had no idea Li Xiaowen's family was this wealthy. Was his previous demeanor merely a facade? Is this how affluent families educate their children?" The girls' imaginations ran wild, mesmerized by the spectacle. In contrast, the boys, aside from their astonished expressions, were left with feelings of jealousy and envy. The once inconspicuous individual had dramatically transformed into someone they envied, handsome and affluent. Sensing someone calling his name, Li Xiaowen turned to see a few classmates and, with polite smiles, greeted them. "Hello. Long time no see." They were taken aback that Li Xiaowen would acknowledge them, feeling both nervous and shy. "Why you? Hello, Li Xiaowen. Are they your classmates?" "Son?" Wang Xiaoxiao, having alighted from the car, inquired upon seeing her son interacting with others. "Yes, classmates," Li Xiaowen replied, glancing at his mother. Upon hearing her son's words, Wang Xiaoxiao smiled at the classmates. After Li Xiaowen and his mother entered the school, the girls gradually followed behind, whispering among themselves. "That woman is actually Li Xiaowen's mother. She exudes such elegance. Indeed, the sister beside her is beautiful too." Upon arriving in the classroom, it was nearly filled with students. The homeroom teacher, Wang Can, stood at the podium, having just arrived, as he organized some papers beside a stack of graduation certificates. Wang Xiaoxiao did not enter, but instead stood at the doorway, awaiting her son. Li Xiaowen, with practiced ease, settled beside Chen Shui, offering a smile and a nod in greeting. "Long time no see, Chen Shui. Were you planning to attend school?" Observing his increasingly handsome visage, Chen Shui felt her heart inexplicably race. Yet, the thought of his connection with her cousin left her feeling oddly perturbed. She could only reply casually, "Yes. It has been a while. I'm not sure yet. I'll see you later," and then fell silent. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, sensing the time was ripe, cleared his throat and announced, "All right, let us not squander any more time. When I call your name, please come forward to collect your graduation certificate. Those who complete their forms may stay. Those wishing to repeat the year may take their leave." Liarniu, Wei Jiala, Luo Haofeng. Chapter 35 Departure to the Magic City. Li Xiaowen. Which school do you intend to attend? Just as Li Xiaowen was engrossed in listening to the teacher call out names, he heard Chen Shui's voice beside him. "Magic City. If your school happens to be in Magic City, do come and visit me when you have some free time." "Sure." Although Chen Shui initially hesitated to engage him due to her cousin's situation, she found herself genuinely fond of him. If she didn't express her feelings now, she feared there might never be another opportunity. They exchanged a few more casual remarks until they soon heard the homeroom teacher announce Li Xiaowen's name. "Chen Shui, let's chat on WeChat when you have time. I'm planning to go to Magic City as soon as I get my diploma. My mother is waiting for me at the gate. Bye." With that, he took his diploma and vanished from Chen Shui's sight. In her line of vision, she saw Li Xiaowen conversing with a middle-aged, elegant woman, who then linked her arm with his. That must be his mother. How beautiful and graceful she is. No wonder Li Xiaowen is so handsome. Yet, she wondered why he left without filling out his application. Was he merely repeating a year in Magic City? Never mind. Chen Shui, what on earth are you thinking? He is your cousin's man, and he's quite the flirtatious one. Lost in her thoughts, Chen Shui failed to notice when the homeroom teacher called her name until a classmate nudged her. After encountering Li Xiaowen, she felt an unsettling restlessness. When it came time to fill out her applications, she inexplicably selected a school in Magic City as her first choice, with a nearby province as her second. At that moment, Jian'an had also completed her applications, resolutely choosing only schools in Magic City. Despite being seen as a troubled girl who had transferred schools numerous times, her academic performance far surpassed that of Li Xiaowen, scoring over 490 on the college entrance examination. The moment she finished her applications, she messaged Li Xiaowen to inform him truthfully. With his diploma in hand, Li Xiaowen was wandering the school with his mother when he received Zhong Tianai's message, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. After sending her a heart emoji, he continued to explore the campus with his mother before heading to the city. Planning to fly to Magic City the following day, Li Xiaowen felt no objections. He was indeed weary of this place, devoid of any cherished memories. Only pain remained. That evening, after saying their goodbyes, he and his mother returned to their respective rooms to rest. The next day, Li Xiaowen flew to Magic City with Wang Xiuxiu. On the plane, his mother conversed with him extensively, expressing her hopes that he would meet her current stepdaughter and his half-sister, gradually adapting to their future life together. Li Xiaowen thought it would be nice to meet them as it would ease his mother's concerns. After all, they would eventually have to meet. As for himself, he felt indifferent. If they could coexist harmoniously, that would be lovely. If not, it was of little consequence, for he was merely accompanying his mother for a few days. Wang Xiuxiu, too, had her share of misfortune. Having lost her parents at a young age, she was regarded as a burden by her brother and sister-in-law. In her youth, she was arranged for a blind date by her sister-in-law, only to end up divorced due to her husband's foul language and distrust. Later, after remarrying, she faced the heartache of losing her second husband within a few years. Yet, she exhibited remarkable resilience, despite these trials. She carved out an extraordinary legacy for herself that could only be described as legendary. In her second marriage, she embraced a blended family, as her new husband brought along a daughter, Qin Muxiue. Thus, Wang Xiuxiu found herself in the role of a stepmother. Although she later gave birth to another daughter, Qin Simu, she treated Qin Muxiue with the same love and care as her own, never showing favoritism. Over time, Qin Muxiue gradually accepted her stepmother. Yet a lingering issue persisted. Qin Muxiue remained registered as a single household. The reasons for this predicament remain unclear. Meanwhile, upon learning that her mother would be bringing home her biological son today, Qin Muxiue inexplicably felt a surge of hostility. She was reluctant to allow this so-called brother to integrate into her family life. Having grown up unfamiliar with maternal affection, she cherished the love she found in her stepmother, especially after her father's unexpected passing. She feared that this precious bond would be jeopardized. At that moment, in Villa number 8 of Haijingyuan, Qin Muxiue sat on the sofa, observing her younger sister, who was lost in the world of Peppa Pig. Suddenly, she turned to her sister and asked, "Simu, Mom is bringing home a brother for you later. Are you excited?" Little Simu, upon hearing that her mother would be introducing a brother, immediately ceased watching Peppa and looked at her sister with bright eyes. "Really? Sister, I want a brother." She had long desired a brother, especially after hearing her classmate Wang Xiaoping boast that his brother could transform into a heroic warrior, defeating monsters and protecting him. She envied that notion and had often fantasized about having a brother. Besides, she hoped a brother would not snatch her snacks like her sister did. Qin Muxiue felt exasperated. She had anticipated finding an ally in her sister, only to discover her sister's betrayal. "Aren't you afraid he'll take your snacks and toys?" she inquired. "I'm not scared. If he can protect me, I'll share my snacks and toys with him," little Simu replied. She had never dared to share with her sister that a boy in her class, Zhu Xiaohu, constantly stole her toys and snacks and even tugged on her braids. Just the other day, he had pushed her down the slide, leaving her knee bruised. "Are you not concerned he'll take your mother away from you? Once he arrives, Your mother might not have time for you anymore. Qin Muxue continued her playful threat. Originally, she intended to say that their mother would no longer love her, but reconsidered, finding it too harsh. I'm not worried. Mom is so busy. She never has time for me anyway. Every parent-teacher meeting, it's the nanny who accompanies me. Little Simu pouted, her voice trailing off. At that moment, the door swung open, and they heard their mother's voice calling, Muxue, Simu, Mom is back. Come and meet our new family member. Qin Muxue turned to see a tall, handsome man with an elegant demeanor following her mother, smiling and nodding at her. Her first reaction was one of admiration for his looks, but then the realization struck her that this man would compete for her place in the family, causing her expression to sour instantly. With a stiff smile, she greeted, "Welcome home, mother," and to this unfamiliar brother of mine. Li Showen maintained an unchanging expression, completely feigning ignorance of the hidden implications behind her words, and with a faint smile, simply said, "Thank you." Wang Xiuxiu, on the other hand, seemed entirely oblivious to the conversation. Little Simu, unaware of the nuances, spotted her mother and immediately dashed over with her tiny legs, exclaiming, "Mom, hug." Wang Xiuxiu bent down and embraced her daughter, planting a kiss on her delicate, fair cheek, and cheerfully inquired, "My little treasure, have you missed Mommy?" "Yes, I think about you every day." Little Simu nestled into her mother's embrace, her head resting on her shoulder, her eyes cautiously glancing back at Li Showen, before softly whispering in what she believed to be a hushed tone, "Mom, is he my brother? He is so handsome." Qin Muxue. Li Shiwen. Chapter 36. Encounters and hostility indeed. He is your brother. Do you like him? Wang Xiuxiu gently caressed her little daughter's hair and softly encouraged, "Say hello to your brother." Li Showen was equally charmed by the little one. Perhaps it was the shared bloodline that made him feel an extraordinary fondness, gazing at her with tender eyes. At that moment, the little girl shyly glanced at Li Showen and was met with his warm smile, causing her to bury her face in her mother's shoulder, whispering, "Mom, but I feel a bit shy. What should I do?" Beside them, Qin Muxue could not help but internally scoff. This little traitor, already so young and starting to be infatuated with looks. Is it really just because he is a bit taller and a bit more handsome? Ha ha ha. Simu, this is your brother. There is no need to be shy. Wang Xiuxiu chuckled at her daughter's adorable demeanor. All right then. Summoning all her courage, the blushing Simu addressed Li Showen. "Hello, brother. My name is Qin Simu. I am your sister, 6 years old, and already in kindergarten." "Hello, Simu. Your brother would like to give you a hug. May I?" Li Showen replied with a smile, his voice gentle. Without uttering a word, Simu simply extended her arms. Observing this, Li Showen reciprocated, enveloping little Simu in a warm embrace. As he held the exquisitely cute girl in his arms, he suddenly felt a profound sense of kinship. Wang Xiuxiu observed the scene with great delight and interjected, "All right, let's not just stand around." Qin Muxue felt a pang of jealousy, wondering why it seemed as if she were the outsider, as if they were the true family. The group settled onto the sofa. On the television, Peppa Pig was still searching tirelessly for someone to whistle, but little Simu had lost interest, her attention solely captivated by her newly acquainted brother. "Brother, how come you are so handsome?" Simu whispered in Li Showen's ear. "You are quite beautiful as well. We are both equally good-looking," Li Showen replied, playfully ruffling her hair with a smile. Hearing their exchange, Qin Muxue silently huffed, "What a narcissist." Wang Xiuxiu, observing the harmonious rapport between the siblings, decided to let them be and turned her attention to her eldest daughter, asking with concern, "Muxue, how have you been at school lately? Have you encountered any difficulties? Is your allowance sufficient?" "Not bad. The money is enough," Qin Muxue replied somewhat absent-mindedly. Noticing her demeanor, Wang Xiuxiu understood. She feared becoming redundant in this household. So, she casually suggested, "Muxue, it has been a while since we've had a good chat. Let us sleep together tonight, just the two of us, and talk." On the surface, Qin Muxue appeared indifferent, yet inwardly, she felt a twinge of delight. She casually responded, "Sure, I've been having nightmares lately." Thus, throughout the evening, Li Showen and she exchanged not a single word. Meanwhile, little Simu had already engaged Li Showen in countless conversations, sharing tales about classmates transforming and how her sister often snatched her snacks. After the family finished dinner that night, they each retired to their respective rooms. In Wang Xiuxiu's bedroom, a mother and her daughter lay on the bed, engaged in conversation. "Mom, how long will my little brother stay with us?" inquired Qin Muxue. Despite being 2 years older than Li Xiuwen, her question seemed rather juvenile, lacking depth. Wang Xiuxiu, both amused and exasperated, resolved to guide her daughter thoughtfully. This naivete could not persist. She gently replied, "Muxue, would you like to hear your mother's story?" "Yes. Please tell me." Wang Xiuxiu gathered her thoughts and began to narrate, recounting her own experiences at the tender age of 13 or 14 when her parents unexpectedly passed away. As she spoke, Qin Muxue was captivated, gradually immersing herself in her mother's tale. When she learned how her mother was regarded as a burden by her uncle and aunt, forcing her to abandon her dreams of attending university and instead marry, Qin Muxue felt a surge of indignation, as if she were experiencing it herself. The narrative shifted to her mother's subsequent happiness in marriage, followed by a cascade of misfortunes that led to her being unjustly treated, ultimately resulting in her decision to leave her brother and divorce. Qin Muxue's expressions fluctuated from joy to sorrow, her anger boiling over as she clenched the blanket. Throughout the story, her face was a canvas of emotions. While Wang Xiuxiu remained composed, though her daughter was already in tears, tightly embracing her. As the tale concluded, night had deepened around them. "Muxue, thus, I hope you harbor no other thoughts. You are my daughter, and I shall treat you, your sister, and your brother with equal love. In my eyes, you are all my children, my last kin in this world. Sorry, Mom. I'm just afraid that my brother will take you away, and then I will have nothing," murmured Qin Muxue softly. "Foolish child." Wang Xiuxiu gently patted her back. "Are you still afraid?" "No longer, because we are all your children." The following morning, Li Xiuwen was awakened by the cheerful calls of Xiao Simu. "Brother, wake up. You promised to take me to school today." The little one, with her short legs, clambered onto her brother's bed, exerting all her strength to pull him slightly. "All right, I'm getting up." Li Xiuwen, still bleary-eyed, pulled Xiao Simu into his embrace and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Oh dear, brother, you haven't brushed your teeth yet. How can you kiss me?" Xiao Simu exclaimed with a look of distaste. However, her protests were in vain. Li Xiuwen managed to plant another kiss on her cheek before lifting her off the bed. "Hurry up, brother. I'm going to be late." Okay. 10 minutes and I'll be ready." He swiftly finished his morning routine and, upon descending the stairs, encountered his mother and Qin Muxue, who were enjoying breakfast. The housekeeper was bringing porridge to the table. "Good morning, young master. Please call me Xiuwen, Aunt Wang." "Good morning, little brother." Li Xiuwen was taken aback. Just last night, he felt her animosity distinctly, yet after a mere night, she greeted him so warmly. Good morning." He managed to stammer, awkwardly addressing his sister. "So, aren't you sleeping in? Don't young people love to sleep in?" His mother inquired between bites of her meal. "Not anymore. Last night, I promised Simu that I would take her to kindergarten this morning." "Oh dear, I nearly forgot about that." "Well then, do take care on the road." "Rest assured, Mom." With that, I casually picked up 2 buns and headed to the garage with the little one. Watching the siblings depart, Wang Xiuxiu turned to her eldest daughter and said, "Muxue, your younger brother has just arrived in the magical city and is unfamiliar with the surroundings. And he has few friends. If you have some free time, please take him around." "Sure, Mom. I will take him out to play tonight, as it happens to be my friend's birthday, and he can meet a few of my friends." In the garage, Li Xiuwen held little Simu's hand with one hand while retrieving the car keys his mother had given him the previous night. It was a Mercedes-Benz C-Class worth over 300,000. During dinner last night, when his mother learned that Li Xiuwen had obtained his driver's license, she offered him the opportunity to practice. After unlocking the car door, he helped the little one into the vehicle and fastened her seatbelt. Then, with practiced ease, he ignited the engine, pressed the accelerator, and gently eased onto the road. Chapter 37. Skill Surge. Li Xiuwen navigated the roads with remarkable steadiness, for he could be considered a seasoned driver, albeit just barely. As he merged into the flow of traffic, the familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding, skill, driving recording. Current level, 1 beginner. Would you like to spend 100 to upgrade to level 2? Without hesitation, he opted for the upgrade. A week passed, and his bank account swelled by an additional 280,000. A torrent of memories flooded his mind, and he felt increasingly adept behind the wheel. At that moment, Li Xiaowen had acquired the finesse to drift with ease, earning himself the title of an amateur racer. 10 minutes later, he parked the car by the roadside, taking the hand of little Simu as they strolled towards the kindergarten. Along the way, he noticed that parents dropping off their children were driving an array of luxury vehicles, including a white Cullinan, lauded as the land yacht and the priciest SUV. It was undeniable that wealth abounded in this magical city. Little Simu appeared exhilarated, greeting acquaintances with enthusiasm while proudly introducing Li Xiaowen. "This is my brother. Isn't he handsome?" Her declaration drew admiring glances from several mothers accompanying their children to school, with some audaciously casting flirtatious looks his way. The young mothers, dressed in cool attire, stylishly adorned, were indeed captivating. Goodness, he was merely 18. How could he withstand such allure? Upon reaching the entrance where the teacher awaited, little Simu greeted, "Good morning, Teacher Zhao. This is my brother. Isn't he more handsome than your boyfriend?" Fortunately, Li Xiaowen had a thick skin. Otherwise, he might have faced social embarrassment. He finally grasped the true purpose of his sister's insistence for him to accompany her to school. It was to flaunt her attractive brother before her classmates and teachers. "Haha, good morning, classmate Qin Simu. Your brother is indeed quite handsome," the teacher replied. "Hey, classmate Qin Simu, hurry inside. It's almost time for class," she added, reminding them. Nearby parents were bidding farewell to their children, advising them not to be naughty and to refrain from bullying their classmates. Qin Simu blinked her beautiful big eyes and turned to Li Xiaowen. "Brother, do you have anything to say to me?" Li Xiaowen chuckled inwardly. This little one, though small, was quite sharp-witted. After a moment's thought, he said, "If you can learn, then learn. If not, play by yourself. Eat well. After all, you've paid for it. If someone hits you, hit back. We don't bully others, but we won't let anyone bully us. Understood?" Qin Simu. Teacher. Other parents. Young parent. Listen to that. He summarizes it quite well. Very sensible. Conservative parent. Is this how children are taught nowadays? Qin Simu gazed at her brother. Although she did not comprehend why his words differed from those of other parents, she felt that he understood her well. "Got it, brother. I will listen to you. Goodbye, brother." Teacher. Parents. As she skipped into the schoolyard, Li Xiaowen finally turned to leave. Driving back home, upon discovering that his mother and Qin Muxue had both departed for their respective workplaces and schools, only Li Xiaowen remained at home. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to retreat to his room to thoroughly explore the intricacies of the system. The system was uncommunicative, akin to a program that operated autonomously. Many features required personal activation. Much like skills, numerous abilities that he had previously mastered remained unrecorded by the system panel unless triggered, thus hindering any potential advancement. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaowen commenced singing in his room. Recalling the vocal techniques he had encountered in various tutorial videos on short video platforms during his past life, he relaxed his jaw, sought the sensation of yawning, and maintained that state. Engaging his diaphragm, he aimed for resonance within his chest cavity. As he sang a few phrases, he distinctly felt a vibration in his chest. At that moment, a familiar sound resonated in his mind. Ding, singing skill recorded, current level 1 novice. Li Xiaowen promptly upgraded his skill. Ding, singing skill advanced to level 2, expert. Subsequently, he endeavored to try various other activities, spending nearly the entire day immersing himself in an array of instructional videos. As time gradually passed, Li Xiaowen's system panel began to accumulate additional skills. It was not until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that he was interrupted by a plaintive, childlike voice. "Stinky brother, why haven't you come to pick me up? Aunt Wang said you were busy, but you're not in school or at work. What could possibly be more important than your adorable sister?" Little Simu pushed open the door, hands on her hips, adopting an admonishing stance that was both endearing and fierce. It dawned on Li Xiaowen that he had indeed forgotten about her. He turned to his sister and said, "All right, I apologize, dear sister. How about I prepare something delicious for you shortly?" Little Simu crossed her arms, pouting and turning her head away. Li Xiuwen approached, scooped her up, and made his way downstairs. At that moment, his system panel had transformed as follows. System level: 3 host, Li Xiuwen age, 18 height, 185 centimeters physique, 30, the average adult is 10, charm, 90-10, 100 skills, culinary arts, 3, master level, equestrianism, 3, master level, guitar, 3, master level, singing, 3, master level, English, 3, master level, Tai Chi, 3, master level, parkour, 3, master level, piano, 3, master level, wealth, 40,000 per 24 hours current, 6,021, 100 to next level, 290,000, 600,000. Note: all skills are categorized into 5 levels: novice, expert, master, Hall of Fame, and legendary. For levels above master, the requirements for advancement increase tenfold with each level. In these 7 to 8 hours, he had managed to achieve all of this, and he resolved to continue learning as needed in the future. Cradling little Simu, he entered the living room and gently placed her on the sofa, saying, "Simu, please don't be upset. I'll prepare something tasty for you right away. What would you like, dear sister?" Little Simu shot him a skeptical glance and replied, "Can you even cook? Stinky brother. Surely, you wouldn't wish for me to prepare instant noodles for you. That's something my sister would do. Of course I can cook. Just tell me what you desire, and I assure you, I will not disappoint. Perhaps some Coca-Cola chicken wings or braised pork. These are 2 of my absolute favorites," pondered Simu thoughtfully. "Let me handle it. Just tell me what you wish to eat." Aunt Wang interjected from the side. "No need. Today, I want to prepare a meal for my family. Aunt Wang, you may attend to other matters." Li Xiuwen explained. In truth, he was primarily eager to test the prowess of master-level culinary skills. "Very well. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call for me, Xiuwen." With that, Aunt Wang took her leave. Although she was referred to as a housekeeper, it would be more appropriate to call her a professional steward, earning a monthly salary of 50,000 P.S. Feel free to investigate. A personal steward can perform all the tasks of a housekeeper, as well as those beyond the abilities of a typical housekeeper. Chapter 38. Showcasing culinary skills. Li Xiuwen entered the kitchen and surveyed the fresh ingredients within the refrigerator: chicken, duck, fish, and an assortment of seafood, including abalone. He skillfully selected and washed the ingredients before immersing himself in the culinary process. Soon, the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma of cooking. Simultaneously, his classmate Simu, who had been intently watching Peiqi, was suddenly overtaken by a wave of hunger as the delightful scent wafted through the air. Following the fragrance, she discovered that it was indeed her brother who was cooking, and the deliciousness was undeniable. Clearly, he had not deceived her. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing their mother and sister returning home in succession. "What a delightful aroma! Aunt Wang's culinary skills have certainly improved," exclaimed one. "Indeed, it is quite appetizing," the other responded. As they entered the living room, they were astonished to find a familiar figure bustling about in the kitchen. It was their son. It was their brother. The 2 exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that Li Xiuwen could cook. Wang Xiuxiu pondered further, reflecting that her son's previous hardships alongside Li Aigua had likely spurred this newfound skill. The adeptness with which he flipped the pan suggested countless meals had honed such expertise. This realization caused an inexplicable pang of sorrow in her heart. Just as Li Xiuwen was completing the final dish, he caught sight of his mother and Qin Mushua watching him. Perfect timing. "Mom and sis, wash your hands and get ready to enjoy my culinary creations," he called out. The open kitchen allowed him to set the dishes directly on the table, which was now lavishly adorned with 7 dishes and a soup, 5 meat, and 3 vegetarian offerings. Astonished, Wang Xiuxiu exclaimed, "You made all of these?" Qin Mushua swallowed hard in anticipation. "Yes. Hurry and wash your hands so we can eat," replied Li Xiuwen, removing his apron and turning to Simu with a grin. "See, I didn't lie to you." The 3 women quickly washed their hands and took their seats at the dining table. "Go on, try it." Li Xiuwen urged. Each of them eagerly picked their desired dishes, and upon tasting, they expressed their delight, their faces radiating satisfaction. "Wow, This is incredible, brother. You're amazing, exclaimed Simu. You're truly impressive, little brother. This is delicious, added Qin Muxiue. So, this is particularly delightful. I absolutely love it, exclaimed Wang Xiuxiu. Li Xiuwen felt a sense of fulfillment and joined in the joyful feast. The meal was filled with warmth and laughter, with compliments about the food flowing freely, while conversation took a back seat as they focused on the exquisite flavors. Once everyone had indulged to their heart's content, the family sprawled comfortably on the sofa, rubbing their bellies. I'm so full. Simu leaned against her brother. I reckon this meal will add a couple of pounds. Qin Muxiue chimed in, burping softly. At that moment, Wang Xiuxiu produced a bank card and handed it to Li Xiuwen, saying, "Here, my son, this is your allowance from your mother. You are all my children, and I treat you equally. Each of you will receive 1 million a year for living expenses, compensating for the time I was not by your side. The card holds a total of 11 million. You have the opportunity to venture out and purchase a car that you desire. Do not deprive yourself." Li Xiuwen, being unpretentious, graciously accepts what is offered and does not ask for more. He receives it and places it in his pocket, expressing gratitude to his mother. "Oh, my dear child, why the formalities with your mother?" His sister, Qin Muxiue, tilts her head and inquires, "Brother, what kind of car do you wish to buy? Would you like me to assist you in choosing?" "I'm not quite sure yet. Let us discuss it later, sister." He replies, "Very well. By the way," Qin Muxiue continues, as if struck by a thought, "I have no classes tomorrow afternoon. Come with me to shop for some clothes, and then accompany me to my friend's birthday party in the evening." Li Xiuwen, genuinely disinterested in such a mundane celebration, particularly since he does not know anyone there, contemplates before responding, "I can go shopping with you, but I will skip the birthday party. What is the point of attending when I don't even know anyone? That's precisely why I want to take you. To introduce you to some people." Qin Muxiue insists, "Your sister is right, son. You don't have many friends here. It will be beneficial for you to meet new people." Their mother, Wang Xiuxiu, chimes in. Li Xiuwen, wishing to decline, is interrupted by Qin Muxiue's insistence. "It's settled then. Trust me, you won't regret following your sister. I guarantee you will meet many lovely ladies. Plus, with your charm, I'm sure they will be drawn to you." "All right then," he concedes, realizing he has little choice given the insistence of both his mother and sister. The allure of beautiful women pales in comparison to the necessity of honoring their wishes. The following day, Li Xiuwen rises early, finding himself with little to occupy his time. He decides to drop off his younger sister, Xiaosimu, at school, which also serves to pass the time. Once he finishes, he intends to visit a dealership to fulfill his dream. In his previous life, he could not afford such luxuries, earning only a modest salary while dreaming of extravagant cars worth hundreds of thousands or millions, merely liking and saving posts about them. After Xiaosimu proudly showcased her brother to her friends yesterday, she appears much more at ease today, watching the little one enter kindergarten. Li Xiuwen drives directly to the nearest dealership. The thought of soon possessing his first sports car fills him with excitement, despite the 2 lives he has lived. The anticipation is overwhelming. In his previous existence, he felt powerless, working tirelessly. Now, he possesses the means to drive the very symbols of luxury he once only dreamed of. However, upon arriving at the dealership, he soon realizes that purchasing a car worth several million is not as simple as buying groceries. One cannot just pay and drive away. Most of the high-end vehicles are already reserved, with payment made in advance, unless one opts for a standard sedan. Limited edition models require reservations months in advance, and even then, there is no guarantee of availability. Unfortunately, fate does not favor him. The Ferraris and Porsches he admires are not in stock. The quickest he could manage would be to wait a day or two for a transfer from a nearby city. Yet, Li Xiuwen cannot afford to wait. Eager to drive his own car. At home, Qin Muxiue possesses 2 cars, a Porsche 911 and a Maserati MC20. However, these vehicles do not belong to him. Adorned as they are in pink wraps, peach pink for the Porsche and diamond pink for the Maserati, it feels inappropriate for a grown man to drive such cars. At long last, as Li Xiuwen perused the 5th establishment, he stumbled upon a vehicle available for immediate acquisition. It was a pristine white Audi R8, its sleek lines and striking aesthetics captivating Li Xiuwen at first glance. He was particularly drawn to it. Reminiscent of a similar model he had once admired on Douyin in a past life. Upon inquiring with the sales representative, he discovered that the car had just arrived a mere 2 days prior, intended to entice customers as this shop appeared to have opened recently. Can I take it home today? The sooner, the better. Li Xiaowen did not concern himself with the price. His sole focus was on securing the car that very day. Absolutely, sir, replied the saleswoman, a young woman of modest beauty, yet possessing an appealing figure, her voice laced with a charming lilt. All right, bring forth the contract. I shall make the payment and sign it at once. Certainly, sir. The female sales representative, brimming with joy, hurried off to print the contract. A few minutes later, accompanied by the store manager, Li Xiaowen completed the transaction with his card and signed the contract, then awaited the final formalities to take possession of his new vehicle. Chapter 39. Acquiring a sports car. When making the payment, Li Xiaowen utilized a cashback card. After completing a series of procedural documents, he finally had the opportunity to examine the information displayed on the panel. Ding! Cashback multiplier set at 3. 33 times. Please check the receipt. Host. Ding! System upgraded to level 7. System level 7 host. Li Xiaowen age 18 height 185 centimeters physique 30 charisma 90-10 100 skills culinary arts 3 master level equestrianism 3 master level guitar 3 master level singing 3 master level English 3 master level tai chi 3 master level parkour 3 master level piano 3 master level wealth 80,000 every 24 hours current 22,995,000 to next level 2,138,2,000,000. Gazing at his substantial savings of over 20 million, Li Xiaowen felt an invigorating sense of pride. It is worth noting that many companies do not possess such liquidity. Capable 4S dealerships can assist in online tax reporting and issuing temporary licenses. After approximately 2 hours of waiting, all invoices, documentation, and the temporary license were ready. He called for a chauffeur to accompany him, and Li Xiaowen drove his newly acquired R8 straight home. As he drove his own sports car, Li Xiaowen experienced an unparalleled sense of euphoria and satisfaction. This is what life should be. Upon returning home, he still felt an insatiable longing, genuinely reluctant to part with it. Instructing the chauffeur to park the car, his phone rang. Hello, sister. Are you home? Yes, brother. Come pick me up. Let's go eat first, then we can shop. All right. After placing the key for the C-Class car aside, Li Xiaowen started his newly purchased R8 and sped towards Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. After half an hour, he parked the car by the roadside. He sent a message to his sister and observed the flow of people at the school gate, quietly waiting for Qin Muxue. He also took the opportunity to observe passers-by, curious to see if anything resembling the scenarios from novels would unfold. After a considerable time, there were no encounters matching the romantic encounters depicted in stories. Indeed, novels often mislead, although he attracted many gazes, with several individuals capturing photographs. Ding, his phone chimed. Qin Muxue, where are you? I can't see you at the school gate. Li Xiaowen turned and immediately spotted the striking Qin Muxue amidst the crowd. Accompanying her was another girl of similar height, their arms linked, seemingly quite close. However, due to an obstruction in his line of sight, he could not discern her features. One must admit, Qin Muxue was indeed exceptionally beautiful, standing at 170 centimeters with stunning looks, making her an undeniable presence wherever she stood. Li Xiaowen, I see you looked your left. After sending the message, Li Xiaowen opened the car door and approached her directly. Qin Muxue noticed him and waved. The girl beside her, slightly less attractive, was also gazing intently at Li Xiaowen. Shiqi, this is my brother. Isn't he handsome? As Li Xiaowen approached, Qin Muxue introduced him to the girl beside her. Hello. Beautiful. Li Xiaowen flashed his signature smile, revealing dimples and a set of 8 pristine teeth, exuding a captivating charm that left the other party momentarily breathless and visibly nervous. Why, you can just call me Shiqi, Yang Shiqi stammered, her heart racing at the sight of Li Xiaowen's strikingly handsome face, which seemed to redefine her long-held notions of attractiveness. How can someone be so handsome? His smile is so delightful, so radiant. She felt a flutter in her heart, reminiscent of first love, and her fair complexion began to blush with a gentle hue. Li Xiaowen was acutely aware of his allure at that moment. After all, his charm had garnered a perfect score of 100, with an additional 10 points for his stylish attire. He relished this feeling, curious about the experience awaiting him when he reached the pinnacle of 100 points. Observing her friend seemingly smitten, Qin Muxue felt a twinge of jealousy, inexplicably wishing for Li Xiaowen to refrain from mingling too closely with other women. Gently nudging her friend, she playfully remarked, "Shichi, you do have a boyfriend, so try not to swoon over my brother. Aren't you supposed to have dinner with him?" Yang Shichi froze momentarily. "Sister, you're selling me out." Clearing her throat, she awkwardly replied, "What are you talking about, Muxue?" while subtly glancing at Li Xiaowen. Just then, a blue Mustang roared to a halt before them, and a young man dressed in a silver casual suit and gray jeans, standing approximately 176 centimeters tall, emerged from the vehicle. "My dear, have you been waiting long?" He greeted Yang Shichi with a concerned smile. Her expression turned slightly awkward as she forced a laugh. Not for long, Lin Kai. After having seen Li Xiaowen, her boyfriend seemed less impressive in comparison. However, without that comparison, Lin Kai was indeed a standard handsome man, and his outfit was quite trendy. Yet Li Xiaowen's presence was simply unparalleled. "Who is this beautiful lady?" Lin Kai inquired, his gaze shifting toward Qin Muxue, his expression revealing a hint of arrogance. Oblivious to the impression he was making. Though he noticed Li Xiaowen, he chose to ignore him, perceiving him as a mere pretty boy. "This is my friend and roommate," Yang Shichi casually replied, her attention firmly on Li Xiaowen, failing to notice her boyfriend's unusual demeanor. Qin Muxue furrowed her brows in annoyance at Lin Kai's gaze. Having heard from her friend about his gentlemanly charm, which, upon meeting him, seemed rather underwhelming, she dismissed his presence, pretending not to hear his words as she turned to Yang Shichi. "Shichi, your boyfriend is here, so we should take our leave." No sooner had she spoken than the roar of another sports car filled the air. A green Lamborghini came to a stop before them, and a strikingly handsome, muscular man with short hair stepped out, making his way towards Qin Muxue. "Muxue, why haven't you answered my calls? I've been waiting downstairs for ages." "Don't address me like that. We're not familiar," Qin Muxue said with a frigid expression and an icy tone. As she spoke, she clasped Li Xiaowen's arm and continued, "Zhao Yiming, let me say this one last time. Do not bother me again. My boyfriend will be upset." Zhao Yiming was a senior of Qin Muxue, who had been captivated by her ethereal beauty and aloof demeanor when they fortuitously crossed paths at school 2 weeks prior. He became infatuated and began to ardently pursue her. Qin Muxue had always maintained a low profile at school, and her family background remained a mystery to her peers. Thus, Zhao Yiming assumed she was like other girls, believing that a display of his prowess would surely win her over. Today, with great excitement, he drove his newly acquired vehicle, eager to impress Qin Muxue and bewitch her with his capabilities. However, he was met with an unwelcome truth that shattered his hopes, and his gaze towards Li Xiaowen turned hostile. Chapter 40. Attending a birthday celebration boyfriend? Yang Shichi's expression turned peculiar as she pondered, wasn't he her younger brother? How had he transformed into a boyfriend? Yet, it appeared she had never heard Muxue mention having a brother. At this moment, Lin Kai was considerably more restrained. Before Zhao Yiming, he lacked the audacity to act recklessly. "Boyfriend? Him?" Zhao Yiming disdainfully pointed at Li Xiaowen, scoffing, "What makes him so special? Is it merely his good looks? Can charm substitute for sustenance? Can he provide the life you desire?" Li Xiaowen was taken aback by the absurdity of the situation. While serving as a shield for Qin Muxue was somewhat expected, being derided by this individual was quite irksome. "Enough, Zhao Yiming, your concern is unwarranted." Qin Muxue retorted, "I like him, and I choose to be with him. This is the life I aspire to." It was evident that Qin Muxue held a strong aversion toward Zhao Yiming. Li Xiaowen, unable to remain passive, especially after being belittled moments earlier, decided to act. Under Zhao Yiming's predatory gaze, he wrapped his arm around Qin Muxue and calmly addressed Zhao Yiming. "Zhao Yiming, my girlfriend has made her feelings abundantly clear. I hope you will keep your distance from her in the future." Qin Muxue was taken aback by Li Xiaowen's boldness, her body tensing momentarily before she quickly relaxed. Ignoring Zhao Yiming, she turned to her friend, Shichi. "We're leaving now. See you tonight." Yang Shichi nodded and replied, "All right. See you tonight." Without sparing Zhao Yiming a glance, Qin Mushui took Li Xiuwen's hand, saying, "Let us go, darling." Zhao Yiming opened his mouth to protest, but fell silent upon witnessing Li Xiuwen and Qin Mushui approach a pristine white Audi R8. Just moments before he had claimed that Li Xiuwen could not provide her with what she wanted, and now here they were, stepping into an R8, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Though the car was not pricier than his own, it was still worth millions, indicating that Li Xiuwen's capabilities were not significantly inferior to his own. Yang Shichi, observing Zhao Yiming's foolish demeanor, could not resist commenting, "Senior, you might want to consider pursuing someone else. Mushui's family background is no less than yours. You stand little chance." "Not less than mine?" Zhao Yiming regretted his previous assumptions, wishing he had inquired more thoroughly beforehand. He had thought winning her over would be as effortless as it had been with other girls. In the car, Qin Mushui turned to Li Xiuwen, who was driving, and praised all one. "You performed admirably. I shall reward you with a watch later. I thought such scenarios only occurred in novels. Who would have thought I would encounter one today?" Li Xiuwen remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "What can I say? My charm is simply irresistible." Li Xiuwen could not help but agree. Qin Mushui was indeed a natural beauty. After enjoying their meal, they ventured to the bustling pedestrian shopping district. The 3.8-kilometer stretch was home to numerous luxury brands from around the globe, with a vibrant mix of cultures and towering skyscrapers, exemplifying the prosperity of one of Asia's financial hubs. In his previous life, although Li Xiuwen had delivered takeout in the metropolis for 2 years, he had only visited this area twice, merely to stroll and occasionally indulge in fast food. Observing Qin Mushui's leisurely demeanor, it is evident that she is quite familiar with this place. "Let us first procure some attire," she exclaimed, linking her arm with his as they made their way to Armani. Following that, they visited Prada and Louis Vuitton, where they amassed clothing worth nearly 100,000. Although Li Xiuwen was not financially constrained at the moment, he was acutely aware from his previous life that these globally renowned luxury brands were indeed exorbitantly priced. Just these 4 or 5 outfits were valued at tens of thousands, which left him astounded. Such a sum could easily purchase a decent vehicle. It felt as though he was adorning himself with the cost of a car. He mused to himself that he would have to gradually acclimatize to this, as he had already acquired vehicles worth millions, yet was still taken aback by the price of mere garments. After completing their shopping, Qin Mushui circled around Li Xiuwen, contemplating for a moment before continuing, "We still need a watch. Come, follow me." Li Xiuwen silently trailed behind her as they entered a Rolex store. As someone who had little knowledge of watches in both his lifetimes, the most he knew was about the Rolex Submariner, commonly referred to as the Green Water Ghost. Through the salesperson's explanation, he learned that the term water ghost encompassed not just one model, but also included variations such as the black and blue versions. They are collectively known as the Submariner series. He spent less than 100,000 on a black Submariner. Li Xiuwen, though not particularly knowledgeable, decided to start with this and gradually learn more before acquiring additional timepieces. This time, he did not allow Qin Mushui to cover the cost, considering she had just purchased him clothing worth over 100,000, essentially equivalent to a month's living expenses. Having secured his acquisitions, Li Xiuwen accompanied Qin Mushui as she selected a Cartier necklace valued over 20,000 to gift to her friend, after which they finally returned home. At 8 in the evening, under Qin Mushui's guidance, Li Xiuwen drove to the venue for the birthday celebration. They opted for a Jian'an, as he anticipated that drinking would be involved, making a sports car less convenient for hiring a chauffeur. He had envisioned a 5-star hotel, perhaps a private floor with a buffet and ballroom dancing, given the lavish gifts that Qin Mushui had presented, indicating that the host was certainly not an ordinary individual. To his surprise, upon arrival, he discovered it was a KTV, which somewhat diminished his perception of the affluent, even though he now considered himself among their ranks. However, as they ascended to the 36th floor, Li Xiuwen felt a palpable difference. Who would host a standard KTV at such heights? His previous experiences had been far from this. Upon entering the KTV, Li Xiuwen was struck by the chic and avant-garde decor, evoking a sense of stepping into a futuristic realm. "Good evening, sir and madam. May I inquire if you have a reservation?" A young lady, dressed in a server's attire, approached them, bowing slightly. Qin Muxue provided the room number. "Please follow me." As they entered the private room, Li Xiaowen was further astonished, though he maintained a composed expression. This was no mere private room. It resembled a compact bar. While the size indeed matched that of a typical room, it featured a massive screen accompanied by a DJ console. A grand, dazzling chandelier illuminated the center of the ceiling, creating an atmosphere of vibrant sci-fi allure. At the far end, a white billiard table was set up, where 2 men and 2 women were currently engaged in a game of pool. At this moment, the attendees had nearly gathered, though not in large numbers, around 10 individuals. Among them were merely 3 men, while the rest comprised elegantly attired young women. "Muxue, over here." 2 stylishly dressed and beautiful ladies waved at Qin Muxue as they approached, one of whom, Li Xiaowen, she recognized. It was none other than Yang Shiqi, whom she had encountered earlier that afternoon. Since no one had yet chosen a song, their voices, though soft, were distinctly audible. "Ah Wen, Gulme, let me introduce you to my best friend, the birthday girl." With that, she advanced toward them. "Suya, happy birthday." Qin Muxue presented her birthday gift and promptly introduced, "This is my brother, whom I brought along to meet you today. Ah Wen, this is my dear friend, Tang Shuya. You may call her Sister Shuya." Chapter 41. A display of vocal talent. "Greetings, Sister Shuya. Wishing you joy every day and everlasting beauty." With that, I presented the lilies I had purchased along the way. "Thank you." Tang Shuya accepted the flowers and turned to Qin Muxue, exclaiming, "How come I never knew you had such a handsome brother?" "Indeed, Muxue, do be honest. Are you certain he is merely your brother?" Yang Shiki timed in, adding her playful inquiry. "Oh dear, he is truly my brother. Please, stop your wild speculation. Enough chatter. Let us choose some songs and sing." "The atmosphere has been rather dull," Tang Shuya remarked. The group made their way to the song selection screen, while Li Xiaowen found a corner to sit down, feeling it was about time. Just as he settled in, Qin Muxue's melodious voice resonated through the room. Her singing was delightful, with commendable breath control, qualifying her as an amateur vocalist. The private room was staffed by 4 female attendants. One, the most attractive among them, noticed that Li Xiaowen had nothing in front of him and approached him, half squatting as she inquired, "Sir, would you care for a drink?" Glancing around, one could see 4 large tables, each adorned with a variety of spirits: whiskey, Macallan 25-year-old, cognac, Hennessy Richard, and of course beer. "Please pour me a glass of Macallan," Li Xiaowen requested. The waitress, holding a whiskey glass, added a square ice cube and poured a generous measure before presenting it to him with both hands. As he accepted the drink, the gleam of his Rolex watch caught her eye, and her demeanor grew even more enthusiastic. Just as Qin Muxue finished her first verse, a woman in her 30s approached her cautiously, whispering, "Muxue, do share with me. Where did you find that male model? Recommend a few for me." Several of her friends had noticed Li Xiaowen the moment he entered, and it was quite curious that they perceived him as a male model. Could there truly be such a handsome model? Qin Muxue could not help but roll her eyes and retorted with a hint of annoyance, "Li Jie, that is my brother. Is there really such a handsome male model? I never seek out models, mind you." "Huh?" Li Jie's expression shifted to one of surprise, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. It seemed she had misjudged the situation, though she had never pursued a male model herself. She had often heard her friends speak of him. Upon seeing Li Xiaowen, her first thought had indeed been that he might be a model, and she had blurted out her question without a second thought, resulting in an awkward encounter. Having received no satisfying answer, Li Jie retreated, somewhat disheartened. Yang Shiki, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, stifled her laughter from the sidelines. She had contemplated joining Li Xiaowen, yet with Muxue present and her own boyfriend in tow, she felt it would be inappropriate to make a move. Upon returning to her seat, the women who had just been discussing Li Xiaowen surrounded her. "Li, what did you find out? What did she say?" They clamored excitedly. However, the outcome was bound to disappoint them. "You've all overthought it. He is Muxue's brother. Not a male model at all," Li Jie replied, taking a sip of her drink, her tone laced with disappointment. "Oh, Muxue's brother is truly handsome. Does he have a girlfriend? Yes, yes. Li Jie, did you ask? Two girls, roughly the same age as Li Xiaowen, inquired eagerly. Curiosity beckons one to inquire. Just moments ago, I was utterly flabbergasted. At this instant, Li Xiaowen is already engaged in playful banter with a female attendant. The professionalism is evident. Whether in conversation or gaming, there exists a palpable ease and comfort that elevates the emotional ambience. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere has become increasingly convivial, with many individuals beginning to toast one another. Even Li Xiaowen, too, has indulged, frequently being asked about his relationship status, predominantly by the ladies from Li Jie's circle. Naturally, he asserts that he is not single, not merely because their looks are rather average, but certainly excluding Li Jie, with her voluptuous figure exuding a distinct married allure. Li Xiaowen holds a certain admiration for her, yet his interest is tempered by Qin Mushue's presence, making it difficult for him to pursue further. After sharing a couple of drinks with Li Xiaowen, Li Jie remains by his side, refusing to leave. This scene incites envy among the other women, who express their disdain for Li Jie's cunning. Please, help me select a song. Because of love, she instructs the attendant before turning to Li Xiaowen. Will you not sing a song with your elder sister? Of course, Li Jie. Currently, Tang Shuya and her boyfriend are performing. Once their song concludes, applause erupts. Singing and drinking. Let us toast with linked glasses. The attendant, acting as the dedicated steward of the private room, exhibits discernment. As Tang Shuya finishes, she swiftly retrieves the microphone. Grasping it, Li Jie takes Li Xiaowen's hand, leading him to the center. Qin Mushue furrows her brow at this development. What is Li Jie up to? Daring to flirt with her brother despite being married. This cannot stand. She must caution On shortly. Yang Shiqi also displays disapproval, noting that as someone with a boyfriend, she refrains from flirtation, and yet a married woman exhibits such boldness. Li Xiaowen, however, remains indifferent, adhering to a philosophy of neither initiating nor rejecting advances. As the prelude commences, he steadies his breath and begins to sing. Here, SACD from the past. Listen to it, for it tells of our love. Sometimes I suddenly forget, yet I still love you. His voice emanates with an abundance of emotion, as if each note carries a narrative. Wow, so professional. Mushue, is your brother a singer? His voice is delightful. I feel almost shy to continue singing. Li Ye, momentarily taken aback, gazes at Li Xiaowen with softened eyes. With heartfelt intent, she sings. Unable to sing such songs, I hear them and blush, evading the truth. Though I often forget, I still love you. Upon hearing her voice, Li Xiaowen realizes that Li Jie possesses hidden depths and professionalism. After the song concludes, he senses numerous women directing their attention towards him. Well done, On. I didn't expect you to sing with such proficiency. Qin Mushue approaches, playfully patting him on the shoulder. Just all right. Everyone sang well. Li Xiaowen feigns modesty. At this moment, Tang Shuya and her boyfriend approach. He is handsome. She is beautiful. A perfect match. On. Your singing is delightful. Did you practice in childhood? Indeed, you're quite the professional. Perhaps it is time to release an album and hold a concert. Tang Shuya clinked glasses with her boyfriend. Sister Shuya, you flatter me. It is merely a passion that I have cultivated myself. Li Xiaowen remarked as he took a sip from his glass. Have you ever considered pursuing a career in the entertainment industry? I believe you would thrive while enjoying dinner. Would you like me to introduce you to a few talent agencies? Tang Shuya inquired, gazing at Li Xiaowen. On, your appearance and physique are indeed remarkable. Why not accompany me into the world of fashion modeling? Tang Shuya's boyfriend concurred, judging by his stature, which seemed to exceed 185 centimeters, and his flawless physique. Li Xiaowen perceived him as a professional model. As anticipated, the observation was spot on. Chapter 42. Universal appeal in response to the kind intentions of Tang Shuya and her boyfriend, Li Xiaowen graciously declined. After all, wouldn't it be far more delightful to run my own company, solely responsible for myself? Why toil away for someone else? Moreover, even if I were to join a company in the future, it would merely be a fleeting experience, a taste of the celebrity lifestyle. As the clock struck midnight, the female steward of the private room began to play the birthday song, slowly bringing in a magnificent three-tiered cake. Everyone rose, waving their arms in unison, singing the joyous tune. With her eyes closed, Tang Xia made a wish. At that moment, her boyfriend, Yichuan, knelt on one knee, gently opening a jewelry box to reveal a glimmering diamond ring. Gasps of surprise and cheers erupted from the crowd. After making her wish, upon hearing the commotion, Tang Xia quickly opened her eyes. Xia, we have walked hand in hand for 4 years, and now I wish to step into the sacred halls of marriage with you. Will you marry me? Yichuan gazed deeply into her eyes, his expression filled with love. I will. Tang Xia's voice trembled slightly, tears of joy welling in her eyes. After 4 years together, Yichuan had always shown her the utmost respect, often only holding her hand and graciously agreeing to let her save her most precious first moment for their wedding night. Tang Xia believed this was a testament to his love for her. As time passed, she had subtly suggested on several occasions that they could take the final step, only to be met with Yichuan's gentle refusals, insisting that it must wait until their wedding night. At this very moment, as Yichuan proposed, Tang Xia felt deeply moved. Yichuan rose and slowly slid the ring on her finger. They embraced tenderly. Give them a kiss. I'll quiche. The crowd chanted playfully. Yichuan, appearing slightly embarrassed and hesitant, after a moment's pause, leaned in to plant a soft kiss on the corner of her mouth. Tang Xia felt a twinge of disappointment. It was akin to a mere mosquito bite. This fool truly had a wooden head. Li Xiaowen observed this scene with a sense of unease, thinking to himself, is this guy not quite normal? After 4 years, and yet he is so awkward about a kiss. Kulme, let us all raise a glass to the birthday star. May the two of them grow old together, in happiness and harmony. The group lifted their glasses and drank heartily. For the second round, here's to the birthday star, wishing her eternal youth and beauty. After finishing their drinks, the group reveled in merriment. Sweetheart, you ladies chat among yourselves. I'm off to drink with Xiaowen, Yichuan said to Tang Xia. All right, just don't overdo it. At this point, Li Xiaowen had consumed nearly half a bottle of Macallan whiskey. Coupled with the vibrant atmosphere, he felt a bit tipsy. He was currently engaged in a card game with Sister Li and the others. To his left, Sister Li was practically in his lap, while to his right was the most beautiful stewardess, directing the game and dealing the cards. As they were having a great time, Yichuan suddenly pushed the stewardess aside and threw his arm around Li Xiaowen's shoulders. On, may I call you that? Come, let us share a drink. Without suspicion, Li Xiaowen chuckled in response. Sure, brother-in-law. Why aren't you with Sister Xia? After clinking glasses, Yichuan leaned in closer to Li Xiaowen and whispered, women are just too troublesome. It's uncomfortable. Being with An feels remarkably comfortable. During their conversation, Yichuan leaned so closely to Li Xiaowen that their lips nearly brushed against his earlobe. For some inexplicable reason, Li Xiaowen suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. As a grown man, why was he so close? Instinctively, he discreetly shifted sideways to create some distance. Hey, brother-in-law, do you want to join us for a game? Sensing Li Xiaowen's reluctance, Yichuan refrained from getting any closer, responding, no, I'll play. I'll just watch you from beside you. Li Xiaowen was at a loss for words. His wife was not participating, so why was Yichuan intruding on their fun? Suddenly, an odd feeling arose within him. Could this guy be interested? Yet, upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. After all, they were about to get married, unless he was bi-curious. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, goosebumps prickling his skin. Yichuan, are you going to play or not? If not, please don't disturb us. Go accompany your wife instead. Sister Li cast an annoyed glance at him, clearly displeased at the interruption. Exactly. Brother-in-law, don't disrupt us here. Echoed several younger girls in agreement. Li Xiaowen couldn't help but mentally applaud them for their perceptiveness. Yes, brother-in-law, why don't you go keep Xia company instead? Li Xiaowen suggested. All right. I'm genuinely afraid of you all. With everyone chiming in, Yichuan could only chuckle awkwardly and say to Li Xiaowen, let us have a proper drink another day. Li Xiaowen smiled silently, thinking to himself that he had no intention of drinking with him another time. After Yichuan left, the group resumed their game. Whose turn is it now? It's your turn, Xiaowen. Li Xiaowen flipped a card, revealing a jack. He promptly added 2 shots of liquor to the communal cup. Next, Sister Lee revealed an ace and continued flipping. Another ace. No way. There's only one card left. Brother, help me flip it, and if you get it wrong, I'll drink. Sister Lee instructa Li Xiwen. Sure, I want to let you down. He flipped a card from the middle and revealed a queen, a saving grace. Yay, darling, you're amazing, Sister Lee exclaimed with delight, then hugged Li Xiwen and gave him a passionate kiss. The nearby girls looked on enviously, wishing to kiss him and hold him close as well. As the round concluded, Sister Lee managed to flip the last ace, resulting in her downing a hefty glass of whiskey. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiwen decided to excuse himself. Sister Lee, you all drink first. I'll just step out to the restroom. The female steward rose and followed him to the restroom, reaching out to help him open the door, only to find it locked. Both restrooms in the private room were occupied. Are there any other restrooms? Li Xiwen asked the steward, feeling quite desperate. Yes, sir. Please follow me. She led him to a public restroom not far from the door, and Li Xiwen finally relieved himself with great urgency. He had been wanting to use the restroom all along, but had been held back by Sister Lee and the others, who insisted on adhering to the game's rules. Just as Li Xiwen emerged from the restroom, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Huang Xiaoman. This marked the first occasion in Li Xiwen's life that he had witnessed the celebrity in person. However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely plausible to encounter him in such a setting. The venue offered an exceptional level of privacy. Without a membership or reservation, entry was simply unattainable. Moreover, celebrities are, after all, human beings too. Huang Xiaoman, noticing Li Xiwen, smiled and nodded at him while washing his hands. Li Xiwen reciprocated with a courteous smile and nod. Upon observing Li Xiwen's handsome visage, Huang Xiaoman could not help but inquire, which entertainment company do you represent? Chapter 43. Drinking with Stars Artist? Li Xiwen gently shook his head and smiled. I am merely an ordinary person, Xiaoman. Huang Xiaoman's expression exhibited mild surprise. He had not anticipated that this handsome individual, whose attire and demeanor mirrored that of a celebrity, was in fact an unassuming civilian. Would you be interested in pursuing a career in the entertainment industry? Your appearance is exceptional, and you would undoubtedly find a lucrative market. He could hardly believe his luck in encountering someone with the potential for stardom while simply out for drinks with friends, and could not resist inquiring further. Huang Xiaoman thought this man was far more attractive than any of the so-called four returnees. If only he could sign him, success would be assured. Apologies, Xiaoman, but I do not have such aspirations at the moment, Li Xiwen replied, pulling out a few paper towels to dry his hands as he spoke. At the moment? Huang Xiaoman's lips curled into a smile, not taking this statement to heart. After all, the man had said at the moment, not never. There was plenty of time ahead, and he was determined to do everything in his power to secure him for his studio. Thus, he cheerfully remarked, haha, what a pity, but every encounter is a fateful one. Let's share a drink and consider ourselves friends. Is that agreeable? Is that convenient? Li Xiwen inquired. Not at all. It's merely a gathering of a few friends. Huang Xiaoman reassured. Then I shall not impose. Li Xiwen responded. After exiting the restroom and exchanging a few words with the female stewardess, he asked her to convey his regards to Qin Muxue and the others. Before joining Huang Xiaoman in the private room, Li Xiwen had not anticipated encountering a major star while merely stepping out to use the restroom, nor being invited to join them. It was evident that the other party was keen on finding an opportunity to sign him. He couldn't deny that his current looks were indeed striking. It seemed he needed to enhance his appeal further. Resolutely, he opened the panel and allocated 5 points to his attributes. However, he felt a pang of regret as he realized that this allocation had cost him 5 million. His charm value instantly soared to 95 points, and with an additional 10 points from his attire bonus, it surpassed 105 points. Li Xiwen felt as though numerous gentle hands were massaging his face and body, radiating warmth. This sensation lingered for only a few seconds before dissipating. Upon entering the private room, Li Xiwen was greeted by the sight of 6 or 7 familiar faces. Chun-He, Deng Chao, Lu Han, baby, and Yang Mi were all present. At that moment, Chun-He and Deng Chao were belting out songs, their neck veins bulging from exertion. Upon seeing Huang Xiaoman enter with a handsome companion, they paused, panting for breath. You went out for a moment and returned with a handsome guy. His looks are nearly rivaling mine. Chunyi exclaimed in a playful tone. His looks are almost on par with mine. Chunyi continued, jesting alongside. The others, including Lu Han and Yang Mi, who were engrossed in a game on the sofa, turned their attention to Li Xiaowen. Yang Mi felt as if her eyes had been cleansed. It was the first time she had encountered someone whose beauty struck her to the core, perfectly embodying the term eye candy. A twinge of jealousy crept into her heart. Why was it that, despite being human, some could possess such flawless beauty? Baby echoed this sentiment, gazing at Li Xiaowen with eyes that seemed to sparkle. Lu Han remained relatively unfazed. Although the newcomer was undeniably more attractive, he was confident in his own charm, thus maintaining his composure. Come, let me introduce you to everyone. This is a newly acquainted friend, and feeling a certain affinity, I invited him over for a couple of drinks. I hope everyone is agreeable. Huang Xiaoman felt somewhat awkward and intended to introduce himself. Yet he had not even inquired about the other's name. He turned to Li Xiaowen and said, I apologize. I forgot to ask how to address you. Li Xiaowen responded with a gentle smile. Hello, Chao Gu, Igu, Mi Jia, Baby Jia, Lu Gu. My name is Li Xiaowen. You may call me On. I hope I'm not intruding. Not at all. As a fellow handsome man, how could you be an intrusion? You are most welcome. Deng Chao and Chun, he chimed in unison. All right, let us all raise a glass together. Huang Xiaoman was the first to approach his wife, Baby, and take a seat beside her. Li Xiaowen and the others followed suit. As a representative of the new generation, Li Xiaowen instinctively took a seat beside Yang Mi. Yang Mi was more than willing to make some room for him and smiled at him. She was a woman with a strong sense of ambition. Having just completed a bet agreement with her former employer, Huan Rui, successfully establishing herself as a boss. She was present today to prepare for tomorrow's participation in a Running Man event, promoting her new drama. Upon seeing Li Xiaowen, she couldn't help but entertain the thought of signing him. Currently, her company only had herself and Reba under its wing. Reba had begun to gain some popularity, while several male artists signed under the company had yet to make any significant progress. Securing Li Xiaowen would undoubtedly position him as one of the company's pillars. While Yang Mi was lost in thought, Huang Xiaoman interjected, Mimi, stop daydreaming about the handsome guy. On, would you prefer whiskey or beer? Whiskey, please. Li Xiaowen poured the drink and raised a glass with everyone. Just as they finished, Yang Mi remarked, On, have you ever considered developing a career in the entertainment industry? I would like to sign you. Li Xiaowen was not the least bit surprised by Yang Mi's proposition. However, he was destined to disappoint her. I'm sorry, Mi Jia. I have no such plans at the moment. Setting aside his reluctance to work for others, he also had no intention of signing with her company. As a reincarnated individual, Li Xiaowen was well aware that she would be ousted by her partners in a few years, and the artist he had personally signed, Reba, would not be able to follow suit. Huang Xiaoman had initially wanted to prevent Yang Mi from poaching someone he had his eye on. Although he could not secure Li Xiaowen, who could resist Yang Mi's beauty? What if Li Xiaowen fell for her charms? Nevertheless, upon hearing Li Xiaowen's polite refusal, he abandoned that thought. With your striking appearance, you are well suited for this line of work. Being a star brings in substantial earnings and adoration. Why not choose this path? Yang Mi inquired, perplexed. Deng Chao, Lu Han, and the others looked at him with curiosity. Even Huang Xiaoman and his wife were intrigued. It's nothing. I'm not in need of money. Even if I were to enter the entertainment industry, it would be merely for leisure. Hence, I have no intention of signing with a management agency. Li Xiaowen replied, clinking glasses with Yang Mi as he spoke slowly. Yang Mi appeared somewhat disappointed, yet still clung to hope, continuing, Are you truly not considering signing with my sister's company? There are many beautiful girls there. If you sign with us, I can introduce you to a girlfriend. Huang Xiaoman, feeling a surge of urgency, voiced his concern, fearing that Li Xiaowen might succumb to temptation. On, if you were to sign with me, I could introduce you to countless young ladies. Meanwhile, Lu Han, Chun He, and others indulge in drinks and gossip. I am not considering signing with an agency at present. My apologies, brother Xiaoman, sister Mi. Li Xiaowen, Ruplia. Well, that's a pity. Huang Xiaoman sighed in resignation. Sister Mi, with her enchanting eyes, feigned a look of vulnerability and implored Li Xiaowen in a sweet tone. Brother, do you truly offer me no chance at all? I can provide you with numerous benefits. Benefits? What kind of benefits? Chapter 44. The benefits of boldness. Li Xiaowen regarded Yang Mi with a playful smile, slowly articulating, "Sister Mi, you are my favorite female artist. If you would allow me to fulfill my dream, I would undoubtedly sign for you." He pondered how she would respond, thinking that if she dared to agree to such a proposition, he would gladly accept. Yang Mi was taken aback by Li Xiaowen's audacity. Gazing upon his flawless visage, she felt a fleeting flutter in her heart. Yet, she was already in a relationship. "It seems fate has eluded us, dear brother. I already have a boyfriend," she feigned disappointment. Mimi's charm is quite potent. Even a handsome guy like An is captivated. Deng Chao teased with a grin. Lu Han silently gave Li Xiaowen a thumbs up, acknowledging his boldness. "All right, enough of this. Let us sing and drink," Huang Xiaoman declared. "Yes, indeed. An, let us have a toast." The group clinked their glasses and downed their drinks, then began to chat about family and married life. Asida from Li Xiaowen, Lu Fan, and Yang Mi, everyone present was already wed. Even Yang Mi was not single, allowing for a shared conversation. Li Xiaowen and Lu Han, however, could only exchange glances. The two single men unable to interject. "On, come, let us go sing." Lu Han nuja Li Xiaowen gently. "All right, we can't join in here," Li Xiaowen replied. The two then launched into a duet of chasing dreams with a pure heart. Initially, Lu Han believed Li Xiaowen would only be able to sing in tune, so he held back his full effort. To his astonishment, Li Xiaowen's voice was nothing short of professional, perhaps even surpassing his own. Liberated by Li Xiaowen's talent, Lu Han unleashed his voice, and they exchanged high notes in a spirited display of skill, developing a mutual appreciation for one another. After their first song, they continued with several challenging numbers, thoroughly enjoying themselves, while the others could only sip their drinks in silence, overshadowed by the music. Fortunately, both Li Xiaowen and Lu Han were professionals, making the live performance a pleasurable experience. Well, no wonder both you and Mi wish to sign him. His vocal prowess is impressive. It would be a pity for him not to enter the entertainment industry, Deng Chao remarked to Huang Xiaoman as he took a sip of his drink. Chunyi watched from his side, eager to join in, as he too had released an album. Baby kept her gaze fixed on Li Xiaowen, as if every move he made was enchanting. She occasionally stole glances at her husband, wary of being discovered. Observing Lu Han and Li Xiaowen singing and dancing, Huang Xiaoman felt an inexplicable pang of envy. Having released his own album, he wished he had such vocal talent. Yang Mi silently took a sip of her drink, her eyes sparkling with admiration, increasingly convinced that Li Xiaowen was suited for the entertainment world. If only he would sign with her, he would undoubtedly become the next big star. Should she sacrifice her current relationship and part ways with Mr. Lu? After all, Li Xiaowen was younger and more handsome. Yang Mi gazed into the distance, and suddenly a bold thought emerged in her mind. However, this notion was swiftly suppressed. No, Yang Mi, what are you thinking? Her face flushed slightly as she took a hefty gulp of wine. As the song concluded, Deng Chao and the others burst into applause. Quite impressive. Xiao Lu and An performed splendidly. Such delightful melodies. An, it's a pity you're not entering the entertainment industry. Singing and drinking. Li Xiaowen and Lu Han exchanged a knowing smile, clinking their glasses together. An, let us add each other as friends. We should play basketball sometime, Lu Han remarked as he downed his drink. Sure. Li Xiaowen retrieved his phone. Nearby, Deng Chao and the others also took out their phones to scan and add friends. What Li Xiaowen did not anticipate was that Yang Mi, Huang Xiaoman, and Deng Chao would readily accept him, and surprisingly, even Baby added him. Huang Xiaoman remained indifferent, tacitly permitting it. On, dear brother, let us go out for a meal sometime. Yang Mi winked at him. I would want anything more, mi jia, Li Xiaowen chocolat. Subsequently, he joined Chunyi and Deng Chao in singing a few more songs and playing games until a call from Qin Mushua prompted their departure. Upon returning to the private room, Qin Mushua looked at him with curiosity and asked, Do you know Huang Xiaoman? Not really, I just met him today. Just met. And he invites you to drink? Qin Mushua queried in confusion. He wants to sign me as an artist. It's not just him, but Yami wants to sign me too. Li Xiaowen raplia nonchalantly. Have you agreed? No, I declined. Why? I don't want to sign. All right then. Qin Mushua chose not to pursue the matter further and turned to play games with her friends. She had intended to caution him against getting too close to Sister Li, a married woman, but her inebriation made her forget. As soon as Sister Li noticed Qin Muxue had distanced herself, she promptly pulled Li Xiaowen to sit beside her, practically leaning against him. In her tipsy state, her cheeks flushed, exuding an alluring charm. With sparkling eyes gazing at Li Xiaowen, her voice dripped with seduction as she said, "Brother, how come you've become even more handsome in such a short time? I really like it. My heart races. Sister Li, please stop." Li Xiaowen knew he couldn't indulge in such behavior. Sister Li was clearly intoxicated. Although he was always eager to help, it had to be in the right context. Noticing his lack of response, Sister Li ceased her teasing and returned to normalcy. Bring me a bottle of water. I'm thirsty." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowen promptly composed himself, reaching for a bottle of mineral water, twisting off the cap, and holding it to her lips. Sister Li attempted to steady the bottle but fumbled, causing the water to splash all over Li Xiaowen, instantly soaking his shirt. The fabric clung to his abdomen, revealing the contours of his 8-pack abs. Sister Li's eyes widened. Such a physique required immense dedication, especially with those perfect lines. Li Xiaowen was quite confident in his physique. After all, a product of the system was bound to be exceptional. "Brother, how did you achieve such a perfect physique? It is simply exquisite." Sister Li's voice is so soft, it feels as though she might pop her eyes out. "Sister Li, please do not look at me like that. It frightens me." Li Xiaowen intentionally remarked this, as her gaze was indeed quite overwhelming. "Haha, Alwan, are you feeling shy?" Sister Li tilted her head to gaze at Li Xiaowen, her beautiful large eyes seemingly capable of melting him away. "Sister has had a bit too much to drink. Would you be so kind as to assist me to the restroom?" Chapter 45. The daring Sister Li. Without much contemplation, Li Xiaowen supported Sister Li by the arm, wrapping his waist around her as they made their way towards the restroom. Upon reaching the door, just as he intended to push it open, Sister Li halted him, insisting, "Let's go outside. I can't stand it in here." Trusting her words, Li Xiaowen assisted her out of the booth, with the female steward accompanying them to guide the way. However, as they passed an empty booth, Sister Li abruptly stopped. "No, help me inside. I feel nauseous." Li Xiaowen quickly supported her inside, but after just a couple of steps, she paused again, turning to the steward and instructing her to retrieve her phone, sending a 2,000 yuan tip with a swift gesture. "You wait here, do you understand?" The steward nodded earnestly, assuring, "Rest assured, Sister Li, I understand." Li Xiaowen was perplexed about what exactly she understood. Just moments ago, Sister Li had claimed she couldn't hold it any longer, yet she still had the presence of mind to send a tip. This left him utterly bewildered. Once Sister Li finished her instructions, she urged Li Xiaowen to assist her into the restroom without delay. As they entered, Li Xiaowen intended to step back, allowing her privacy until she was finished. Unexpectedly, as soon as they were inside, Sister Li locked the door behind her. At this point, if Li Xiaowen still failed to comprehend the situation, it would indeed be a monumental oversight. Clearly, Sister Li, this enchanting temptress, sought to ensnare him in her web. "Alwan, do you think your sister is beautiful? Am I your type?" Sister Li's demeanor was laden with allure, her gaze practically dripping with seduction. As she spoke, she drew closer, the intoxicating scent of alcohol wafting over him, creating an irresistible magnetism. Before him stood a stunningly exquisite woman, her figure perfectly accentuated, embodying both beauty and grace. Li Xiaowen swallowed hard, replying, "Indeed, Sister Li, you possess a remarkable charm. Is that so? I don't believe you." Sister Li retorted playfully, inching closer on her toes to kiss him. Outside the door, the steward stood in a state of discomfort, her legs numb from standing still for a full hour before witnessing the pair emerge. Li Xiaowen gently assisted Sister Li out of the restroom, and, in that moment, she felt an indelible connection with him, one that she believed would linger from this day forth. She leaned heavily against him, as if she had just emerged from the depths of water. Li Xiaowen maintained his composure, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease, as if the effects of the alcohol he had consumed had dissipated entirely. With Sister Li by his side, they returned to the original booth, guided by the steward. As they entered, Qin Muxue inquired, "Where have you and Sister Li been? Why did it take so long?" Sister Li had too much to drink. So I took her to wash her face and sober up. Li Xiaowen replied nonchalantly, his demeanor unruffled. What's wrong, Muxue? Are you worried that sister will take advantage of your brother? Sister Li teased breathlessly, her energy waning. Seeing Sister Li's damp appearance, Qin Muxue chose to trust Li Xiaowen's explanation, smiling as she responded, Of course not, Sister Li. I'm glad you're all right. Muxue, it's your turn to sing. Yang Shiqi called out, waving towards them. I'm coming. Qin Muxue cast a glance at Li Xiaowen, her expression tinged with skepticism. However, after a moment's contemplation, she dismissed her doubts, reasoning that they had only just met and thus could not possibly engage in indiscretion. She then slowly remarked, Drink less, do not get drunk, or else my mother will scold me. Rest assured, sister, Li Xiaowen replied, assisting Sister Li to the sofa. He opened a bottle of mineral water and took a hearty gulp. Here, have some. You've perspired quite a bit. He handed her the bottle, and Sister Li took several deep swigs before exhaling slowly, saying, You naughty brother, you have no sense of gentleness, like a bull in a china shop. Is that what you like? Li Xiaowen desa mischievosely. Indeed, you little rascal. I feel like I won't be able to live without you in the future. What should I do? Sister Li leaned against Li Xiaowen, her tone playful. At that moment, Li Xiaowen picked up a cigarette from the table. Just as he placed it between his lips, Sister Li lit it for him. Taking a satisfying drag, he slowly replied, Can't live without me? Then you should divorce your husband and come be my little lover. You little rascal. My husband has been deceased for nearly 5 years, having passed suddenly from a heart condition. We didn't even have the chance to welcome a child, leaving me a widow. Over the years, my friends have urged me to find someone new, yet my standards are quite high, and most do not catch my eye. As for seeking male models, I have always been averse to it, finding it distasteful. However, the moment I laid eyes on you today, it felt like a glimpse of my first love, compounded by years of loneliness and a bit of alcohol. Thus, I couldn't resist the opportunity to embrace you directly. The result was immensely satisfying, young, handsome, and impressive in every sense. I couldn't be more pleased. Fear not, Sister Li. I will ensure you are not disappointed. You may rest assured in your role as my little lover. As they continued their conversation without further drinking, Sister Li, perhaps too fatigued, soon rested her head on Li Xiaowen's shoulder and fell asleep. At that moment, Li Xiaowen requested the female steward to bring him a blanket, as the air conditioning in the private room was rather chill. What is your name? Li Xiaowen inquired, gazing at the stewardess. My name is Qiao Menglin. You may call me Menglin or Linlin. Qiao Menglin replied, half squatting in front of him, her smile warm. Linlin, no need to squat. Go fetch a stool and sit beside me. Certainly, brother one, she responded, rising to retrieve a stool. Qiao Menglin was the one who had just been keeping watch for him and Sister Li. Li Xiaowen contemplated offering her a little gratuity, recognizing that should he enter the entertainment industry, this could become sensitive information. Qiao Menglin brought over the stool and sat beside Li Xiaowen, sweetly calling out, Brother one. Li Xiaowen nodded, then opened his phone and said, Add me, and I will transfer you a little tip. Qiao Menglin felt a flutter of shyness, pondering, could he possibly have feelings for me? What should I do? Although he is incredibly handsome and wealthy, should I agree or not? After adding him as a friend, Li Xiaowen promptly transferred 5,000 over. Thank you, brother one. Li Xiaowen waved his hand and said, You have worked hard today. I hope you can forget about the previous matters. Chapter 46. Little Simu was bullied, rest assured. I am completely oblivious today, merely attending to the service in the private room. Li Xiaowen was quite pleased with this response and asked her to pour some wine, sharing 2 glasses with her. As the crowd grew weary from singing, they summoned the DJ to commence dancing to the music. Unexpectedly, Yi Chuan approached, attempting to pull Li Xiaowen into the revelry, but she instinctively declined. In truth, had he not invited her, she would have wished to dance for a while, considering the vibrant atmosphere. His enthusiastic invitation, however, deterred her. She felt a sense of discomfort. The festivities continued until after 2 in the morning before the crowd finally dispersed. At this point, Li Xiaowen had sobered up considerably and, supporting the slumbering Sister Li, took Qin Muxue along as they departed. They called for a designated driver to first return Sister Li home before heading back with Qin Muxue. The following morning, as was customary, she accompanied her sister to school. Upon returning, she engaged in a brief phone conversation with Su Qian and Zhong Tianai before driving her newly acquired R8 to register and obtain the license plates. Once all was completed, it was time to pick up little Simu from kindergarten. Upon arriving at the kindergarten entrance, Li Xiaowen was met with a scene that filled her with indignation. Little Simu was being shielded by her teacher, tears streaming down her face. Opposite stood a woman in her 30s, heavily made up, hurling insults and reaching out as if to grab little Simu. The woman's sharp, disdainful features were accompanied by a chubby child beside her, who wore a smug expression as he observed little Simu. Li Xiaowen hurriedly approached, enveloping little Simu in her arms, and soothingly declared, "Do not fear, Simu. Your brother is here." While gently stroking her back, she cast a cold glare at the woman and sternly warned, "Silence. If you dare to insult again, I shall tear your mouth apart." The woman was momentarily taken aback by Li Xiaowen's sudden, chilling rebuke. However, upon realizing Li Xiaowen was merely a youth, she quickly reclaimed her brash demeanor. "Who do you think you are, little brat? Are you the guardian of this wretched child?" she retorted, her arrogance palpable. Li Xiaowen had never been one to tolerate such insolence. Her previous restraint had stemmed from a lack of power and wealth. Now, faced with this woman's audacity to insult her sister, she could no longer hold her temper. With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap that left the woman dazed. The chubby child beside her shrank back in fear, no longer daring to boast. "Dare to utter another word, and I shall indeed fulfill my promise to tear your mouth apart. You may test me if you wish." Li Xiaowen's gaze was as sharp as a blade, coldly fixating on the woman. Observing her momentary calmness, Li Xiaowen seized the opportunity, turning her attention back to little Simu, and gently inquired, "Simu, tell your brother what happened. You were safe with me." Little Simu stifled her sobs and recounted, "Today, Zhu Xiaohu pulled my braid again. I followed your advice and tugged his hair. Later, he pushed me down the slide. I didn't cry, and when he slid down, I pushed him too. Then, when school was over, his mother came to pick him up, and he told on me. She tried to hit me, but the teacher stopped her." As Li Xiaowen listened, his anger intensified. It appeared that this so-called Zhu Xiaohu was not new to bullying his sister. Suppressing his fury, he forced a smile at his sister and said, "Simu, you did wonderfully. When someone bullies you, you must retaliate. Do not be afraid." With that, he shot a cold glare at the madwoman and icily declared, "Do you understand? From beginning to end, it was your son who bullied my sister. You must provide an explanation for this matter." The teacher nearby dared not speak, caught in a dilemma of not wanting to offend either side. Although the sharp-tongued woman was furious, she refrained from further madness. After all, if she truly angered him, it was she who would suffer, unable to contend with him. Upon hearing Li Xiaowen's words, she retorted with a mocking tone, "Humph, you believe a child's words? My little tiger has always been well-behaved. Besides, why does he only bully your sister and not others? Surely, your sister provoked him first. I won't argue with you. I'll wait for my husband to settle this." With that, she picked up her phone and called her husband. "Hello, dear, hurry over. Your son has been bullied, and I've been struck as well. Yes, come quickly." After hanging up, she fixed her gaze on Li Xiaowen, her tone more defiant than before, declaring, "You won't be leaving. This isn't over. When my husband arrives, you will see." Ignoring her threats, Li Xiaowen took out his phone and called his mother, recounting the entire incident. His mother, incensed, set aside her tasks and rushed over. As the situation escalated, Li Xiaowen realized it was best to let his mother handle it. She arrived even faster than he had anticipated, driving 2 cars. Leading the way, she was followed by 2 lawyers and 4 imposing bodyguards. Approaching Li Xiaowen, she took little Simu in her arms, exclaiming, "Darling, Mommy is here. Everything will be all right." "Mommy." Simu nestled in her embrace, softly replied, "I'm fine now. Brother has avenged me by slapping that wicked woman." Wang Xiaoxiao, pleased with her son's protective nature towards his sister, cast a satisfied glance at him and lovingly said to Simu, "Well done. Anyone who dares to bully my daughter deserves no mercy." "Simu, we do not bully others, but neither should we allow ourselves to be bullied by anyone." The sharp-tongued woman, seeing the multitude before her, especially the 2 lawyers and the 4 burly men, was intimidated by the scene. The leading woman, exuding an air of authority and elegance, began to seem familiar to her, as if she had seen her before. Suddenly, a realization struck her. This was no other than Wang Xiuxiu, the legendary businesswoman of the Shanghai commercial circle, who had founded Tian'an Group in less than a decade. The sharp-tongued woman panicked. Her husband was merely a shareholder in a small company worth a few million. She could not afford to provoke a colossal enterprise valued at hundreds of billions. Just as she contemplated whether to call her husband and ask him not to come, she spotted a familiar BMW X5 pulling up her husband's car. This was the end. As Zhu Dalong alighted from the vehicle, he immediately beheld a throng of individuals confronting his wife and children. At the forefront stood the chairman of the Tian'an Group. An ominous premonition washed over him. He fervently hoped that this incident bore no connection to General Manager Wang. Otherwise, the substantial order he was negotiating with Tian'an Group would be jeopardized. Should the order fall through, his modest company would incur a direct loss exceeding 10 million. Success could elevate him to new heights, while failure would herald impending bankruptcy. Swiftly approaching, he donned a congenial smile, exuding an air of obsequiousness as he addressed Wang Xiuxiu. General Manager Wang, what a fortuitous encounter to find you here. Wang Xiuxiu regarded him with a look of puzzlement. Her brow furrowed in contemplation as she failed to recall him, and she inquired coolly, "May I ask who you are?" Chapter 47. The Consequences of Bullying Simu Cough. I am indeed the father of Zhu Xiaohu. Zhu Dalong cleared his throat, beads of cold sweat forming on his chubby, round face. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiuxiu's expression instantly shifted, her gaze towards him growing increasingly frigid. Observing her reaction, Zhu Dalong hastily clarified, "President Wang, it is merely a matter of children lacking understanding. We, as parents, have failed in our duties. I sincerely apologize on his behalf. The one who requires an apology is not me, but my daughter. It is my daughter who has been wronged. I expect a proper explanation from you." Wang Xiuxiu articulated, her tone icy and deliberate. At that moment, little Simu felt an overwhelming admiration for her mother, realizing that even Zhu Xiaohu's father was intimidated. She wondered if Zhu Xiaohu would dare to provoke her again. "Apologize at once." Zhu Dalong glared fiercely at his wife and son, admonishing them. The sharp-tongued woman now regretted her previous arrogance. Having grown accustomed to being domineering in an ordinary kindergarten, she thought sending her son to an elite preschool would be a good idea. Yet she never anticipated that within just a few months, they would incur the wrath of such a formidable figure. It seemed wiser to enroll her son in a regular school, where there were fewer formidable individuals to contend with. Upon hearing her husband's reprimand, she refrained from rebuttal. Adopting a cautious demeanor as she apologized, "I am sorry, Miss Qin Simu. It was my fault. I should not have resorted to insults or indulged the child." Seeing that both his parents had admitted fault, the chubby child remained obstinate. "I won't apologize. Neither of you can force me to. If you don't protect me, I will tell Grandpa and Grandma." Zhu Dalong was on the verge of tears, lamenting the burden of raising such a troublesome child. If he failed to placate the formidable figures before him, they would be left to suffer the consequences. His elderly parents had spoiled him excessively, leading to this unruly behavior. In a moment of frustration, he delivered a sharp slap, declaring, "Apologize. If you do not obey, all your snacks and toys will be confiscated, and you shall not receive any more. Enough. If the child is unwilling, do not force him. Let us allow our lawyers to discuss this matter," Wang Xiuxiu stated, her patience waning, especially since her daughter had not sustained any significant harm. Without granting him a chance to respond, she promptly took her children and departed. "President Wang, this is excessive," Zhu Dalong called out to her retreating figure. He had intended to approach her, but was obstructed by 4 bodyguards. Resigned, he turned back to glare at his wife and son, muttering, "What a fine son you have raised. Prepare to suffer the consequences." He added, "And you, troublesome child, if you misbehave, you shall find your share of treats and privileges gone." The lawyer beside him paid them no mind, continuing to gather evidence at the kindergarten. This was a challenging lawsuit, but Wang Xiuxiu remained indifferent. Her intention was to wear down the opposition, as she had the resources to endure. However, the other side would find it inconvenient to be entangled in a lawsuit for years on end. Alas, Zhu Dalong could only return home in defeat. As soon as they arrived, the chubby child ran to his grandparents to report the incident. "Dear grandson, Grandma will stand up for you. I shall call your father to address the situation. If he does not comply, I shall give him a good thrashing." The elderly lady gazed fondly at her grandson and said, "My dear grandchild, if your father dares to disobey, your grandfather will give him a good thrashing with his belt." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaohu immediately felt a surge of joy. "Grandma, you are the best. You must ensure that Dad teaches Qin Simu a lesson." "All right, my dear grandchild. I shall summon your father to deal with her." With that, she called out, Zhu Dalong, come here." Zhu Dalong and his wife were in their room, strategizing when they heard his mother calling him, her voice tinged with urgency. Assuming something grave had occurred, he hurriedly rushed outside. To his dismay, he found his troublesome son nestled in his mother's embrace, munching on snacks, and instantly understood. The child had undoubtedly reported to his grandmother. "What is the matter, mother?" "Zhu Dalong, how can you side with outsiders? Your son has been bullied at school, and you do nothing. You even dare to assist those who harm my dear grandson. What good is it to run such a large company if you cannot even protect your own child?" The elderly lady looked at her son, disappointment etched on her face. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dalong felt a wave of anger wash over him. He toiled day and night, striving for the company and the family, often humbling himself to seek orders, leaving him little time to guide his child. Yet, they had managed to raise a troublemaker, with his son betraying him and even his own mother turning against him. At this critical juncture for the company, he had staked everything he owned. He was tirelessly roaming around to secure an order from Tian'an Group, only to have inadvertently offended them. If he failed to secure this order, the company would face ruin. The thought ignited his fury, and he could not help but exclaim, "I am worthless, utterly worthless. Soon, our family will be left to endure the bitter winds. You only ever dote on him. Why don't you teach him something worthwhile? This little rascal believes everything he says. Do you even know who he has offended? A person so formidable that even 100 of me would dare not cross. Having angered them, my company is on the brink of collapse, and I may even face legal troubles because of this little scoundrel. If you wish to discipline him, do it yourself. I lack the strength for such a task." The elderly couple was momentarily taken aback by his words, slowly grasping the gravity of the situation. The mere notion that their son's company could go under and face lawsuits left them speechless. "Is it truly that serious, Dalong?" the elder gentleman inquired. "Indeed, Dalong. It was merely a child's scuffle, was it not?" The elderly lady's face bore a trace of concern. "Dalong, you must speak with the other party. It cannot come to this." Zhu Dalong found himself laughing in exasperation. "Where were you when I needed your support? If you had not been so indulgent with the child, he would not have developed such a character, would not bully others, and would not have offended the president of Tian'an Group. I have journeyed from the countryside to where I am today, a hard-earned path. My parents, both farmers, sacrificed everything to send me to university, and now I have achieved this modest success. Just as I began to enjoy some comforts, have I become so arrogant? Indeed, fortune and misfortune are but two sides of the same coin. It is not so simple. Leave it be. No matter what, it cannot be worse than before. From now on, do not concern yourselves with the child. Go back to your hometown and enjoy your retirement." After uttering his final words, Zhu Dalong left the room without a backward glance. The elderly couple gazed at their son's increasingly portly figure, a result of his social obligations and indulgence in alcohol. Their eyes filled with a complex array of emotions, uncertain whether they felt regret or something else entirely. Meanwhile, Wang Xiuxiu had just returned home after escorting her daughter, and without delay, she hurried to the company. "Chairwoman, we have ascertained that the individual in question is the owner of Yingshan Garment Factory. They are currently teetering on the brink of bankruptcy and are actively seeking collaboration with us. We had initially intended to place a substantial order of 50 million with them, which is now under negotiation. I have instructed our team to terminate the discussions. We shall not be entrusting this order to them." Secretary Yi whispered to Wang Xiuxiu. Engrossed in her paperwork, Wang Xiuxiu responded casually upon hearing this. "Very well, let this serve as a lesson. Allow them to face their demise. There is no need to pursue legal action against them." "Understood, Chairwoman." I will ensure that no orders are placed with their company from this day forward. Chapter 48. The clingy Li Jie at 10 o'clock in the evening. Just after hanging up with Su Qian, a call from the enchanting Li Jie came through. "What's up, Li Jie?" Li Xiaowen answered the phone, reclining on his bed, gazing lazily at the chandelier above. "I've been thinking about you, little man." Li Jie's familiar voice echoed through the line. "Ha ha, you miss me already?" A smile danced across Li Xiaowen's face as he chuckled softly, his tone laced with playful intrigue. "Indeed, ever since you returned, you've been on my mind. Come see me, want to you? Be a good man, my dear husband." Li Jie's voice, already imbued with a magnetic allure, took on an even more enchanting tone as she playfully coaxed him. Li Xiaowen was tempted, yet the thought of taking his sister to school the next morning weighed heavily on him. He knew that if she awoke to find him absent, it would pose a dilemma. It seemed that living at home had its inconveniences. Perhaps it was time to move out, returning only occasionally to avoid such complications. "Li, I wish I could, but I promised my sister I would take her to school tomorrow. It's rather late now," he replied. As soon as he finished speaking, a melodious laugh rang out from the other end. "Is my naughty brother still recovering from last night's drink? Tomorrow is Saturday, is it? Let me check." Li Xiaowen quickly glanced at his phone calendar, and indeed it was Friday night. "Oh, darling, please come. I really miss you. You're all I can think about." Undoubtedly, she was a siren, her voice irresistibly enticing. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaowen decided to go after all, promising himself to return early the next morning. "All right, send me the location, and make sure to be ready for me, my enchantress. Mua, I'll be waiting for you, darling." Once the call ended and the location was sent, Li Xiaowen got out of bed, hastily dressed, and headed to the garage, driving straight to his destination. Li Jie's residence was in the nearby Tangchani Pin, and with the roads relatively clear at night, he arrived swiftly. The security guard recognized the sports car and allowed him entry without hesitation. After parking, he made his way to the penthouse on the top floor. To his surprise, Li Jie turned out to be quite affluent. He rang the doorbell, and it was opened almost instantly. Li Jie stood before him, adorned in Balenciaga and Valentino, her smile radiant. As soon as he stepped inside, she leapt into his arms. Li Xiaowen embraced her, guiding her to the sofa. With her eyes glistening, she gazed at him, her voice soft and sultry. "Darling, I adore the scent of your skin and your chiseled abs. They drive me utterly wild." Time drifted by. The moon shyly concealed itself behind clouds, leaving behind a hauntingly beautiful melody. An hour later, with her head resting on Li Xiaowen's chest, Li Jie murmured softly, "Darling, I'm completely in love with you." Li Xiaowen took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly as he lowered his gaze and kissed her without uttering a word. "My dear husband, why don't you move in with me? I'll take care of you. Everything I have is yours. I can't bear to be without you." Though they had only met twice, she had woven an addictive spell around him, making it impossible for him to escape. Sister Li appeared to be speaking to herself, tracing circles on Li Xiaowen's chest as she spoke. Ever since his physical constitution had improved to 30 points, Li felt that not only had his physical fitness enhanced, but his overall well-being had also transformed. After finishing the last puff of a cigarette, an hour slipped by. Li Xiaowen felt invigorated and utterly refreshed. He elegantly lit another cigarette and took a deep drag. In his embrace, Sister Li felt as if her body might fall apart, languidly leaning against him. Her gaze towards Li Xiaowen was imbued with tenderness and sweetness, alongside a profound admiration, an embodiment of a woman's yearning for strength. "Darling, I'm thirsty. Please pour me a glass of water," she said, her voice laced with an endless softness that seemed capable of melting him. "You've worked hard, Sister Li." Li Xiaowen gently patted her hand and rose to fetch her a glass of warm water. "It's not hard at all, darling," she replied, leaning up to place a tender kiss on his lips. After a while, Sister Li felt her strength gradually returning and slowly rose from his embrace. "I've sweated so much. Carry me to the shower." Standing at about 168 centimeters, she was among the taller women, possessing a voluptuous figure that was both curvaceous and alluring. Despite weighing 110 pounds, Li Xiaowen effortlessly lifted her, the weight a mere trifle for him now. Upon entering the bathroom, he discovered that the spacious bathtub was already filled with water, presumably prepared in advance by Sister Li. As he placed her into the bathtub, he realized just how clingy she was, resembling a young girl experiencing her first love. He joined her in the tub, only to find the water cooler than he had anticipated, likely due to its prior preparation. Time seemed to slip away, and when Sister Lee gradually regained consciousness, she found herself cradled back in the bedroom. Feeling dizzy and utterly drained, her voice was slightly hoarse. "Darling, hold me close." Initially, Li Xiaowen thought she had fainted at the last moment, and as he dried her off, he intended for her to rest well. To his surprise, she was merely fatigued, still retaining a glimmer of awareness. Hearing her words, he wrapped his arms around her back, gently pulling her into a warm embrace. "Rest well. You've exhausted all your strength," he said. "Darling, a kiss before I sleep." He leaned down to kiss her softly. "Sleep now. Good night, my love." With that, she drifted into a deep slumber in his arms. The night passed in silence. Chapter 49. Unrepentantly shameless as dawn broke, Li Xiaowen awoke early, a heaviness enveloping him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Li Jie had, unbeknownst to him, nestled her serene face against his chest, her countenance tranquil, adorned with a hint of a smile. Her breathing was steady, lost in the depths of sweet slumber. He knew that if he attempted to shift her, she would undoubtedly awaken, so he resolved to remain still, allowing her to rest a while longer. Yet as time passed, Li Xiaowen found his composure increasingly elusive. With such a voluptuous gem nestled in his embrace, how could he remain unperturbed? Time slipped away unnoticed. "Darling, come over here." Li Jie gazed dreamily at Li Xiaowen's stunning profile, her languorous voice tinged with a magnetic allure. "Are you not concerned about my sister finding out?" Li Xiaowen inquired with a smile. A flicker of conflict crossed Li Jie's eyes, as if she had made a resolute decision. "Not at all. Although I am married and older than you, I do not seek marriage with you. I am simply willing to be your mistress. I would even bear your children and ensure your lineage continues." Even if she discovers this, what can she do? What could she possibly say? "Very well. I shall contemplate it," Li Xiaowen replied after a moment's reflection. With that, the two shared a tender embrace. As morning arrived, Xiao Simu dutifully went to rouse her brother for breakfast, only to find the room conspicuously empty. After conferring with their mother and sister, it became apparent that the R8 in the garage was also missing. Reviewing the surveillance footage revealed that Li Xiaowen had driven away late the previous night. Wang Xiaoxiao felt a wave of concern wash over her as she attempted to call him, only to be met with the disheartening message that his phone was switched off. Fearing that her son, having received a substantial sum of 10 million, might indulge in a reckless lifestyle akin to that of the affluent elite, she was not distressed over the money itself, but rather anxious about the negative influences he might encounter. Anxiety gnawed at her heart. In contrast, Qin Muxue recalled the intimate and flirtatious interactions between Li Jie and her brother during her friend's birthday celebration, prompting a flurry of speculation. Yet, it remained mere conjecture, and she hesitated to share this with her mother. However, witnessing her mother's worry, she could not help but reassure her mother, "Do not fret. I believe I know where my brother is." Upon hearing her daughter's words, Wang Xiaoxiao felt a measure of relief. "I am not worried about anything specific, merely concerned that your brother might stray. After all, having just gifted him over 10 million, it is all too easy for him to be led astray and fall into undesirable habits. That will not happen. I shall call him right away," she declared, stepping aside to dial Li Jie's number. At the Tangshan Yiping residence, Li Xiaowen and Li Jie were entwined in a warm exchange, playfully teasing one another. Suddenly, Li Jie's phone chimed with an incoming call. It was Qin Muxue. Li Xiaowen had initially intended to return home at dawn, yet Li Jie's enchanting presence proved irresistible. After indulging in their morning activities, they glanced at the clock, realizing it was now 9 o'clock. "It's Muxue calling," Li Jie said, a hint of panic in her voice as she looked at Li Xiaowen. Observing the beauty in his arms, he felt a smile tug at his lips. She had exuded such fearlessness mere moments ago, yet now her true self was laid bare. She gently kissed her lips and said, "Go ahead. Just speak the truth. She won't devour you, it's fine." These words seemed to imbue her with strength. After taking a deep breath and steadying herself, she connected the call. "Hello, Muxue. Did my brother visit you last night?" On the other end, Qin Mushui replied coldly, Sister Li, you are already married, although your husband is no longer with us. How can you behave this way? Sister Li felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her. However, she realized she could not part with Li Xiaowen. From the moment she laid eyes on him, the dormant waves of her heart began to stir. Being in his presence made her heart race, reminiscent of her youthful days. Despite having met him only twice, she felt an unusual comfort and ease around him. Though she was significantly older, she often found herself wanting to be spoiled in his embrace. In every sense, both physically and emotionally, from the moment she chose to be with Li Xiaowen, she knew she could never let go. With this realization, Sister Li took a deep breath and resolutely stated, Mu Shui, given the circumstances, you may scold me as you wish, but it is impossible for me to leave him. I am aware that I am much older than he is, and I do not seek any formal acknowledgement. As long as I can remain with him, I am willing to do anything. On the other end of the line, Qin Mushui was taken aback by Sister Li's declaration and found herself at a loss for words. Sister Li's tone clearly indicated that she was hopelessly infatuated. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, Sister Li, what is it about him that has ensnared you so completely after just one meeting? Mu Shui, you do not understand. I simply cannot live without him. Alas, what folly is this, Sister Li? Hand a phone to him. Qin Mushui sighed. Although the call was not on speaker, Sister Li was in Li Xiaowen's embrace, and he could hear everything clearly. He took the phone, placed it to his ear, and softly said, Hello, sister. What do you intend to do? Qin Mushui replied coolly, What do you mean by what to do? You will eventually have girlfriends and get married. If you do not intend to take responsibility for Sister Li, this matter will inevitably come to light. What will you do then? Will you forsake your girlfriend and wife for Sister Li, or will you delineate boundaries and pursue a traditional relationship? Li Xiaowen felt that his sister was being rather presumptuous. He could not help but shake his head and said, Sister, to be frank, I have never contemplated marriage in my life. Thus, the issues you raise do not exist. Even if they did, the decision would not rest with me. Qin Mushui was taken aback by her brother's perspective and was left speechless for a moment. Finally, she managed to say, You're truly a scoundrel. But how will you explain this to our mother? How will you carry on the family line? Aren't you afraid of her wrath when she finds out? I would give the same answer to our mother. It wouldn't matter who it was. In the future, I shall have numerous women. If my mother is anxious for grandchildren, then let her have a few more. Qin Mushui was rendered speechless and chose not to waste her breath. She decided to leave this matter for her mother to fret over. Very well, do as you please. Return home early. My mother is worried about your reckless escapades. Goodbye. Chapter 50. Confrontation with Mother. The dialogue between Li Xiaowen and Qin Mushui was clearly overheard by Sister Li. Upon grasping his innermost thoughts, she felt a significant weight lift off her heart. Though aware that he would likely have many women in his life, which stirred a hint of discomfort within her. His declaration of not wanting to marry alleviated any pressure associated with their relationship, with both standing on equal footing and devoid of any formal ties. The notion of one overshadowing the other faded away. With this realization, Sister Li's anxiety dissipated entirely. She leaned closer, her voice laced with a magnetic allure, and whispered softly, Naughty husband, how many sisters do you plan to find for me in the future? Rest assured, there will be no shortage. Li Xiaowen replied, half-jokingly. Then I shall show you a thing or two today, you naughty husband. An hour later, Li Xiaowen gently tucked her in, quietly rising to wipe the sweat from his body, as if he had just emerged from a torrential downpour. Time passed unmeasured, and when Sister Li regained her senses, she found Li Xiaowen's presence had vanished. Gazing around the empty room, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted in from outside. Ignoring her aching limbs, she hastily donned a robe and followed the enticing scent. Upon entering the living room, she spotted a familiar figure bustling about in the open kitchen, the savory fragrance emanating from him. Her heart swelled with affection. Her little husband looked so handsome while cooking. She sashayed towards Li Xiaowen, her eyes brimming with adoration. As Li Xiaowen skillfully fried eggs, he suddenly felt her embrace from behind. My dear husband, I thought you had left. Sister Li's slightly husky voice floated into his ear. How could I? My precious sister Li hasn't had breakfast yet, and I wanted to watch you wake up before I left. Li Xiaowen continued cooking, turning to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. Sister Li's eyes sparkled. At that moment, all she could see was Li Xiaowen. With a dreamy expression, she declared, I love you so much, my darling husband. All right, my love, it's time for breakfast. After sharing a cozy moment post-breakfast, they reluctantly parted ways, leaving Sister Li with a lingering gaze. Returning home, it was already 10 in the morning. After parking the car and opening the door, he found the entire family seated on the living room sofa, silent, as if waiting for his return. Good morning, Mom, Sister, and Little Sister. Li Xiaowen then casually took a seat on the sofa. You bad brother. Where did you go? You deserve a scolding from Mom. Xiao Simu pouted, looking quite the little adult. So, tell your mother what you were up to last night. Wang Xiuxiu inquired with concern. Qin Muxue shot him a disapproving glance, but chose to remain silent. Li Xiaowen first ruffled Xiao Simu's hair before addressing his mother. I was at a friend's house. Sorry for making you worry, Mom. Wang Xiuxiu felt a wave of curiosity wash over her upon hearing her son's explanation. I truly cannot fathom who else he might have as friends here. Could it be that he met them during Mu Shui's birthday celebration? Thus I inquired, friends? Male or female? Female. Ah, then she must be a girlfriend? Wang Xiuxiu gazed at her son and continued softly, but didn't you previously mention that you already had a girlfriend? In fact, more than one. Are your words truthful? As soon as this was uttered, the entire living room fell into a profound silence, particularly affecting Qin Muxue. At that moment, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Li Xiaowen. However, upon noticing Li Xiaowen's strikingly handsome visage, which bordered on the otherworldly, she seemed to find solace. Moreover, she realized that her younger brother appeared even more attractive than just a few days prior. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly at this anomaly. At merely 18, he had already captivated so many women. If he were to mature another 2 years, his beauty would surely bring nations to ruin. Before encountering Li Xiaowen, she had thought such phrases pertained solely to women. Little did she expect that one day they could also apply to men. Indeed, mother, you are correct. Everything I said is true, Li Xiaowen replied, his demeanor completely unperturbed, a gentle smile gracing his lips. For a moment, Wang Xiuxiu found herself at a loss for words. She did not wish for her son to transform into a scoundrel who toyed with the emotions of women. Yet, reflecting on how she had not been present in his life for so many years, she recognized that she bore some responsibility for his current state and thus felt reluctant to cast blame. In truth, it was guilt that led her to desire indulgence. With a complex expression, she looked at her son and said, Son, Mother believes this is misguided. Do you genuinely have feelings for them? Who do you intend to marry in the future? Regardless of your choice, someone's heart will inevitably be broken. How does this differ from those debauched young men who exploit women? Li Xiaowen had long anticipated that his mother would respond in this manner. His predictions were entirely accurate. How could he easily alter the decisions he had firmly made, even if it were his own mother questioning him? He took a moment to steady his tone and replied, Mother, I never intended to marry. I do have feelings for them and have never coerced them. As long as they do not leave me, I shall treat them all equally. Son, you are still young. Your thoughts are overly simplistic. Those ancient emperors with countless concubines, could they truly treat them all equally? Were they not constantly embroiled in schemes and rivalries? Your perspective is utterly unrealistic. Wang Xiuxiu continued patiently to guide her son. All right, mother, please do not counsel me further. At least at this moment, I harbor no hopes for marriage. It is merely a shackle that binds one's self. Moreover, as of now, my girlfriends do not mind my seeking other women, so you need not worry. With a playful tone, Li Xiaowen added, On a day when I am in good spirits, I might even bless you with a few grandchildren to dote upon. Wang Xiuxiu harbored suspicions that perhaps the emotional scars inflicted upon her son by both herself and Li Aigua during his childhood were significant, thus leading him to harbor such resistance toward the concept of marriage. Gazing upon her son's strikingly handsome face, so close to perfection, Wang Xiuxiu suddenly found her previous concerns to be somewhat excessive. Could that woman truly withstand temptation? If she were to attain someone of such caliber, Would she ever be willing to let go? With this thought in mind, she decided to relinquish her worries entirely. After all, she had endured all the hardships she needed to. Her children were free to enjoy their lives. As long as they steered clear of unlawful conduct, she would allow them to follow their own paths. Chapter 51. Special Recruitment and Assessment. With a gentle sigh, she addressed her son. Go ahead. As long as you refrain from engaging in illegal activities and take care of yourself, I shall not interfere. By the way, regarding grandchildren, if you truly have intentions, do seize the moment. Your mother is eagerly awaiting the day I can hold my grandchild. All right, Mom, I will make haste. Just wait for the day I present you with a grandchild, Li Xiaowen declared with unwavering conviction. Qin Muxue was taken aback by this exchange, her mouth, agape, rendered momentarily speechless. Little Simu, on the other hand, remained oblivious, aware only that her brother seemed to have several girlfriends. Nevertheless, in her eyes, her handsome brother deserved the attention of multiple admirers to match his striking looks. Once their conversation concluded, their mother departed for work, leaving Li Xiaowen reclining on the sofa alongside two beautiful women, one grand, the other petite. The stunning beauty was, of course, Qin Muxue, who at that moment was engrossed in her phone, scrolling through short videos. Dressed in nothing but a white mini-skirt, she appeared to find something exceedingly amusing, laughing uproariously and carelessly exposing a considerable view of her figure, along with glimpses of black lace lingerie, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Li Xiaowen, a spirited young man. Nearby, hey, mind your manners, sis. Although we are at home, I'm still here, and you're revealing too much. Li Xiaowen admonished her with exasperation. Qin Muxue, caught off guard by his reminder, immediately flushed crimson. Flustered, she retorted, Humph. What did you see? Was it appealing? You lecher. Surely, you do not harbor any thoughts about me. Li Xiaowen was rendered speechless. Although he had indeed caught an inadvertent glimpse, it was unintentional. Moreover, to pose such a direct question, only a fool would respond affirmatively. Thus, he merely rolled his eyes, avoiding her gaze as he replied, What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Do take care of yourself. After all, I am a man. This brief interlude swiftly passed, and before they knew it, evening descended upon them. The family gathered around the dining table, relishing a sumptuous dinner. As Li Xiaowen finished his first bowl, he heard his mother softly declare, Son, I have inquired about matters at your school. Unfortunately, the regular admissions are already full. Only the special recruitment slots remain. However, not everyone is eligible for special recruitment. One must possess exceptional talent in the arts and have received accolades to qualify. I have exerted my utmost efforts to secure an opportunity for you to participate in the selection process. Do you possess any notable talents, my son? If not, we might consider switching universities or perhaps waiting to participate in the arts examination next year. Wang Xiuxiu's voice carried a hint of regret. Initially, she had confidently assured her son of his prospects, only to discover, upon further investigation, that entry into the prestigious Shanghai Theater Academy was not solely contingent upon wealth or connections. She had pulled numerous strings, leveraging several favors, and even contributed a substantial sponsorship of 10 million just to persuade the institution to assess her son. Should he prove suitable, he might be granted special admission. Otherwise, they would have to wait until the following year to try again. Li Xiaowen discerned the hint of apology in his mother's tone and promptly set aside the second bowl of rice he had just filled. Grasping his mother's hand, he smiled and expressed, Thank you, Mom. It is already a great honor to have the opportunity for their evaluation. I am truly grateful to you. So, if I am unable to make it, it is of no consequence. Other schools are equally commendable. However, I must acknowledge that you have invested considerable social capital on my behalf this time. Wang Xiuxiu, clasping Li Xiaowen's slender hand in return, replied with a contented expression. It is of no concern, my son. It is wonderful that you can think this way. Now let's enjoy our meal. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet the school officials. Thank you, Mom. Later that night, in Li Xiaowen's room, he contemplated his mother's words regarding the special recruitment criteria and decided to investigate further. The essence of it was that if Li Xiaowen were to receive a prestigious music award during his senior year, such as a gold record award or even a Grammy, or if he were to attain recognition in acting, such as winning the title of Best Actor or an Oscar, he would undoubtedly be specially recruited by various esteemed art institutions. The same applied to other fields. As long as one possessed extraordinary artistic talent and had garnered reputable awards, they would attract attention and be specially considered. He pondered himself, I wonder if being handsome counts as well. After all, Huang Xiaoman had been admitted to the Film Academy solely due to his good looks. Given that his own appearance had surpassed Wang's by a considerable margin, it seemed plausible that it would be advantageous. However, to enhance his charm further would require a hefty investment of 10 million. His remaining funds would only allow for a modest improvement, which felt rather inadequate. Nevertheless, to play it safe, he sought out literature on acting and began to study it meticulously. As he immersed himself in the teachings of the books, time slipped by until the clock struck 1 in the morning, at which point the skill of acting finally appeared on his system panel. The lengthy duration was due to the comprehensive nature of acting, encompassing the 4 fundamental skills of voice, stage presence, physicality, and expression, thus demanding considerable effort from Li Xiaowen. He directly upgraded the skill to level 3 before finally lying down to sleep soundly. System level 7 host. Li Xiaowen age 18 height 185 centimeters physicality 30. The average adult is 10. Charm 95 10 105. Skills culinary arts 3. Master level equestrianism 3. Master level guitar 3. Master level driving 3. Master level singing 3. Master level English 3. Master level Tai Chi 3. Master level parkour 3. Master level piano 3. Master level wealth 80,000 per 24 hours current 18 455,000 to reach the next level 4,138,000,000. Days passed, and his income increased by several 100,000 PS. Please bear with me. The author has not taken any exams and can only write from imagination. I apologize for any inconsistencies. The following afternoon, under the guidance of Secretary Yi, Li Xiaowen went directly to the Drama Academy. His mother did not accompany him, as this was Li Xiaowen's request. Thus, Secretary Yi Shuuro accompanied him, as she was the one who had handled the transfer of the 1 million in sponsorship. Upon arriving at the classroom, they discovered several leaders awaiting their presence. Yi Shuuro approached and greeted everyone, exclaiming, Principal Huang, esteemed teachers, thank you for your patience. Not at all. The timing is just perfect. Principal Huang replied with a hearty chuckle, though his gaze was keenly observing Li Xiaowen. The moment Li Xiaowen entered, he noticed the striking aura and countenance that set him apart from the others, leaving a profound impression on him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his mere appearance could warrant a special admission to the institution. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts too soon, wishing to ascertain whether Li Xiaowen possessed any talents to accompany his looks. Many of the teachers present shared the same sentiment, having also taken note of him as he walked in. He must be the son of Mr. Wang, Principal Huang remarked to Secretary Yi. Indeed, Principal Huang, Li Xiaowen responded, stepping forward with awareness. Good day, Principal, esteemed teachers. Greeting. Your image is quite commendable. You certainly seem well suited for this field. Principal Huang and the examiners nodded in satisfaction. Now, Li Xiaowen, please prepare to showcase your talents. The examiners and principal took their seats. Li Xiaowen nodded, his lips curving into a subtle smile. He performed a slight bow before introducing himself. Esteemed teachers, good day. I am today as candidate, 18 years old, hailing from the enchanting metropolis. Today, I am prepared to present a piano solo, a guitar solo, and a poetry recital. Chapter 52. Through examination prior to today, both my mother and sister Yi had informed me that I would be the only special admission candidate. Hence, I could showcase any talents I possessed, as time was ample. I approached the piano with measured steps, adjusted my breathing slightly, and allowed my fingertips to gracefully dance across the keys. As the notes began to resonate, the ethereal piece, the bells echoed throughout the classroom. This composition, a dreamlike creation by Liszt, wove together beauty and enchantment. The fantastical melody seemed to draw everyone through a mysterious portal, as if one could glimpse the clock of time swaying in the heavens. It resembled the exquisite waves of a serene lake, rising and falling, intoxicating all who listened. As the final note faded, the music gradually dissipated, awakening the audience from their reverie. Applause erupted, filled with admiration. Quite impressive indeed. It possesses a certain charm. Indeed, with just a couple more years of practice, he could participate in international competitions. Absolutely. With diligent effort over 5 or 6 years, he might even reach the international Chopin piano competition. Particularly, Ishiro gazed at Li Xiaowen, her eyes sparkling, as if 2 blossoms of peach were fleeting in her pupils. On is so handsome. Such a splendid performance. Li Xiaowen bowed repeatedly in gratitude, then transitioned into a guitar solo. This time, he played Time Travel by the renowned Japanese composer Arima Masaki. As his fingers danced across the strings, the enchanting melody enveloped the audience once more. The spectators found increasing satisfaction. Had he participated in the arts examination sooner, there was no doubt he would have passed. Although it was not too late, his current displays were solely musical. It remained a mystery how he fared in acting. As time progressed, the final segment of the melody gracefully concluded, leading us to the poetry recitation segment. Though it might appear the simplest, it was, in fact, the most challenging performance of the day. The seemingly straightforward recitation encompassed the foundational elements of voice, stage presence, movement, and expression. Next was the recitation of Farewell to Cambridge, where Li Xiaowen stood tall, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled a small portion before beginning his recitation. Gently, I depart, just as I came, softly. His voice brimmed with emotion, deep and magnetic, imbuing the words with a profound narrative quality that drew the audience into a shared experience. I waved my sleeve, not taking a single cloud with me. With each line, his facial expressions and gestures transformed, at times reflecting longing, at others, melancholy, immersing everyone within the moment. The teachers and principal observed with great satisfaction. Within just a few lines, Li Xiaowen's innate talent for this art became evident. His foundational skills in voice, stage presence, movement, and expression surpassed even those of second and third-year students. Indeed, his performance in this segment nearly rivaled that of professional broadcasters. Quietly, I depart, just as I quietly arrived. I wave my sleeve, not taking a single cloud with me. As the final word fell, the audience gradually emerged from their immersion, followed by a resounding wave of applause. It is not merely the extraordinary talents displayed by Li Xiaowen that astonish, but rather the sheer delight felt by those witnessing the remarkable prowess of this exceptionally handsome 18-year-old, as if they had stumbled upon a hidden gem. At such a tender age, to possess such a profound mastery of numerous skills transcends mere diligence. It also demands a considerable degree of innate talent. Excellent. Quite remarkable. Li Xiaowen, do you possess any other talents? The principal inquired with a satisfied smile. The other teachers also regarded him with pleased expressions, affirming, impressive. You've certainly demonstrated yourself to be an outstanding prospect. I can also ride horses and practice Tai Chi. Li Xiaowen tu fuyi raplia. Shall I perform a set for the teachers? With that, he assumed the initial posture and elegantly executed the movements of Tai Chi. His masterful rendition diverged significantly from conventional performances or health routines. Each movement exuded strength while retaining an ethereal grace. As Li Xiaowen moved, his form was a dance of speed and slowness, each punch punctuated by a resonant sound, reminiscent of a true martial arts master, embodying the spirit of a grandmaster. The teachers and principal watched in awe, their faces alight with smiles and uncontainable satisfaction. Yishiro also observed, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, feeling an unfamiliar sense of wonder towards Li Xiaowen. Despite having researched his background, the display he presented today was a stark contrast to the information she had previously uncovered. Where has he acquired such skills? Why does he suddenly seem so enigmatic? She mused internally. Upon completing his performance, Li Xiaowen appeared unruffled, save for a slight rush of blood to his cheeks. Excellent. Truly remarkable. At such a young age, to have cultivated such skills. This must be a testament to both talent and considerable effort. Several teachers applauded, their laughter ringing with approval. Indeed, You surpass your peers by a considerable margin. You have successfully passed this examination. Await your acceptance letter and report to the Performing Arts Department at the start of the term. The principal regarded Li Xiaowen with satisfaction, his laughter hearty. Thank you, principal, and esteemed teachers, for your affirmation. Li Xiaowen bod ingratitude. Yi Xiuero joined in with a bright smile, saying, Thank you to the principal and all the teachers. The chairman has instructed that upon his successful examination, our group will donate 10 million to your esteemed institution, contributing modestly to our nation's film and cultural endeavors. We are immensely grateful. However, this is all due to Li Xiaowen's own capabilities. The credit belongs solely to him. We merely fulfilled our responsibilities. The principal remarked, giving Li Xiaowen a reassuring pat on the shoulder. After bidding farewell to the teachers and the principal, Li Xiaowen followed Yi Xiuero as they departed the school. In the car, as Li Xiaowen drove, Yi Xiuero, seated in the passenger seat, regarded him with curiosity. After a moment, she said, Alwan, you are quite mysterious. How come I never knew you possessed such a plethora of talents? Where did you learn all this? Yi Xiuero, dressed impeccably as a secretary with her collar elegantly open, had removed her high heels, her alluring legs casually resting against the dashboard, embodying the essence of a captivating enchantress. Li Xiaowen gazed ahead, yet the corner of his eye remained fixed on Yi Xiuero. Hearing her inquiry, he feigned nonchalance, teasingly remarking, Having achieved self-taught success, am I not particularly remarkable and handsome? Have I captivated you, Sister Yi? Yi Xiuero's cheeks flushed inexplicably. Indeed, she had been enchanted by him. Just a couple of days prior, she had even dreamt of him, necessitating 2 changes of bed linens. However, such admissions were out of the question. Not only was he the son of her employer, but he was also significantly younger and had been married before. Thus, she too pretended to be indifferent, replying, Sister acknowledges your handsomeness. However, I am not lacking in admirers, you know. If you choose not to share, so be it. I can hardly be bothered to inquire. Chapter 53. Yi Xiuero seeks help, you stubborn woman. Li Xiuwen remarca. Little rascal, how do you know that my sister is stubborn? Yi Xiuero's beautiful eyes sparkled with laughter as she gazed at Li Xiaowen, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Li Xiaowen found himself perplexed. It seemed that every conversation with these women quickly turned flirtatious. Not wanting to dwell on this topic, fearing it might ignite a fire within him, he shifted the conversation. Sister Yi, could you please tuck your feet away? We might encounter a checkpoint, and it's unsafe this way. Alas, his attempt to change the subject proved futile. Yi Xiuero chuckled mischievously. Little lecher, you want me to put them away, just like that? A sly grin appeared on her face. Sister Yi, you claim I haven't captivated you, yet since just now, you have been teasing me. Li Xiaowen halted the car at a red light, and suddenly turned to look at her with a roguish glint in his eyes. Yi Xiuero found herself momentarily speechless. Unbeknownst to her, every time she spent time with Li Xiaowen, she couldn't help but want to provoke him. Initially, her intentions were decidedly different, yet the conversation always veered off course. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, she retorted, Little rascal, I merely wish to tease you. What is wrong with that? Finally admitting it, are we? Li Xiaowen said, his expression triumphant as he inhaled the scent lingering in the car. Sister Yi, you really should put your feet down. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiuero mistakenly thought that Li Xiaowen found her feet unpleasant. Not one to be easily flustered, she shot him a sidelong glance. Little lecher. She then sat upright. Li Xiaowen felt a slight flush creeping onto his face. Despite his mental maturity surpassing 30 years, he couldn't help but blush. However, he would never concede to her earlier insinuation. Very well, Sister Yi, you tease me, but I have no proof, he declared. Yi Xiuero found his words humorous and entertaining. All right, Sister won't bicker with you any longer. Just drive safely. Ultimately, Yi Xiuero surrendered, a hint of fear creeping in. Li Xiaowen, upon hearing her words, chose not to press further and focused on driving. Yet, Yi Xiuero, feeling shy, quickly averted her gaze, lowering her head to engross herself in her phone. Thus, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the car, persisting until Yi Xiuero received a phone call, shattering the stillness. The call was from her ex-husband, Ning Yinfeng, who had just returned from abroad, eager to flaunt his new wife, 13 years his junior, in front of her. After their marriage, Ning Yinfeng had relied on her for support, and although their relationship with her mother-in-law had been strained, it had improved somewhat after the birth of their child. However, following the tragic death of their child due to illness, both their familial and marital bonds disintegrated, leading to their divorce when he was still an obscure painter. Now, having amassed a fortune of several $1,000,000, he was eager to showcase his newfound success and his youthful bride, seeking to prove that he was living better than she was, hoping to instill regret in her for their separation. Yishuiro, however, had no desire to meet the other party, for the mere sight of them evoked memories of her deceased son. Thus, she had declined numerous invitations prior to this. This time, the other party brazenly suggested that her reluctance stemmed from a fear of their superior circumstances. Coincidentally, she had an exceptionally capable confidant by her side. After a moment's contemplation, she shyly smiled at Li Xiaowen and said, "On, dear brother, would you be so kind as to assist your sister?" Li Xiaowen, not giving it much thought, readily replied, "Of course, as long as it doesn't involve any heinous acts, Sister Yi. I am at your service." Yishuiro gathered her thoughts and adjusted her tone before inquiring, "Could you pretend to be my husband?" Li Xiaowen, "What? Pretend to be your husband? I'm a bit perplexed." She clarified, "Just act as if you were my current spouse when we meet my ex-husband. We must appear affectionate." She then proceeded to explain the situation in detail. Understanding dawned on Li Xiaowen, and he responded, "I see. I can do that. But what would you offer me in return? What do you desire?" Yishuiro thought to herself, wondering if this young man harbored any intentions towards her. However, she considered that it was often women of her age who attracted men of his generation. The thought made her cheeks flush, and she shyly continued, "I will treat you to a meal. Is that all?" Li Xiaowen shot her a sidelong glance, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief. For some inexplicable reason, memories of a recent dream with him flooded her mind, causing her gaze to falter and her tone to become awkward as she stammered, "Well, what do you expect me to offer you? What do you think, Sister Yi?" Li Xiaowen replied with a knowing look, "You little rascal." Yishuiro's eyes seemed to glisten with unshed tears, her cheeks flushed. Bewildered by her own reaction, she impulsively agreed, "Sister will oblige you. How generous of me." With a smile on his lips, Li Xiaowen drove towards the destination Yishuiro had provided. Upon their arrival, darkness had descended. After securing a parking spot, he parked the R8 with precision. As they stepped out of the car, Yishuiro naturally linked her arm with Li Xiaowen's as they strolled towards the Western restaurant. At that moment, a young girl in a school uniform approached them, cradling a bouquet of roses. "Brother, buy a bouquet for your girlfriend," she exclaimed with a bright smile. Despite her uniform being faded and her white shoes having a small hole, she appeared impeccably clean. Li Xiaowen, seeing a reflection of his younger self in her, knelt down with a warm smile and asked, "What is your name, little sister? How many have you sold today?" He refrained from questioning why she wasn't in school, as it seemed foolish. If she had the means, she wouldn't be out selling flowers at such a young age. Business is thriving today. I have already sold 20 bunches. How many would you like, brother? I will take them all. How much do they cost?" Li Xiaowen said with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. 15 yuan per bunch, brother," the little girl replied, her large eyes sparkling with innocence as she looked at Li Xiaowen. "That's perfect. You have exactly 9 bunches here. Long-lasting and meaningful," he remarked, pulling out his phone to scan the payment code around her neck. "Thank you, brother." The little girl beamed with joy, skillfully wrapping the flowers for him. At that moment, Yishuiro felt her heart warm under Li Xiaowen's gentle demeanor. His soft words and radiant smile were truly healing. Lost in admiration, she was suddenly brought back to reality as Li Xiaowen handed her the bouquet of roses. "Sister Yi, these are for you." As she took the flowers, her heart raced, as if she had been transported back to the days of her first love. Chapter 54. Supporting Yishuiro and venting thank you on. Unbeknownst to herself, she leaned in and gently pressed her lips to the corner of Li Xiaowen's mouth. The sensation was fleeting, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, akin to the innocent exchanges of young lovers. In that moment, he discerned a hint of shyness and fluster in her gaze. While he was unsure of others' perceptions, Yishuoro's demeanor appeared rather alluring to Li Xiaowen. With a slight upward curve of his lips, he bestowed upon her a warm smile and said softly, "Shall we go, Sister Yi?" "Yes, let us." Yishuoro once again linked her arm with his, bidding farewell to the little flower girl. "Goodbye, brother and sister," exclaimed the young girl, who then skipped joyfully back home. The two of them appeared akin to a married couple, with Li Xiaowen bearing a youthful visage that belied his maturity, which was incongruent with that of his peers. In the elevator, several women whispered behind them, enviously remarking on how handsome Yishuoro's husband was. Hearing this stirred an inexplicable sense of vanity within her, filling her with a sense of pride. Unconsciously, she straightened her posture, tightening her grip on Li Xiaowen's arm. "On, you are so affectionate. It makes even an older sister like me feel fluttery." Yishuoro leaned closer to Li Xiaowen, her breath a gentle whisper in his ear. "Ha! I merely recalled my former self. It's not as splendid as you suggest," Li Xiaowen replied. In that moment, he felt a ticklish sensation by his ear, as if ants were crawling upon him. Coupled with her earlier gesture of puffing out her chest, he experienced an overwhelming tenderness in his arm. Fortunately, the elevator soon arrived at the restaurant's floor, sparing him further torment. Upon entering, a waiter greeted them, inquiring if they had a reservation. "Yes, the reservation is under Ning Yinfeng," Yishuoro replied, still linked to Li Xiaowen. "Very well, please follow me," the waiter nodded, leading the way. As they entered the private room, they discovered an even more opulent and elegant setting than outside. A man and a woman were seated at the table. The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, reasonably handsome, likely a former heartthrob, though now he had succumbed to a bit of weight gain. Clad in a Versace suit, sporting a trendy hairstyle, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded an unsettling air of slickness. Beside him sat a young woman in a gray low-cut gown, probably in her 20s. Her appearance was evidently the result of cosmetic enhancements, with a curvaceous figure and a pronounced décolletage, suggesting further surgical alterations. Upon hearing the sound of Yishuoro and Li Xiaowen's entrance, they quickly turned their attention towards them. The strikingly beautiful woman in professional attire, wearing a sweet smile, affectionately linked her arm with a young man dressed in a custom black suit. The enchanting woman was, of course, Yishuoro, and the man beside her was none other than Li Xiaowen. Ning Yinfeng felt a twinge of discontent, perhaps even disappointment. He had initially hoped to impress his ex-wife, aiming to evoke a sense of regret for her past decisions. To one's astonishment, the ex-wife had found such a dashing man, instantly evoking a sense of inadequacy. A tinge of envy. Unbeknownst to him, his newlywed wife, just back from their honeymoon, gazed at Li Xiaowen with such admiration that she nearly drooled. Li Aizhen believed that this man outshone even the most celebrated idols of her homeland. Comparisons to members of the popular band EXO or the likes of Quan Jiong seemed laughably inadequate. Her beautiful eyes appeared as if they would devour him. Had her husband not been by her side, she would have surely screamed in delight. Just a mere glance left her feeling utterly entranced. Yishuoro was in an unprecedentedly buoyant mood, keenly observing the expressions of her ex-husband and his young wife. The sight of him looking crestfallen filled her with an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. She silently praised her own wisdom for bringing On along, as it not only struck a blow to her ex, but also allowed her to assert her superiority in front of him. It seemed she ought to reward her younger partner later that evening for bringing her such joy. Amidst her thoughts, she chided herself inwardly. How had she begun to entertain such notions? Yishuoro, have you truly become so frivolous? Could it be that prolonged singleness had altered you? Despite such musings and her heart fluttering, her outward demeanor remained unchanged. Approaching Ning Yinfeng, she mockingly remarked, "Ning Yinfeng, I truly fail to understand why, after all these years post-divorce, you insist on having me meet you repeatedly right after your marriage. Is it merely to flaunt your new conquest and prove your life is superior to mine? I'm afraid you shall be disappointed." With that, she planted a kiss on Li Xiaowen's lips, introducing him with pride. "This is my husband, not only younger than you, but also affluent, and most importantly, he adores me." Ning Yunfeng's countenance darkened. In a bid to maintain his composure, he forced a smile. "Ha! It's been years, Shuuro. You still possess that gift of gab." He then extended his hand toward Li Xiaowen, donning what he believed to be a charming smile. "Hello, Ning Yunfeng, a painter, and Shiro, ex-husband." Li Xiaowen had no intention of playing the gentleman, especially since this man had persistently harassed Yishuero. Thus, he shook Ning's hand briefly, then withdrew it, his tone turning frosty. "Mr. Ning, you have been divorced for many years now. You are no longer connected to her in any capacity. Therefore, I must ask you to refrain from such familiarity. She is now my wife. You two are essentially strangers, and I failed to comprehend your repeated harassment and requests to meet her. I demand an explanation." Yishuero was profoundly moved. They had not rehearsed this exchange, and she was entirely unprepared for his boldness. In that moment, she wished fervently for this scenario to be genuine. Li Xiaowen's commanding defense of her was undeniably captivating, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. At this moment, she completely overlooked the fact that this man was merely 18 years of age. Ning Yunfeng was taken aback, for this strikingly handsome man, exuding the air of a nobleman, displayed a remarkable lack of gentlemanly conduct, eliciting a degree of disdain within him. Had this been in a Western country, he would undoubtedly find it impossible to navigate the upper echelons of society, though his heart brimmed with indignation. The words of his interlocutor left him with no grounds for rebuttal, compelling him instead to manifest his own gentlemanly poise and broad-mindedness. Thus, he slowly regulated his breathing, lowered his voice, and with a deep, resonant tone, spoke in a most courteous manner. "Ah, my sincerest apologies. It was my oversight not to consider this aspect. I am truly sorry for any inconvenience caused to your lives." Li Xiaowen regarded him with keen interest, sensing that this individual was somewhat atypical. After hearing his explanation, he turned to the girl beside him, whose gaze was fervently fixed upon Li Xiaowen, and continued with a smile. "Allow me to introduce my wife, Li Aijin. We have just registered our marriage abroad and returned from our honeymoon. I hope we can enjoy a splendid evening together." Yishuero looked at him with evident disdain, feeling that his time abroad had adversely affected his intellect. Li Xiaowen reached a conclusion as well. This fellow was nothing more than a pretentious foreigner. Chapter 55. Temptation. The conversations among the group elicited muffled laughter from the dedicated attendant stationed by the door, whose face flushed with amusement. Had it not been for their professional training, they would have burst into laughter. As Li Aijin's husband completed his introduction, she eagerly extended her hand, her gaze fixated on Li Xiaowen, her eyes brimming with infatuation as she awkwardly exclaimed in broken Mandarin, "Appa, hello, what are you doing?" Li Xiaowen reached out to gently grasp her hand, only to discover that she had firmly clasped his, even teasingly scratching his palm while casting him a subtle flirtatious glance. However, he was unimpressed by this artificially crafted beauty and chose to disregard her entirely. Pretending to be oblivious, he casually remarked, "Hello, I am Li Xiaowen," before withdrawing his hand. Not paying any mind to the two across from him, he pulled over a nearby chair and softly urged Yishuero, "Wife, please don't stand. Take a seat." Yishuero felt herself sinking deeper into the situation, although she knew it was all an act. A part of her was reluctant to awaken from this illusion. Particularly, Li Xiaowen's repeated endearments of wife sent sweet shivers through her heart, making her a little addicted to the attention. Gazing at him with sultry eyes, she planted a kiss on his lips and expressed, "Thank you, my dear husband. You are truly wonderful." She then gracefully settled into the chair he had pulled out for her. In less than an hour since their arrival, this woman had already kissed him several times. Could it be that Sister Yi was becoming infatuated? Why did it feel as though each kiss was devoid of pretense? Was his charm, rated at 105 points, truly that powerful? It felt reminiscent of the enchanting succubi described in novels. Li Xiaowen Musa Internali. In truth, he was not mistaken. The enhancement of his charm was not solely about physical allure. It also encompassed an inexplicable affinity and attraction to the opposite sex. To put it simply, the more time a person spent with him, the stronger the allure became, ensnaring them unknowingly and rendering them unable to escape. However, this phenomenon did not affect Li Xiaowen directly. It merely posed a terrifying aftereffect for women with whom he had developed a certain closeness. That aftereffect was a profound aversion to any male other than Li Xiaowen. The deeper the relationship, the more pronounced this after effect became. Once Yi Shuero settled into her chair, Li Xiaowen also took a seat beside her, under the melancholic gaze of Li Aizhen. Upon seeing everyone seated, the attendant approached at the opportune moment to pour the already decanted red wine. Across the table, Ning Yanfeng lifted his glass and gestured towards Li Xiaowen, casually stating, "Mr. Li, this is a 10-year-old Bordeaux from France. Do give it a try." Li Xiaowen felt exasperated. Must he truly maintain this charade? He chose to ignore him completely and turned to the attendant, requesting, "Please bring me a few bottles of Filico mineral water. I have to drive and cannot consume alcohol." This was the most expensive mineral water in the world, bar none. "Certainly, sir. Wait, please bring me 2 bottles as well. I'm allergic to alcohol." Yishiro chimed in, unable to tolerate this pretense any longer, so she casually fabricated an excuse. Ning Yanfeng, taken aback, pondered, "How am I supposed to maintain the facade with you two behaving like this?" Seeing the two individuals opposite him, he curiously inquired, "I recall that you're not allergic to alcohol, are you? And Mr. Li, is it permissible to call a designated driver after consuming alcohol?" As the waiter swiftly brought forth 4 elegantly packaged bottles of mineral water, Li Xiaowen first opened one and handed it to the enchanting Yishuero, earning yet another sweet kiss from her. Subsequently, he opened a bottle for himself and, taking a sip of the unremarkable liquid, remarked, "In my sports car, where would the designated driver sit?" Noticing some water trickling down from the corner of Li Xiaowen's mouth, Yishuero instinctively used her napkin to wipe it away. Without sparing him a glance, she replied coolly, "What was true in the past is no longer so. My husband disapproves of my drinking, hence I have become allergic." Damn! Consumed by jealousy, Ning Yanfeng regretted his inquiry and cleared his throat awkwardly. "Very well." Meanwhile, Li Aizhen gazed at Li Xiaowen with admiration. The way his throat moved as he drank water was utterly captivating, causing her heart to race. After placing their orders, the dishes arrived in swift succession. As they dined, they listened to Ning Yanfeng recounting his experiences abroad. Yet, apart from his little wife occasionally chiming in, both Li Xiaowen and Yi Shuero largely ignored him. Sensing their disinterest, Ning Yanfeng wisely ceased his chatter. Upon finishing his drink, he fabricated an excuse to visit the restroom. Midway through their meal, Li Xiaowen suddenly felt a pair of feet unexpectedly glide onto his lap. Opposite him sat the alluring Li Aizhen. Whose feet could they belong to if not hers? How audacious to behave so in front of her husband. One could only wonder how many green hats he would wear in the future. He quickly pressed his legs together, firmly halting her mischievous advances while casting her a discreet warning glance. However, it seemed to have the opposite effect, as she not only persisted but intensified her actions, offering him a suggestive look. All of this transpired discreetly, unnoticed by those surrounding them. Despite Li Aizhen being an artificially crafted beauty, Li Xiaowen found himself unable to suppress his primal instincts in response to her provocations. His expression faltered slightly, prompting him to clear his throat and take a sip of mineral water before addressing Yishuero. "Are you full? I will step out to the restroom. Then we can head home." "All right, I'll wait for you. This place is rather dull. It would be better if it were just the two of us," Yishuero replied, taking a bite of her steak. Having spoken, Li Xiaowen quickly rose and made his way towards the public restroom. Yet to his surprise, upon entering and unzipping his fly, a figure suddenly burst in. "Li Aizhen, what are you doing here? This is the men's restroom." Li Xiaowen exclaimed, hastily covering his private parts and stifling his urge. "Appa, you are so handsome. I really like you," Li Aizhen exclaimed, lunging towards him. Li Xiaowen swiftly darted into a stall, but she was quick on her feet and had already wedged her hand firmly in the door crack. At this moment, should Li Xiaowen attempt to close the door, it would surely crush her hand. I truly did not expect that the woman from that country could be so wild. Just as I hesitated for a moment, she seized the opportunity and completely immersed herself in my presence, subsequently wrapping herself around Li Xiaowen. Although Li Xiaowen had his flaws, he was particular about certain matters. He resolutely refused to consume anything he deemed unsanitary. For who could ascertain whether this girl was clean or if she harbored any hidden ailments? He swiftly halted her advance, threatening, "That's enough. If you continue like this, I will inform your husband." Do you think he would choose to remain with you after that? Surely, your union with him is not solely based on love. Upon hearing this, Li Aijin gazed at him in utter confusion. Why? Am I not beautiful? I have no interest in artificially enhanced appearances, and frankly, I find you unclean. Li Xiaowen replied with a stoic expression. What? Li Aijin could hardly believe it. This was her first time taking the initiative, and she had not anticipated being rejected, let alone being deemed undesirable. Chapter 56. Savoring every drop in past relationships, whether with former boyfriends or mere physical encounters. Each suitor endeavored to please her in every conceivable way, yearning for a deeper connection. Yet, after summoning the courage to take initiative, she found herself dismissed as unclean and turned away. Observing her moment of daze, Li Xiaowen refrained from using the restroom and returned directly to the private room. Just then, Ning Yinfeng emerged from the restroom, noticing his beloved wife's absence. He could not help but inquire, "Where has my wife gone?" She stepped outside to use the restroom. Ye oiru replied. Initially, upon seeing Li Aijin trailing behind Li Xiaowen, she was plagued by a foreboding feeling. However, with Li Xiaowen's swift return, that sensation dissipated. She continued, "Ning Yinfeng, we have met face to face and shared a meal. Let us not maintain any further contact. My husband and I shall be leaving now." With that, she grabbed her bag and, entwining her arm with Li Xiaowen's, departed without a backward glance. As they made their exit, they unexpectedly encountered Li Aijin returning to the private room. With an expression of indignation, she blocked Li Xiaowen's path and, in her clumsy Mandarin, declared word by word, "I am not dirty. I am not ill." Li Xiaowen, his expression darkening, forcefully brushed past the irate woman, coldly responding, "Your cleanliness is of no concern to me. Discuss it with your husband." He then took Yi Shiuro's hand, leaving under her bewildered gaze. In the car, after fastening her seatbelt, Yi Shiuro looked at him. Her curiosity piqued. What was that woman's intention? As he started the engine and merged into the bustling city traffic, Li Xiaowen felt no need for concealment. After a moment's contemplation, he replied nonchalantly, "That woman wanted to sleep with me. She followed me into the restroom, and I rejected her." Yi Shiuro felt a surge of displeasure bubble within, unable to suppress a silent curse. Vile creature. It was infuriating that someone had her sights set on him before she had even had a taste of him herself. Clenching her delicate fist, she turned to Li Xiaowen with a playful smile. "So, dear brother, who do you find more attractive, me or her?" "Of course, you're more beautiful, Yi Jia. Her face is clearly artificial, and I find her repulsive." Li Xiaowen responded without a moment's hesitation. Pleased with his answer, Yi Shiuro felt her earlier annoyance dissipate, a smile gracing her lips. "Good brother, I shall reward you later," she declared, leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek. "Is that for real? Would sister lie to you?" As they sped along, they soon arrived at the parking lot beneath Yi Shiuro's residence. Following her home, they reached the entryway. "There are no men's slippers here. You can wear mine for now," Yi Shiuro said, retrieving a pair of red slippers and bending down to assist Li Xiaowen in changing his shoes. As she bent over, her voluptuous form accentuated the contours of her fitted skirt, her stunning waist-to-hip ratio betraying no signs of motherhood. Her figure remained impeccably maintained. Li Xiaowen accepted her gesture with calm composure, though his eyes wandered involuntarily. Once seated on the sofa, Yi Shiuro said, "Please take a seat, dear brother. I will fetch us something to drink." As he observed her graceful figure swaying, her waist undulating with each step as she departed, Li Xiaowen gradually withdrew his gaze and turned towards the balcony. There, a few intimate garments still hung, predominantly lace, in shades of black, gray, and nude. He felt a pang of conflict. This alluring young woman was none other than his mother's secretary, and should his mother discover their flirtations, the consequences would surely be dire. Yet, could he truly relinquish a delectable opportunity that was so tantalizingly close? It seemed rather unsatisfactory, for from the very first moment he laid eyes on her, he had harbored certain thoughts. The turmoil within him was palpable. Meanwhile, Yi Shiuro had retreated to the kitchen. Once she could no longer see Li Xiaowen, she leaned against the wall, gently patting her heaving chest. Although she had maintained a facade of calm, her heart had been in turmoil since stepping out of the car. After all, Apart from her ex-husband, she had not engaged in such intimate exchanges with any other man. It had been 6 long years since their divorce. And while the solitude of the night sometimes stirred feelings of longing and desire, the passage of time made her hesitate, especially with a handsome young man. Yishuero, what are you hesitating for? Have you encountered a man more captivating than he? You can do this. Seize the moment tonight. She incessantly encouraged herself, exhaling deeply before retrieving 2 elegant wine glasses and a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. After uncorking the bottle, she stepped outside, lost in thought. Li Xiaowen was captivated as he saw her approach with wine, and his momentary hesitation vanished. What was there to be conflicted about? Life is fleeting. One must indulge in pleasure when the opportunity arises. He exclaimed, "Sister, come share a drink with me." Ye oirusetlet beside Li Jian'an, pouring wine into both glasses and handing one to him. "Cheers," she declared, clinking her glass against his. The rich liquid flowed down his throat, the distinctive aroma of grapes lingering on his lips. "Thank you for today, dear brother. You've helped me regain my composure and feel truly esteemed." As she poured more wine and leaned in closer, she gazed at Li Xiaowen with an enchanting smile and said, "Allow me to toast to you." Li Xiaowen reclined against the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, his left hand raised, while his right rested on his thigh. He clinked his glass with hers and downed the contents once more. "Should such an occasion arise again, feel free to call on me." "Yi Jia." "Why do you say that?" Yishuero inquired, her leg crossed, her cheeks slightly flushed, and a flutter of nervousness coursing through her. Her hand, holding the wine, trembled slightly as she tilted her head back and consumed the majority of her drink in one go, the crimson liquid spilling from the corner of her mouth, cascading down her neck and over her collarbone until it vanished. "Take your time, Yi Jia." Li Xiaowen placed his glass down, tearing off 2 paper napkins and offering them her. Chapter 57. The combat power of Li Xiaowen after a considerable time. Yishuero leaned against Li Xiaowen's shoulder, her gaze dreamy. "All right, Sister Yi, there is still half a bottle of wine left. Let's indulge." The wine was swiftly consumed, and Li Xiaowen remained unaffected. However, the enchanting lady in his arms had succumbed to the effects of intoxication, becoming even more uninhibited than before. She gazed adoringly at Li Xiaowen's handsome visage, her affection growing with each passing moment. Noticing a trace of wine lingering at the corner of his mouth, she leaned in closer, not interested in looking, Let us skip this part. Time passed without notice. On the sofa, Yishuero, glistening with fragrant perspiration, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and softly nestled against Li Xiaowen's chest. "So much sweat. Carry me to the shower as you wish, Sister Yi." Li Xiaowen gently caressed her cheek, rising effortlessly to carry her delicate form, and they made their way to the bathroom in an unadorned state. Previous experiences had taught them never to let a man carry you to the shower, as it would take an eternity. On the sofa, their stomachs coincidentally growled in unison. Yishuero rose from Li Xiaowen's embrace, planted a kiss on his cheek, and said, "Good brother, wait here while I prepare dinner for you. You must be exhausted. I shall eagerly await the opportunity to savor Sister Ye's culinary skills." Li Xiaowen refrained from pointing out the irony. Uncertain who had, just moments ago, lacked the strength for a shower and needed to be carried to walk. Yishuero quickly donned a nightgown from the bedroom before heading to the kitchen to commence cooking. Surely, one could not prepare a meal in the nude. Li Xiwen, clad only in his shorts, sat leisurely on the sofa. Ding-dong, the sound of his phone broke the silence. Upon checking, he discovered a message from his mother. "Mom, are you coming back? It's almost 10. Li Xiaowen, not returning. You all go to sleep first, Mom. Mom, you're still young. Be mindful of moderation, or you may regret it in the future." Li Xiaowen, "All right, Mom, I understand. Mom, I won't bother you anymore. I'll have Wang Ma prepare some medicinal dishes for you tomorrow. Remember to come back and eat. Don't stay out too late. Sleep well." Reading the final message caused a flicker of annoyance on Li Xiaowen's forehead. More talk of moderation and medicinal dishes. Did he truly need them? Absolutely unnecessary. Yet, it was his mother's heartfelt concern, and he would indulge, lest she continuously urge moderation. Setting his phone down, he stepped onto the balcony and lit a cigarette, reflecting on his life. This was the existence he had longed for in his past life. Thanks to the system, he had achieved all this within a mere 2 months of his rebirth. After savoring the last puff, he extinguished the cigarette and stared blankly at the inky night sky. It had been 2 days since he had contacted his wife, Su Qian. He wondered how she was faring. He missed her after so many days. And what about Zhong Tian'ai? Not to mention his sister-in-law, Chan Shui. Would he ever see her again? In the span of a single cigarette, Li Xiaowen pondered over 3 women, undeniably a despicable man. After finishing his smoke, he contemplated heading to the kitchen to see how he could assist. Upon arriving at the threshold of the kitchen, I beheld the silhouette of Yi Shuoro, diligently occupied. At this moment, she adorned herself in a black silk camisole nightgown, which accentuated her exquisite and curvaceous figure. Li Xiaowen approached and gently embraced her slender waist from behind, instantly realizing that Sister Yi was clad solely in her night attire. The spatula in her hand paused as Yi Shuoro playfully chided, "Oh, don't move. I'm in the midst of cooking. Dear brother, shall we have our meal first? The dish is burning." Before she could finish her words, Li Xiaowen captured her lips with his own from behind. Time seemed to dissipate. Eventually, Yi Shuoro, leaning against the stove, exclaimed in frustration, "The food is ruined, you little rascal." Chapter 58. Sister Ye's desire for a child in this regard. Yi Shuoro was mistaken. Li Xiaowen was not fatigued, merely famished. Assisting Sister Yi, he reheated the dishes and eagerly set the table before diving into a hearty meal. "Slow down, brother. No one is competing with you." Yi Shuoro chided playfully, continuously serving him vegetables while she only took the occasional bite. After swiftly consuming his first bowl, feeling his emptiness alleviated somewhat, he finally moderated his pace. Sister Ye's culinary skills were commendable, the flavors exquisite, as Li Xiaowen praised her. He also served her some vegetables. "Do eat as well, Sister Yi. Don't just serve me. You've worked hard too. You rascal. You still have the audacity to say that." Yi Shuoro gazed at him with sultry eyes, a smile gracing her lips, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment swelling within her. Before meeting Li Xiaowen, she had contemplated remarrying someone she admired. After all, having turned 30, she could not resign herself to solitude for the rest of her life. She yearned for family. Yet, after encountering Li Xiaowen and spending time with him, inexplicably, the men she once found appealing now seemed utterly unsatisfactory. Especially after tonight, she felt it was impossible to find another man in her lifetime. Reflecting on those past suitors now elicited an inexplicable sense of disgust within her. She could not articulate why, but if she had to describe it, it might be that Li Xiaowen had bewitched her. "Ro, do you like your sister?" Yi Shuoro set her bowl down, a bold notion forming in her mind. "Of course, Sister Yi, you are so beautiful and alluring." Though he was puzzled by her sudden inquiry, he answered candidly, "Then, may I discuss something with you?" "What is it, Sister Yi?" "Please, go ahead." Yi Shuoro gathered her thoughts, contemplating how to persuade him to agree, considering he was merely 18 and the son of her employer. After a moment of reflection, she spoke slowly, "I have no intention of remarrying in this lifetime. However, I do not wish to face old age without someone to care for me. So I would like to ask you to help me conceive a child, if you would be so kind. You need only ensure that I become pregnant. The rest will not be your responsibility." Seemingly apprehensive that Li Xiaowen might misinterpret her intentions, Yi Shuoro continued, "I am not trying to sever ties with you. Rest assured, you will be the only man in my life, and I can promise you that. If in the future you find me aged or tiresome, you are free to part ways with me." As Yi Shuoro became increasingly flustered, her words began to tumble out chaotically. Her expression grew more animated, and upon noticing Li Xiaowen's silence, tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. She oscillated between regretting her hasty approach and fearing it might be too late. Li Xiaowen remained speechless, utterly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Seeing the tears welling in her eyes, he grasped her hand gently and reassured her. "Sister Yi, please don't be anxious. I haven't said I wouldn't agree. After dinner, let's get started. Coincidentally, my mother is also eager for a grandchild. Let us give her one together." Upon hearing those words, Yi Shuoro's mood instantly brightened. However, upon listening to his subsequent remark, she found herself troubled once again. "Could you please refrain from informing the chairman? I do not wish for her to think that my desire for a child stems from a pursuit of wealth. Besides, I am considerably older than you. All I truly wish for is a child of my own. Is that acceptable, dear brother?" As she spoke, she grasped his hand tightly, her expression filled with hope. "Yeji, how could you think like that?" Li Xiaowen took her hand, stood up, and circled the table to her side. He then lifted her effortlessly, seated her in her chair, and embraced her. "Ever since the day I laid eyes on you, I have been captivated. Given our current circumstances, you are undeniably mine. Therefore, if you desire a child, it is my duty to ensure you conceive. If you do become pregnant, that child will belong to both of us. By blood, you are the mother, and I the father. Ye oiru listenet quietly, leaning entirely against the Jian'an. On. But is this truly the right path?" Gently turning in his embrace, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her gaze filled with complexity. "Rest assured, I am here for you." Li Xiaowen tightened his hold on Yi Jie, intending only to plant a light kiss on her crimson lips. The dining table was quite spacious, with the dishes occupying merely a third of its surface. An hour later, Li Xiaowen, thoroughly satisfied, carried Yi Jie to the bathroom, both having worked up quite a sweat. Yi Shiuro obediently followed Li Xiaowen's lead, donning a dress he particularly admired after their shower. After all, she had been single for 6 long years, and the joy of finally being close to the man she desired made her reluctant to part ways. As Yi Shiuro looked up, she could only see the ceiling and her own feet, perplexed as to why Li Xiaowen found this appealing and whether he would tire of it. Clutching the blanket, she curiously asked, "On, shall we sleep now, please? Blame it on you being so beautiful." Li Xiaowen mumbled indistinctly. Thus, they lost track of time, and, ultimately, Yi Shiuro could endure no longer. Knowing she had work in the morning, she succumbed to slumber. It wasn't until the alarm rang twice the next day that she stirred awake. Opening her eyes, she found herself curled up in Li Xiaowen's embrace, who was soundly asleep. Gazing at his handsome face, Yi Shiuro couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss upon it. This little man looks so charming while he sleeps. It's utterly captivating. Not wanting to disturb him, she carefully rose from bed. After completing her morning routine, she prepared breakfast for Li Xiaowen and placed it in the microwave to keep warm. Leaving behind a note, she changed her clothes and headed downstairs to drive to work. As she walked through the office, many familiar faces turned to look at her. "Jiro, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Your complexion is radiant. Indeed, how has your skin suddenly improved so much?" Yi Shiuro casually deflected their compliments with a few polite responses before proceeding to her workstation. She understood that she had been thoroughly rejuvenated the previous night, both physically and emotionally, leaving her in an unprecedented state of satisfaction, which reflected in her remarkable demeanor that day. Chapter 59. Sister Li's Longing. In an encounter with Yang Mi, Li Xiaowen awoke shortly after Yi Jie had left, discovering a note she had left behind. A smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Yi Jie was indeed considerate. Despite the exhaustion of the previous night, she had not forgotten to prepare breakfast for him in the morning. He quietly took out his phone and sent her a message. "Thank you for the heartfelt breakfast, dear." Mua at the company, Yi Shiuro read the message, a hint of sweetness appearing on her made-up face. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a crescent smile formed as she murmured softly, "Little rascal." She quickly replied, feeling satisfied before setting her phone aside to begin her day's work. After finishing his morning routine, Li Xiaowen swiftly enjoyed the lovingly prepared breakfast before returning home. Upon his arrival, Wang Ma called out to him, "On, Madam instructed me to prepare soup for you. Would you like to drink it now, or—" "Now, please." Li Xiaowen leisurely sipped the soup, realizing he was alone at home. Qin Mushiwei and little Simu were at school, and his mother had gone to the office. After taking a brief rest, he drove to Sister Li's house. Entering the house with practiced ease, he inputted the password and changed his shoes, only to find the living room empty. He casually placed his car keys on the entryway cabinet and headed towards the other rooms. At this hour, according to her previous habits, she should be in the gym. Sure enough, upon reaching the gym, he spotted Sister Li's graceful figure, clad in gray yoga pants and a fitted t-shirt, engaged in glute exercises that accentuated her perfect physique. He approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her and planting a kiss on her cheek. "Sister Li, did you miss me?" She paused momentarily, but showed no surprise, aside from Li Xiaowen. No one else knew the code to her home. Thus, it was evident that her little man had entered unnoticed to embrace her, gradually releasing the gym equipment. She wrapped her arms around Li Xiaowen in return. Of course I did. Darling, after an indeterminate amount of time, she suggested, "Let us take a shower, my love. So much sweat. It feels sticky and uncomfortable." All right. The two of them made their way to the bathroom, leaving behind a trail of swaying footprints. 2 hours later, after their shower, Sister Li reclined in Li Xiaowen's embrace on the sofa, a contented smile gracing her face as they watched the variety show run Brothers. "What if I get pregnant?" she asked, looking at Li Xiaowen with a hint of intentionality. Sister Li was indeed eager to have a child soon. At 32, she was acutely aware that in a few years, she would be considered a high-risk pregnancy. In recent days, she had reflected on why, in such a short span of time, she had become so infatuated with Li Xiaowen. Yet, no clear answer emerged. He seemed to be a psychological elixir, ensnaring those who dared to taste it. The mere thought of him brought inexplicable joy and satisfaction, alongside a profound obsession. Whenever she encountered other men, she felt a reflexive aversion, sometimes even disgust. Even when I catch a glimpse of handsome celebrities on television, I find myself instinctively drawing comparisons. A smile often graces my lips as a surge of pride and superiority wells up within me. Compared to my man, they pale in comparison. After his rebirth, Li Xiaowen has never used contraceptives with his first woman, Su Qian. Why bother with them when one can afford to raise a child? Upon hearing her declaration, he chuckled softly, grasped her hand firmly, and said, "If you become pregnant, we shall embrace it. We will need children eventually, so do not fret." A satisfied smile spread across Li Jia's face as she planted a kiss on his cheek. "Darling, let's not delay. I yearn to become a mother." With that, she turned and kissed him passionately. An hour later, Li Xiaowen leisurely lit a cigarette, gazing tenderly at the enchanting woman in his arms, and gently inquired, "Li Jia, how do you feel?" After a brief pause, she replied weakly, "I am well, my love." The television was already playing the closing theme of the rerun of the variety show. After catching her breath, Li Jia asked, "Will you be returning home tonight? Do you wish for me to stay?" Li Jia? Li Xiaowen took a drag from his cigarette. Li Jia appeared conflicted. She was reluctant for him to leave. Yet the thought of his formidable prowess sent shivers down her spine. Although this was the time in her life when she needed him most, she felt insignificant in comparison. Just that very afternoon, she had nearly met her end 3 times. If Li Xiaowen were to spend the night, it would surely be overwhelming. "Perhaps it is best you return home, my love. I fear I may not survive the night with you. Your strength is too great." For the sake of her well-being and future, Li Jia ultimately conceded. Even the finest wine should not be indulged excessively, for it can lead to peril. A satisfied smirk graced Li Xiaowen's lips as he nodded approvingly. They had cherished a lovely afternoon together, sharing countless conversations until the sun began its descent. Time flies. The new school term approached swiftly. Li Xiaowen's beloved Su Qian called to inform him that she would soon join him after settling her parents. Her mother's surgery had been a resounding success, and her recovery was progressing well, allowing her to move about, albeit with caution. Recently, Chen Shui received her admission notice, prompting her parents to host a celebration for her advancement, to which Li Xiaowen extended his warm wishes, gifting her a Cartier watch. This was delivered through Su Qian, who also received a handbag, cosmetics, and another watch. As for Zhong Tianai, it seemed her father was furious after she had sneaked away to frolic with Li Xiaowen on the grasslands last time. This time, he insisted she wait until the school term began before allowing her to come to the bustling metropolis. Li Xiaowen, however, led a fulfilling life, spending his days either with Li Jia or Yi Jia. Despite his efforts, he had yet to conceive. He also made time for family and occasionally played basketball with Lu Han and Deng Chao. Yang Mi had reached out several times, still refusing to relinquish her ambition of signing him. Today, I just emerged from Li Jia's residence and encountered her in the parking lot. Li Xiaowen was taken aback to discover that this woman owned a property in Tang Chenipin. As Yang Mi alighted from the car, she spotted Li Xiaowen exiting the elevator. Chapter 60. Yang Mi, are you angry? How serendipitous, sister Mi. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Li Xiaowen approached with a smile. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Do you reside here as well? Yang Mi adjusted her hair, feeling that this man had become even more alluring in the time they had been apart. There was still a hint of that nervousness one feels upon seeing a handsome man. No, I just came from friend's house. Li Xiaowen's eyes brightened as he took in her attire today. She wore a white blouse tied with a black ribbon, and beneath a short black skirt were her slender, elegant legs adorned in black stockings, complemented by black leather shoes. Coupled with her exquisite features, she resembled a captivating enchantress. However, there seemed to be a trace of fatigue on her face. Rather than feeling angered by the way Li Xiaowen looked at her, Yang Mi felt a twinge of secret delight. Since fate has brought us together, why not come to my place for a while? Yang Mi extended an invitation, her heart still hopeful, wishing to seize any opportunity to try again, just in case it succeeded. Sure, but aren't you worried your boyfriend will be upset if he finds out? We aren't doing anything wrong, so what is there to fear? Let us go. With that, she led Li Xiaowen into the elevator, ascending to her floor. Sister Mi, what have you been busy with lately? You seem quite fatigued. I just wrapped up filming and have been running promotional events for the movie. I've barely had a few hours of sleep each day for a week straight. Can you blame me for being tired? She leaned against the elevator wall as she spoke. Sister Mi, if you're this exhausted, perhaps you should head home and rest early. I would want to intrude. We can catch up another time? Li Xiaowen said softly, observing her. It's all right. Since you're here, let us at least have a cup of tea before you leave. With that, she insisted, and Li Xiaowen felt reluctant to decline. He sensed she still harbored hopes of signing him. Upon arriving at Yang Mi's residence, she invited Li Xiaowen to sit, and then went to brew some tea. Unfortunately, she discovered that there were no tea leaves left, not even instant coffee. With no other option, she retrieved a bottle of red wine and brought it into the living room. Since we lack tea, let us enjoy some red wine. After we drink, it'll be perfect for sleep. Li Xiaowen was momentarily taken aback. Did it sound as odd as it seemed? Pouring the wine into glasses, Yang Mi raised hers. Cheers! After taking a small sip, Li Xiaowen inquired, Sister Mi, which film are you promoting? I would love to come support you another day. Small times. Have you seen it before? Yang Mi's voice was sweet and distinct as she spoke, her red lips parting gracefully. Oh, I have. So it's that film. Li Xiaowen recalled that in his previous life, there were 4 installments of this movie, and Yang Mi starred in all of them, each one surpassing the last. How to put it? It was hard to articulate. The two clinked their glasses again. Yang Mi gazed intently at him and suddenly said, why don't you come join me? I will ensure you achieve great success and shine brightly. I knew she would say that, but Li Xiaowen feared he could only continue to disappoint her. Sister Mi, I don't believe I am that extraordinary. Why are you so determined to sign me? Due to your impressive appearance. Sister has been in the entertainment industry for so many years and has never encountered anyone as handsome as you. Yang Mi gazed at Li Xiaowen with admiration, as if she were contemplating an exquisite piece of art. Despite her being such a stunning beauty and praising herself in front of him, Li Xiaowen remained indifferent, showing no sign of interest. After taking a sip of his drink, he continued to observe her elegantly crossed legs, her beautiful eyes fixed on him as she said, Look at Lu Han and Feng Renfan. How popular they have become since returning home. Even I am envious of their pay. What do you think? I assure you, if you are willing to join my company, the position of the top star will undoubtedly be yours. All resources will be directed towards you. Signing a contract was out of the question, as Li Xiaowen had no intention of doing so. Sister Mi, I can tell you quite clearly that I will not sign with any company. If I wish to enter the entertainment industry, I would only establish my own company. I would invest in whatever projects I desire, and it truly does not matter to me. His handsome face displayed no sign of fluctuation as he calmly replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi found herself at a loss for words, unable to think of any further means to persuade him. She could only lightly bite her alluring red lips and let out a resigned sigh, saying, All right, you win. Are you really that wealthy, On? Li Xiaowen remained composed, responding with a calm demeanor. It's not too bad. I can easily take out a few tens of millions without feeling any pressure. Yang Mi's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise as she gazed at Li Xiaowen, astonished that this young man was indeed quite affluent. Subsequently, the two shifted their conversation, steering away from that topic. Li Li Xiaowen recalled some rumors about her circulating online and could not resist asking. Sister Me, I have a question that I am particularly curious about. Could you enlighten me? What question? Is it about me? Yami noticed Li Xiaowen stealing glances at her, feeling a sense of pride. Aware that his inquiry might be abrupt, he gathered his thoughts and slowly asked, Sister Me, there are rumors online that you have athlete's foot. Is that true? Yang Mi was left speechless, unsure of who had spread such information. This was not the first time she had been asked such a question. However, upon hearing Li Xiaowen ask, her initial reaction was one of sadness and a hint of grievance. While she might have felt anger or chosen not to respond if it were someone else, she felt differently about him. She could not quite articulate why, but it felt unique. Instantly, the smile vanished from her charming face, and a touch of annoyance crept in as she retorted. Do you truly believe what is said online? If tomorrow they claim I am a transgender person, would you believe that too? The more she spoke, the angrier she became, repeatedly patting her chest to calm herself. I can't take it anymore. I'm so very upset. Li Xiaowen had not anticipated Sister Me would react so vehemently. Her response was quite sudden and unexpected. Yang Mi herself was unsure why she had suddenly acted this way. Nonetheless, her current demeanor was entirely unlike her usual self. The scene was beyond description. She had just kicked Li Xiaowen playfully. Pretending to be angry, she said in a sweet, soft voice, Are you still going to ask? Do you believe everything online? Sister Me, do not be angry. I had no idea you would react this way. Had I known, I would never have dared to ask. Li Xiaowen nastili clarifia. He could not have anticipated that Sister Me would respond so abruptly. Indeed, his inquiry had been rather abrupt. How could one pose such questions to a beautiful woman? After all, she had kindly invited him to her home as a guest, and here he was, causing her distress. Such behavior was simply unacceptable. Chapter 61. The peculiar Qin Mushiwei. In truth, Yang Mi had already ceased to be angry. The earlier incident had indeed been rather absurd, rendering her embarrassed to face Li Xiaowen. Thus, she resorted to feigning anger as a means to evade the issue at hand. She found herself quite peculiar, for she was not typically like this. After a few encounters with Li Xiaowen, she sensed that her emotions were in tumult whenever she was in his presence. And today was no exception. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? His visage was undeniably captivating, stirring within her an inclination towards romance. Upon this realization, Yang Mi felt a jolt within her heart and hastily suppressed the thought. Lost in her own reverie, she failed to hear Li Xiaowen's apology. Noticing her furrowed brow and silence, he felt it inappropriate to linger any longer. Mi jie, I'm sorry. I shall take my leave now and return to apologize once your spirits have lifted. With that, he gently rose and exited Yang Mi's home. In the elevator, Li Xiaowen pressed the button for the basement level and awaited its arrival in quiet contemplation. The earlier scene replayed in his mind, and he mused that the internet was indeed rife with exaggerations. As for Yang Mi's reaction, he was not perturbed in the slightest. It was, after all, somewhat impolite to pose such inquiries to a young lady. Perhaps it would be best to wait until she calmed down and then present her with a gift as a means of atonement. Ding! The elevator arrived, and Li Xiaowen chose not to dwell further on the matter. Upon exiting, he proceeded directly to his vehicle and drove home. Upon his return, he found Qin Mushiwei seated cross-legged on the sofa, engrossed in a video game. Today, she had her hair tied in a ponytail and wore a simple white t-shirt. Trash jungle. So what if I'm 0 and 9? You have no right to criticize me. Just look at your own record. 0 and 8 is hardly any better than mine. As Li Xiaowen approached, he was greeted by the cacophony of explosions from the game. Qin Mushiwei flung her phone onto the sofa, her lovely lips forming a pout as she exclaimed, "What a dreadful game. It's not enjoyable at all. Contrary to what Shichi claimed. I'm done uninstalling. It's infuriating." It seemed she sensed someone watching her and quickly turned her head, her expression shifting to one of fleeting delight upon recognizing Li Xiaowen, though it swiftly vanished. With an air of sarcasm, she remarked, "Oh, is this not my scoundrel of a brother? What brings you back today?" Li Xiaowen appeared unfazed by her jibes, as though he had grown accustomed to them. "Of course, I missed our enchanting Mushiwei, so I thought I would pay a visit." Ever since he had begun staying away from home more frequently, she could not resist teasing him whenever he returned. Without a second thought, she was aware of whose bed he occupied during his absences. This was not the first time he had uttered such words, and each time her cheeks would flush, secretly delighted within. Oomph, spare me your lies. Do you think I am unaware that you are off gallivanting with those vixens? Qin Mushue's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of melancholy as she gazed at Li Xuan, her tone tinged with acidity. Li Xuan settled beside her, casually picking up her phone and handing it back to her, before slowly saying, "What do you mean by fooling around? I am diligently trying to give my mother a grandchild, all right? Besides, what can I possibly offer you? Just find yourself a boyfriend. Let him accompany you instead." Upon hearing these words, Qin Mushue felt a surge of frustration. In her heart, she thought, except for you, all the other men seem utterly mediocre and uninteresting. She could not fathom why, but even boys she had previously found appealing now appeared rather ordinary. After all, she had Li Xuan as such a unique reference point beside her. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, especially when she noticed the faint smile on Li Xuan's flawless, art-like face. Unable to contain herself, she suddenly lunged at him, wrapping her arms around him and biting down hard on his shoulder. "You fool. Don't concern yourself with whether I find a boyfriend. Just tell me if you'll keep me company." Li Xuan was dressed in a thin diamond-patterned shirt that day, and her fierce bite caused him to bleed. "Ouch! Qin Mushue, are you a dog? I am bleeding. What did I do to deserve this? Why do you bite so hard?" he exclaimed, tearing off 2 pieces of tissue to press against the wound to staunch the bleeding. Qin Mushue was taken aback to see blood and immediately panicked. She had only acted out of anger and hadn't anticipated the force of her bite. She hurriedly reached out to pull his hand away, examining the injury closely. On Li Xuan's fair shoulder, a deep bite mark was clearly visible, with blood seeping from it. Qin Mushue felt an inexplicable pang of guilt, and remorse washed over her like a tidal wave. Tears began to flow uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Li Xuan, though not angry with her, felt a lingering discomfort. After all, it truly hurt. Sensing warmth on his shoulder from her tears, he turned to find Qin Mushue half leaning against his back, gazing at the wound with a remorseful expression. "This won't do. If my mother sees this, she might think I've bullied you," he thought. However, seeing her in such distress made him feel a twinge of sympathy. He quickly reassured her, "It's all right, stop crying. I'm not blaming you. I'm tough-skinned. It's just a bit of blood. It will heal in a couple of days. Have you vented your frustration? If not, feel free to bite again. Just don't cry, all right?" Hearing Li Xuan comforting her, even after she had drawn blood, only deepened Qin Mushue's guilt. Unable to contain herself, she climbed into his embrace and wept openly. "I'm so sorry, An. I didn't mean to. I truly didn't mean it." At that moment, Qin Mushue's mind was consumed by a single thought. She had hurt Li Xuan. It felt akin to accidentally breaking a cherished toy she had treasured for a long time. Li Xuan, somewhat bewildered, felt that the sister in his arms was behaving rather strangely, her demeanor increasingly peculiar. "Women are like this. A little coaxing will suffice," he mused. Gently patting her back, he continued to comfort her. "Sister, I understand that your intentions are not malicious, and I harbor no resentment towards you. Please, do not weep any longer. Sister, have you been troubled by something lately? If you feel sorrowful, I am here to lend an ear and accompany you. Sister, please cease your tears. Swollen eyes diminish your beauty." As Qin Mushue listened to his comforting words, she felt quite touched. Yet, the constant repetition of sister from him began to unsettle her, and she found herself wishing he would refrain from addressing her as such. Gradually, she stifled her sobs and gazed at Li Xuan with tear-filled eyes, imploringly saying, "An, could you please refrain from calling me sister in the future?" Chapter 62. The Pretender. Qin Mushue, why? Li Xuan gazed at her in confusion, his mind clouded with uncertainty. Suddenly, a hint of unnaturalness crossed Qin Mushue's tear-streaked, delicate face. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Because I feel uncomfortable when you refer to me as older sister, so I no longer wish for you to call me that. Do you understand?" Li Xuan was rendered speechless by what he perceived as a flimsy excuse. "But you are clearly older than I am. If I can't call you that, what shall I refer to you as?" Qin Mushue's cheeks flushed deeper, her long eyelashes fluttering as she said, Just call me by my name, or you can call me Mushue. Though Li Xiaowen found this situation peculiar, he didn't dwell on it. In truth, he preferred not to call her sister at all. After all, with a psychological age in his 30s, it felt quite awkward to address a woman in her 20s as such. He was more than happy to drop the title. All right then, from now on, I shall call you Mushue. Qin Mushue's beautiful, large eyes sparkled as she blushed and softly agreed. Noticing that she had ceased crying, his mood lifted considerably. Li Xiaowen released her, saying, "Now that we've clarified this, please don't lean on me anymore, my dear Mushue. Otherwise, if my mother sees us, she might think I'm taking advantage of you, and I would be in for it." At his words, a deeper flush crept to the roots of Qin Mushue's ears. She playfully retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? What harm is there in a hug? It's not as if I'll lose a piece of flesh." With that, she shifted back from his embrace and continued, "Does it hurt? Wait here while I fetch some medicine for you." She then stood up to retrieve the medicine. As she walked away, Li Xiaowen was struck by a peculiar thought. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? The notion flickered briefly in his mind, but he dismissed it. Before long, Qin Mushue returned, carrying a medical kit. In a commanding tone, she instructed, "Take off your shirt." Li Xiaowen froze. "If you don't remove your shirt, how can I apply the medicine? Hurry up, don't dawdle." "Oh, all right." He hastily stripped off his shirt, revealing a sculpted physique with defined abs. Qin Mushue was momentarily entranced, the elegant contours of his body seemingly chiseled by divine hands, rendering her unable to look away. She unconsciously swallowed hard, momentarily lost in thought before remembering her purpose of applying medicine. Opening the medical kit, she extracted some disinfectant and with tweezers, picked up a piece of cotton, beginning the disinfection process on Li Xiaowen's wound. As the disinfectant bubbled upon contact with the injury, a sharp sting made Li Xiaowen gasp involuntarily, as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh, the excruciating pain radiating through his nerves. However, he managed to suppress his cries, enduring the sensation. Once the disinfection was complete, Qin Mushue sprinkled powder onto the wound, then wrapped it with gauze and secured it with tape before returning the supplies to the kit. As Qin Mushue set her belongings down, Li Xiaowen turned to her and inquired, "Where's Simu? Why isn't he at home?" "He went out with Mom. Since she has the time today, she took him to the ocean park for some fun," Qin Mushue replied, casually, while switching on the television to select a variety show. "Did you not go?" Li Xiaowen asked, puzzled. "No, I've been there so many times already. It's rather dull," she exclaimed. "All right then." As the celebrities on the screen failed in their games and faced the comical consequence of being splashed with water, Qin Mushue burst into laughter, her body shaking with mirth. Though it was unclear what she found so amusing. "Ha ha, this is so funny, oh my, I can't take it anymore," she declared, collapsing onto the sofa, breathless from laughter. "Is it really that amusing? I fail to see it," Li Xiaowen remarked mildly. "Perhaps I have a lower threshold for humor. Don't you find this game entertaining?" Qin Mushue replied, playfully resting her feet on Li Xiaowen's lap and giving them a little shake. Give them a squeeze." "I'm laughing so hard." Li Xiaowen was baffled. How could laughter cause one's feet to cramp? He thought to himself, yet he gently began to massage her feet. They were long, fair, and delicately slender, adorned with a peach-pink nail polish that made them look almost artificial, fit for a foot model. "Moments latte." Qin Mushue could barely contain herself and said, "All right, stop squeezing. They're not cramping anymore." Although she uttered those words, her feet remained comfortably placed on Li Xiaowen's legs. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowen ceased his actions, resting his hands atop her feet as they quietly enjoyed the show together. The atmosphere was imbued with warmth and harmony. After several segments of games played by the celebrities, Qin Mushue suddenly parted her lips, saying, "My feet are a bit chilly. Could you cover them?" "Of course, Mushue," Li Xiaowen replied, his gaze still fixated on the television, captivated by the unfolding entertainment. He casually grabbed a nearby cushion and placed it over her feet. Qin Mushue took note of this thoughtful gesture, a smile gracing her lips, her heart swelling with sweetness. Time passed slowly, and a tender ambience enveloped them. Each time the variety show elicited laughter from Qin Mushue, she would wriggle in delight. Eventually, when Wang Xiuxiu returned with little Simu, the two remained in their seated position. Wang Xiuxiu observed the pair on the sofa, a sense of confusion washing over her. When did these two become so close? Ever since Li Xiuwen began staying out more often, Henti Muxue frequently teased him. Noticing Qin Muxue's flushed cheeks, she couldn't help but ask, have you two reconciled? You seem quite affectionate. Chapter 63. Seeking Sister Yi to extinguish the fire mother is back? Li Xiuwen was the first to speak, then suddenly stood up and said, I need to use the restroom. Due to the angle, Wang Xiuxiu and Zaiasamu could only see Li Xiuwen's back. Qin Muxue, however, had an unobstructed view and could not help but gasp in astonishment as Li Xiuwen walked past her. You've done well, Li Xiuwen murmured in a tone only the two of them could hear. Upon entering the restroom, he splashed cold water on his face to calm himself. When he returned to the living room, Qin Muxue had already disappeared. It wasn't until several minutes later that she slowly descended from upstairs. Li Xiuwen noticed she had changed into a different outfit, her expression betraying no signs of distress. Yet her gaze towards him was somewhat evasive. During dinner, there was no exchange of words between the two. Only Li Xiuwen's mother occasionally asked them a few questions, while Zaiasamu animatedly shared her experiences from the ocean park. They maintained this silence until the meal concluded. Li Xiuwen quietly picked up his car keys and, under the piercing gaze of Qin Muxue, left the house. He felt an urgency to reach Sister Ye's place. He could not fathom why Qin Muxue was acting increasingly peculiar, especially today, when her boldness was astonishing, as if she had transformed entirely. As Li Xiuwen drove through the city, his phone vibrated suddenly with a message. He opened it to find a text from Qin Muxue. Why did you leave right after coming back? And why did you treat me that way today? Stunned, he pondered over her words. He too wanted to ask Qin Muxue the same question. Li Xiuwen, why do you think I left? Don't you know? You brought this upon yourself. Li Xiuwen, get some rest, Muxue. I'm almost there, and I won't be replying any further. In Qin Muxue's room, upon reading the message, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. However, as she continued reading, her expression soured. That insufferable man, always fixated on that matter, dressed in a white camisole dress. She began to hit her plush toy with frustration, muttering curses at that dogman. After venting for a while, she picked up her phone again to send another message. Qin Muxue, I don't care. You must find time to accompany me, or I will tell Mother about what happened today. Sighing deeply, Li Xiuwen parked his car in the lot beneath Sister Ye's building. After a moment of contemplation, he composed a message and sent it. Li Xiuwen, Qin Muxue. Were you doing this on purpose today? Qin Muxue, of course I was. Who told you to keep coming home late? Always with that seductive fox, sisterly. Li Xiuwen, that's entirely different. It's two separate matters. Qin Muxue, to me, it is one and the same. You must find time to be with me. Li Xiuwen, Fina. You win. I will make time for you. Is that satisfactory? Qin Muxue, much better. Let's make it tomorrow. You will spend the entire day listening to me. Li Xiuwen, understood, young lady. Qin Muxue set her phone down, pouting with an air of arrogance. Her feet, as white as jade, rested atop the head of her plush toy as she triumphantly declared, Insufferable man, let's see if you dare to ignore me again. On the other side, Li Xiuwen set down his phone, his expression a tapestry of complexity. It seemed that Qin Muxue had developed feelings for him. Yet, he found himself perplexed by the reason behind it. Their interactions had been nothing more than ordinary exchanges, and he had never made any overt advances toward her. He simply could not fathom it, nor did he wish to dwell on it any longer. Instead, he deemed it more important to see Sister Yi. Upon alighting from the vehicle, he made his way to Yi Shuirou's residence, entered the passcode, and deftly slipped into his slippers. The living room was shrouded in darkness, with only the bedroom aglow. As he entered the chamber, he found Sister Yi applying skincare products. Through the makeup mirror, she noticed Li Xiuwen's arrival and quickly turned her head. Oh, and you're back. I thought you wouldn't come tonight. Hurry and take a shower. Her voice was soft, imbued with a tenderness that suggested she regarded him as the master of the house. Wait for me, Sister Yi, I'll be done shortly, he replied, heading straight to the bathroom, only to hear her call out from behind. No need to rush. I haven't finished my skincare routine yet. 10 minutes later, Li Xiuwen re-entered the bedroom. By then, Sister Yi had completed her regimen. One could not deny that she was truly an understanding woman, remarkably attuned to his needs. You look stunning, Sister Yi, he exclaimed, drawing near, his eyes fixed upon her exquisite figure. I'm glad you like it, darling. Yi Shuuro, now dressed, gazed at Li Xiaowen, whose tall stature showcased defined abs and a chiseled physique. Even though this was not their first encounter, she felt a jolt of admiration each time she beheld his flawless body. Her gaze lingered upon his abs and the V-line, a sight she could never tire of, one that enchanted her endlessly. Darling, do you not find your sister distasteful? Her eyes sparkled with affection and boundless warmth. How could I? Sister Yi, you are so beautiful and alluring. I cherish every bit of you, he replied, their faces mere inches apart, their noses nearly touching. Darling, I wish to give you a child, Yi Shuuro declared, lifting his face and leaning in to kiss him. Chapter 64. The eccentric Qin Muxue the following day. Li Xiaowen arose early and engaged in morning exercises with Sister Yi for over an hour. Skipping breakfast, he received a phone call from Qin Muxue and hurried back home immediately after hanging up. Little did he know that Qin Muxue had not yet risen. She was merely compelled by a peculiar dream from the previous night, which left her yearning to see Li Xiaowen upon waking. Reflecting on the dream scenes, she felt both eager and bashful, her thoughts consumed by a certain man, prompting her to call him back at just past 8. By the time Li Xiaowen returned home, it was already past 9, and his mother had long since departed for work. In the living room, only the little Simu was engrossed in watching Peppa Pig, clutching a small teddy bear in her arms. Noticing the absence of Qin Muxue, Li Xiaowen began to suspect he had been played. Simu, where's Muxue? He inquired, approaching her and pinching her cheek. Ah, stop pinching my face, you annoying brother. That lazy pig of a sister still hasn't gotten out of bed, Simu pouted, indignantly pushing Li Xiaowen's hand away. All right, I won't pinch anymore. You can watch by yourself, he replied, ascending the stairs and arriving at Qin Muxue's bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door. Who is it? Came Qin Muxue's languid voice from within. It's me. Come in, the door is unlocked. Li Xiaowen pushed the door open. Inside the room, Qin Muxue lay languorously on the bed, a thin layer of blanket carelessly strewn aside, dressed in nothing but a delicate white camisole that barely covered her. From Li Xiaowen's vantage point, it was as if she was exposed. Qin Muxue, what on earth are you doing? You're practically undressed. Could you be a bit more mindful? Li Xiaowen remarca, exasperata. Are you blind? I'm wearing something. Aren't I? She retorted. What do you mean? Li Xiaowen, unwilling to engage in frivolous banter, asked directly. He felt that if this continued, he might soon make an irretrievable mistake, and he would have no explanation for his mother. If he were a virtuous man with no other entanglements, it might be acceptable, but given their relationship through his mother, they were essentially strangers, and any impropriety would be deemed inappropriate. However, Li Xiaowen was already known as a notorious playboy, and if his mother were to discover this situation, he would have no defense. Observing his flustered demeanor, Qin Muxue suddenly felt a thrill of delight. Her spirits lifted. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief as she regarded Li Xiaowen and said, Come closer, and I'll tell you. Li Xiaowen approached her, standing tall and looking down at her. Speak, what do you want? A glimmer of inscrutable meaning flickered in her eyes as she patted the space beside her, her tone playful. Lie down and I will tell you. Li Xiaowen, now agitated, was curious to discover her intentions. Without further ado, he reclined beside her, propping his head on his left hand as he gazed at her exquisite, fair face. I'm lying down. Now tell me, he said. Qin Muxue's delicate face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, yet her expression remained inscrutable, a playful smirk lingering at the corners of her lips. She slowly reclined, her head drawing close enough to Li Xiaowen's face that only the thickness of a single sheet of paper separated them. The warmth of his breath brushed against her skin, stirring a palpable sensation. Gazing at his strikingly handsome visage, which seemed almost celestial, she found herself entranced, unable to resist the urge to gently caress his cheek. In a hushed tone, she murmured, On, why are you so exceptionally handsome, so charming? Li Xiaowen inhaled the faint fragrance wafting from her, a scent uniquely hers, and for a fleeting moment, he felt a sense of intoxication. Struggling to suppress, his inner thoughts. He steadied himself and replied, "Can we discuss serious matters? What is it that you truly desire?" Sensing the deepening cadence of his breath, Qin Mushua's smile widened, a blend of nervousness and anticipation bubbling within her. "I just want you to find some time to accompany me," she admitted, unexpectedly grasping his hand. Li Xiaowen froze, momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he said in a low voice, "Qin Mushua, please refrain from this. You are playing with fire." Qin Mushua giggled, her face radiating an alluring charm, as she teased, "I like you, On. Do you like me?" After a long silence, Li Xiaowen finally responded, "I do." Who could resist someone as beautiful as Qin Mushua? He could not lie or deceive himself. "Do you wish for us to continue like this in the future?" she asked, a triumphant glint in her eyes as she smiled mischievously. Li Xiaowen swallowed hard, his throat dry as he replied, "You can guess." Qin Mushua beamed, clearly pleased with his answer. The conversation no longer held the same flirtatious tone as before. "I don't want to guess. In any case, you've admitted to liking me. Therefore, you must be obedient and find time to accompany me. Otherwise, I will show you why the flowers are so red. Do you understand?" With wide eyes fixed intently on Li Xiaowen, her voice held an undeniable authority. "Mushua, I have many women," Li Xiaowen stated, an expression of complexity crossing his face, unable to comprehend why she had developed feelings for him, especially since he had never pursued her. "I know, which is precisely why I said you should make time for me," Qin Mushua replied in an unperturbed tone, devoid of any hint of concern. Li Xiaowen felt he had articulated everything necessary. If she wished to like him, then he would acquiesce. "Very well, I will make time for you henceforth. Now, may we descend?" As he began to rise, Qin Mushua blocked his path and leaned in to kiss him. Chapter 65. An Interruption of Good Fortune. A call from Su Qian at that moment. The door to the room was abruptly flung open. The two individuals, startled by the sound, instinctively drew apart as if jolted by an electric shock. There stood Xiao Simu at the threshold, clutching a teddy bear, her face a portrait of confusion as she gazed at them. "Brother, sister, what are you doing?" she inquired, perplexed by the sight of them together, especially since they were known for their frequent quarrels. A flush of crimson spread across Qin Mushua's cheeks, creeping up to her neck as she buried her face in Li Xiaowen's embrace, too shy to look away. Li Xiaowen, quick to react, concocted a hasty excuse, addressing Xiao Simu with a smile. "Your brother was just telling her a ghost story, which frightened her, prompting her to seek refuge in my arms." "Haha, sister is so timid. A mere ghost story can scare you so much." Xiao Simu laughed, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. "What brings you up here, Simu? Is there something you need?" Li Xiaowen asked, maintaining a composed demeanor. "I came to call sister and you for lunch. It's already noon, and you both are still in the room. Especially you, sister, still lazing about." Li Xiaowen replied nonchalantly, "Is it that time already? Simu, you go on ahead. I'll coax her down shortly." Upon hearing this, Xiao Simu happily bounced down the stairs with her teddy bear in tow. Once the younger sister departed, Qin Mushua let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest dramatically. "That was close. I almost got caught by Simu." Li Xiaowen, equally speechless, clenched his fist, feeling the tension still lingering. "All right, On. Just bear with it. I'll sneak away to find you tonight, okay?" Qin Mushua said, planting a gentle kiss on his lips, her tone laced with regret. "There's no other choice, I suppose," Li Xiaowen sighed in resignation, nodding before they both descended to join the others for lunch. After their meal, the two accompanied Xiao Simu on the sofa, watching the animated antics of Bald Chong as he dealt with the bears. Xiao Simu was in fits of giggles, her attention wholly absorbed by the screen. Initially, Li Xiaowen had settled into a corner of the sofa alone, but now he found himself thoroughly engrossed in the show, reminiscing about his own childhood. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Mushua had quietly shifted closer, resting her head on his shoulder with an air of casual intimacy. Fearing she might take liberties, he couldn't help but caution her, "Be mindful, my dear young lady. If my mother discovers that I am leading you astray, I fear my fate will be dire." "What are you thinking? I merely wish to lean against you," she retorted, playfully tapping his arm. As they continued to watch, Li Xiaowen's phone suddenly rang. Qin Mushua immediately reacted, suspecting it to be that flirtatious Li Jia trying to lure Li Xiaowen out. Today, he belonged to her, and no one was going to take him away. Thus, she impulsively seized the phone from his grasp. The screen illuminated with the name wife Su Qian, instantly darkening Qin Mushua's expression as she pointed at the name and demanded, "Is this your little lover? Answer the call. I don't care what she has to say. You're not going anywhere today, understand?" Li Xiaowen picked up the phone, realizing it was a video call. However, there was no need for alarm. Turning to Qin Mushua, he remarked, "She is my first woman." Recognizing that this was not an appropriate place to take a call, he picked up his phone and strolled into the back garden, where he initiated a video call. "Hello, darling. I miss you so much. What are you up to? Have you thought of me?" On the screen, the familiar visage of Su Qian materialized. Judging by the surroundings, it appeared to be within a hotel. "Of course, my dear. I have taken care of everything at home, and I've already bought my plane ticket. I will be with you tomorrow afternoon," Su Qian proclaimed with a smile. "All right, then I shall await your arrival," he replied, grinning. "I wish I could fly to your side right now." As she spoke, a longing sparkled in Su Qian's beautiful eyes, as if she could melt Li Xiaowen with a mere gaze. A pang of bitterness surged within Qin Mushua. Another seductive vixen, humph. Li Xiaowen seemed oblivious to the expression on Qin Mushua's face, continuing his conversation with Su Qian. "Well then, I will be waiting for you, and I am eagerly anticipating your arrival." The two engaged in conversation for quite some time before reluctantly ending the call, leaving Qin Mushua in a state of silent turmoil. Chapter 66. Women need comfort, die, scoundrel. I could strike you down. Qin Mushua exclaimed, her hands wildly slapping against Li Xiaowen's chest, her words laced with indignation. Li Xiaowen remained silent, simply holding her in his embrace, allowing her to vent her frustrations upon him. The blows were hardly painful. They merely served to create an illusion of aggression. After a time, Qin Mushua seemed to tire from her outburst. Her cheeks puffed in irritation as she gazed at him. Then, with a sudden shift, she pressed her lips against his. Before Li Xiaowen could react, a sharp pain pierced through him, accompanied by the metallic taste of blood. What a deranged woman! You've drawn blood," Li Xiaowen exclaimed, one hand steadying her while the other covered his mouth. With a muffled voice, he asked, "Have you released your pent-up anger?" Qin Mushua turned her head away, sulking in silence. As the pain subsided, Li Xiaowen continued, "You know what type of person I am. Is it truly worth your anger?" Qin Mushua was aware that her reaction was unwarranted, yet she found herself unable to restrain her emotions. Her feelings for Li Xiaowen had become an addiction. All she desired was to genuinely form a family with him, transcending the mere title of being Wang Xiuxiu's daughter. She longed to be Wang Xiuxiu's daughter-in-law, thus solidifying the bond of maternal love that lacked blood ties. "Why are you still being so dense? Can't you see my obvious feelings?" she thought, exasperated. In a fit of anger, she struck his chest again. Li Xiaowen understood that women required comfort. If she had made her decision, he would acquiesce. "All right, no more anger. Come here for a hug," he said, enveloping her in his arms and soothing her gently. Feeling a sense of relief, Qin Mushua nestled quietly against him, inhaling the pleasant scent emanating from his body, wishing that time could freeze in this moment. For it was only in this instant that Li Xiaowen belonged solely to her. Unfortunately, this tender moment was soon disrupted by Xiao Simu. "Sister, why are you acting like a child? Aren't you too old to let your brother hug you?" Xiao Simu, clutching a teddy bear, giggled mischievously at the pair, unabashedly teasing Qin Mushua. Li Xiaowen remained unfazed, unperturbed by the jest. However, Qin Mushua's reaction was more pronounced. She bolted from his embrace, flushed with embarrassment and anger as she glared at Xiao Simu, threatening, "If you dare to mock me, the treats I promised you are off the table. Don't expect me to buy you anything again." Upon hearing that her beloved gummy bears and chocolate bars were in jeopardy, Xiao Simu quickly retreated. "Sister, I'm sorry. You're an adult now. Please don't hold it against me," she pleaded, waddling over with short strides, clutching her teddy bear and shaking Qin Mushua's hand. "You're wise to back down," Qin Mushua said, kneeling down to gently pinch Xiao Simu's cheek with her slender, fair fingers. "Now tell me, what brings you here so suddenly?" "For the sake of gummy bears and chocolate bars," Xiaosamu endured her sister's playful pinching of her cheeks and managed to force a reluctant smile, saying, "Sister Shichi has come to find you, and she sent me to call you." Upon hearing this, Qin Muxue slightly furrowed her brows, her mood instantly soured. She had no desire to be disturbed by either Li Xiaowen or anyone else. She thought to herself, why must she come at this moment? It would be best if there were a genuine reason. Otherwise, I shall not let this go lightly. With this in mind, she took Xiaosamu's hand and headed directly to the living room. Li Xiaowen silently trailed behind, his gait somewhat awkward, with a slight hunch in his posture. Upon arriving in the living room, they found Yang Shichi savoring Xiaosamu's snacks on the sofa, eagerly awaiting Qin Muxue. Xiaosamu, seeing that her beloved gummy bears and cookies were nearly devoured after only a brief absence, felt a pang of heartache. Without hesitation, she abandoned her teddy bear and rushed over to gather the remaining unopened snacks in her arms. Vigilantly eyeing Yang Shichi, she pouted her adorable lips and said, "Sister Shichi, you're stealing my snacks? I no longer like you." Yang Shichi froze, her hand poised in midair with a snack, her mouth twitching at the corners. Particularly upon noticing Li Xiaowen's presence, her face flushed crimson. How embarrassing. What should she do? Had he perceived her lack of manners? Oh dear, Yang Shichi, why did you have to let your guard down at this moment? Feeling the trio's gazes upon her, she could only awkwardly chuckle twice, and with a bashful tone, apologized. "I'm so sorry, Xiaosamu. Your snacks are just too delicious, and I couldn't help myself. Please don't be upset. I'll order a lot more to make it up to you, all right?" Upon hearing that she intended to buy many as compensation, Xiaosamu's expression instantly brightened, and she generously offered her snacks. "All right then, make sure to get plenty of the teddy bear cookies and gummy bears. The others, you can choose as you like. Here, are you full now?" Yang Shichi felt too embarrassed to continue eating and quickly declined. Qin Muxue and Li Xiaowen exchanged amused glances, quietly settling onto the sofa. "Shichi, what brings you here?" Qin Muxue inquired casually, though internally she felt quite displeased at the unexpected visit. After placing her order, Yang Shichi couldn't help but steal a glance at Li Xiaowen before responding. "Sister Shuya is trying on wedding dresses today, and she wants us to accompany her. I called you, but there was no answer, so I came over." Upon hearing this, Qin Muxue's mood soured once more. On one hand, there were her close friends. On the other, there was Li Xiaowen. It was a difficult choice. Finally managing to have Li Xiaowen obediently accompany her for a day. It was unfortunate that her friend needed her to join for a wedding dress fitting. She felt torn, although after today, Li Xiaowen would still be around for future outings. The wedding was a once-in-a-lifetime event for her sister. It would be a curse to her friend if she couldn't attend the fitting. With this thought, Qin Muxue resolved her inner conflict. To Li Xiaowen, she remarked, "You still owe me half a day's time. I have matters to attend to today, accompanying Sister Shuya for a wedding dress fitting." "All right, I'll remember that." Li Xiaowen nodded in agreement. Yang Shichi, perplexed and bewildered, was pulled away by Qin Muxue, as she had initially intended to converse with Li Xiaowen for a while longer. Qin Muxue, fully aware of this, hurriedly whisked her away. Upon reaching the garage, as soon as they entered the car, Yang Shiyu turned to Qin Muxue and exclaimed, "Muxue, it seems that An has become even more handsome. What if I were to break up with my current boyfriend and pursue your brother, becoming your sister-in-law? Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Yang Shichi's eyes sparkled with excitement, her mind weaving fanciful dreams of a shameless life with Li Xiaowen, completely oblivious to the fact that Qin Muxue's expression was growing increasingly dark. How could there be someone as handsome as An in this world? I wonder if he is difficult to pursue. No, Muxue, you must assist me. Chapter 67. The Guardian of Food. Qin Muxue, if you assist me in winning over An, I shall lavish upon you an abundance of cosmetics for the remainder of your days. Just imagine how delightful that would be. Muxue mused, her thoughts drifting to the future. Do you think our children with An would be as stunning? Even before their relationship had been established, she was already envisioning a life intertwined with Li Xiaowen. Initially, she believed Li Xiaowen was Muxue's boyfriend, only to discover that he was actually her half-brother, which brought her immense joy. With a silly grin plastered across her face, Yang Shichi cupped her flushed cheeks, embodying the quintessential lovesick girl. At that moment, Qin Mu Shui suddenly glared at her friend and exclaimed, Yang Shiqi, enough already. Can you please stop being so infatuated? An is not someone you can covet. While she could not control other women, her duty was to protect what she cherished, driving away any woman who dared to harbor ill intentions towards Li Xiaowen. Confused, Yang Shiqi looked at her dear friend, unable to comprehend why she had so abruptly expressed such sentiments. Mu Shui, why are you so upset? I didn't say anything inappropriate. I was merely suggesting. Before she could finish her thought, Qin Mu Shui interrupted. What more do you wish to say? Do not entertain any notions about An. He is mine now, do you understand? With unwavering determination, Qin Mu Shui gazed intently at her friend, issuing a serious warning. What do you mean? Yang Shiqi asked, astonished, as realization dawned on her after a moment. A complex expression crossed her face as she tentatively inquired. Are you and your brother together? Qin Mu Shui furrowed her brows, replying, What brother? We are merely siblings in name. You are correct. I am with him. So you must not entertain any thoughts about him again. Yang Shiqi felt a twinge of sadness. It felt as though a chapter had closed before it had even begun. With a hint of melancholy, she remarked, You've concealed this so well. Now I understand why you no longer reside in the school dormitory. And no wonder your feelings for other boys have shifted so dramatically. It's because you have Xiaowen now. Qin Mu Shui felt her cheeks burn at being exposed by her friend, yet she did not feel embarrassed or hesitant. So what? What of it? All right, you're impressive, Yang Shiqi said, giving her a thumbs up. With matters as they stood, Yang Shiqi decided to relinquish her feelings for Li Xiaowen. She could not bear the thought of jeopardizing their years of sisterhood. Nevertheless, she was still intrigued by the situation and, with a curious gleam in her eye, she leaned in closer, asking, Sister, confess honestly. How long have you and he been together? How far has your relationship progressed? Is Li Xiaowen's physique as splendid as they say? Qin Mu Shui felt her face flush from the sudden barrage of questions, her mind involuntarily conjuring images of Li Xiaowen's perfect form. Recalling the intimate moments they had shared, she playfully retorted, Do you truly wish to know? I shan't divulge anything. Oh, come on, Mu Shui. Just tell me. I promise I won't entertain any thoughts about him. Her friend pleaded, I simply want to hear about your relationship. This small request, will you not indulge me? Yang Shiqi embraced her hand, playfully whining. Qin Mu Shui contemplated for a moment, conceding that her words bore truth. Since she had chosen to relinquish, it would be best to indulge her. Our time together has not been extensive. As for our progression, well, only the final step remains unbroken, while all else has transpired. Moreover, his physique is remarkable, boasting an impressive 8-pack and a pronounced V-line. The more Qin Mu Shui spoke, the more pride she exhibited, a smile involuntarily gracing her features. Upon hearing this, Yang Shiqi's mind conjured vivid images. She gazed at Qin Mu Shui with envy, her heart tinged with bittersweet emotions. In that moment, she felt reluctant to hear more. The more she listened, the more discomfort she felt. The more accomplished Li Xiaowen appeared, the more unsettled she became. All right, I am aware of his merits. Cease your praises, or I shall succumb to jealousy. Let us hasten to join Sister Shuya. Upon hearing this, a lovely smile graced Qin Mu Shui's lips as she nodded and gently started the car. As afternoon arrived, Li Xiaowen accompanied Simu until her mother returned home before taking his leave. With Qin Mu Shui not returning that night, and the house lacking in allure, he opted to skip dinner and hurried to Sister Li's residence. Sister Li increasingly resembled a youthful girl, her skin becoming ever more radiant. In Li Xiaowen's company, she became quite affectionate, wishing to cling to him wherever they went. Aware of what Li Xiaowen adored about her, she diligently maintained her fitness regimen, focusing on her glutes and practicing yoga to enhance her flexibility, even beginning to care for her feet. Having just completed a workout, she twirled in front of Li Xiaowen, clad in black yoga pants. Darling, do you think my training is yielding results? Am I more appealing? Sister Li chirped incessantly, posing a flurry of questions. Do you adore my current figure? Should I work on anything else? Just tell me, my love. Enough with the strenuous training. I am already exceedingly pleased with you. Sister Li Xiaowen gently guided her to the sofa, his gaze tender as he took a tissue to dab the sweat from her brow. He then enveloped her in his arms, planting a kiss on her forehead. Oh dear, I am still quite sweaty, love. I might soil you. Please do not hold me too closely. Sister Li struggled slightly, but did not break free. Li Xuan was utterly satisfied with her, enamored to the point of cherishing every aspect of her. With a soft voice, he reassured her, even with sweat, it matters not. My precious Sister Li, you remain fragrant, and I adore that. Oh, darling, how touching. I love you, moi. Sister Li cooed, resembling a young girl as she playfully leaned in for a kiss. The two drew increasingly closer, tightly embracing one another. After what felt like an eternity, Li Xuan carried Sister Li to the shower. That evening, they resembled newlyweds, busily preparing a meal in the kitchen that took nearly 2 hours, surveying the table laden with dishes, which amounted to merely 4 courses and a soup. Both felt quite satisfied. The night passed in silence. The following day, as Su Qian boarded the plane, she promptly messaged Li Xuan. A few hours later, upon disembarking, she spotted the man she had longed for from afar and called out darling, before dashing towards him. Li Xuan approached with a smile, noting that his wife Su Qian was wearing high heels, making running a potential hazard for her ankles. He embraced the long-missed woman, spinning around several times before finally planting a kiss on her lips. My dear, I missed you terribly. I missed you as well, constantly thinking of you every moment of the day. I yearn for you even during meals and in my dreams. I feel as if I'm going mad from longing. Su Qian exclaimed excitedly as she nestled into Li Xuan's embrace. Initially, Li Xuan had contemplated taking Su Qian back home. However, he realized that at home, he belonged to Qin Muxue, and bringing Su Qian back would undoubtedly provoke a tempest. Therefore, he decided to take Su Qian to a hotel, planning to purchase a house the following day. Chapter 68. A new home with Su Qian. A brief separation proved to be sweeter than a newlywed union. Upon arriving at the hotel, the couple found themselves consumed by passion, tenderly expressing their longing for one another. Time slipped away unnoticed. Honey, I truly miss you so much, Su Qian murmured, nestling into his embrace like a fragile kitten, her voice soft and melodic. Li Xuan could sense the depth of her yearning, and he gently pressed his lips to hers, whispering, Yes, my dear, I can feel it. The two wrapped in each other's arms, shared stories of their experiences during their time apart, eventually surrendering to slumber. The following day, they did not awaken until noon, having exhausted their energy the night before. After rising, they refreshed themselves and enjoyed breakfast. Li Xuan then took Su Qian to view properties, and they quickly settled on a villa. Situated in the heart of the city, this standalone villa spanned 300 square meters and was priced at 60,000 per square meter, totaling 18 million. Fortunately, Li Xuan had recently seen his bank account swell by several million, combined with the previous sum of over 20 million, allowing him to make a full cash purchase. Utilizing a cashback card, he received a remarkable 2.98 times the cashback, adding an impressive 63.64 million to his finances. System level, 11 host, Li Xuan age, 18 height, 185 centimeters physique, 30, average adult, 10 charm, 95-10, 105 skills, culinary arts, 3, master level, equestrian, 3, master level guitar, 3, master level singing, 3, master level driving, 3, master level English, 3, master level Tai Chi, 3, master level parkour, 3, master level piano, 3, master level wealth, 120,000 every 24 hours current, 56, 595 million to level up, 30, 59,032 million experience points. Ding! The host level has broken through level 10. The version is updating. Estimated time, 24 hours. It seems there is still much for me to learn about the system, and I wonder what new experiences the update will bring. Li Xuan pondered as he listened to the announcement echoing in his mind. Su Qian was enamored with the villa's decor, and Li Xuan had no objections, so they ventured to the furniture store to select an array of items. Honey, it feels like I'm dreaming. I never imagined I would one day reside in such a grand house. I feel so happy, Su Qian said, gazing at the workers loading furniture onto the truck, her face radiating joy as she nestled closer to Li Xuan. Then pinch yourself to see if you're dreaming, Li Xuan replied, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist and smiling softly. As they spoke, the truck's doors slammed shut with a resounding thud. The driver called out, "Boss, we're all set. We can head out now." "All right," Li Xiaowen nodded, taking the lead as he drove towards the villa. The villa community sprawled over 20,000 square meters, featuring an artificial lake and a wealth of comprehensive amenities, with lush greenery beautifully maintained. Whether in a row house or standalone villa, the architecture predominantly embraced a European style. Soon, Li Xiaowen drove into the villa district, guiding the workers to his new residence. The excitement of finally owning a home stirred within him, yet it was merely the beginning. The future promised even greater joys. The workers swiftly installed the furniture, and before their departure, Li Xiaowen generously tipped each one with 500 yuan. Meanwhile, Su Qian flitted between the rooms, her face aglow with an unceasing smile. Immersed in overwhelming joy, the decor of the house was modern, exquisite, and minimalist, featuring a master bedroom and 3 additional rooms, along with a study, a tea room, and a reception area. Li Xiaowen, having little interest in the tea room, opted to transform it into a piano room, where the workers had just moved in the piano. In the living room, a floor-to-ceiling window revealed a shimmering artificial lake outside. With a satisfying thud, Li Xiaowen flopped onto the sofa, quietly admiring the natural scenery beyond the glass. After a while, Su Qian finally calmed down from her earlier excitement. With her graceful figure elegantly clad in black stockings and high heels, she approached Li Xiaowen from behind, wrapping her arms around him and whispering sweetly, "Darling, we have our own home now. How blissful." "Indeed, I never imagined that one day we would have a place to call our own, my love," replied Li Xiaowen, feeling her breath tickle his ear. Su Qian kicked off her shoes, twisting her body to slide into his embrace, resting her face against his cheek and softly asking, "What did you first fall for me? I could never have dreamt that I would become your woman in this lifetime." Her voice was tender and soothing, reminiscent of a languid kitten whispering sweet nothings. "It was a few years ago when you first joined our class. I often thought how wonderful it would be if you could one day be mine. I never expected that dream would become reality," Li Xiaowen reflected, gazing at Su Qian's exquisite and beautiful face, his heart swelling with gratitude towards fate. Su Qian smiled contentedly, her legs playfully swaying. Noticing how much more charming Li Xiaowen appeared than before, she felt a flutter in her heart and suddenly inquired, "Darling, do you love me?" "Of course I do. You are the dream girl I have longed for over the years," he replied without hesitation. An hour later, Su Qian, glistening with sweat, leaned softly against Li Xiaowen. "Have you found any sisters for me during this time?" she asked, mustering the strength to light a cigarette for him. "Yes. Would you like to meet them soon?" Li Xiaowen inquired after taking a puff. "I'm open to it. I'll follow your lead," Su Qian replied, feeling indifferent about the number of women in Li Xiaowen's life, as long as he remained devoted to her. In fact, having more sisters could be beneficial. After all, it was quite exhausting to bear everything alone. Li Xiaowen believed that finding such an obedient and considerate woman was worth any amount of money. Extinguishing his cigarette, he effortlessly lifted Su Qian and made his way directly to the spacious bathroom. With a gentle nudge of his right foot, the bathroom door closed behind them. Chapter 69. The company and the eccentric young Lady Qin Muxue the following morning. As Li Xiaowen awoke and opened his eyes, he found Su Qian sprawled across his chest like an octopus, intent on gently nudging her aside to rise and prepare breakfast. He was taken aback by how tightly she clung to him. Upon this nudge, Su Qian seemed to sense something, her brows unfurling as she gradually roused from her slumber. The morning slipped away, and by the time the two had finished their morning routines and eaten, it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. Perhaps due to her recent exhaustion, Su Qian walked with a slight awkwardness. After all, her husband had a penchant for vigorous exercise. Just as they concluded their meal, Li Xiaowen's mind was suddenly filled with the system's voice. "Ding! System version update completed. The current update has introduced AI intelligence, allowing the host to inquire directly about any uncertainties regarding system usage, eliminating the need for trial and error." As Su Qian tidied up the dishes and made her way to the kitchen, Li Xiaowen quietly voiced some lingering questions. Since reaching level 1, each advancement had granted a cashback card, yet now at level 11, The numbers did not seem to align after accounting for the cards he had previously used. System: why did I stop receiving cashback cards after reaching level 10? The system responded, currently, the system is in a testing phase. To maintain data balance, it has been adjusted so that cashback cards will no longer be issued after level 10. The host is advised to refrain from excessive spending. Li Xiaowen was at a loss for words. Was this excessive? Hearing about a testing version, he inquired further, testing version? What does that mean? Will there be an official version in the future? And how will it differ? Indeed, host. Once the testing phase on your end concludes, the official version will be distributed randomly to fortunate readers after the completion of this book. Li Xiaowen, how dare you treat me like a guinea pig? Author. Darling, what are you up to? You look rather constipated, Su Qian remarked, having finished washing the dishes and noticing his expression. Cough, cough, it's nothing, Li Xiaowen replied, clearing his throat. All right then. By the way, what university did you attend? Su Qian, clad in a brown homeware camisole, swayed her hips as she approached and settled into Li Xiaowen's embrace, engaging him in light conversation. 2 days swiftly passed. Initially, Li Xiaowen had intended to spend more time with her, feeling that they had been apart for too long. However, Su Qian could hardly endure it, urging him on the third morning to accompany other women, insisting on fairness. During these 2 days, they had not solely indulged in intimacy. Li Xiaowen also took Su Qian around the vicinity to familiarize her with the environment. He even gifted her a white Panamera, worth over $1 million. This gesture delighted her immensely, leading to particularly spirited nights that left her exhausted, prompting her to insist that Li Xiaowen seek out other companions. As time passed, Li Xiaowen not only devoted his days to the women by his side, but also engaged in other ventures, specifically acquiring copyrights for popular novels that were destined to become lucrative super IPs in the forthcoming years. It may be the butterfly effect. Some novel copyrights that were sold off long ago in a previous life have yet to find buyers in this one. Fortunately, as long as Li Xiaowen has a memory of them, he has largely secured those rights. This is thanks to Sister Li, who possesses extensive connections in this domain, greatly easing the process. Furthermore, with Sister Li's assistance, Li Xiaowen established a company, thereby naturally appointing her as his agent, in which she holds a 30% stake. However, the company has yet to debut, and Sister Li primarily oversees all its affairs, spending the most time with Li Xiaowen during this period. The company is named Music Cultural and Entertainment Company, Limited, and is currently in the process of producing the first season of the anime Do Pa, comprising 24 episodes with an investment of $30 million. Both his mother and sister Shuya have provided considerable support in this regard. As Li Xiaowen lacks experience and mainly issues directives, leaving the specifics to professionals. Initially, he intended to use a cashback card to fund the entire production of Do Pa as an adult anime, but the system prohibited this. The investment transfer could not be refunded and could only be utilized for Li Xiaowen's personal purchases. Consequently, he spent over $11 million to order a special edition white Lamborghini, with a 2-month wait for delivery. Fortune smiled upon Li Xiaowen this time, as the cashback card unexpectedly yielded a remarkable return of 99 times, resulting in a cashback of $289 million. This allowed him to increase the investment in Do Pa by an additional $30 million, facilitating its transformation into an adult anime. He also allocated $100 million to the Mortal Ascended, intending to enhance its special effects and provide a slight shock to the domestic animation scene. This caused the system to level up twice, catapulting his experience points to 128 million. Descending from the company to the parking lot, he closed the car door with a decisive snap, starting the engine in preparation to return home. Tomorrow marks another day accompanying Qin Muxue, so he decided to head home tonight. Arriving home at 9 in the evening, he found the living room empty except for Qin Muxue, who lay on the sofa, engrossed in a tedious variety show. By this hour, according to his mother and Simu's routine, they would have already completed their evening rituals and gone to bed. Ever since learning about Li Xiaowen's fondness for stockings during a phone call with Su Qian, Qin Muxue had gradually begun to wear them more frequently. Today, she adorned a pair of black patterned stockings, which accentuated her long, straight legs, adding an air of mystery. Approaching her from behind, Li Xiaowen embraced her, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek as he softly said, "Surprised?" Unexpected. Isn't it, darling? I'm back. Qin Mushiwe was taken aback by his early return, her heart swelling with joy. Oh, you scoundrel, you've had a change of heart and returned so early. Come here, let this fairy give you a kiss first. With a swift motion, she leaped into his arms, and thankfully, Li Xiaowen's quick reflexes ensured he caught her securely. Otherwise, she would have surely fallen. How old are you? Don't you know to be careful? What if you hurt yourself? Li Xiaowen gently chided, supporting her with both hands and giving her a soft pat. Oh, but you're here, aren't you? I trust my handsome guardian will keep me safe. Qin Mushiwe cooed affectionately, wrapping her arms around his neck and playfully sniffing at him like an inquisitive puppy. It has been nearly 2 weeks since we last met. My dear, allow me to shower you with affection. I have missed you dearly. With that, she embraced Li Xiaowen's head and kissed him fervently. Oh dear, take it slow. Will you? Please sit down first. I am not going anywhere like a mischievous sprite. Li Xiaowen, fearing she might fall, hurriedly cradled her and brought her to the sofa to take a seat. Chapter 70. Good things come with trials. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Startled, the two individuals on the sofa hastily separated and adjusted their attire. Fortunately, they were quick enough to part ways just as Wang Xiuxiu descended, or they would have been caught in a compromising situation. Oh, look who is home, my busy son. How rare. Wang Xiuxiu remarked playfully as she appeared in her pajamas. Glancing at Li Xiaowen. I missed you, so I came back to keep you company, Li Xiaowen replied with a calm smile. Qin Mushiwe, her face flushed, remained transfixed on the television, saying nothing. Fine, if you say you missed me, then you must have, Wang Xiuxiu said, taking a glass of water before heading upstairs. Just before reaching the top, she turned to remind them, although it's a holiday now, don't stay up too late. Get to bed early. All right, dear mother. They responded in unison, sharing a knowing smile. After a few more minutes, once Qin Mushiwe was certain they would not be disturbed, she immediately nestled into Li Xiaowen's embrace. Alwen, I heard from Mom that you started a company, she said, tightening her grip around him and shifting to a more comfortable position, gently caressing her silky hair. Indeed, I owe it all to Mom and Sister Shuya for their assistance. One day, when we run into Sister Shuya, let us express our gratitude and treat her to a meal, he replied thoughtfully. I would have done the same without you mentioning it. Sister Shuya has helped me immensely, and I must show my appreciation, Qin Mushiwe said, gazing adoringly at Li Xiaowen's profile, her face adorned with a sweet smile. After a moment's contemplation, she added, How about I come work for you at the company? After all, I studied finance. Li Xiaowen pondered for a moment and deemed it unnecessary. After graduating, Qin Mushiwe was meant to take over the company affairs at Jian'an Group, gaining experience for a few years before succeeding her mother. This was a decision made long ago, as Li Xiaowen was reluctant to assume that responsibility. Following her father's passing, he had transferred 30% of his shares to Qin Mushiwe. Thus, if Li Xiaowen was unwilling to manage the company, it would fall to her as the second largest shareholder. Moreover, with Li Jie music culture, there was no need for a second authority figure. If Qin Mushiwe joined, conflicts would undoubtedly arise. Considering all of this, Li Xiaowen declined, saying, No need. It's just a small company. Your talents would be wasted here. You should focus on taking over your mother's work after graduation. Though she recognized the validity of his reasoning, a twinge of discomfort lingered in her heart. Laying her head against Li Xiaowen's chest, she sighed with a hint of grievance. I think you're just afraid that I want to get along with Li Jie. You scoundrel. I see right through you. Unfazed by her revelation, Li Xiaowen merely smiled, gazing at the beautiful girl in his arms. Her delicate features were as flawless as jade, with the fine texture of her skin accentuated by the soft fuzz visible to the eye. It must be said, Qin Mushiwe was truly a breathtaking beauty. Her unadorned face was captivating, evoking an irresistible desire to claim her. Upon seeing the spark of passion in Li Xiaowen's eyes, she felt a sense of dreamy intoxication, her body growing languid in his embrace. Before she could make any move, Li Xiaowen's handsome face leaned in closer. A warm sensation brushed against her lips, causing her to lose herself entirely. The two seemed oblivious to the external world, lost in each other's embrace, enveloped in their own universe. Just as Li Xiaowen was about to take the next step, Qin Muxue abruptly halted him. Not here. Carry me back to my room. Her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, her voice reminiscent of a tipsy enchantress, intoxicating those who heard it. Li Xiaowen understood, his mind clearing slightly. They were at home, on the sofa, and could not act recklessly, for they were not alone. With gentle hands, he scooped her up, cradling her tender form as he made his way to her room. Qin Muxue wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheeks aflame with anticipation mingled with trepidation, her heart a tumult of excitement and shyness. Perhaps it had all come too easily for Li Xiaowen before. Today, he finally experienced the bittersweetness of high hopes dashed. With a look of regret in her eyes, Qin Muxue watched as Li Xiaowen returned, disheartened. Just as they were about to lay bare their souls and breach the final barrier, Qin Muxue found herself in a predicament. But who could be blamed for such occurrences? They were beyond control, merely a sign that the moment was not yet ripe. Originally, even under these circumstances, Li Xiaowen intended to stay by her side throughout the night. Otherwise, she might think he was merely interested in one thing. Yet, Qin Muxue insisted he leave, claiming she couldn't bear to see him distressed and that it would be better to sleep apart. After returning to his room and taking a cold shower, the flames of his desire had cooled considerably. Sleep eluded him through the night, and Li Xiaowen was uncertain how he finally succumbed to slumber. The next morning, in a drowsy haze, he felt the presence of someone beneath the covers, accompanied by the sound of rustling. Upon lifting the blanket, he discovered it was Qin Muxue. They ambled out of the room together, Li Xiaowen feeling remarkably refreshed. Meanwhile, Qin Muxue quietly lamented the advice her best friend had offered her the previous night. For breakfast, they had soy milk and fried dough sticks, along with an assortment of steam buns. However, Qin Muxue found herself devoid of appetite. Casting a disdainful glance at the morning spread and hesitating to pick up her chopsticks. Not hungry, Muxue, her mother observed her peculiarly, sensing something was amiss but unable to pinpoint the cause. Li Xiaowen, on the other hand, had a hearty appetite, juggling a bun in one hand and a fried dough stick in the other, relishing a sip of soy milk, all while casting a slight smile at Qin Muxue beside him. Indeed, I don't feel particularly hungry today, Qin Muxue replied nonchalantly. Skipping breakfast isn't good for your stomach. If you can't eat, at least drink some soy milk to warm it, her mother advised gently, concern etched on her face. Soy milk? I can hardly bear to look at it. It's all Shichi's fault, and that insufferable Li Xiaowen. Qin Muxue's expression turned slightly unnatural as she mumbled her response, I understand. At that moment, her gaze caught Li Xiaowen's smirk, laced with playful mockery, which ignited her irritation. What are you laughing at? Is it so amusing? Qin Muxue glared at him, her cheeks reddening with indignation. Huh, I'm not laughing. Li Xiaowen's lips twitched slightly, realizing that he had been overly complacent. Humph, it matters not. You shall feed me at once, or you will face the consequences. As Qin Muxue thought of the substance she had ingested, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger and threatened him. Wang Xiuxiu observed the two before her, and, for reasons unknown, a bold conjecture suddenly emerged in her mind. Chapter 71. Mother's Speculation. Qin Muxue's compensation. Although she harbored her suspicions, she did not reveal them. Nevertheless, even if her conjectures were accurate, she would welcome the outcome. After all, she had nurtured Qin Muxue for many years. To claim she felt no affection would be disingenuous. The thought of her beloved child marrying and starting a family with another, eventually departing from her side, stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her. If they could truly become a family, however, that discomfort would dissipate. The resources should remain within the family, especially given the substantial shares she held in the company. Marrying her daughter off posed uncertainties. Yet, the character of Li Xiaowen was undeniably flawed, leaving her to wonder if Muxue would accept him. Upon hearing Qin Muxue's admonition, Li Xiaowen chose to heed her words. He recognized that he had indeed crossed the line, exhibiting excessive roughness towards someone who had yet to experience the world. As you wish, Queen Muxue. What would you like to eat? I shall serve you, he replied earnestly. Qin Muxue was pleased with his response, feeling significantly better about her earlier discomfort, pointing at the steam buns and then at the century egg and lean meat porridge. She pouted playfully and declared, Feed me the buns and the porridge, but ensure it is cooled down. I shall not tolerate being burned. Of course, my beautiful queen, Li Xiaowen replied, bringing the bun to her lips. He watched as she took several bites before gently blowing on the porridge and feeding her spoonful by spoonful. How embarrassing. Sister, you are so grown, yet still need your brother to feed you. Little Si Mu giggled with innocent delight. She found it amusing that her sister, despite her age, still relied on their brother for meals, while she herself had long mastered the art of self-feeding. Yet, her sister continued to demand such attention, even seeking embraces from their brother on multiple occasions, seemingly oblivious to propriety. Casting a light glance at her younger sibling, Qin Si Mu remarked nonchalantly, "Laugh at me, do you? It seems you no longer desire your gummy bears." Instantly, little Si Mu fell silent. Witnessing this interaction, Wang Xiuxiu's suspicions were further solidified, and she couldn't help but mentally commend her son's shortcomings. Initially, when she first met Li Xiaowen, she had entertained the idea of matchmaking between him and Qin Muxue, having casually mentioned it to Muxue a couple of times. However, upon learning of Li Xiaowen's character, she abandoned the notion. To her surprise, within just a month, the two had progressed to such an intimate stage without any announcement. Observing the pair, she smiled and playfully probed, "Oh, your relationship seems to be blossoming. One might mistake you for a young couple." Her gaze shifted to scrutinize their subtle expressions. Qin Muxue, who had been savoring Li Xiaowen's attentive service, froze at her words. A rosy blush crept from her cheeks to her ears, and her gaze became evasive. Li Xiaowen, however, remained unfazed, knowing that his mother would eventually discover the truth. There was no need for subterfuge, merely a need to be discreet during their affectionate moments. "Did you hear that, my queen? Mother just said we resemble a young couple." "Come, my wife, open your mouth," he said with a steady heart and unflushed face, continuing to bring the porridge to her lips. With a flushed face, Qin Muxue parted her lips slightly and accepted the cooled porridge he offered. The fair and slender hand had quietly reached towards Li Xiaowen's waist, pinching a bit of flesh and twisting at an angle of 180 degrees. A sharp pain surged through Li Xiaowen's waist, nearly causing him to drop the bowl. "What a cruel heart you have. My dear husband kindly fed you porridge, and yet you chose to pinch me as if you were plotting to murder your own spouse." Li Xiaowen gasped in cold shock, casting a resentful glance at the blushing Qin Muxue, whose face was nearly crimson. "Oh, you dare say that? I could strangle you." At that moment, Qin Muxue wished for nothing more than to find a crack in the ground to hide, overwhelmed with humiliation, especially in front of her mother. Naturally, Li Xiaowen would not permit her to continue pinching him. He hastily set down the bowl and seized her delicate hand that was gripping his waist. Thus, they began to playfully tussle. Wang Xiuxiu observed the scene with a knowing smile, finally convinced of their relationship. There was no way she could believe that nothing was going on between them. "Sigh, at our age, and yet I still have to witness your antics. I'm leaving to return to work and earn some money for your milk," Wang Xiuxiu joked, watching the two continue their playful banter before stepping out. Breakfast was consumed amidst their playful scuffle, while little Simu watched her beloved brother being playfully bullied by her sister. She considered stepping in to defend her brother, but, upon recalling the gummy bears, she quickly excused herself to watch Peppa Pig instead. Eventually, Qin Muxue grew tired of the playful antics and settled quietly in Li Xiaowen's embrace. Her delicate face flushed, lost in her thoughts. As he carried her to the sofa, he immediately felt a fiery pain in his waist. Unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath, he knew without a doubt that a large bruise must have formed. "Does it hurt?" Qin Muxue's fair, jade-like hand gently caressed the bruised area on Li Xiaowen's waist, a glimmer of concern flashing in her beautiful eyes. Li Xiaowen pondered what could possibly be going through her mind. She had been the one to pinch him so hard, yet now she was showing concern, even exhibiting signs of remorse. Women truly are peculiar and difficult to understand. Fortunately, Li Xiaowen did not have to treat each one this way, or life would lose its meaning. "What do you think? You pinch me so hard that I have a bruise now." Li Xiaowen feigned anger. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Moa, don't be mad, okay?" Qin Muxue, feeling a bit embarrassed, planted a kiss on his lips. Indeed, she'd been a bit too rough earlier. But then again, who could blame her for being mischievous after he had just teased her in front of her mother? Li Xiaowen remained silent, maintaining a pitiful expression as he gazed at her, embodying the image of a wronged child. This sight tugged at Qin Mushue's heart, prompting her to comfort him further. "All right, don't make that face. I'll make it up to you. Please don't be sad, my dear." At the mention of a compensation, Li Xiaowen's anger dissipated instantly. Yet he resolved to keep up the act, asking, "How will you make it up to me?" Qin Mushue's lovely face momentarily flickered with hesitation. After pondering, she looked into Li Xiaowen's eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. "What would you like me to do to make it up? I'm all ears." A surge of delight filled Li Xiaowen's heart as he gently caressed her smooth and delicate cheek, a smile playing on his lips without uttering a word. "All right then, let's go to the bedroom." The subsequent sentence is entirely superfluous. He silently rose and led Qin Mushue back to the room. Chapter 72. Hot Pot. Tortured Vegetables. My indifference towards spiciness as they emerged from the room. Qin Mushue cast a resentful glance at Li Xiaowen. "You scoundrel, was that intentional? How could it be? Besides, didn't you say you wanted to compensate me?" Li Xiaowen replied, pulling the pouting queen into his embrace, gently stroking her head as he chuckled softly. "All right, why the long face? Still in pain? Let me massage it for you." "Humph." Qin Mushue let out a light huff, playfully swatting at him. Her tone feigned irritation. "It's all your fault. You're such a lucky bastard." With that, she nestled against Li Xiaowen, allowing him to pamper her with a facial massage. Time drifted by slowly, as Ayasamu stole glances at Peichi while occasionally sneaking peeks at her sister. Confounded by their childish antics, she could only silently mock them in her mind, drawing little circles of exasperation. Suddenly, Qin Mushue felt a sharp cramp in her lower abdomen, her brows furrowing in discomfort, a soft gasp escaping her lips. "What's wrong? Did I hurt you?" Li Xiaowen asked, concern etched across his face. "No, it's just menstrual cramps. It hurts so much. Please help me massage my stomach." Qin Mushue replied, struggling against the pain. She had never experienced such agony during her period before. Surely, it was due to having deceived Ayasamu into sharing half of her ice cream yesterday. Alas, her greed had led to this suffering. "Wait here. I'll make you some ginger tea with brown sugar," Li Xiaowen said, rushing to the kitchen. He deftly prepared the tea, adding a slice of ginger, and then fetched a few heat packs from Qin Mushue's room upstairs. Moments later, he returned, one hand holding the warm tea and the other the heat packs. He tore open the packaging and affixed the warmth to her clothing before gently blowing on the tea to cool it slightly, feeding it to her. Seeing this thoughtful side of the scoundrel warmed Qin Mushue's heart, despite his flaws and occasional roughness. In this moment, those imperfections faded into insignificance. Whether it was the effects of the ginger tea or simply her mindset, she found the pain in her abdomen easing. After finishing the tea, Qin Mushue lay quietly in Li Xiaowen's embrace, gazing at him dreamily. "My dear, you are so gentle. Keep up the good work. This fairy truly appreciates it." Thus, the days swiftly passed, and during dinner, Wang Xiuxiu continued to jest, leaving Qin Mushue blushing throughout the evening. That day, while Li Xiaowen was at the office reviewing project progress, he received a call from Lu Han. Having just wrapped up a commercial shoot, he was eager to grab a meal together. With little on his agenda, Li Xiaowen promptly drove over. The company was predominantly managed by Li Jie. He merely dropped by to check in, truly the epitome of a hands-off manager. Jushinzhuang, a hot pot restaurant owned by Chun He, was a favored gathering spot for Lu Han, Deng Chao, and the others. Today marked the completion of the first episode of a new season of Running Man. And since Lu Han and Deng Chao were in the city for an advertising shoot, they decided to congregate at this beloved locale. When Li Xiaowen arrived, he could already hear the sound of laughter and banter from the three within the private room. Upon entering, he found that the dishes were all served. "Welcome on." Lu Han greeted him with a smile as he took a seat. "A long time no see. You've become even more handsome, surpassing me by a significant margin." Chao Ge continued his usual light-hearted teasing. "Come on, don't pay heed to old Deng's bragging." Chunyi chimed in. Li Xiwen, feeling at ease since this was not their first gathering, sat down and joined the others in their meal and conversation. Interestingly, Deng Chao was still the spokesperson for Tian'an Fashion's men's line. Initially, they befriended Li Xiaowen simply because they got along and shared the same social circle. However, Upon discovering that he was the heir of the Jian'an group, their desire to befriend him only intensified. Yet, there was no sense of sycophancy. The primary reason for their camaraderie was their shared interests. Lu, I heard you've taken on a new drama, Chao Gu casually asked, puffing out steam after taking a bite of beef tripe. Yes, it's an adaptation of a novel. I'll be joining the crew soon, Lu Han replied, wiping the red oil that dripped onto his hands with a napkin. What novel? Li Xiaowen inquired, already suspecting the answer, as he recalled that this particular drama was set to begin filming around September next year in his previous life. Zhai Tianji, have you read it? Lu Han asked with mild surprise upon seeing Li Xiaowen's interest. You've read this book on? Is it quite popular? Both Deng Chao and Chun, he turned their attention to Li Xiaowen. The thought of Lu Han performing sword techniques in the show made Li Xiaowen stifle a laugh, as he suspected the production might lack a fight choreographer, leading to potentially awkward scenes. The book is decent, otherwise it wouldn't be adapted into a series. However, it heavily relies on action and special effects. If those elements fail to meet audience expectations, you, Lu, will bear the brunt of the criticism, Li Xiaowen remarked. Suppressing his laughter, he refrained from mentioning that, in terms of acting, one should possess at least a modicum of skill. Huh, IT thought that far ahead. My agent recommended it, claiming it's a major IP that will definitely be a hit, Lu Han said, displaying a hint of skepticism. Don't take it to heart. I was merely speaking off the cuff, Li Xiaowen added, choosing not to delve deeper. The industry often favored star power for such productions, leaving little room for alternatives. The group soon shifted topics, and their meal extended to nearly 2 hours. After indulging in ample food and drink, they agreed to head to the gym for a game of basketball. Upon arriving, they changed into their outfits and began a 2-on-2 match. This was not their first encounter. After witnessing Li Xiaowen's impressive skills in previous games, everyone vied to be on his team. This time, fortune smiled on Lu Han, as he and Li Xiaowen both drew hands facing up in their selection. Lu Han served the ball, and Li Xiaowen took it, dribbling toward the basket while facing Chun He's tight defense. Lu Han appeared completely at ease, showing no regard for Chao Ji's defense as he casually engaged in off-ball movement, indifferent to whether he could create separation. Li Xiaowen, confronted by Chun He's tight defense, effortlessly executed a series of crossovers that left his opponent off balance, charging towards the unguarded basket. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he delivered a stunning tomahawk dunk, resonating with a thunderous sound as the rim echoed its lament. Chun He stood agape, gazing at Li Xiaowen suspended above the hoop. Chao Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, incredible. You are phenomenal, Lu Han exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. In truth, Li Xiaowen had long harbored the desire to perform such a feat. Today, having finally executed it, he felt an exhilarating rush. However, he surmised that his two companions would likely hesitate to face him as an adversary in the future. Following some protests from a group, it was decided that Li Xiaowen would refrain from dunking again, begrudgingly allowing the others to feel slightly more involved in the game. 2 hours later, Chao Gu and Chun He sat on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Lu Han was somewhat better off, though he too was panting. It did not impede his ability to converse. Li Xiaowen, in stark contrast, exhibited no remarkable signs of fatigue aside from slightly labored breathing and a light sheen of perspiration. At that moment, he leaned in and whispered to Lu Han, "When do you join the cast? Is the female lead Leza?" Lu Han, catching his breath, looked at him with confusion. "I start the day after tomorrow. How did you know the lead is Leza? What is your intention?" "Iavano ulterior motiva. Just a casual inquiry. Once you're in, I'll have the time to visit you on set." "Really? You sure about that? I don't want to expose your intentions." "But you're quite shameless," Lu Han replied with a dismissive glance at Li Xiaowen. "Oh, come on, we're friends here. You don't trust me?" Li Xiaowen insista, swearing that his intention was purely to support his good friend, and that it had nothing to do with Leza. Absolutely not. Chapter 73, Registration, the beautiful mother of my roommate. Chen Hong, after a brief respite, they agreed to gather again when time permitted, and then parted ways. In the following days, Li Xiaowen occasionally visited the company to provide feedback on modeling, primarily urging them to avoid the pitfalls that plagued the first season. Nailin Yanran, with her cascading waves, donned a cheap how that seemed rather excessive. He found himself oscillating between several women, yet despite his diligent efforts, Sister Ye's condition remained unchanged. This led him to suspect that perhaps his journey through time had gone awry, prompting him to accompany Sister Yi to the hospital for an examination. The results indicated that Li Xiaowen's vitality was robust, while Sister Ye's health was impeccable, with no issues detected. As the days progressed, the time for school registration swiftly approached. Today marked the day of enrollment, and Li Xiaowen, pulling his suitcase, entered the campus, observing the various departments' registration booths adorned with banners. Upon locating the banner for the Performing Arts Department, he made his way over. He had not driven himself, as that would have drawn too much attention. Instead, Sister Li had given him a ride, leaving him at the school gate before departing. He was dressed in a sky-blue striped shirt paired with fitted jeans, his sleeves rolled up to reveal a newly acquired Daytona watch. As he walked, he caught the attention of numerous beautiful women who turned their heads in his direction. Arriving at the registration desk for the Performing Arts Department, he recognized the person responsible for welcoming new students, Dilly Reba. "Hello, are you a new student in the Performing Arts Department? What is your name?" Dilly Reba, taken aback by Li Xiaowen's striking appearance, felt a flutter of nerves at the sight of such a handsome young man. "Yes, it's me, Reba," Li Xiaowen replied with a smile, looking at the somewhat inexperienced girl dressed in a white striped shirt and tight jeans. At that moment, the sun blazed down at its peak, creating an unbearable heat that made one feel restless. Even though they were under the shade and she held a sunshade, beads of sweat trickled down Dilly Reba's forehead and along her temples, causing her hair to cling to her skin. For some inexplicable reason, she felt that when Li Xiaowen approached and smiled at her, it was as though a refreshing spring breeze had swept over her, alleviating the heat within her heart. "Do you know me?" Reba asked, somewhat astonished. She had only played a few minor roles, with her most significant being that of the junior sister, Fuziu. She had not expected this boy to recognize her. "Yes, I've seen your performance in the play, Fuziu. I often hear Sister Mi mention you," Li Xiaowen remarked with a smile, admiring her delicately sculpted features. Reba appeared somewhat skeptical. How could this younger student, who seemed even younger than herself, possibly know her boss? She surmised that he must have gleaned this information from somewhere, perhaps harboring ulterior motives. Nevertheless, such matters were hardly appropriate for open discussion, so she redirected the conversation, saying, "Thank you. Your name is Li Xiaowen, right? Please fill out this form." She gestured to the space on the form designated for his name. Noticing the disbelief on her face, Li Xiaowen chose not to elaborate further, completing the form as instructed. Under Reba's guidance, he proceeded to his dormitory building. Holding the sunshade, Reba walked ahead, her height of 168 centimeters making her appear somewhat delicate beside Li Xiaowen. "Are you going to hit it off, Junior?" Reba slowed her pace to match his, whispering softly. As she discreetly observed Li Xiaowen's profile, she couldn't help but marvel at the perfection of his features. His nose, brow, and jawline were truly one in a million, possessing both the chiseled contours of Western aesthetics and the gentle warmth of Eastern charm. "Thank you, but no need, senior sister. You may proceed," Li Xiaowen replied with a faint smile, gracefully declining her offer. He had also noticed that Reba was watching him, yet he had grown accustomed to such scrutiny. The burdens that accompany being handsome. Once he accumulated wealth, he would surely enhance his appeal further. After strolling for a while, Reba could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Junior brother, is it true that you know my boss?" "Indeed, there is no reason for me to deceive you. I am genuinely acquainted with Sister Mi," Li Xiaowen casually replied. "How do you know my boss? Are you a relative of hers?" Reba inquired with interest. "Certainly not. It's merely that my looks caught Sister Mi's attention, and she wished to sign me," Li Xiaowen said with a nonchalant smile. Reba paused, her eyes lighting up with surprise. "So, it turns out we are from the same company. What a coincidence. I never expected to encounter such a handsome artist from my own company while welcoming a new student. Sister Mi truly possesses remarkable discernment." In her heart, Reba was filled with utmost admiration for Sister Mi Ahem, but I did not sign. I declined Sister Mi's offer. However, we're now good friends, Li Xiaowen added with a slight cough. Reba was once again taken aback. "You turned her down? What prompted such a decision?" Signing with the company would be advantageous. You'll understand the urgency by your second or third year. It won't be as easy to sign then. I sign with another company. Oh, I see. Well, that is all right then. As they continued their leisurely conversation, they soon arrived at the entrance of Li Xiaowen's dormitory. We've arrived, junior brother. I reside in the building directly across, right at the junction of the male and female dormitories. Reba pointed to the identical structure opposite. What a coincidence. I'll have to come visit you, senior sister, Li Xiaowen said with a smile. Sure, if I have the time, Reba replied, her distinctly Western features lighting up with a smile as she looked at Li Xiaowen. After bidding farewell to Reba, Li Xiaowen collected his key from the dormitory supervisor and quickly made his way to his new abode. He unlocked the door to room 404, finding the room empty. The layout was decent, a two-person accommodation that far surpassed the dormitory conditions of his high school days. 2-meter beds were situated on opposite sides, each accompanied by a seemingly new computer desk. The wardrobe was significantly larger than that of a typical dormitory, and there was even a bathroom and washroom. Upon entering, Li Xiaowen chose the bed on the left, placing his belongings upon it and tidying up the bedding. He then hung his clothes in the wardrobe before opening the floor-to-ceiling window and stepping onto the balcony to quietly light a cigarette. After finishing his smoke and returning to the room, just as he was setting up his computer, the door swung open once more. A man and a woman entered, and Li Xiaowen looked up in astonishment. Was that not Arthur? And beside him stood the lovely woman, who was none other than his mother, Jian'an. Draped in a resplendent red spaghetti strap gown, she artfully accentuated her voluptuous figure, while a cascade of shimmering jewels adorned her fair and elongated neck, rendering her age of 45 utterly imperceptible. Jian'an struggled to hoist a large suitcase up the stairs from the fourth floor, beads of perspiration forming on their foreheads as they breathed heavily. At that moment, they spotted Li Xiaowen, and Jian'an, with a smile, remarked, "Classmate, you must be my son Arthur's roommate." Upon hearing his mother introduce him in such a manner, Arthur's face momentarily reflected displeasure, yet he refrained from voicing any objections in front of others. "Indeed, Annie, I am Li Xiaowen, and I arrived just a short while ago," Li Xiaowen replied politely, a smile gracing his lips. Internally, however, he marveled at her beauty. It was no wonder that old Chun was so captivated. Even in her 40s, her physique and visage were maintained with the vitality of someone in their 30s, leaving him curious about the essence she exuded. Inwardly, Li Xiaowen pondered whether he could withstand the allure. Chapter 74. Timeless charm observing the tall and handsome figure of Li Xiaowen. Jian'an suddenly recalled a conversation she had overheard between Principal Lao Huang and herself. It seemed that a special admission student named Li Xiaowen was indeed being discussed. Someone with notable connections to the chairman of Jian'an Group, who had generously donated a significant sum to the school this year. With a smile, she inquired, "You must be the special admit this year, right? I've heard your principal mention you. What is your relationship with the chairman of Jian'an Group?" Realizing her question might have been a bit too direct, she quickly added, "Xiaowen, may I call you that? Please don't misunderstand. I am merely curious and perhaps a tad too forward." Li Xiaowen, unfazed by the slight awkwardness, responded with ease, "It's perfectly fine, Aunt Shun. I am indeed the special admit your principal spoke of. The chairman of Jian'an Group is my mother." Satisfied with the information, Jian'an smiled brightly. The more she looked at Li Xiaowen, the more pleased she became, prompting her to urge her son to introduce himself. "Arthur, come and introduce yourself. You two will be roommates for the next 4 years and should support each other." Arthur, feeling a bit annoyed that his mother still treated him like a child, reluctantly greeted Li Xiaowen. "Hello, my name is Jian'an. It's a pleasure to meet you." Despite his reluctance, he maintained his manners. Li Xiaowen responded with a cheerful smile, "Hello, Yin. Just call me Xiaowen. From now on, we are roommates, so we are essentially friends. If you need anything, just let me know." His gaze returned to the alluring Jian'an, and the interaction felt seamless, with neither party sensing any discomfort. Hearing Li Xiaowen's words, Jian'an felt his spirits lift significantly, relieved to finally have someone with whom he could engage on equal footing. Jian'an observed this exchange with joy, recognizing that Li Xiaowen was not just any ordinary friend. He would be a valuable connection for her son after graduation. Xiaowen is right. You two will indeed be friends. Now, let us wrap things up quickly, as I would like to treat you both to dinner to celebrate Arthur making a good friend today. Chun Yinyu quietly hung his clothing in the wardrobe, while Chun Hong busied herself with making the bed. Each movement seemed to captivate Li Xiaowen, particularly when she bent over to smooth the sheets, her graceful curves having an undeniable allure. Swallowing hard, Li Xiaowen quickly approached to assist Aunt Chun. Allow me to help you. He joined her side, aligning closely as they worked together to arrange the bedding. The room was small, and with 3 people busy, it was inevitable that they would brush against one another. As Chen Hong bent to fix the bed, she inadvertently bumped into Li Xiaowen, who had been standing behind her. Sensing something, Chen Hong felt her cheeks flush and silently scolded herself for her overactive imagination. Turning to face him, she found him remarkably composed, seemingly unaffected, which led her to believe it was merely a figment of her imagination. Li Xiaowen felt a slight tremor within himself, even though he maintained his calm demeanor. He was acutely aware of the moment. In the midst of their bustling activities, one might think he was exceedingly enthusiastic. Only Li Xiaowen understood that the space was limited, and a few accidental bumps could be easily forgiven. After several encounters, Chen Hong began to sense something amiss. Yet, she could hardly believe that she felt no anger at all. Instead, her heart raced with a thrill reminiscent of her youth. As Chen Yuyun hung up his clothes, Chen Hong, with Li Xiaowen's assistance, made the bed. Come on, Annie will treat you both to dinner, Chen Hong said with a light smile directed at Li Xiaowen. Her eyes held an unspoken meaning that only Li Xiaowen and she comprehended. The trio descended the stairs, with Chen Hong driving and Li Xiaowen opting for the front passenger seat. Why aren't you sitting in the back with Arthur? Are you worried about Annie S. driving? Chen Hong asked, feigning ignorance as she glanced at Li Xiaowen with a knowing smile. Of course not, Andy. It's just that it wouldn't be proper for me to sit in the back while you're driving. You can sit back there, but I cannot, Li Xiaowen explained. Listening from the back, Chen Yuyun felt a surge of admiration for Li Xiaowen's demeanor, his fondness for him growing. Just imagine, when an elder or a superior is driving, it feels disrespectful to swagger into the back seat, as if disregarding the hierarchy. However, this was more of a forced notion, at least in this context. Li Xiaowen merely concocted that excuse, yearning to bask in the elegance and timeless beauty of Chen Hong. She may not have believed him, yet her son did, and that was enough for her. In that moment, Chen Yuyun felt a gratifying sense of respect. Li Xiaowen was indeed a companion worth having. Having navigated this social sphere for many years, Chen Hong had encountered all sorts of men. However, she never anticipated that, at her age, she could still attract a young, handsome man like Li Xiaowen, which filled her with a small sense of accomplishment. As she drove towards the pre-reserved restaurant, she noticed Li Xiaowen's gaze lingering on her, an unfamiliar sensation washing over her, as if he were admiring a fine piece of art. Strangely, she felt no discomfort at this seemingly intrusive attention. Upon arriving at the restaurant's private room, Chen Hong took her seat at the head of the table, with Li Xiaowen and Chen Yuyun flanking her on either side. After ordering, she handed the menu to Li Xiaowen on her right. Li Xiaowen, take a look and choose whatever you like. Don't be shy with Annie. As he reached for the menu, Li Xiaowen's hand inadvertently brushed against Chen Hong's delicate, soft hand, leaving him with a sensation of unparalleled smoothness. Chen Hong's heart fluttered, a peculiar feeling slowly rising within her. This was the first time in her life she experienced such an indescribable sensation, being at a disadvantage yet not resenting it, feeling a twinge of longing despite her age. It was a feeling that even her late husband had never given her. She sensed a mysterious allure about this young man, an urge to explore the depths of his character. Li Xiaowen casually ordered a few dishes before returning the menu, unaware that Chen Hong had intentionally grazed his hand. Without hesitation, he reciprocated, subtly brushing against her hand in return. As Chen Hanyu contemplated the menu, an unspoken understanding seemed to linger between the two. Their gazes momentarily locked before drifting apart. The dishes arrived promptly, an array of traditional local cuisine. After pouring the beverages, Chen Hong spoke a few words about the importance of unity and mutual support. The meal concluded swiftly, enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere that only the participants could comprehend. Chen Hong drove them back, but just before parting, he suddenly called out to Li Xiaowen. Xiaowen, please add my aunt's WeChat. You and Azur will be good friends. If a suitable role arises, my aunt will recommend you for an audition. Chapter 75. The Restless Young Brother. All right, Auntie. Li Xiaowen swiftly added the other party as a contact, bid her farewell, and returned to the dormitory. Upon his arrival, Chun Yinyu suddenly became quite animated. On. Shall we play a game? What game? League of Legends. Sure, but I'm not very skilled. What are you waiting for? Luchin. I'm a formidable master, I'll carry you to victory. What do boys do together? It invariably boils down to a few activities. Are we going or not? Let us go. Are we playing or not? Let us play. Boys are indeed peculiar creatures. Li Xiaowen's impression of this game was still rooted in his previous life, where he had also been absorbed in it for a while, lingering around the ranks of gold, a novice. However, once the game commenced, the outcome was unexpectedly delightful. His awareness was barely adequate, yet his swift and steady hand speed prevailed, effortlessly leading his teammates to a 5-game winning streak. Top lane Riven. Let us see what you've got. Seriously, you call that not being good? Chun Yinyu exclaimed, removing his headphones and gazing at Li Xiaowen with excitement. Well, I suppose it's just all right. Look, I'm only bronze myself, Li Xiaowen replied casually. Chun Yinyu pondered for a moment and realized that he too was merely silver too. However, as fellow novices, it felt a bit disconcerting that Li Xiaowen, who claimed to be inexperienced, was seemingly superior. Initially, Chun Yinyu wanted to continue teasing, but Li Xiaowen declined, finding it rather uninteresting, considering he had outgrown that phase psychologically. Come on, it's only 5 games. It's still early. Doing nothing is so dull. Chun Yinyu flopped on his bed, grumbling. Why not chat with some girls? Haven T, you had a girlfriend? Really? Li Xiaowen looked at him, lighting a cigarette with a smirk. Care for one? Chun Yinyu silently accepted the cigarette, moved to the ashtray, and pretended to light it, taking a puff. In truth, he had no idea how to smoke. But at this age, boys often feign knowledge, pretending to understand everything. They always seem dissatisfied with whatever they observe, adopting an air of nonchalance. Smoking was clearly not his forte. He held the cigarette awkwardly between his fingers, his palm pressed against his face, and then pretentiously remarked, "What a delightful flavor." Li Xiaowen observed this spectacle, chuckling silently as he continued to smoke. After taking a couple more puffs, Chun Yinyu resumed, "Dude, I'm currently single. I've had several girlfriends in the past. Is that so? Did you sleep with them?" Li Xiaowen squinted at him. "Of course. What about you? You're not still a virgin, are you?" Chun Yinyu feigned shock while looking at Li Xiaowen. In reality, he had hardly had any romantic experiences. Just a few love letters exchanged during school. With strict parental oversight, how could he have indulged? His first encounter was during summer at a private club, where he was utterly captivated by a charming lady. Since then, he had developed an affinity for such places. Li Xiaowen chose not to divulge his own experiences, opting instead to remain silent with a smile. However, this seemed to ignite a spark in Chun Yinyu, who then became animated, unable to contain his enthusiasm as he began to elaborate on matters of the heart and sensation, growing increasingly engrossed in the conversation. As the conversation progressed, he seemed to grow more enthusiastic, extinguishing his cigarette and slapping his thigh, proclaiming, "There is no point in talking any further. Let us go. Today, I shall introduce you to a whole new world." With that, he attempted to pull Li Xiaowen along to a club for some revelry. "Perhaps it would be better to refrain. I have to report to class tomorrow," Li Xiaowen advised. Chun Yinyu, now fully roused, was beyond caring about such considerations. After all, he was merely experiencing the thrill of newfound indulgences. "We'll return early. There is still plenty of time. Come on," Chun Yinyu eagerly urged, shedding his previous demure demeanor. "But I'm not particularly keen on this. It seems rather pointless," Li Xiaowen candidly replied. He genuinely felt disinterested. He had several women in his life, each more stunning than the last, with unique styles that far surpassed anything the nightlife could offer. Chun Yinyu, however, paid no heed to his words. He had taken considerable time to discreetly visit such places in the capital, fearful of being discovered by his family. Now, having finally found someone he could connect with, he was determined to forge a bond and have a companion for future escapades. "Let us go. I'll cover all the expenses. Isn't that what brothers do? Why hesitate?" Chun Yin-yu insisted, adopting a tone that suggested their friendship was at stake, and he physically pulled Li Xiaowen along. Fine, fine, I'll go, Li Xiaowen relented, adjusting his clothes before following him out. Upon reaching the roadside, Li Xiaowen discovered that Chun Yin-yu was perusing KTV group deals online. What are you doing? You can't possibly be unsure of where to go. It dawned on him that this friend was equally uninformed and had dragged him out without a plan. I'm not familiar with this area, but it's all right. It's all the same. Just follow my lead, Chun Yin-yu asserted with misplaced confidence. Thus, they followed Chun Yin-yu to a karaoke establishment. Upon entering, they exchanged awkward glances, the atmosphere thick with embarrassment. When a server brought in drinks, Chun Yin-yu pulled Li Xiaowen aside, mumbling something indistinct. Moments later, he returned, visibly deflated. Li Xiaowen couldn't help but chuckle. This friend was indeed quite the character. So, Xiaowen, do you know anyone around here? Chun Yin-yu inquired, feeling somewhat exposed, as the reality of the situation diverged from his expectations, a hint of crimson gracing his cheeks. He had previously accompanied his brother to such places in the capital and had even sneaked off a few times during the summer. Yes, I know a spot. Li Xiaowen leaned back on the sofa, smiling calmly. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Chun Yin-yu shot him a look of wounded innocence, much like a forlorn spouse. Oh, come on, don't give me that look. Wasn't it you who insisted on making arrangements? Li Xiaowen replied, exasperated. I'm just not familiar with the area. Chun Yin-yu insisted. Hurry up and book a room. They'll all be gone before we know it. Chun Yin-yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stood, urgency evident in his demeanor. Is it really that important to go? Li Xiaowen leisurely produced a cigarette, lighting it with a casual air as he regarded Chun Yin-yu with a sidelong glance. Well, now that we're here, we ought to enjoy ourselves, Chun Yin-yu responded, nodding emphatically. Haha, call me bro, and I'll take you there. Brother, you are indeed my brother, Chun Hanyu declared without hesitation. Li Xiaowen retrieved his phone and sent a message to Xiao Menglin, whom he had previously added. A few minutes later, a response came confirming the arrangements were made. With his newly acquainted younger brother in tow, they hailed a taxi and headed straight to their destination. As for the group-purchased beverages, they remained untouched, and there were no intentions to indulge in them. Since this young companion wished to explore, he would ensure that they had an enjoyable time together. Fostering their relationship would enable better opportunities to connect with Chun Hong in the future. After all, she had mentioned recommending him for suitable roles if they arose. It is worth noting that she is an esteemed veteran in the acting world, with much to learn from her in terms of skills and dialogue. Perhaps they could even collaborate on script analysis in the future. Chapter 76. The Unforgettable Young Brother Before Long. The two arrived at their destination. As soon as they alighted from the vehicle, Xiao Menglin had been waiting below and, upon seeing Li Xiaowen, greeted him warmly. Brother One, the room has been arranged. Allow me to escort you upstairs, she said respectfully, clad in uniform with a light touch of makeup and a professional smile. All right, let us go, Li Xiaowen nodded, leading his young companion into the elevator. Upon reaching the room, they found the table already laden with drinks, including the Macallan 25-year-old whiskey, which Li Xiaowen had enjoyed the most during their previous encounter. It was impressive that they remembered his preferences so well after just one meeting. Once seated, Li Xiaowen turned to the curious Chun Yin-yu and inquired, Are you accustomed to whiskey? In truth, Chun Yin-yu, hailing from a privileged background, frequently frequented high-end venues. His curiosity stemmed from a lack of experience, having only encountered such situations a few times. Sure, I'm fine with it, Chun Yin-yu replied nonchalantly, although it was evident that his thoughts were elsewhere. At that moment, Xiao Menglin approached Li Xiaowen and whispered in his ear, Everything is arranged. Shall I call them in? Yes, he replied. Shortly thereafter, a line of elegantly poised young women entered the room. Xiao Menglin, ever meticulous, stood at the doorway, ensuring that all phones were collected upon entry, providing a reassuring sense of security. It was the first time Li Xiaowen had experienced such a scene, and he couldn't help but feel a slight shock. As for Chun Yin-yu, who had never encountered anything like this, he was utterly mesmerized, his eyes darting around in wonder. Yin-yu, do you have a preference? Feel free to choose, Li Xiaowen encouraged. A bit shy, Chun Yin-yu hesitated and said, Brother Wen, why don't you choose first? I'll take a look later. The young brother was quite considerate, even addressing him as brother. The girls were all quite attractive, their looks generally scoring above 80. But none caught Li Xiaowen's eye, prompting him to allow the next group to enter. It wasn't until the third batch that he felt somewhat satisfied. Their looks were commendable, likely scoring above 85. All right, let us go with them. Everyone, take a seat and be proactive in keeping my brother company. Li Xiaowen commanded with a wave of his hand, allowing them all to stay. Chen Yinyu, unable to conceal his joy, bashfully remarked, "Brother one, is this too many?" He was concerned about his wallet, given that his monthly allowance was only 100,000, and since he had invited them, he felt it necessary to cover the expenses. Li Xiaowen, noticing his apprehension, assured him, "Rest assured, you won't be footing the bill here. Consider this a celebration of our newfound friendship. Now, stop worrying and enjoy yourself." With that, Chen Yinyu finally experienced the sensation of being amidst a sea of beauty, though whether he remained close to Li Xiaowen was unclear. The fine spirits did not bloat his stomach, yet the young brother frequently excused himself to the restroom, often disappearing for over 10 minutes at a time. Li Xiaowen was surrounded by several individuals who were quite eager to get close to him. However, he remained steadfast and composed, skillfully maintaining his boundaries. There was truly no necessity for such advances. He had far superior options and regarded these roadside wildflowers with indifference, uncertain whether the creatures hovering around them were bees or mere flies. His younger companion had a moderate tolerance for alcohol, barely managing to consume 2 bottles of one. 5 liters among 10 people, with the majority of the drinks being consumed with assistance from the girls present. Soon, the DJ entered, and the room erupted with deafening music. Chen Yinyu found himself encircled by 7 or 8 girls, instantly transforming into the Prince of Electric Hips. Remarkably, his dance moves appeared practiced and quite impressive. Ultimately, he had no recollection of how he made it back home. Li Xiaowen settled the bill, which totaled over 60,000, and generously tipped Qiao Minglin 2,000 before escorting his young companion back. The following day, in the dormitory, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Chen Yinyu awoke to the glaring light on his face and slowly opened his eyes. A sharp headache assaulted him, and his mind felt like a chaotic tangle. Upon surveying his surroundings, he realized he was back in the dormitory, feeling utterly perplexed. How did I return? What did I do last night? It seemed he had been dancing wildly with a girl in the private room, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He wondered if Wengu still remembered the events of the night. At that moment, Li Xiaowen emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, and, noticing that his young companion was awake, teased him, "Ah, the Prince of Electric Hips has risen. Did you have a splendid time last night?" Chen Yinyu buried his face in his hands, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the floor. "Please, brother, can I still call you that? I promise I won't drink so much ever again." The mention of Prince of Electric Hips triggered a wave of mortifying memories, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Seeing his discomfort, Li Xiaowen decided to refrain from further teasing. After all, who doesn't vow never to drink again after a night of excess? Yet who knows? Perhaps next time, he would be the one insisting on drinking until they were allowed to leave. All right, get up and freshen up. It's time to gather for roll call. After attendance was taken, Li Xiaowen realized that apart from Chen Yinyu and Zhang Mingyan, he did not recognize anyone else in the class. This was primarily due to the fact that these individuals had not made a name for themselves in their previous lives. Time flew, and the 2-week military training came to an end in the blink of an eye. Chen Yinyu had completely come to admire Li Xiaowen, not because of any leverage he held over him or the embarrassing moniker, but simply out of respect for the older brother. Following the military training, everyone had tanned significantly, except for Li Xiaowen, who seemed impervious to the sun, showing no change at all, which left Chen Yinyu feeling quite vexed. He believed he was not significantly less attractive than Li Xiaowen, yet, to his dismay, he found that girls were invariably flocking around him. Nevertheless, these matters seemed trivial. After enduring military training, they were granted a 2-day break, and there was no better time to relax. Wengu, with these 2 days off, what activities do we have planned? Chen Yinyu grinned, showing his teeth like a blackened coal ball, as he spoke to Li Xiaowen, who was casually smoking a cigarette. "No, I cannot go. I have matters to attend to and no time to spare. If you wish to go, I can provide you with my contact information." Li Xiaowen replied casually while responding to Zhong Tianai's message. Jian'an had just completed her military training, and her father personally brought her to school, leaving little opportunity for them to meet. Naturally, after finishing the training, he longed to see the beautiful long-legged Jian'an rather than indulge in frivolous activities with Jian'an. Brother, what could possibly be so important? It would be rather dull for me to go alone. You are not being much of a friend, Jian'an said as he expertly lit a cigarette and took a puff. Indeed, after more than 10 days of Li Xiaowen's influence, he had learned the habit. I'm going to accompany my woman. Unlike you, who only knows the ladies at the club. Since you are not lacking in charm, why not find yourself a girlfriend? Li Xiaowen said, looking at him with disdain. What? You have a girlfriend? How was I not aware of this? How could you betray our pact to remain single together? Jian'an responded, visibly upset. Missing this evening would mean waiting a long time for another opportunity, especially since his mother, Jian'an, was coming from the capital to visit him the following day. Chapter 77, a long-awaited reunion. Difficult to restrain having shared Xiao Menglin's WeChat with the younger brother. Li Xiaowen disregarded his pitiful and pleading gaze, promptly exiting the campus. At that moment, the car he had arranged, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, was awaiting him outside the Ritz-Carlton presidential suite. A butler, impeccably attired in a luxurious suit, stood straight by the car door. Li Xiaowen approached, provided his name and reservation number, and then entered the vehicle, heading directly to Modu Normal University. Sir, as per your instructions, we have prepared your room, the butler said, starting the engine and respectfully addressing Li Xiaowen as he kept his eyes on the road. Understood, Li Xiaowen replied, turning his gaze to the window. After half a month, he felt he was on the verge of madness, yearning only to see Jian'an as soon as possible. Upon arriving at the entrance of her school, Modu Normal University, he spotted Jian'an waiting. Clad in her familiar JK uniform, complemented by knee-high black stockings, she stood out conspicuously among the crowd. Since their acquaintance, Jian'an had transformed her once heavy makeup style into a more subtle application, enhancing her strikingly beautiful yet innocent features. To describe her in contemporary terms, she embodied a blend of purity and allure, unforgettable at first glance. The fortnight of military training seemed to have only augmented her charm, infusing her demeanor with a vibrant vitality. As soon as Li Xiaowen stepped out of the car, Jian'an's keen eyes locked onto him. Almost in a sprint, she dashed towards him, prompting Li Xiaowen to rush forward, concerned for her safety as she ran in high heels. Li Xiaowen, I've missed you so much. You haven't come to see me in ages. You scoundrel. You absolute scoundrel. Jian'an exclaimed, suddenly crashing into the arms of the man she had longed for, holding him tightly as if he would vanish the next moment. My dear, it's my fault. I should have considered it better, Li Xiaowen responded softly, embracing her slender waist, inhaling the familiar scent that enveloped her. Li Xiaowen, I truly missed you so dearly. I can't bear to be apart from you for so long again. Jian'an whispered near his ear, her voice tinged with tears as she conveyed her longing. Li Xiaowen gently patted her back in a rhythmic motion, soothing her excited heart as he promised. All right, I will not be apart from you for so long again. I swear to you. You promised. You mustn't break your word, Jian'an said, her mood calming significantly upon hearing his assurance. Releasing her hold on him, her beautiful eyes glistened with a hint of red as she softly added, Okay, but let us go back to the hotel. There are so many people watching us. He kissed her lightly on the corner of her mouth and smiled. Indeed, let us go. Rogue, Jian'an blushed, unable to suppress a playful retort, before nodding and naturally wrapping her arm around his. Come along, my dear, she said. With Jian'an calmed, Li Xiaowen departed in the car, leaving behind a trail of envious gazes from the onlookers. Inside the vehicle, Jian'an clung to Li Xiaowen like a needy kitten, relishing the faint scent of his cologne intertwined with a hint of masculinity. Dear, do you often encounter celebrities at school? Are they the same in real life as they are on television? Jian'an, clutching Li Xiaowen's collar, leaned against him and inquired. Not so much. Most famous individuals are busy filming outside. As for how they are in their daily lives, you will have the chance to see for yourself in the future. Li Xiaowen replied gently, gazing at her long-missed, exquisite visage with a smile. Well then, are you quite popular at school? Have any talent scouts approached you for a contract? At that moment, Jian'an transformed into a curious child, incessantly asking various questions. Regardless of what she asked, Li Xiaowen patiently provided answers. Outside the car window, the cityscape whizzed by, yet failed to capture their attention even for a fleeting moment. In that instant, the most beautiful scenery for both was each other. Before long, the Rolls-Royce came to a smooth halt at the entrance of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. The butler, donning white gloves, respectfully opened the door. "Sir, madam, we have arrived. Please, step out." Li Xiaowen nodded and, together with Jian'an, exited the car, following the butler's guidance to the hotel's presidential suite. Upon entering the room, Jian'an's mouth fell agape, unable to fathom the sight before her. The floor was strewn with red rose petals, and a candlelit dinner was elegantly arranged on the central table. Beside the luscious roses, the flickering light of scented candles filled the air with a delicate lavender aroma. The lights dimmed, and the room was adorned with twinkling starlights. Jian'an slowly ventured inside, following the path of rose petals and starry lights to the bedroom. On the expansive, pristine bed, rose petals were arranged into a colossal heart, atop which lay a red gift box. Surrounding the bed were helium balloons anchored to the ground, each glowing with vibrant colors, creating an ethereal, dreamlike atmosphere. "Do you like it? It has been specially arranged for you," Li Xiaowen's deep, magnetic voice whispered in her ear. Jian'an turned and embraced Li Xiaowen tightly, kissing him passionately. Tears of joy streamed down her cheeks as she felt the profound love emanating from him. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. "Darling, thank you. I adore it," Jian'an said, her eyes filled with mist and an unspoken affection, her voice trembling slightly. She had not even opened the gift, and yet the gesture alone had moved her deeply. Li Xiaowen picked up the gift box and opened it to reveal a stunning Cartier ladies' watch, resting gracefully inside. "My dear, this is the first gift I have ever given you. I hope you like it," he said, gently placing it on her wrist amidst her tearful, loving gaze. The watch, adorned with a circle of diamonds, sparkled brilliantly. Worn on her delicate, slender wrist, it exuded both fashion and elegance, perfectly complementing her. "It's so beautiful," Jian'an exclaimed, unable to hide her admiration for the exquisite timepiece. "Thank you, darling. I truly cherish it. This is the best gift I have ever received in my life." She then stood on her tiptoes and kissed Li Xiaowen lightly on the lips. "As long as you love it, my dear." As they spoke, he led her to the table, where they began to indulge in a warm and sweet candlelit dinner. True to his word of treating everyone equally, Li Xiaowen naturally upheld his promise. At present, both Su Qian and Jian'an sported Cartier watches, sufficient evidence of fairness, one might argue. Chen Shui's watch, however, was not to be counted, or rather, it was temporarily disregarded. The candlelit dinner unfolded joyously, and as they dined, the two soon found themselves entwined. A night of fervent reunion was inevitable. The following morning, Jian'an stirred lazily, feeling as though her body might fall apart. With great effort, she rose from the bed, while Li Xiaowen remained deep in slumber. Cautiously, she descended from the bed and made her way to the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, she examined the myriad of love bites adorning her skin. Oh dear, so many strawberry marks. She would surely become the subject of ridicule upon her return. Slowly, she returned to the bed, only to discover that Li Xiaowen had already awakened. "Darling, please take me back to school. I need some time to rest," she murmured in a hoarse voice, feeling utterly drained. She feared that remaining there would spell her demise. After all, there would be ample opportunities to see him again. There was no rush. Upon hearing her words, Li Xiaowen couldn't help but smile. This was precisely his intention from the previous night, and it had unfolded as he had anticipated. "Very well, my dear. This is all my fault," he said, enveloping her in an embrace filled with remorse. "Haha, it's all right, darling. I bear you no grudge. I couldn't control myself either," she replied, prompting Li Xiaowen to curse himself silently for his reckless behavior. As they finished preparing to leave, Li Xiaowen's phone suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a message from his younger brother. "Little Prince of Electric Hips, Brother One, will you be back tonight? Mom asked me to invite you to dinner." Chapter 78. The pursuer of Jian'an, Li Xiaowen, was determined to treat his younger brother to dinner. No matter what, it was imperative lest his younger brother entertain any unwelcome thoughts. And let us not forget Aunt Chun, whom he had not seen in ages. Li Xiaowen, I'll be back tonight. What time? I will arrive punctually. After sending the message, Li Xiaowen descended the stairs, embracing his long-legged beauty, and drove to her dormitory. At the foot of Zhong Tianai's dormitory, a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses, standing approximately 175 meters tall, clutched a bouquet of flowers, patiently waiting, seemingly oblivious to the gazes of passing students. Standing before him was a girl clad in a white floral dress, around 160 meters in height. Tangji, you should go home. Tianai will never accept you, no matter how long you wait, the girl said, holding a bag of snacks, evidently just returning from the market. I refuse to believe I cannot win her heart. A good woman fears a persistent suitor. I will surely win her over, the bespectacled boy, Tangji, adjusted his glasses, exuding confidence. As the vice president of the student council, he possessed a commendable appearance, and, being a local with 2 properties in his family, he was convinced that Zhong Tianai could not possibly reject him. Sigh, you're truly hopeless. I cannot fathom where your inexplicable confidence stems from, the girl lamented, unable to reason with him. As Zhong Tianai's roommate, she was well aware of her boyfriend's appearance. This fellow could not even begin to compare. By the latest, Tianai has gone out with her boyfriend. She will not look your way. That is all I can say. I'm leaving, she concluded, attempting to walk away, only to be stopped. Don't go. Just in time, I plan to confess to her. Be my witness, Tang Ji insisted. The girl, growing impatient, was about to argue when a Rolls-Royce came to a smooth stop a few meters away from them. A professionally attired butler, wearing white gloves, exited the vehicle and respectfully opened the door. Then, from the car emerged Zhong Tianai, linking arms with a tall, handsome man. Tianai, you're back, the girl exclaimed in shock. Xiao Jia, what a coincidence. This is my man. Zhong Tianai introduced Li Xiaowen to the girl named Xiao Jia. Li Xiaowen smiled and nodded. Hello, Xiao Jia. I've heard Tianai speak of you often, mentioning that you are a kind-hearted person who has helped her greatly. I would love to treat you to a meal sometime. Ha! Why would you treat me to a meal when you could introduce me to a handsome guy instead? I'm almost envious of Tianai, Xiao Jia replied, her boisterous nature evident, radiating friendliness. As the conversation flowed, they completely disregarded Tang Ji, the overly confident suitor. He was seething with anger, especially upon witnessing Zhong Tianai happily linking arms with another man as they exited the Rolls-Royce. A surge of unrestrained fury welled within him, and he shouted at the blissful Zhong Tianai, Zhong Tianai, why are you doing this? Do you not realize you are degrading yourself? I never anticipated that you would be such a person. Is it not preferable to find someone who truly loves you? Is money of such paramount importance to you? Li Xiaowen furrowed his brow, casting a cold glare at him, perplexed by the emergence of such a lunatic. Upon seeing that the one speaking was this persistent nuisance, Zhong Tianai anxiously regarded Li Xiaowen, fearing he might misinterpret the situation. Just as she was about to explain, Xiao Jia unleashed a tirade at the man, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? What are you foolishly exchanging here? As if everyone isn't aware that you are a mad dog. I have already informed you that Tianai has a boyfriend. Which of your eyes suggested that she is after money? Get lost before I unleash my wrath. My dear, please listen to me. Zhong Tianai, still tense, gazed at Li Xiaowen, but her words were abruptly halted by him. It's perfectly normal for someone as beautiful as you to have admirers. I refuse to believe that with me by your side, you would still be interested in anyone else. Li Xiaowen's gaze softened as he looked at Zhong Tianai. Tangji, momentarily rendered speechless by Xiao Jia's scolding, was about to utter something when Li Xiaowen stepped forward, towering over him with an emotionless stare, and coldly declared, I care not who you are, nor what thoughts you harbor. You will apologize to my girlfriend immediately, or I will ensure that you regret your existence. The housekeeper, witnessing the exchange, hurriedly positioned himself protectively behind Li Xiaowen. This was a top-tier client, still in residence. Any trouble on his watch could prove disastrous. Though Tangji's worldview was flawed, he was not foolish. He understood well who was worth provoking and who was not. Being a local of the magical city, He was acutely aware that some individuals can effortlessly manipulate the fates of others, while some cannot even control their own. In this moment of clarity, he recognized his place as one of the latter, someone incapable of directing his own destiny. His previous remarks had been uttered in a moment of frustration. Now, faced with the undeniable strength before him, he realized that further confrontation would be foolish. Yes, I apologize. Jian'an, I am sorry for my lack of manners and for offending you. I shall not disturb you again and hope you can overlook this incident. Tanji bowed deeply to Jian'an, leaving those around him in stunned silence. The rapid reversal was astounding. How cowardly. One would think he could stand firm for love. Yet he capitulated so swiftly. Go ahead, give it a shot. You were already in the wrong, and confronting someone like that is sheer folly given the disparity in status. Indeed, while it is said that the righteous can traverse the world, this man was clearly at fault. Acknowledging his defeat was the wisest course of action. Not far away, a group of boys whispered among themselves, having witnessed the entire spectacle. Jian'an, observing Tan's swift apology, nodded in disgust. Tanthi, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurried away, head bowed and without a backward glance. Li Xiaowen had expected him to be more resolute, daring to encroach upon his territory, yet he had capitulated without Li Xiaowen even needing to exert himself. Clearly, there are still many wise individuals in this world. Well then, all is well now, and he should no longer trouble you in the future. Li Xiaowen approached Jian'an, gently caressing her cheek, and with a reassuring smile, he said, I was truly worried you might misunderstand, my dear. Jian'an leaned softly into his embrace, her voice husky as she replied, You both shouldn't continue to flaunt your affection in front of me. I merely stepped out to buy some snacks and am being fed a mouthful of dog food. Xiao Jie, with a carefree demeanor, teased the pair, entirely unfazed by Li Xiaowen's status. Upon hearing the mention of the hotel, Jian'an immediately withdrew from Li Xiaowen's embrace. Darling, I will head upstairs with Xiao Jie first. I'll come find you once I've rested, all right? Li Xiaowen chuckled softly, realizing that they had perhaps indulged a bit too much the previous night, leaving her still visibly apprehensive. Go on, my dear, rest well. All right, darling, farewell. After parting ways with Jian'an, Li Xiaowen did not return to the hotel. After all, Aunt Chun had traveled quite a distance to see her son, and it would be remiss to overlook such a thoughtful gesture. Chapter 79, An Unexpected Kiss Since That Last Encounter. Chun Hong has found herself frequently pondering the enigmatic Li Xiaowen, a phenomenon that perplexes her. This young man seems to possess an inexplicable charm, consistently infiltrating her thoughts during the quiet hours of the night. The long-dormant embers of her heart have begun to ignite. She had intended to rekindle the intimacy with her husband, Lao Chun, but he has regrettably become incapable of such endeavors. Instead, she received a dismissive remark. At this age, why bother with such things? With her soul yearning for solace, her thoughts drifted back to the young man from last time. Therefore, she decided to pay a visit while her son was engaged in military training, reasoning that it was preferable to spending a solitary night with an empty pillow. Upon arriving at the airport, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Navigating her way to her son's dormitory, she was disappointed not to find the boy with the peculiar allure. Through indirect inquiries, she learned that her son shared a closer bond with him than she had anticipated. Casually, she suggested her son invite him for a meal. Wengu will certainly arrive on time if we set a dinner hour. Chun Yinyu observed his mother's smiling demeanor, perplexed by her persistent need to oversee his affairs, despite his age. He thought this, but refrained from voicing it. Let's not dine out. That would be dull. Since you are on such amicable terms with him now, let us return home to our place, and I shall personally prepare dinner, she proposed. Chun Hong reclined on Li Xiaowen's bed, shedding her shoes, and was enveloped by a delightful fragrance emanating from the sheets. Observing his mother's actions, Chen Yinyu could not help but speak up. Mom, after a long day, you're just going to lie on Wenji's bed like that? Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Perhaps you should lie on my bed instead. I worry Wengu might harbor certain thoughts, as he seems to have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. If Li Xiaowen were present, he would undoubtedly deliver a sharp reprimand to his younger brother. His fastidiousness is solely directed towards men, after all. Jian'an dismissed his concerns, shifting into a more comfortable position, relishing the warmth and comfort of Li Xiaowen's bed. Is that so? I perceive that Xiaowen is not that kind of person. Besides, what is wrong with me resting after a long day? Am I to sully his bed? All right, you win. But if Wengu arrives and is displeased, don't say I didn't warn you. With nothing more to discuss, Chun Yinyu retrieved his phone, lay back on his own bed, turned away from his mother, and donned his headphones to silently scroll through videos. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Chun Yinyu soon drifted into slumber, likely owing to his late-night escapades. The room fell silent save for Jian'an's rhythmic breathing as she stared at the ceiling, lost in her thoughts. When Li Xiaowen returned home, he was greeted by the sight of Aunt Chun reclining on his bed, the soft covers draped over only half of her body, revealing a leg adorned in sheer black stockings. A pair of knee-high leather boots rested by the bed. The room was further accompanied by the sound of Chun Yinyu's snores, indicating that Jian'an had likely succumbed to sleep as well. Li Xiaowen chose to remain silent as he quietly stepped further inside. Suddenly, she turned over, one foot sliding out from beneath the covers, an alluring red dress hugging her form and revealing her graceful curves to Li Xiaowen. Originally lying on the edge, her movement created a space just sufficient for him to lie down. What a peculiar situation this is. Calling someone over only to find them fast asleep. Li Xiaowen slowly settled onto the vacant spot beside the bed, caught in a dilemma of whether to call out or remain silent. In truth, Jian'an had not been asleep at all. She had sensed his return the moment he turned the key. Now, with Li Xiaowen seated just behind her, her heart raced uncontrollably. "Aunt Chun, are you awake?" At that moment, she felt him gently nudging her from behind, leaving her uncertain whether to feign slumber or awaken. Observing her lack of response, Li Xiaowen continued to nudge her softly. "This cannot go on indefinitely. After all, I returned specifically from Li Jia and Yejia's place for this meal." Feeling a shift in the atmosphere, Jian'an decided to play along. Pretending to wake, she stretched languidly, rubbed her eyes, and spoke softly. "Xiaowen, you're back. I lay down on your bed for a moment and must have dozed off." Unbeknownst to her, she had sat right on Li Xiaowen's hand. "Aunt Chun, have you been too tired lately? Would you like to lie down a bit longer?" Li Xiaowen remained still, his gaze filled with concern. The two began a playful exchange, each taking turns in their roles. Jian'an blushed slightly, smiling as she tucked a stray hair behind her ear, gazing deeply into Li Xiaowen's soulful eyes. "Arthur mentioned you have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. You don't mind if I rest a while on your bed, do you?" "Of course not. My cleanliness standards only apply to men. How could I possibly mind a stunning beauty like you? Once you've lain down, you will undoubtedly smell delightful, and I will sleep soundly," Li Xiaowen responded, equally undeterred, his penetrating gaze unwavering against her enchanting eyes. Jian'an felt a jolt at his words. His eyes were like mysterious black holes, captivating and seemingly capable of consuming her very essence. "Haha, Xiaowen, you're quite the charmer. At 40, I can hardly be considered a great beauty." With a smile that radiated allure, she resembled a splendid peony in full bloom, elegant and exquisite. "Truly, Aunt, you look no more than 30. If we were to walk down the street together, others would undoubtedly mistake you for my girlfriend." "Haha, you certainly know how to flatter," Jian'an giggled, covering her mouth as laughter danced through her. Meanwhile, Chun Yinyu, still groggy, sat up with a yawn and asked, "Brother Wen, when did you get back?" "How long have I been asleep?" With the younger brother awake, the atmosphere shifted, and both Li Xiaowen and Jian'an became more reserved. Li Xiaowen flexed his fingers, straightened up, and noted the prolonged pressure that had numbed his limbs. Observing his younger brother's state, he could easily deduce that this fellow had indulged in revelry the previous night. "I just arrived. I exchanged a few words with Aunt Chun before you woke." "Really? It feels like I've been asleep for quite some time." Chun Yinyu scratched his head, mumbling as he rose to head to the bathroom. "Did Arthur stay up late last night, Xiaowen?" Jian'an, sensing her son's absence, leaned closer, her breath warm against Li Xiaowen's ear. Li Xiaowen instinctively turned his head, and in that fleeting moment, their lips inevitably brushed against each other. How should one describe it? In any case, it felt utterly delightful. The reason Li Xiaowen aspired to enter the entertainment industry was the abundance of beautiful women therein. Thus, retreating at such a moment was out of the question. Otherwise, the readers would look down upon him. Jian'an, too, did not anticipate this turn of events and instinctively responded in kind. It was as if her strength had been drained, and she softly collapsed into Li Xiaowen's embrace. For a brief instant, the air in the room seemed to freeze, filled only with the sound of their breaths and heartbeats. Suddenly, the sound of a flushing toilet echoed from the restroom, causing the two to swiftly withdraw from each other's embrace, instantly restoring the tranquility of the moment. Xiaowen, please bring Annie's shoes over. Today we'll showcase our culinary skills at Annie's house. Jian'an, a seasoned actress, adeptly shifted her expressions. At that moment, there was not a trace of peculiarity on her face, and her tone remained casual, as if nothing had transpired. Li Xiaowen was equally composed. The training he had undergone was not for naught. Naturally, he picked up the leather boots at his feet and handed them over, only to hear the sound of a hairdryer from the restroom. Subsequently, he kindly took Annie Chen's foot to help her put on the shoes, and did not forget to compliment. Annie, you take such good care of yourself. I would believe you are only 18 or 19. There isn't a single blemish or spot on your feet. Haha, as long as you don't find it unattractive. Jian'an instinctively grasped Li Xiaowen's shoulder, her eyes sparkling as she observed the scene. How should one articulate it? It felt as though she had returned to the sweet days of her 20s. Chapter 80. Aunt Chun is on the verge of succumbing. Chun Yue had perfected his appearance, and the two were ready to go. Let's head home, said Jian'an, twisting her waist as she stepped out first. Chun Yue lingered behind, gently nudging Li Xiaowen with his shoulder, winking mischievously as he whispered, I told you last night would be exhilarating. You have no idea how fantastic it was with two stunning figures. Please. Li Xiaowen dismissed him, too indifferent to engage with his younger companion. Do we really need to seek thrills in such places? Nothing can compare to the rush we just experienced. You're still young. Observing Li Xiaowen's disdainful demeanor, Chun Yue felt a twinge of embarrassment. With wealth and striking looks, it would be a pity not to indulge. Future regrets were inevitable. Shaking his head and sighing inwardly at Li Xiaowen's retreating figure, he closed the door behind him and followed. Jian'an drove them to a villa in the bustling metropolis, with Li Xiaowen stealing glances at her, making it difficult for her to concentrate on driving. This little rascal, so brazen, does he not fear Arthur witnessing his antics? As she exited the car, she shot him a sharp glare and playfully pinched his waist when her son wasn't looking. It was not with much force, merely a subtle warning. Feeling the slight sting on his waist, Li Xiaowen instinctively grasped her hand, squeezing before letting go. He was curious why women seemed to enjoy pinching waists so much. All of this remained unnoticed by Chun Yue, who was solely focused on quenching his thirst after a night of revelry. Ignoring his companions and mother, he dashed home like the wind, exclaiming, I'm so thirsty. I need to drink some water. I'm dying of thirst. What an impatient little brat. Jian'an remarked as she watched her son's retreating figure. Leading Li Xiaowen inside, she bent down to change her shoes. Suddenly, she felt a tap on her back, and without needing to think, she knew whose hand it was. Quickly surveying her surroundings, she spotted Arthur in the kitchen, drinking from the refrigerator, and her heart finally settled. You little rascal, are you out of your mind? Aren't you afraid Arthur will see you? She chided, casting him an accusatory glance, though her expression betrayed no annoyance. Well, Auntie just pinched me. I'm merely collecting interest, Li Xiaowen replied, grinning at her, noticing a newfound allure in her demeanor that added an ineffable charm, like a ripe fruit ready to be plucked, leaving him momentarily entranced. Auntie, you are so beautiful. Cheeky little devil, Jian'an retorted, feeling a mix of pride and bashfulness at being complimented by this young man. With a playful scoff, she swayed her hips and headed towards the kitchen. Just as Li Xiaowen finished changing his shoes, Chun Yue called from upstairs. Wenge, come up. I have something amazing to show you. Coming, Li Xiaowen responded, making his way upstairs. Upon seeing him approach, Chun Yue eagerly pulled him into his room to showcase his treasure collection of figurines. The room featured two large glass display cabinets, nearly overflowing with an array of meticulously curated collectibles. The collection of figurines nearly occupies half the space of the entire room. Surely, you are astonished, huh? Yet this is merely a fraction of what I possess. In my residence in the capital, There are even more. Do you not envy me? With that, he raised his head proudly, a look of arrogance gracing his features. Ah, yes, indeed, you are impressive. However, I have little interest in such objects. Thus, no matter how many you possess, I remain indifferent. Li Xiaowen gazed at this fellow, perplexed as to why one would amass such items that serve no sustenance. Yet, despite his lack of understanding, he respected his choice. Engaging in conversation on such topics would likely lead to disappointment, as he truly lacked interest. You may enjoy your time here. I shall assist Aunt Chun in the kitchen. When it's ready, I'll call for you. Li Xiaowen found no joy in merely watching those figurines while engaging in forced conversation. He pondered if it wouldn't be more delightful to help Aunt Chun prepare a meal downstairs. Why are you being so polite? Just consider this your home, Chun Yue remarked, draping an arm over his shoulder. No, I merely cannot sit still. You may play by yourself. I shall lend a hand in the kitchen, he replied, rising and feigning a departure. Very well, just call me when you're ready. I'll start the game, Chun Yue said, dismissing him with a wave of his hand before plopping down before the computer, logging in with practiced ease to commence his game. Upon exiting, the villa revealed its expansive, European-style architecture. Descending the staircase, he encountered the graceful figure of Aunt Chun bustling about in the semi-open kitchen. Li Xiaowen approached and began to assist with washing and chopping vegetables. Aunt Chun, allow me to help you. Chun Hong observed his adeptness with the knife, instantly recognizing that he was accustomed to cooking, far more sensible than her own son. You are quite skilled, Li Xiaowen. Your knife skills are impressive. Do you often cook at home? She regarded him with increasing satisfaction, yet, unexpectedly, the image of old Chen's wrinkled visage invaded her thoughts, sparking a wave of distaste. An unsettling emotion began to swell within her. What is happening to me? Why do I feel this way? Chun Hong's mind became a tumult of complex emotions, a tug-of-war within her heart. She quickly set down the spatula, clutching her chest as her breaths grew rapid. Li Xiaowen noticed her distress and hurried to support her. Are you all right, Aunt? Do you feel unwell? I can take you to the hospital. As he sensed the masculine aura emanating from him, Chun Hong suddenly felt her strength wane and collapsed into his embrace. I am fine. It's just that I felt a sudden wave of sadness and tightness in my chest. It has passed now. In truth, it was the gradual unearthing of her long-held affection for old Chun that tangled within her, causing her heart to race and her chest to feel constricted. Ultimately, it was Li Xiaowen's undeniable charm that stirred this turmoil. The more time spent together, the deeper their connection became, leading her to be unknowingly captivated, until, in the end, she found herself in love with him, unable to harbor feelings for anyone else. If Li Xiaowen were to open the system panel at this moment, he would discover that the charm section has acquired a new suffix, demonic physique, pseudo, accompanied by a line of fine print inviting further exploration. This feature emerged only after the recent upgrade of his system version, yet he had not taken the time to investigate it thoroughly until now. Andy, why are you suddenly feeling uneasy? I must take you to see a doctor. Your condition worries me, Li Xiaowen declared as he effortlessly scooped Chun Hong up by the back of her knees, preparing to rush her to the hospital, fearing that any delay might lead to dire consequences. Xiaowen, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Chun Hong instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, feeling an unexpected sense of comfort in his concern, a sensation that filled her with a tinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, it is prudent to have a checkup. It will put my mind at ease, Li Xiaowen insisted as he began to make his way outside, only to be surprised as Chun Hong, resembling someone intoxicated, leaned in and pressed her lips against his. Chapter 81 Aunt You. Everything transpired far too swiftly for Li Xiaowen to fully comprehend. Moments latte. He found himself gazing at Chun Hong, who was on the verge of breathlessness, bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor. Aunt Chun Yu. Before he could finish his sentence, Chun Hong drew closer once more. Even the most oblivious individual would realize that she was perfectly fine. Yet, Li Xiaowen remained perplexed as to why this was happening, why he cared at all. Casting aside his inner reservations and anxieties, he soon became entangled with her. Fortuitously, Chun Yu trusted him enough not to interrupt their gaming session for dinner, completely unaware of how much time had elapsed. Over an hour passed. Chun Hong nestled in Li Xiaowen's embrace, as if she sought to etch him indelibly into her very soul. Jian'an, you seem to possess an enchanting power that invades my senses. Do you believe me when I say I could hardly restrain myself moments ago? Her heart and mind were wholly consumed by thoughts of him, leaving no room for anyone else, not even Arthur. Jian'an was akin to a slow-acting poison. Once a trace of him touched her, she would inevitably succumb to his allure. After absorbing her words, Jian'an began to grasp the situation. It likely had something to do with the charm he had accumulated. It appeared he would need to verify this at some point. He had contemplated the possibility of something developing between them, but he never anticipated it would unfold so swiftly. Gradually, he separated himself from her and led her to the sofa, urging, "And take a moment to rest. I shall prepare dinner. Otherwise, you will be down soon." With a gentle kiss on her lips, he rolled up his sleeves and set to work in the kitchen. Jian'an gazed at the silhouette of the young man, utterly entranced. Jian'an's garments were already soaked with perspiration, and his diligent demeanor tugged at her heartstrings. As he stirred and plated dish after dish, a feast of delightful aromas filled the kitchen table. Before long, an enticing scent wafted through the entire downstairs, causing even Jian'an, resting on the sofa, to unconsciously swallow hard. The fragrance was simply irresistible, making her mouth water. As Jian'an completed the final dish and adeptly removed his apron, he awaited the soup to finish, just a few minutes more, as they had scheduled their meal in advance. Once he hung the apron, he felt a soft, fragrant body enveloping him from behind, accompanied by a gentle sigh. "Jian'an, how wonderful you are! Not only can you cook, but you also smell divine." Jian'an had approached him unnoticed, transformed from the inside out, her face radiating affection and her eyes filled with boundless tenderness. "Not too shabby. I hope you like it, Aunt." Jian'an replied with a subtle smile as he reciprocated her embrace, planting a deep kiss upon her lips under her adoring gaze. "All right, tidy yourself up. I'll call you for dinner. It wouldn't be ideal if he discovered our little secret." With that, Jian'an ascended the stairs. He could have called directly, but he thought it only fair to afford Aunt Chen a moment to compose herself. Jian'an gazed reluctantly at Jian'an as he ascended the stairs, remaining in place until he vanished from her sight. With a heavy heart, she rose slowly to tidy her attire, only to discover that her stockings were torn. Returning to her room, she replaced them with a new pair and casually discarded the old ones into the wastebasket. After donning a fresh outfit, she touched up her makeup in front of the mirror before descending to prepare for dinner. By this time, Jian'an and another had already taken their seats at the dining table, having served the meal. "Let us eat. You must be hungry," she said, first serving Jian'an and then turning her attention to Jian'an. Jian'an, already famished, paid little heed to formalities and began to eat heartily. "Wow, Mom, when did your culinary skills become so exquisite? This is absolutely delicious," he exclaimed, his pace of eating accelerating rapidly until he was devouring the food ravenously. The meal was delightful, with most of it consumed by Jian'an. That evening, Jian'an was once again drawn into a lengthy gaming session by Jian'an before retiring for the night. However, in the dead of night, he stealthily arose and made his way to Jian'an's room. Several hours later, Jian'an lay nestled in Jian'an's embrace, tracing circles on his chest. "Jian'an, I won't be able to see you back to school tomorrow. I need to return to the Hung shop," she murmured. "That's all right. You should rest well. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future," Jian'an replied, feeling somewhat fatigued himself after 2 days of strenuous activity. Indeed, even the strongest would tire. "By the way, I'll be joining the crew at the Hung shop tomorrow afternoon. I recently secured a role in a film. Would you like to audition for a supporting character?" Jian'an gazed adoringly at the profile of Jian'an, feeling as though she could gaze upon that face for eternity without growing weary. Yet, at the age of 40, she couldn't help but ponder how the passage of time would change her, and whether this young man would remember her in the years to come. A tinge of sadness flickered in her eyes as she contemplated this. Jian'an, oblivious to her melancholic thoughts, shifted into a more comfortable position, wrapping his arms around her. "There is no need for that. I'll pass on the supporting role. I'm planning to invest in producing a film myself in the near future." Upon hearing this, Jian'an refrained from further discussion. If her young man wasn't interested, so be it. She would always support him to the best of her ability. regardless of his choices. What kind of film? Do you have a script yet? Not yet. I only have an idea for now. We can discuss it later. There's no rush, Auntie. Li Xiaowen kissed her softly on the lips before rising to dress, preparing to leave. Auntie, you should rest. I'm heading back to my room now. It's almost dawn, and it wouldn't be good if we were discovered. All right, go on then. Remember to think of me, my little man, she replied, disregarding her own discomfort as she leaned in to give him a long farewell kiss. At 10 in the morning, Chun Yuan and Li Xiaowen returned to school, while Chun Hong remained asleep, having only just fallen into slumber as dawn approached. Upon reaching the dormitory, Li Xiaowen took a shower, ignoring Chun Yuan's pleading gaze for a gaming session, and collapsed in a bed. After a night of exertion and a sleepless night, even his extraordinary stamina began to wane. He slept soundly until 8 in the evening, when he was roused by the persistent ringing of his phone. Casually answering the phone, I placed it to my ear and, with closed eyes, lazily inquired, "Hello, this is Li Xiaowen. May I ask what the matter is?" On the other end, the distinctive sweet voice of Yang Mi resonated. "Oh, I heard you're also at the Shanghai Drama Academy. Let's go out for a meal." "Me? What a surprise. How did you know I was at the Shanghai Film Institute?" Li Xiaowen recalled that he had never mentioned this to her. How could she possibly know? As he pondered this, a face adorned with exotic charm suddenly flashed in his mind. It became clear. It must have been Reba who informed me, Jia. Chapter 82. Yang Mi invites for dinner. Mr. Liu provokes after confirming the location. Li Xiaowen into the call and opened the system panel. There was no rush for dinner. First, he needed to enhance his attributes, as his stamina was quickly waning. He allocated 2 points to his physique, and in an instant, his wealth diminished by 11 million. A wave of warmth surged through his body, bringing him immense comfort. He glanced at the panel. System level, 13 host. Li Xiaowen age, 18 height, 185 centimeters physique, 50. The average for adults is 10. Charm, 95-10, 105. Note, succubus body, pseudo, details, click to expand skills, culinary arts. 3. Master level, equestrianism. 3. Master level, guitar. 3. Master level, singing. 3. Master level, English. 3. Master level, Tai Chi. 3. Master level, parkour. 3. Master level, piano. 3. Master level, wealth, 160. 000 every 24 hours current. 1,087 million experience to next level. 13. 3,128,000 having spent just 2 points. He was alarmed to see his wealth drop by 11 million. This system is rather ruthless, Li Xiaowen silently complained. If I wish to increase my charm to 60, it will require 100 million, and to reach 70, a staggering 1 billion. How am I supposed to manage that? Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding, system is calculating. After a brief pause of several seconds, ding, calculation complete. Congratulations, host. You have discovered a loophole. A cashback card has been awarded. The loophole has been fixed, and all future point allocations will cost 1 million each. Li Xiaowen felt a surge of relief. Prices had dropped, and he had received a cashback card, which was delightful. Since each point now cost only 1 million, he decided to elevate his charm to 100 points. Without hesitation, he clicked 5 times on the charm attribute, deducting 5 million from his wealth. Instantaneously, he was enveloped in a familiar tingling sensation, as if countless tiny hands were massaging him all over. At that moment, he noticed an additional line of text behind the charm attribute. Succubus body details. Click to expand. Curiosity piqued. Li Xiaowen opened the information to read. Succubus body. Note, the succubus body constantly emanates charm, exerting a lethal attraction to women. The higher the beauty of the woman, the stronger the allure. The longer these women are in contact with you, the more likely they are to fall hopelessly in love. As the relationship deepens, they will increasingly reject any other male presence. The succubus body is ineffective on blood relatives. Upon finishing the description, Li Xiaowen was astounded. He had merely intended to enhance his charm, yet he had unwittingly acquired a succubus body. Just imagining how many beautiful women might fall for him in the future filled him with joy. What can I say? The thought alone makes me euphoric. Am I getting a bit carried away? Closing the system panel, Li Xiaowen hurriedly completed his grooming and stepped out. The chosen dining venue was a discreet private restaurant specializing in local cuisine, hidden away to the extent that the taxi driver had to navigate a considerable distance before finally locating it. When Li Xiaowen finally arrived at the private room, he discovered that Yang Mi's boyfriend, Mr. Liu, who was over a decade younger than her, was also present. "Oh, when you've come, please take a seat," Yang Mi exclaimed as she rose to greet him. She noticed that Li Xiaowen had become even more charming and handsome during their time apart, nearly rendering her unable to look away. Reba, with a starry-eyed expression, gazed at Li Xiaowen, utterly captivated by his allure. Dressed in an elegant tailored suit, with a subtle yet confident smile adorning his face, he exuded the refined aura of a distinguished gentleman, causing Reba's heart to race uncontrollably as she found herself entranced by him. Upon his first glance at Li Xiaowen, Mr. Liu felt an inexplicable discomfort. Whether it stemmed from jealousy or something else, he was overcome by a visceral aversion to Li Xiaowen, whom he had just met. Li Xiaowen observed the expressions on the faces of the three individuals, pleased with Reba's and Yang Mi's reactions. As for Mr. Liu, he was inconsequential. Who was he, after all? "Mi Jia, I hope I'm not late." "Sorry to keep you waiting," Li Xiaowen said cheerfully, a charming smile gracing his lips as he focused entirely on Yang Mi, seemingly oblivious to Mr. Liu's presence. "No, not at all. You're just in time. Please, have a seat," Yang Mi replied, reluctantly diverting her gaze, fearing that lingering too long would provoke Mr. Liu's jealousy. She was well aware of how possessive he could be. He had previously become irritable when she mentioned Li Xiaowen in his presence multiple times. If she were to show too much admiration for Li Xiaowen now, he would undoubtedly explode with rage. "Shitty, come sit with me," Reba eagerly urged, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she shifted slightly to make room for him, her expression filled with anticipation. "Thank you, Shiji. It's been a while. You've become even more beautiful," Li Xiaowen remarked as he unbuttoned his coat and hung it up before sitting beside her, his warm smile radiating kindness. Dressed in a shirt, Li Xiaowen's allure was heightened, subtly revealing the contours of his muscles, and as he settled next to Reba, a delightful fragrance enveloped him. Upon hearing his compliment, Reba's cheeks flushed crimson, and she found it difficult to meet Li Xiaowen's enchanting gaze. "Thank you, Shitty, you become quite handsome as well," she replied shyly. At this moment, Yang Mi felt a pang of dissatisfaction, casting a resentful glance at Li Xiaowen. Why did he only compliment Reba and overlook her own beauty? Feeling slightly miffed, she thought that if Mr. Liu weren't there, she would have questioned Li Xiaowen's intentions. Mr. Liu was increasingly displeased. Why was it that upon Li Xiaowen's arrival, both his girlfriend and Reba seemed to disregard him? Consequently, his gaze toward Li Xiaowen grew even more disdainful. "So, this young man is the Li Xiaowen that Mimi often mentions," Mr. Liu remarked, his tone dripping with condescension, as he deliberately used the word handsome to describe him, implying that Li Xiaowen was merely the pretty boy Yang Mi had spoken of. Hearing this, both Yang Mi and Reba frowned. Yang Mi instinctively elbowed him, her voice low and sharp. "What are you doing? Speak properly, or I swear I'll lose my temper." Li Xiaowen noticed Mi Jia's gesture and felt a sense of comfort in her support. However, that old fellow had just ridiculed himself, and I cannot simply endure it. Who does he think he is, prancing about before me? "Me, who is this esteemed gentleman by your side? Is he also from the entertainment industry? I have not heard of him before." Li Xiaowen feigned confusion as he gazed at Yang Mi, his eyes glimmering with amusement, completely disregarding him. Just as Yang Mi finished warning her boyfriend, she heard Li Xiaowen's similarly sardonic remarks. For a moment, she felt overwhelmed. This individual was not one to be trifled with either. "On, what are you saying? This is the person I mentioned to you, my boyfriend, Lu Kai Wei. He is also in the entertainment industry. You may simply address him as Lu Gu, not some esteemed elder." The more Yang Mi spoke, the stranger she felt, her tone wavering and her voice gradually diminishing. Why did introducing her boyfriend in front of Li Xiaowen make her feel somewhat embarrassed? And why did she possess an underlying concern for Li Xiaowen's thoughts? Chapter 83. Li Xiaowen's change of face. So, it turns out to be Lu Kai Wei. I believe I have seen him in the newspapers. Li Xiaowen gazed at Yang Mi with astonishment, his expression one of sudden realization. He then inquired with a hint of curiosity, "But Sister Mi, If I'm not mistaken, you just celebrated your 28th birthday this year. Why would you choose a man 12 years your senior as your boyfriend? Do you have a preference for older men? Reba had long harbored a disdain for Mr. Liu, who, despite being merely the boss's boyfriend, carried himself with an air of superiority as if he were the boss himself, even daring to make insinuations towards her. Hearing her junior confront him in such a manner brought her immense satisfaction, a feeling of inexplicable exhilaration. Were it not for the concern for her boss's reputation, she would have leaped up to applaud. Yang Mi found herself momentarily speechless by Li Xiaowen's words. He spoke the truth. However, it was undeniable that Lu Kaiwei treated her well, and she had previously given little thought to the age difference. Now, with Li Xiaowen voicing such sentiments, it felt as though a seed of doubt had been planted within her, a fleeting thought of wanting to sever ties and part ways with him. Suddenly, Mr. Liu slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Li Xiaowen with fury. Who do you think you are? Do you believe you have the right to comment on my age or evaluate my relationship with Mimi? Do you wish for me to ensure your future in this industry is bleak? What an audacious individual. Merely here for a meal. This man had entered without uttering a word and had already cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Now, confronted with the truth, he resorted to banging the table in a fit of rage. Truly, he was overstepping his bounds. However, Li Xiaowen chose to gauge Yang Mi's reaction first, as she was the one who had invited him, making it inappropriate to retaliate immediately. At this moment, Yang Mi was filled with regret. Had she known, she would not have invited Li Xiaowen. Now that the situation had escalated, what could she do? Yet, since she needed Lu Kaiwei's support, it was best to placate her younger brother for the time being. Silently, she vowed, "Good brother, please do not be upset. I shall make it up to you." Resolute in her decision, Yang Mi stood up and gently urged Lu Kaiwei to sit back down. "Kaiwei, why are you so angry? An is young and inexperienced. Do not hold it against him." Upon hearing his girlfriend defend him, Lu Kaiwei felt considerably better and shot an antagonistic glance at Li Xiaowen. "Fine. Since Mimi has spoken, I shall let it slide this time. However, you will have to drink 3 cups as punishment." Li Xiaowen could scarcely believe his ears. He had not anticipated her thoughts to align so closely with Lu Kaiwei's. His brows furrowed tightly, yet he heard Yang Mi addressing him. "On, quickly apologize to your brother Lu. What you said was indeed inappropriate." As she spoke, she cast subtle glances at Li Xiaowen, but unfortunately, he did not acknowledge her at all. He felt utterly bewildered. Was this dinner merely a setup for this entire scenario? Was it truly necessary? Nevertheless, having lived 2 lives, it seemed Li Xiaowen no longer needed to care about anyone's feelings. He chuckled softly, his tone icy and calm as he fixed his gaze on Yang Mi. "Are you mistaken, Yang Mi? Did you call me to dinner merely to amuse yourself? It seems only fitting for a pair so alike, both devoid of sense. An apology is out of the question. That Lu fellow is unworthy of it. You may employ any tactic against me, and I shall engage fully. But now, I shall take my leave. This has become tedious." With that, Li Xiaowen turned away from his seat, just as he gathered his belongings and was about to exit. Suddenly, Yang Mi rushed over, her demeanor charged with irritation, blocking his path. "What do you mean? You're not allowed to leave." Yang Mi felt a wave of anxiety. As Li Xiaowen uttered those words, a sharp pang gripped her heart, as though something precious was slipping away. Seeing him attempt to depart, she instinctively rushed forward to stop him, gripped by a premonition that once Li Xiaowen left this place, they would be strangers upon their next encounter. She could not articulate what Li Xiaowen meant to her, but the mere thought of him often brought her joy, and she found herself genuinely concerned about his feelings. Her earlier harshness was not her true intent, thus she could not let him go now. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Kaiwei's expression had darkened, his entire demeanor resonating with suppressed fury, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Reba, too, wore a tense expression as she observed Li Xiaowen, feeling that her boss had crossed an invisible line, contemplating following her junior should he decide to leave. Li Xiaowen gazed at the obstruction before him. Yang Mi, his eyes cold and unfamiliar, his tone devoid of any emotional inflection. "I believe I should not have come. I have said all that needed saying, and I comprehend your thoughts. Go on and console your older man." With that, He effortlessly pushed her aside and exited without a backward glance. Having known him for so long, she had never witnessed such a frigid gaze or tone from him. A profound sense of loss washed over her, as if something vital was departing. She stood there in a daze. Reba promptly rose to follow, reaching Yang Mi's side as she said, "Sister Mi, I will check on our junior." Upon stepping outside, Li Xiaowen found himself at the roadside, bewildered by the absence of any passing taxis. Alas, it seems I must drive to school from now on. Otherwise, encountering such situations when hailing a cab is rather inconvenient. Just as he was about to call Su Qian for a ride, he heard Reba's voice calling from behind, prompting him to turn. "Junior, wait for me." Reba hurriedly approached. Concern etched across her face. "Why did you come out, sister?" Li Xiaowen's expression softened into a smile, betraying none of the earlier annoyance. "I was merely momentarily displeased. It's nothing to dampen my spirits." Seeing his smile return eased Reba's heart, though she remained somewhat entranced by his striking features. "Junior, I worry about you. Moreover, I didn't want to stay inside. The boss's older boyfriend is utterly repulsive, so I decided to follow you." After finishing her words, she somewhat awkwardly twirled a strand of hair, feigning shyness. "Well, have you driven here, senior sister? It's rather difficult to hail a cab around here." Li Xiaowen gazed at the young woman before him, feeling a warm sensation from her actions. "No, I haven't even purchased a car yet." She lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with her delicate fingers, as if not having a car was a grave misstep. Li Xiaowen found her endearing demeanor amusing and couldn't help but chuckle softly, saying, "It's all right. We can take a leisurely stroll instead." "Sure. I'm certain a taxi will come along after we walk for a while." The two walked side by side into the distance, their proximity intimate. Chapter 84. Anxious Mimi on the other side. Within the private room, Lu Kaiwei glared at Yang Mi, who stood frozen in place, his expression darkening with frustration. His mood plummeted as he grappled with the disheartening sight of his girlfriend showing such concern for another man. "Yang Mi, what do you mean by this? Have you no regard for me?" Yang Mi remained unresponsive, her mind ensnared by the chilling voice and resolute figure of Li Xiaowen as he departed. Lu Kaiwei's anger flared. Was she disregarding him entirely? Just moments ago, she had engaged with him, but now, the instant that charming interloper left, it seemed she had transformed into a different person. "Yang Mi, I'm speaking to you. Respond. What is the meaning of this? Have you lost your senses to that pretty boy? Speak." Lu Kaiwei nearly shouted, having long sensed something amiss. Each time Yang Mi mentioned this handsome fellow, she exhibited a starry-eyed infatuation that he had never witnessed in their time together. Finally jolted by his outburst, Yang Mi turned to face Lu Kaiwei, who had been her partner for 2 years. For reasons she could not fathom, she suddenly found him profoundly irritating. An unprecedented sense of disgust welled within her, and her expression darkened. In that moment, all she desired was to sever ties with the man before her and seek ways to win back Li Xiaowen's forgiveness. "Let us part ways. I wish to have no further contact with you." Her tone was frigid, and she felt an immediate urge to distance herself from him. Simultaneously, she was relieved that she had not surrendered herself to him too soon. Otherwise, she would have been consumed by regret. Upon hearing the words break up, Lu Kaiwei could scarcely believe his ears, convinced he must have misheard. "What? Break up? You wish to end things with me?" "Indeed, I do. I wish to sever all ties from this moment forth." With that, Yang Mi gathered her belongings and briskly exited, leaving Lu Kaiwei in a state of disbelief. Observing Yang Mi's departure, Lu Kaiwei bellowed after her, "Yang Mi, you will regret leaving me. Do not think of investments. You will not receive a single penny from me." Yet, she paid him no mind, her pace quickening as she walked away. "Damn that pretty boy. You wretched woman. Yang Mi." Lu Kaiwei raged within the private room, shattering several plates on the table, sending food and sauce splattering everywhere, leaving the room in disarray. He had invested so much in Yang Mi, drawn not only by her beauty, but also by her ambition. She had successfully navigated a challenging wager that many deemed impossible, even founding her own company. This was precisely why he had never pressured her into intimacy. He planned to assert his influence over her business affairs post-marriage. He envisioned their family's company in Hong Kong using this as a stepping stone to successfully penetrate the mainland market. Now it all lay in ruins, all because of that cursed pretty boy. Lu Kaiwei's anger grew with each passing moment. leading him to smash several plates in succession. Despite the staff's futile attempts to intervene, they ultimately called upon Uncle Hat for assistance. Ironically, the dining table was laden with an abundance of dishes, yet not a morsel had been touched. This could hardly be blamed on Li Xiaowen, as the allure of his demonic charm was simply too potent. After leaving the private dining establishment, Yang Mi searched fruitlessly for any sign of Li Xiaowen, only to discover that both his phone number and WeChat had been blocked and deleted. Thus, she found herself aimlessly driving through the city, hoping to catch a glimpse of Li Xiaowen on the roadside. She seemed to have forgotten that Reba had followed Li Xiaowen as he departed. Meanwhile, Li Xiaowen and Reba walked along the road for over 10 minutes without encountering a single vehicle. They had attempted to hail a ride multiple times, yet no one accepted their requests. At this point, the two were nearly side by side, and Reba was surprisingly unperturbed. The absence of a car meant she could spend more time with Li Xiaowen. Amusingly, after their last parting, she had completely forgotten to add him to her contacts. For reasons unknown, she frequently found herself reminiscing about Li Xiaowen's perfect profile, often dreaming of him. When she finally decided to reach out to him, she realized she had no means to do so, leaving her filled with regret. Fortunately, today Mi Jia casually mentioned him, prompting her to call him out. Otherwise, she would have been left waiting indefinitely. At school, she felt too shy to approach his class directly, as her bashfulness held her back. "Senior, shall I call someone to pick us up? This walking is rather impractical. Today has been quite unfortunate. We've been walking for so long without encountering a single vehicle." Li Xiaowen was indifferent to the proximity between him and Reba. He was currently too preoccupied to flirt, his gaze scanning the surroundings in desperate search of a taxi. Reba hesitated, aware that continuing on foot was not a viable option, and reluctantly said, "All right, go ahead and call." Li Xiaowen nodded and led her to a nearby bus stop to sit down. As he pulled out his phone, he found himself at a loss, unsure of whom to call. If he were alone, any random contact would suffice, but with Reba beside him, it felt inappropriate to reach out to anyone. Observing his dilemma, Reba, though unaware of the reason behind it, felt a sense of joy simply being able to spend time with him. Unable to suppress her suggestion, she said, "Junior, why don't we walk a bit further? Perhaps a car will appear if we go ahead." Just as they were both at an impasse, a vehicle suddenly approached from ahead. However, due to the poor lighting and the headlights blinding them, they could not discern the type of car. It was, in fact, Yang Mi's vehicle, which was steadily drawing closer. She was intently gazing at the two figures at the bus stop, and one of them bore a striking resemblance to Li Xiaowen. As the car neared, the outline of the figure became clearer, revealing that it was indeed the very person she had been frantically searching for. With a screech, the car braked sharply, leaving a long tire mark on the asphalt accompanied by a faint trail of smoke. Yang Mi swiftly opened the car door and dashed towards Li Xiaowen as soon as she alighted. She didn't even notice when she twisted her ankle in her high heels. Li Xiaowen, before he could fully comprehend the situation, she leapt into his embrace, clutching him tightly as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. "I'm sorry, Li Xiaowen. That wasn't my intention. I thought you understood my subtle hints when I winked at you. I've been searching for you for so long. Please don't be angry. I promise I won't do it again." As she held him, her voice quavered with emotion, filled with apologies and explanations that came out somewhat incoherently. Li Xiaowen gazed at the woman who clung to him so tightly, listening to her tearful apologies, and felt a twinge of heartache. He hadn't anticipated that she would find him so quickly, nor that she had been searching for him for such an extended period. It was evident that she truly cared for him. Who would have thought he had become so significant in her heart? Chapter 85. The astonishing heat. It was not that Li Xiaowen was soft-hearted, but rather that the woman's demeanor profoundly moved him. Furthermore, he had already come to understand the capabilities of his succubus form. Slowly, he enveloped her in his arms, allowing her to perceive his sentiments. At that moment, his chest was dampened by her tears, yet he paid it no heed. Peter was rendered speechless at this scene, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, accompanied by an acute sense of anguish. "Boss, Mi Jia, do you not already have a boyfriend? Just moments ago, you were so engaged in conversation with your junior in the private room. And now this?" She thought in despair. "What now? The boss is vying for my man. What should I do?" Feeling the large hands of Li Xiaowen resting on her waist, Yang Mi realized he had forgiven her. The ache in her heart eased considerably, and her sobs gradually subsided. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her beautiful eyes still glistening with moisture, gazing at Li Xiaowen with longing. "Kiss me," she yearned, desperate for his lips to soothe her troubled heart, to quell the tumultuous emotions that had swung from heaven to hell and back again. Li Xiaowen azitata, aware that his senior was watching. Noticing his reluctance, Yang Mi wrapped her arms around his neck, straining to rise on her toes to kiss him. There was no alternative. He towered over her, and without his initiative, her efforts felt insurmountable. "Boss," Heater murmured in reluctant discontent, unable to voice her frustration too loudly. She could only watch with wide, beautiful eyes as her boss engaged in a passionate kiss with her junior. Yang Mi, however, was indifferent to the presence of onlookers. Her sole desire was to lose herself in Li Xiaowen's kiss. With matters having reached this point, Li Xiaowen resolved to reciprocate, embracing Yang Mi in return. "Humph. You mischievous junior, you lecher," Heater silently scolded him, her heart already berating him countless times. What felt like mere minutes to them seemed to stretch into an eternity for Heater, each second a torment. "Li Xiaowen, you must never treat me this way again." "I was terrified," Yang Mi murmured softly, nestled against him, her voice sweet yet tinged with grievance. "Very well, but you must not behave like this again either," Li Xiaowen replied gently, cradling her and whispering in her ear. "I shall not. I promise to never repeat it. I have already broken up with him, and there will be no further entanglements," Yang Mi explained urgently. "All right, I believe you. Now let us not linger here. Let us return," Li Xiaowen said, caressing her cheek, pleased with her words. As they began to move, Yang Mi suddenly felt a sharp pain radiate from her ankle. "Ouch!" She grimaced, her brow furrowing tightly, instinctively leaning against Li Xiaowen for support. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, and he steadied her with care. "What is it, Mijia? Are you in discomfort?" he inquired, noticing her inability to articulate her pain as she pointed to her ankle, biting her lip, her forehead beaded with cold sweat. Li Xiaowen refrained from unnecessary chatter, swiftly lifting Yang Mi and placing her in the back seat, instructing Reba to keep an eye on her. He then started the car and headed straight for the hospital. 2 hours later, Li Xiaowen returned with Yang Mi and Reba to her residence in Tangshan, armed with the hospital's x-rays and reports. The prognosis was not grave. She had merely twisted her ankle and sustained some minor injuries, which would heal with a fortnight of rest. Inside the villa at Tangshan, Li Xiaowen tenderly applied medicinal ointment to Yang Mi's ankle while she sat on the sofa. Although the treatment was painful, she felt a profound sense of happiness and sweetness. However, Reba, the third wheel, lingered nearby, slightly ruining the intimate atmosphere. "Reba, why don't you head back for now? I have On here to take care of me," Yang Mi said, reclining on the sofa and gazing affectionately at Li Xiaowen as he massaged her foot, her tone casual as she addressed Reba. "No worries, Mijia. If On gets tired or his hands ache, I can step in for a bit. Besides, you can't walk right now. What will you do when you need to use the restroom?" "It's best I stay to look after you," Reba replied, smiling at her boss, though her demeanor was filled with a protective instinct rather than pure concern. She would not be so naive as to allow her boss and her junior to be alone together. If her junior failed to maintain self-control and fell prey to the boss's advances, she would have nowhere to lament her misfortune. The two women were both astute, their awareness heightened. Meanwhile, Li Xiaowen continued to focus on his task, oblivious to their conversation, which could potentially revolve around him at any moment. The timing was not yet right. He would wait until their affections deepened before assessing the situation further. As he worked, the three of them coincidentally felt their stomachs growl in unison. "I'm hungry." "On," Yang Mi lamented, clutching her belly and looking at him with a pitiful expression. It seemed that none of them had eaten anything since the earlier commotion in the private room, where they'd had no time or appetite to do so. "Do we have any food at home, Mijia?" "I can cook," Li Xiaowen suggested, pausing his work to look at Yang Mi. Her eyes lit up at the prospect of him cooking. Regardless of the outcome, it was at least a meal prepared with care, and she felt a surge of anticipation. "Yes, there are plenty of ingredients in the fridge." "All right, you two stay put. I'll go prepare the meal, he said before heading to the kitchen, where the sounds of chopping and preparing soon echoed back. On the sofa, the two women exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's wariness in their eyes. After a prolonged silence, Yami broke the ice. Xiao Di, do you have feelings for On? Yes, me Jia. Even though you are my boss, I won't back down. He is mine. Reba replied, her gaze unwavering as she met Yami's eyes. I see, Yami said lightly. In her view, Xiao Di was still rather naive. Did she truly believe that merely claiming him as hers guaranteed possession? Moreover, there was no established relationship between them yet. Even if she had made some headway, could she really ensure that her claim would hold? Yangmi is aware that Li Xiaowen is involved with more than one woman. So upon realizing that Xiao Di has feelings for him, she feels no animosity, only a sense of shared plight. Reba thought she must have misheard. That cannot be right. Sister Mi should not react this way upon discovering her affection for her junior. This calmness is rather unsettling. Sister Mi, what do you mean you know? Aren't you angry? Reba's eyes widened with confusion. Her expression towards Sister Mi was undeniably peculiar. With a soft chuckle, Yami replied leisurely, Reba, did you know that your dear junior has several women? So, why should I be upset? If anyone should be angry, it's certainly ISNT me. What? Reba could hardly believe her ears, as if she had just heard an outrageous joke. Sister Mi, you mean your junior has multiple women? Then why do you? Chapter 86. The young brother's loan, why do I continue to be with him, despite knowing he has several women? Yangmi observed the astonished expression on Reba's face, feeling no surprise at her reaction, as if it had been anticipated all along. I cannot quite explain it. Each time I meet him, I find myself reflecting on our time together, and simply being in his presence brings me inexplicable joy. I cannot articulate the reasons behind it. However, when he speaks to me in that cold manner within the private room, I feel a piercing pain in my heart. It is as though something profoundly precious is slipping away from me. When he leaves without a backward glance, it feels as if my heart has ceased to beat. The pain is real. In that moment, I realized I have fallen hopelessly in love with him. So, Xiao Di, be prepared. The man we are drawn to will undoubtedly attract many women. If you cannot accept that, it would be wise to keep your distance while you still can. Yangmi shared her innermost thoughts with Reba, serving as a cautionary tale. Having already succumbed to love with no turning back, she could only continue to love him. Yet, it appeared that Reba still had the ability to maintain her composure. Is that so, Mijia? Your words make it sound as if Shidi possesses magical powers or is under some enchantment. Reba clearly expressed her skepticism. She found it hard to believe that such a person could exist in reality. It was evident that Shidi's excellence and charm were what made him so alluring. Seeing the disbelief etched across Reba's face, Yangmi could only sigh in resignation. I've said all that needs to be said. You will come to believe me in due time. All right, I understand, Mijia, Reba replied with a dismissive nod, her expression suggesting she was not easily swayed. As the two engaged in their light-hearted banter, a subtle aroma of food wafted through the air from the kitchen, growing stronger and more tantalizing by the moment. It smells wonderful. Indeed, I never would have guessed that one could cook so well, the two women murmured softly. Before long, Li Xiaowen emerged, presenting an array of dishes before them on the coffee table. Shiji, there's more in the kitchen. Could you help bring it over? After moving aside the potions on the table, Li Xiaowen turned and returned to the kitchen. Reba, captivated by the delightful scent, could not resist swallowing hard. She rose to assist him in bringing the dishes to the table. With 6 dishes and a soup set before them, Li Xiaowen served Yangmi a generous bowl of rice. Here you go, Mijia. Reba watched eagerly, wishing that the first bowl had been for her. However, considering that Mijia was currently unwell, she decided to overlook it this time. Li Xiaowen, sensing Reba's unvoiced desire, handed her second bowl. Here you go, Shiji. Thank you, Shidi, Reba replied, beaming as she accepted the bowl. The two gorgeous women, who had always been vigilant about their diets, indulged in the meal, with Yangmi even requesting Li Xiaowen to feed her. As the last morsel was consumed, the clock struck midnight. It was rather late, and the dormitory had already been locked. Li Xiaowen decided to stay there until Monday morning when he would return to school with Reba. With Reba present, nothing transpired between Li Xiaowen and Yangmi. Their most intimate gesture was Yang Mi audaciously kissing him in front of Reba. After parting ways with Reba, Li Xiaowen made his way to the classroom. The first lesson of the performing arts department was all about liberating one's nature, encouraging students to abandon their sense of shame and imitate various animals. The sounds of pigs, cows, and horses echoed throughout the room, creating a cacophony of animal calls. There was even an imitation of maggots, an image too grotesque to behold. However, as someone endowed with a unique system from another world, Li Xiaowen had long surpassed his classmates. In the acting class, his articulate diction astonished both peers and instructors alike. During the physical training session, while his classmates cried out in agony during their stretches, Li Xiaowen effortlessly executed a variety of challenging movements, such as backbends, splits, and the straddle. In addition to his classes, he also returned to Yang Mi's home daily to care for her. The little enchantress was simply too persuasive, and Li Xiaowen found it difficult to refuse her. Consequently, he had no time to devote to other women, several of whom had already expressed their grievances over the phone, particularly Qin Muxiue. Nevertheless, Li Xiaowen had already committed to Yang Mi and could only appease these women while fervently hoping for Yang Mi's swift recovery. As time swiftly passed, Friday arrived. Chun Yinyu caught hold of Li Xiaowen, incessantly complaining. "Hey, Wengo, what's going on? You've been absent from the dorm for an entire week, leaving me all alone. This is excessive." Chun Yinyu appeared like a forsaken spouse, and one might mistakenly think there was something romantic between him and Li Xiaowen. "Little brother, you don't understand. I'm busy every day accompanying my girlfriend. I have no time for you. You should find a girlfriend soon and stop thinking about those places," Li Xiaowen said earnestly, observing that Chun Yinyu seemed increasingly enamored with such venues. He had been going there frequently, and, as a half-son, it was impossible for Li Xiaowen not to offer some advice. "TCH, what's so great about love? It's boring." Chun Yinyu was aware that Li Xiaowen was preoccupied with his girlfriend, but the reason for detaining him was to borrow some money. Recently, his visits had become too frequent, and his living expenses had dwindled. He felt somewhat embarrassed to ask, as it was not for anything substantial, and after hesitating for a while, he struggled to find the right words. Noticing Chun Yinyu's indecision, Li Xiaowen understood he was in need. Given his recent behavior, it was likely related to a financial shortfall. To say it outright, why are we being polite? Are you short on cash and reluctant to ask your family? Li Xiaowen bluntly pointed out, causing Chun Yinyu's face to flush. Ahem, well, Wengu, you know me. I've indeed overspent recently, totaling over 100,000 in just half a month. I promised Amei that I would help her boost her performance tonight, so I wanted to borrow some money from you, and I'll repay you next month. Realizing he had been exposed by Li Xiaowen, Chun Yinyu decided to lay everything out without fear of judgment, embracing the situation. Sigh, little brother, you should be more cautious. Li Xiaowen shook his head discreetly, recognizing the remarkable talent of this individual, but choosing to remain silent. A trifling sum of money held little significance for him, and he promptly transferred 100,000 yuan without hesitation. The funds have been sent. You can repay me whenever you wish. Just take a moment to unwind, but do not let genuine emotions cloud your judgment, lest you find yourself sold and counting someone else's money. Understood, brother one. You are truly generous. Rest assured, I will return it to you by next month. With that, he playfully patted Li Xiaowen on the shoulder before departing with great enthusiasm. Sighing, Li Xiaowen thought to himself, "Ah, this young lad is no match for the seasoned players. They thrive on such endeavors." As he observed the spirited figure retreating, he could only wish him happiness. Upon returning to Yang Mi's residence, he was taken aback to find the woman reclining on the sofa, sound asleep. The air conditioning was set quite low, and she wore nothing but a delicate, thin camisole that revealed expanse of her smooth, flawless skin, seemingly unbothered by the chill. Chapter 87. The protective Li Xiaowen carefully draped a blanket over her and tidied up the remnants of snacks and beverages on the table before heading upstairs for a shower. The summer heat in the metropolis was still oppressive, and upon his return, he was drenched in sweat, feeling quite uncomfortable. Just as he finished washing up and descended the stairs, he discovered an unexpected guest in the living room, conversing with Yang Mi, seemingly reprimanding her. The uninvited guest was Yang Mi's manager, Zheng Jia. "Yang Mi, do enlighten me on what transpired. Why did you suddenly break up with Lu Kai Wei?" Are you forsaking your film opportunities? Moreover, what have you been doing this past week? Have you abandoned the company? Can you not shoulder any responsibility? Am I the sole bearer of this burden? Yang Mi found herself at a loss for words, recognizing that she had indeed been rather lax. However, regarding Lu Kai-wei, no one could change the situation. Sister Jia, I admit my mistakes. Please calm down. I will return to the company tomorrow. Now that you realize your error, hasten to reconcile with Lu Kai-wei. Are you unaware of the importance of the film resources he possesses? Zheng Jia's face was etched with anger, her words laden with a commanding tone. Li Xiaowen had only heard of Zheng Jia before, never having met her in person. Now, witnessing her reprimanding his beloved, he felt compelled to intervene. He quickly approached and affectionately wrapped his arms around Yang Mi, not sparing a glance at Zheng Jia. What is the matter, Mi Jia? Who is this old woman? Yang Mi understood that her man was displeased and was standing up for her, which warmed her heart. Darling, this is Sister Jia, my manager. Don't be upset. She only has my best interests at heart. Leaning into his embrace, she sweetly gazed at him. Isn't she your partner? Li Xiaowen inquirat intriga. As he recalled the rumors from his previous life that Yang Mi had been betrayed by her manager, leading to her downfall. Yang Mi looked at her man curiously, unsure of where he had heard such gossip, and patiently clarified, No, Sister Jia is merely my manager, solely responsible for me. My business partner is my close friend, Zhao Royale. What is wrong, darling? Why do you ask? Li Xiaowen discreetly covered his face. Indeed, rumors were often unreliable. It appeared he had misjudged Zheng Jia. Otherwise, given her earlier remarks about Yang Mi, he would not have been so blunt as to call her an old woman. At this moment, Zheng Jia was on the verge of exploding. Not only had she been disregarded by the two, but she had also been labeled as an old woman by this man. Was she really that old? She was only 35, after all. Her gaze toward them was filled with resentment, particularly directed at Li Xiaowen, whose striking features belied his rudeness. Had she truly been so harsh in her words to Yang Mi? Li Xiaowen felt a twinge of embarrassment under her scrutiny, realizing that his earlier comment had indeed been somewhat inappropriate. Clearing his throat, he offered an apology. Ahem, well, Sister Jia, I apologize. I mistakenly assumed you were Mi, Jia's partner, and spoke rather thoughtlessly. Please do not take offense. I sincerely apologize. Upon hearing this, both Yang Mi and Zheng Jia exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why Li Xiaowen harbored such animosity toward Zhao Royale. Before she could even speak, Li Xiaowen continued. Sister Jia, my sister Mi has injured her foot and has been unable to work lately. I'm not sure if she has informed you. In any case, this situation is not her fault. Health is paramount, is it not? Zheng Jia, setting aside her thoughts about Li Xiaowen's hostility toward Zhao Royale, looked at Yang Mi with a face full of concern. Mimi, why didn't you tell me about your injury? It led to my misunderstanding. And your little man even said I'm old. Zheng Jia's tone was laced with both reproach and care. Yang Mi felt a bit embarrassed. She had been so swept away by the happiness of being cared for by Li Xiaowen that she had forgotten to mention this matter to Sister Jia. She hadn't anticipated such a misunderstanding would arise, but seeing how much Li Xiaowen valued her and defended her, she felt a surge of joy that quickly overshadowed her moment of awkwardness. Sister Jia, I just forgot. Please don't be angry, and don't hold it against my man. He has already apologized, hasn't he? Zheng Jia huffed in annoyance, choosing silence for a moment before finally managing to utter. All right, I want to hold it against your man. After a pause, she turned her curious gaze towards Li Xiaowen and continued. But I am genuinely curious as to why you became so upset upon mistakenly assuming I was Mimi's partner. Do you harbor any misunderstandings regarding Mimi as partner? Yang Mi adjusted her position in his embrace, gazing at him with a puzzled expression. This question left Li Xiaowen momentarily speechless. He couldn't exactly reveal that Mi would eventually betray her and be ousted from the company. How would he explain that? Would he claim to possess foresight or admit to being a time traveler? For a moment, he was at a loss for words, his mind racing to concoct an appropriate excuse. After much contemplation, he finally managed a flimsy explanation. It's just that. Why should my sister Mi work herself to exhaustion out there, taking risks and signing a betting agreement, while she remains in the shadows, reaping the rewards? Though his excuse was rather tenuous and one-sided, it was a statement that could barely hold water. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jia found herself unexpectedly envious of Mimi, grasping why she chose to be with this young man. With such extraordinary looks and a protective nature, it was easy to see why anyone would make a similar choice without hesitation. Young Mi, now deeply moved, couldn't resist giving Li Xiaowen a long kiss. Darling, I didn't realize you cared for me so much. I truly appreciate it. Li Xiaowen was at a loss for words, astonished that such a flimsy excuse could suffice. And it was no wonder she found herself ensnared and ousted. However, he then heard Yang Mi say, "But you've misunderstood Sister Zhao. She hasn't been idle. I handle the betting agreements while she manages the company's operations and development. So, dear, please refrain from thinking that way in the future." Sister Zhao would be upset if she knew. Li Xiaowen nodded in agreement, choosing to let it go. After all, she still had herself. Whether the company faced setbacks or not, it would ultimately be subject to the whims of capital. However, the contract concerning the hot bar cannot be relinquished. It must be held firmly in hand. Mijia, do you still have a contract for the hot bar, senior? Yes, I do. Why do you ask? Originally, Zhao Jie had instructed me to transfer Xiao Di's contract to the company, but I have yet to find the time, so it has been left aside. Li Xiaowen nodded, observing Mijia in his arms, silently reflecting that it was fortunate it hadn't been transferred. Otherwise, regret would surely follow. After a pause, he said, "Then do not transfer it. You discovered and signed her yourself, and she is on the verge of becoming a star under your guidance. It is far safer to keep the contract in your possession." Yang Mi, curious, looked at Li Xiaowen and asked, "Isn't transferring it to the company the same?" "It's all for the development of the company." Chapter 88. The schemes of Sister Mi. Li Xiaowen was weary of explanation. This woman possessed a cunning that could ensnare anyone, yet in her moments of folly, she was equally susceptible to deception. "Sister Mi, heed my counsel and refrain from submitting senior sister's contract," he implored. "Why?" Yang Mi inquired, suspecting his intentions towards COD. Observing her persistent questioning, Li Xiaowen decisively issued a command. "There is no why. Sister Mi, obey me and you shall understand in due time. Remember, do not hand it over, regardless of who insists." Yang Mi felt a sense of hopelessness, yet she found herself enchanted by Li Xiaowen's authoritative demeanor, inexplicably compelled to submit. After all, he would never harm himself, would he? Resolving this in her mind, she nodded obediently. "All right, dear husband, I shall listen to you and not submit it. No one can sway me. Muan, my wife, is truly obedient," he replied, planting a satisfied kiss on her lips, the term wife rolling off his tongue for the first time. Although their relationship had not yet crossed the final threshold, Yang Mi discovered that with a single utterance of husband, Li Xiaowen would willingly comply with her requests, and over time, it became a habit. However, he had never addressed her as wife until today, and the sound was delightful to her ears. "Wow, husband, you called me wife? Please say it again. I adore how you address me," she exclaimed, bubbling with joy and playfully demanding more. Zhang Jia, unable to bear the display, interrupted. "I say you too, enough already. I'm still here. Can you tone it down a bit?" Li Xiaowen, with his thick skin, dismissed the comment, while Yang Mi blushed and subdued her exuberance. After a casual conversation, they shared a meal with Zhang Jia before she departed. On her way home, Zhang Jia felt a mix of envy and admiration for Yang Mi. To have found such a treasure of a man, handsome beyond compare, caring, protective, and with exceptional culinary skills, was indeed a rarity. It was exasperating to compare oneself to such fortune. Yang Mi, now able to move about freely as long as she avoided vigorous activity, owed this improvement to Li Xiaowen's diligent application of medicinal foot soaks that relaxed her muscles and invigorated her circulation. She initially thought that with her manager Zhang Jia's departure, they could enjoy their own world, but to her dismay, Xiao Di returned almost immediately. Having long known the door's passcode, she entered as casually as if returning to her own home. This left Yang Mi speechless. After a week of cohabitation with Li Xiaowen, they still had not crossed that final threshold, all thanks to Xiao Di's persistent presence. Seeing her approach, Yang Mi offered no pleasantries, instead fixing her with a frosty glare. "Xiao Di, what brings you here? Don't you have anything else to do besides running to my place every day?" Xiao Di shot a glance at Li Xiaowen, her smile reflecting shrewdness as she regarded her boss. Boss, me Jia, what are you saying? You are injured, and as your devoted employee, it is my duty to take good care of you. Reba put on a facade of deep loyalty, even winking at Yangmi, the meaning of which was crystal clear to her. Li Xiaowen observed the silent duel between the two, having grown accustomed to it. He lay on the side, engrossed in his phone. Yangmi felt exasperated. She had clearly explained to Xiao Di last time that while she did not wish to impede her relationship with Li Xiaowen, she also did not want her to continually disrupt her own affairs. Why couldn't this girl comprehend that? With gritted teeth, she shot Reba a glare and then provocatively turned her gaze towards her, playfully pouting at Li Xiaowen, who was still absorbed in his phone. Darling, you haven't given me a massage today. My feet hurt a bit. Please rub them for me. All right, coming right up. Li Xiaowen nodded in response, setting aside his phone, and turned to fetch some ointment, beginning to massage Yangmi with care, easing her muscles and invigorating her circulation. This scene left Reba feeling frustrated, unable to contain her irritation. She was not oblivious to me, Jia's intentions. The mere thought of Li Xiaowen being involved with me, Jia, left her unsettled. Thus, she persistently chose to be the third wheel, knowing it was futile but unwilling to let me Jia have her way. If Li Xiaowen were to learn of Reba's current thoughts, he would surely take issue with her, questioning the appropriateness of her phrasing regarding me Jia. Yangmi, however, remained undeterred by Reba's thoughts. She had resolved that tonight she would claim Li Xiaowen for herself. With work resuming the following day, it would be uncertain when she would have another opportunity. In truth, had she been straightforward with Li Xiaowen, her desires would have been fulfilled long ago. Li Xiaowen, believing her foot to be injured, often restrained himself. As the evening progressed, after dinner, Yangmi playfully insisted that Li Xiaowen carry her to her room, claiming that she would be busy with work the next day and wouldn't get to see him often. She wanted to savor his embrace one last time before their temporary separation. Reba thought little of it. She did not believe me Jia would dare to act while she was present. However, once Li Xiaowen carried me Jia into the room, he did not emerge again, and no amount of knocking would compel him to respond. It was evident to Reba that mi Jia was resolutely determined to have her way with Li Xiaowen. With no means to intervene, Reba reluctantly retreated to the neighboring room, spending a sleepless night. In Yangmi's room, once Li Xiaowen laid her on the bed, she pulled him down alongside her. Darling, I'm starting work tomorrow. Tonight, I wish to surrender myself to you. With a swift motion, Yangmi flipped over, pinning Li Xiaowen beneath her, their faces mere inches apart, allowing them to see each other's pores. Chapter 89. The Anguished and Indignant Queen. The following day, Yangmi awoke from her slumber to find it was already past 1 in the afternoon, her body aching all over. Alas, she had promised Jia the day before that she would return to the company and resume her duties. With great difficulty, she rose from her bed, only to find that Li Xiaowen was no longer by her side. He had undoubtedly risen early to prepare breakfast. A sharp pang coursed through her body as she grimaced, steeling herself to dress and make her way downstairs. The dining table was already adorned with an array of dishes, with Xiao Di and Zheng Jia present, waiting for her arrival. Zheng Jia had come specifically to check on her, concerned that she had not yet left for the office at this late hour, contemplating whether she should take a couple of days off if it were indeed inconvenient for her. Fortunately, after a hearty meal, Yangmi felt significantly rejuvenated, no longer impeded in her work endeavors. Following a reluctant kiss goodbye with Li Xiaowen, she took the cheerful Xiao Di by the hand and departed. At last, Li Xiaowen had some free time to attend to the several women who had been somewhat neglected of late. He had always favored tackling the most challenging tasks first, so he resolved to return home and win over Qin Mushui. Driving to the flower shop, he extravagantly purchased a bouquet of roses. 99 blooms, artfully arranged, nearly filled the entire passenger seat. However, unbeknownst to Li Xiaowen, during his absence, Qin Mushui had confronted Li Jia and sensed a budding alliance forming between them. Moreover, she had sought counsel from Li Jia regarding certain matters, thereby uncovering more of Li Xiaowen's preferences. With the bouquet in hand, he sped home, bursting through the door only to be greeted by Qin Mushui's hearty laughter. He could not fathom her fervent passion for variety shows. She seemed to watch them at every available moment. Completely engrossed in the program, she remained oblivious to his presence. Stealthily, he approached her from behind, quietly placing the grand bouquet before her. "Darling, I'm back." Upon seeing the magnificent arrangement of roses suddenly materialize before her, the familiar voice echoed in her ears. The figure that perpetually inhabited her dreams and thoughts materialized in her mind. It was indeed his voice. A wave of overwhelming delight surged within her, and an uncontrollable smile spread across her face. "Dear, you're back," she began, only to have her expression shift abruptly. A wave of grievance swiftly replaced all her joy. "Umph, you scoundrel. Why have you returned? Go and keep your little lover company instead." The mere thought of him neglecting her for another woman during his prolonged absence ignited her anger and sorrow. Her long lashes quivered, and her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears as she strained to hold them back. This rascal could not spare even a day to be with her. She vowed not to forgive him easily. Li Xiaowen was not at all surprised by her reaction. He could only do his utmost to placate her. After all, having lived 2 lives, he lacked experience in such matters. Even though he had been in a few relationships in his previous life, he had never encountered a situation quite like this. "Darling, it's my fault. Please don't be angry." He gently wiped away her tears, enveloping her in his embrace as he whispered soothing words. A quintessentially straightforward man, he could only apologize with "it's my fault" and implore her not to be upset. Qin Muxue did not resist his embrace, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Li Xiaowen felt that his words sounded rather inadequate, yet lacking in experience. He was unable to muster any flowery rhetoric. He could only address the mistakes sincerely and gradually. "My dear, I have neglected you during this time. I have not been a good partner. I know you love me deeply, yet I have disappointed you. I promised to set aside time to be with you, and I failed to do so. I sincerely apologize. I have come to a profound realization of my errors. Seeing you in tears pains me. I regret having hurt you. I assure you, I will never cause you sorrow again, and I ask for your forgiveness, if you will." Li Xiaowen spoke with such earnestness that he did not notice Qin Muxue had gradually ceased her tears. She felt less aggrieved, for she was aware of his connections with other women. Hearing his heartfelt and genuine apology indicated how much he cared for her. Yet Li Xiaowen continued, "My dear, I never imagined you could fall in love with me. I am filled with trepidation, fearing that I might hurt you or let you down. Sometimes, I feel unworthy of your love." Before he could finish, Qin Muxue interrupted him, wrapping her arms around him. "Stop right there. I believe you are worthy, and thus you are. Do not utter such words again. I forgive you this time, but it won't be so easily granted next." Li Xiaowen sighed in relief, pondering that such smooth sailing was likely due to her enchanting nature. "All right, I shall not speak of it again. I will refrain from such words in the future. Now, stop standing and hold me as we sit down." Li Xiaowen embraced her and stepped over to the sofa, where Qin Muxue naturally wrapped her arms around his neck, quietly admiring the face so near to her. She felt she could never tire of gazing upon it. It had taken root in her heart, blossoming deeply. "Darling, could you stay with me a few more days? I miss you so much." In truth, even without her request, Li Xiaowen had already planned to do so. After all, among all the women, only Qin Muxue had received the least of his company. He discerned the profound affection and deep attachment in her eyes and smiled gently at her, saying, "Of course, these days are all yours." Qin Muxue was pleased with this response. Gazing at his flawless, handsome face, she suddenly leaned in and kissed him. Time slipped away as the two lost themselves in a passionate embrace, so much so that even Wang Xiuxiu, accompanied by Qin Simu, opened the door without noticing. Wang Xiuxiu could hardly believe the boldness of the two, engaging so openly in the living room. She couldn't help but marvel at how daring the younger generation had become. Little Simu, still unaware of the situation, was swiftly covered by her mother's hand over her eyes. Just as she was about to inquire, her mother scooped her up and carried her out. Outside, little Simu looked curiously at her mother, puzzled as to why she had covered her eyes and taken her out, thinking they were returning home. "Mom, why did you cover my eyes and carry me out?" "It's nothing. Today, I'm taking you out to stay somewhere, all right? And then we shall indulge in a grand dinner, without your brother and the others." Wang Xiuxiu had just barely grasped the situation. Fortunately, she managed to cover Xiaosimu's eyes in time, almost leading the child astray. These two little rascals were quite the handful. It seemed that today they were destined to accomplish something, so she decided not to return and disturb them. Contemplating this, Wang Xiuxiu took Xiaosima back to the car and departed from home. She also called to inform Wang Ma that she would be taking the day off and need not return. Xiaosima was elated that her mother was treating her to a sumptuous meal alone, leaving her siblings out, relishing the thought of making them envious once she shared the tale later. In the living room, the two were oblivious to the passage of time, only aware that they were on the brink of suffocation. Li Xiuwen, owing to his physical constitution, felt he could hold his breath a little longer. However, Qin Muxue was not blessed with such lung capacity. She forcefully pushed Li Xiuwen away, gasping for fresh air. "Ah, you're going to suffocate me." Chapter 90. The transformation of Her Majesty. Sister Mi's plea for help let us take a moment to rest. Li Xiuwen gently suggested as he shifted to a more comfortable position, embracing her tenderly. At that moment, Qin Muxue radiated an extraordinary beauty, exuding an alluring charm that instinctively beckoned one to possess her. After a leisurely interlude, Qin Muxue leaned in once more. Just as Li Xiuwen was on the verge of losing control and taking the final step, Qin Muxue hurriedly halted him. "Not here. Carry me to the room." With his left arm cradling her knee and his right arm supporting her back, Li Xiuwen escorted Qin Muxue to her chamber. She expertly wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing at his face with eyes as soft as water, yearning to etch this moment into her memory. With a swift motion, Li Xiuwen kicked the door shut, sealing them away. 2 hours later, Qin Muxue nestled in Li Xiuwen's embrace, her eyes still glistening with remnants of tears, reminiscent of a wounded kitten. "My esteemed gentleman, it has grown dark outside. Mother and the others must have returned. I feel too embarrassed to go down, yet I am quite hungry." Li Xiuwen glanced at his phone, noting the time was already 7 p.m. A notification revealed an unread message from his mother. "Son, I'm out with Simu tonight and 1TB coming home. Enjoy your time together." Since the message was on speaker, Qin Muxue heard it too, and a blush crept across her delicate face. "Oh dear, how embarrassing. How did my mother know?" She suspected her earlier vocalizations had been too loud, prompting her mother to take Simu out. Seeing her flushed cheeks and her bare form nestled against him, Li Xiuwen couldn't help but be inspired by thoughts anew. Yet, considering that their queen had just undergone a significant experience, he knew she needed a reprieve. Suppressing his desires, he lightly brushed his finger against her soft, pale nose, smiling as he said, "It's all right. After all, this day was bound to come." "Indeed, we are now a true family," Qin Muxue mused, realizing there was nothing truly shameful about it. "Isn't that right, my beloved husband?" Quickly embracing this new reality, she began to contemplate whether she should encourage Simu to call her sister-in-law in the future. When Li Xiuwen went downstairs to prepare dinner, he discovered that not only was his mother and Simu absent, but even Wang Ma was nowhere to be found. He surmised that his mother must have taken her away. After dinner, they rested briefly before engaging in their intimate activities once more. The couple remained ensconced in a room for an entire day and night, indulging in food when hunger struck while sharing sweet nothings. Li Xiuwen, mindful of Qin Muxue's recent experiences, refrained from excessive indulgence. Despite this restraint, she frequently pleaded for more, caught in a delightful contradiction of being both shy and adventurous. Wang Xiuxiu returned with little Simu the following afternoon. Initially, Qin Muxue felt a twinge of embarrassment, but she gradually relaxed. In the days that followed, Li Xiuwen spent all his time with Qin Muxue outside of class hours. Their interactions with Wang Xiuxiu evolved from initial awkwardness to a comfortable ease. Now, they have boldly chosen to share a room, resembling a young couple deeply in love. Their bond seemingly inseparable. At times, Qin Muxue even affectionately refers to Wang Xiuxiu as mother, encouraging little Simu to call her sister-in-law. This newfound freedom surpasses the previous years, as if she has finally embraced her true self. Simu has also become quite astute. Whenever she desires Qin Muxue to buy her snacks or toys, she sweetly addresses her as sister-in-law, a tactic that never fails. Although Li Xiaowen returns every night to accompany Qin Muxue, he still finds time during the day, when classes are not in session, to comfort the other women. However, this juggling act has proven to be quite overwhelming, prompting him to entertain a bold notion. Could it be possible for all these women to live together? Li Xiaowen scratched his head, having contemplated this issue for quite some time, but the desire has intensified recently. After much reflection, he deduced that the best approach would be through Sister Yi. Among all the women, Sister Yi has consistently expressed a strong yearning for a child. If Li Xiaowen exerts himself to help her conceive and then bring the child home, it would facilitate their cohabitation and likely meet with no objections. If one woman accepts the arrangement, perhaps the others will gradually come to terms with it as well. Eager to experiment with this idea, he found Sister Yi unresponsive thus far. It seemed he needed to put in more effort. Otherwise, when would he be able to realize this vision? Acting promptly, Li Xiaowen dedicated the last 2 days to seeking out Sister Yi whenever she was free, even interrupting her lunch breaks. Apart from evenings spent with Qin Muxue and his class hours, this relentless pursuit left Yi Shuoro appearing increasingly fatigued at work, her demeanor soft and weary. Wang Xiuxiu expressed concern over her well-being, suggesting perhaps a couple of days off would be beneficial. This left Yi Shuoro feeling both guilty and bashful in front of her chairman, experiencing a mix of love and resentment towards Li Xiaowen. Fortunately, this phase did not last long, as Li Xiaowen received a phone call from Yang Mi that summoned him away. The call displayed Yang Mi's name, but it was actually Zheng Jia using her phone. Li Xiaowen, hurry to the hotel private room. Mi is being forced to drink. You need to come quickly. With that, the line went dead. Li Xiaowen furrowed his brow, his instincts kicking in as he dashed downstairs and started his car, racing towards the hotel. On the way, he called his mother. What's wrong, son? Is there an urgent matter? Do you need your mother's assistance? He was uncertain, but sensed that this time he might be entangled with some significant figures. He wanted to inquire if his mother could manage the situation. Li Xiaowen was self-aware. Anyone capable of coercing Mi into drinking must have considerable influence. After all, she was not naive enough to let others force alcohol upon her. Yet, he had never anticipated needing to seek his mother's help in such a predicament. As a time traveler endowed with a system, he felt he was bringing shame upon his predecessors. His mother's voice came through the phone. What is going on, son? There's no time to explain in detail, Mom. You have a famous daughter-in-law, and someone is currently forcing her to drink at the hotel private room. Li Xiaowen gazed ahead, racing along the urban thoroughfares, skillfully overtaking the incessant flow of vehicles, showcasing his mastery of driving to its fullest extent. On the other end of the line, his mother, without a moment's hesitation after hearing his words, declared, "Go ahead, my son. Your mother has built this vast enterprise in the metropolis with sheer determination. I am not one to be trifled with. Anyone who dares to harbor intentions towards my daughter-in-law, regardless of who they may be, shall not find respite. I will summon assistance immediately." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowen felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He ended the call, expertly shifted gears, and accelerated. The car transformed into a streak of white lightning, hurtling towards its destination. Chapter 91. The reckless and greasy man Li Xiaowen sped through the streets, disregarding red lights, and finally arrived at the hotel mentioned by Zheng Jia 5 minutes later. The screech of tires pierced the night as he brought his car to a halt at the entrance. He exited the vehicle and dashed toward his designated floor, completely ignoring the valet and the front desk staff who attempted to assist him. His fierce demeanor radiated an intimidating aura that deterred anyone from approaching. Thus, he moved unimpeded, with even the most mundane nods avoided by those who caught sight of his formidable presence. Inside the private room, several middle-aged men, their faces marked by lewdness, gazed at Yang Mi with unrestrained desire, raising their glasses in a bid to entice her to drink. "Miss Yang, let us not rush into discussions about investment. Let's finish this drink first." "Indeed, Miss Yang, once we have completed this toast, we can leisurely discuss the matter of investment. Come now, Miss Yang, we have long admired you. Upon finishing this glass, I assure you that the probability of securing your investment will significantly increase." These men were heads of several entertainment companies, 2 of which were newly established, with only a few billion in assets and no noteworthy artists under their management, the most prominent being merely second tier. The only one of any considerable weight among them was the bald, overweight man in the center who, despite lacking top-tier stars, managed a substantial television and film production and distribution business worth over $10 billion. Although his influence had waned, he remained a figure not to be trifled with for Yang Mi at this moment. This predicament traced back to her breakup with Liu Kai-wei, who had initially promised to invest in her television drama. The arrangements had been progressing smoothly until Li Xiaowen's unexpected emergence halted everything. Liu Kai-wei, though lacking significant clout in the mainland, was backed by his family's company in Hong Kong, possessing numerous film resources. Following Yang Mi's abrupt rejection, he was willing to forego certain benefits to exchange resources with these mainland companies, intending to impart an unforgettable lesson to her. Consequently, Yang Mi, bereft of Liu Kai-wei's investment, was compelled to take matters into her own hands and seek funding personally. This gathering was orchestrated explicitly for investment discussions. It was evident that the men had been informed beforehand. Yang Mi, fully aware of her precarious situation, still approached it with a glimmer of hope. The greasy men, having conspired in advance, were clear in their intentions. Whoever could intoxicate and carry her away would claim their prize. This way, no feelings would be hurt, and they could appease Liu Kai-wei's family company in the process. A perfect win-win situation. Moreover, this was not their first foray into such endeavors. They had never encountered resistance from their prey before. Once they succeeded, they would capture ample footage and photographs of her. Would she not comply thereafter? Such a flawless plaything deserved to be controlled, and even if they grew weary of her, they could always barter her for favors, ensuring a guaranteed profit. Yang Mi furrowed her brows, having come to the realization that these individuals were merely using the guise of investment to harbor ulterior motives against her. However, it was now too late. She had begun to lose her clarity of thought. The effects of the copious amounts of alcohol poured by Jia were evident. For had it not been for her foresight in having Jia contact Li Xiaowen, she would have likely succumbed to the situation already. Fortunately, he was presumably en route. "I'm sorry, but I truly cannot drink anymore. Let us put the investment matter aside," she implored. Yet, the lecherous men surrounding her were unwilling to relinquish such an opportunity. Having imbibed to this extent, they merely needed a push to secure their advantage. "Miss Yang, you are being rather inconsiderate," one of them remarked. "Indeed, Miss Yang, you must drink this cup. You surely do not wish for the investment to fall through," another added. "Once you partake of this drink, we can continue our discussion on the investment. Should you refuse, our negotiations will cease, and you will simultaneously offend several of our companies. Your future in the entertainment industry may become quite precarious." Yang Mi held her glass tightly, her fingers turning pale from the strain. The urge to hurl the glass at the heads of these men and unleash her fury was overwhelming. "What are you? You wretched creatures are not worthy of my respect." She wanted to scream. Yet, she refrained, for their words rang true, and she could not afford to offend them at this juncture. Despite having ascended to the ranks of business ownership, she was still just a small company, akin to theirs, without substantial capital backing. "Mr. Zhang, Ms. Yang, Mr. Zhang, I truly cannot drink anymore. Let us forget the investment." Before she could finish, the bald man at the forefront coldly interjected, "Yang Mi, you think you have a choice? Since we are here today, you will entertain us. You will drink this, whether you wish to or not." Meanwhile, Li Xiaowen had finally arrived on the floor of the private room, instantly drawn to the striking golden letters adorning the door. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully kicked the door open. The resounding crash echoed throughout the floor, akin to a bomb being detonated. Li Xiaowen's extraordinary physique allowed him to channel his fury into a single, powerful kick, nearly dislodging the door from its hinges. Inside the room, the guests were momentarily stunned into silence, gazing at the door in shock. After a brief pause, several middle-aged men, appearing to be in their 40s, realized that a young man in his 20s had barged in. They rose, their faces contorted with anger, glaring at Li Xiaowen. "Who is this impudent youth daring to kick our door?" One of them bellowed. "Where's the waiter? Call security to remove this trash. Security, restrain this brat. I want to see who gave him the audacity to disrupt us." The others shouted. Yet, after their prolonged outburst, no one came to their aid. Even the staff had long since fled to a safe distance. As Li Xiaowen stepped through the door, he paid no heed to the greasy men surrounding him and immediately spotted Yang Mi, who was now thoroughly intoxicated. Beside her sat Zheng Jia, who was already hunched over a trash can, violently retching, clearly having shielded Mi Jia from a considerable amount of alcohol. At this moment, apart from her unfocused gaze, Mi Jia exhibited no signs of distress. Li Xiaowen disregarded everyone present and approached Mi Jia, wrapping his arms around her. Mi Jia, are you all right? Darling, you've come. You finally arrived. After uttering these words, she slumped weakly into his embrace, and although her speech was slurred, she managed to grip his arm tightly. At that moment, Yang Mi felt immense relief at the arrival of her beloved, her heart finally at ease. Yet, a wave of apprehension washed over her. Had Li Xiaowen been delayed any longer, she might have fallen victim to the intentions of others. In such a scenario, death seemed the only escape she could fathom. Mi Jia, rest assured, with me here, nothing will happen to you. Witnessing the state of his beloved, Li Xiaowen was engulfed by a surge of uncontainable fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Chapter 92. The Wrath of Li Xiaowen. The group of greasy men, upon recognizing the door-kicking man as an acquaintance of Yang Mi, felt a sense of guilt wash over them. Their earlier bravado diminished. They seemed to have overheard Yang Mi refer to him as her husband. Their gazes flickered with unease, but upon reflection, they dismissed the matter as inconsequential. After all, if Yang Mi could be so easily intimidated by them, surely this handsome yet obscure figure could not pose a significant threat. Are you Miss Yang's husband? Your arrival simplifies matters. You shall drink the wine meant for her, and, as a penance for your earlier disturbance, you will also pour yourself a bottle as compensation for interrupting our enjoyment. One of the men taunted. Drink up. We wouldn't want to deny a young man like you an opportunity. After all, at your age, one should learn to be more composed if they wish to achieve greatness in the future. The three greasy men continued to berate Li Xiaowen, completely dismissing him. Li Xiaowen, however, was seething with anger. He carefully set Yang Mi and Zheng Jia down at a distance before turning his attention back to the trio of fools. Darling, please don't do anything reckless. We could just go home, Yang Mi urged, tugging at his sleeve with concern. Rest assured, my love, I will ensure you are avenged. Li Xiaowen replied, not even glancing back, his gaze fixed fiercely upon the group of miscreants. The thought of what might have happened had he arrived later gnawed at him. If Zheng Jia had not accompanied him or called, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. A surge of violent emotion welled up within him, and he found himself wishing for the complete annihilation of these scoundrels. His eyes glinted with a cold fury, exuding an aura of bloodlust, as if he could tear them apart in an instant. What do you intend to do? Don't act rashly. You're still young. Consider the consequences, they warned. But Li Xiaowen remained silent, his anger reaching a boiling point. Ignoring their feeble attempts at intimidation, he seized a crate of beer that lay nearby and hurled it at the men with all his might. Each blow was delivered with unrestrained force. The air crackled with the sound of bottles shattering, and the dull thuds of hard objects striking flesh echoed around the room, accompanied by the faint crunch of bones fracturing. In mere moments, the room erupted into chaos, filled with the sounds of breaking glass and the anguished cries of the men. Help! Someone save me! They're killing us! Spare me! I beg you, I was wrong. Li Xiaowen deliberately avoided targeting their heads. He harbored no thoughts of mercy. He no longer considered the consequences as he unleashed his fury. With only a box and a half of unopened beer at his disposal, it was evident that each man would receive only a few bottles worth of punishment. Once he finished, the greasy men were rendered incapable of standing, cowering together in a corner, trembling in fear. This scene instantly revitalized Yang Mi and Zheng Jia, dissipating the intoxication that had clouded their minds. It was truly brutal. Darling, you can't. Before the words could escape her lips, Li Xiaowen interrupted. Sister Mi, refrain from speaking. Just stay put. My woman is not to be trifled with, and those men will pay dearly today. They will not leave this place unscathed. Mark my words. Having said that, Li Xiaowen picked up the kettle from the table, testing the water temperature, which he estimated to be around 60 degrees Celsius, and strode towards the group of greasy men. "Hey, young man, don't act recklessly. You could end up in jail." "Yes, yes, young man. You've already hit me. We realize our mistakes. Please let us go. We promise we won't do it again. Grandfather, ancestors, we beg you." As the three greasy men witnessed Li Xiaowen approach with an impassive demeanor and an aura of chilling coldness, they regretted their actions. But it was too late. There's no remedy for regret. Life is fragile, and it was evident they had not cherished it. Yet, Li Xiaowen had no intention of taking their lives. He paid no heed to their pleas, pouring the boiling water over them without a second thought. The scalding water, at a temperature of 60 degrees, was unbearable for an ordinary person. The men recoiled desperately, their mouths uttering frantic pleas for mercy. "Help! Please, spare me, I was wrong. I won't do this again, I swear." Li Xiaowen remained unmoved, his expression unchanging as he regarded them, as if the beings begging for mercy before him were not humans, but mere ants. "Didn't you say you enjoy drinking? Then, by all means, indulge," he said coldly. 60 degrees. How do you like it?" Li Xiaowen did not perceive himself as cruel or irrational. If circumstances allowed, he would indeed wish for these men to vanish from this world. At that moment, the already battered door of the private room was forcefully pushed open from the outside. "Young master, are you all right?" We rushed over as soon as we received the chairman's call. The speaker was a robust man, a scar running from his eye to the corner of his mouth. Behind him stood nearly 20 men of similar stature, each exuding a bloodthirsty aura born from battle. Alongside them were several individuals clad in suits, adorned with name tags. Clearly high-ranking hotel executives. "Young master, we apologize for our tardiness. But rest assured, the hotel surveillance system is currently down for repairs, and the recordings from the past 7 days have been destroyed." The speaker, a slightly overweight middle-aged man, appeared to have hurried from outside. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his shirt thoroughly drenched. Li Xiaowen was taken aback by his mother's swift actions. It seemed she was quite attentive regarding his wife. "All right, I'm fine. The ones in trouble are them." Li Xiaowen nonchalantly pointed towards a few greasy men in the corner, his voice cold and detached. The three men had initially believed that their salvation had arrived with the entrance of someone, only to discover that they were merely companions of this lunatic. At that moment, their hearts plummeted, faces etched with indescribable despair. They regretted being born, realizing that in the blink of an eye, as they had been soaring high just a moment ago, only to find themselves in a perilous predicament now. The scar-faced man at the forefront regarded Li Xiaowen with an air of reverence, completely indifferent to the grim fate of the cornered individuals, as though he had grown accustomed to such scenes. "Young master, how would you like to deal with these men? Should we sink them in the river or encase them in concrete?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaowen was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the ruthless nature of those his mother had summoned. Their readiness to take a life over a mere disagreement was more savage than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, the cornered men were now utterly unable to control their bladders, disregarding their swollen and lacerated bodies. They prostrated themselves on the ground, pleading for mercy, desperate to avoid a swift demise. Yang Mi and Zheng Jia had completely sobered up, having only heard of such matters in the past or seen them dramatized on television. They were now rendered speechless, unable to process the reality before them, ignoring the desperate pleas of the men. Li Xiaowen considered that since his mother-esque contacts were inquiring thus, she must have confidence in their ability to handle the situation. It was his mother calling. "Hello, Mom." Li Xiaowen stepped aside to answer. "Son, the people I summoned have arrived. From now on, you need not worry. Bring all the alcohol from the hotel and force them to drink until they can no longer do so." Then, before he could finish, his phone rang. It was his mother. "Hello, Mom." He stepped aside to take the call. "Son, the people I summoned have arrived. You need not concern yourself further. They will manage it. Just bring your wife home to see me." Li Xiaowen glanced at the men, noticing the leader nodding at him. He continued on the phone. "Bring her home? Wouldn't Mu Shui be furious? Little rascal, are you finally scared? But that's not my doing. It was Mu Shui who expressed a desire to meet her. So you had better bring her back obediently." Li Xiaowen shrugged off his concerns. Since Mu Shui wished to meet, he would comply, knowing they would eventually have to confront this matter. "Very well, we shall return at once." After ending the call, Li Xiaowen led Mi Jia and Zheng Jia downstairs. pondering that he did not truly understand his mother. She surely had many secrets yet to reveal. Chapter 93. Meeting the parents in the car. Yangmi gradually regained consciousness, only to find herself feeling dizzy once more. Her speech was slightly slurred, yet it did not hinder communication. "Darling, I'm so relieved you're here. Otherwise, I would know what to do." Li Xiaowen, unlike the time he had rushed out earlier, drove at a more measured pace. Noticing her expression of lingering fear, he gently patted her hand. "It's all right now. It's all behind you. You've had quite a bit to drink, so why don't you rest for a while?" Yangmi nodded, well met by drones. She closed her eyes and soon drifted off to sleep, completely unaware that Li Xiaowen was taking her home to meet his parents. Had she known, she would have instantly awakened. Li Xiaowen sped along, maneuvering the white R8 like a swift white serpent. Before long, he parked the car steadily in the garage. He opened the door and, cradling the sleeping Yangmi, made his way to the living room, where his mother, Wang Xiuxiu, and Qin Mushiwa were present, along with Zayasumu. "You're back. Just place her on the sofa." Wang Xiuxiu recalled having invited her to endorse the company a few years prior, never imagining that she would now be brought home by her son. Qin Mushiwa, equally astonished. Wang Xiuxiu was momentarily taken aback by the girl's appearance. "Son, is this Yangmi, the celebrity daughter-in-law you mentioned?" Wang Xiuxiu recalled having invited her to endorse the company a few years prior, never imagining that she would now be brought home by her son. Qin Mushiwa, equally astonished, was a fan of Yangmi herself and could hardly believe she would one day become a rival in love. "You sly dog, you've actually won over my idol." Wang Xiuxiu spoke nonchalantly, as if discussing something trivial. Li Xiaowen was left speechless, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. "Mom, what did you say?" "They are my hired bodyguards among the top mercenary groups in the country, the Jian'an security company. I spent a considerable sum to have them assist you in handling matters." Wang Xiuxiu spoke nonchalantly, as if discussing something trivial. Li Xiaowen was left speechless, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. "Mom, what did you say? There are mercenaries in our country? How come I didn't know about this? Isn't our country known for prohibiting mercenaries?" His mind was flooded with questions. "Have you watched too many movies or read too many novels? 3 of the top 5 mercenary groups in the world are based here, and they operate legally with permits." Wondering if her son ever ventured online. Anyone who browses the internet knows about this. It's hardly a secret. "Son, what mercenary prohibition? Have you watched too many movies or read too many novels? 3 of the top 5 mercenary groups in the world are based here, and they operate legally with permits." Li Xiaowen felt a sense of confusion. It seemed that his mother was the one making the jest. He glanced at Qin Mushiwa, only to find her nodding in agreement, looking at him as if he were a fool. Hastily, he pulled out his phone and searched online. Indeed, it was all true. Not only that, but many aspects were different from his previous life. In a previous life, people referred to the solid ground beneath their feet as Earth, yet in this existence, it has transformed into the blue planet. History has its discrepancies. The simpler times have vanished from this world. During the dispute over the sovereignty of that small island, the celestial empire clashed with the simpler days, decisively extinguishing them in one fell swoop. Although the losses were substantial, recovery has occurred over the years. He acknowledged that his recent preoccupation with romantic pursuits had led him to pose such naive questions. Clearing his throat, he fabricated a story, maintaining a steady demeanor. "We have distanced ourselves from them, making it not an exaggeration to declare ourselves as the world's hegemon." Upon reaching this realization, Li Xiaowen accepted the truth. He acknowledged that his recent preoccupation with romantic pursuits had led him to pose such naive questions. Clearing his throat, he fabricated a story, maintaining a steady demeanor. Wang Xiuxiu and Qin Mushiwa refrained from comment, attributing his ignorance to the hardships of his early life that had kept him sheltered. After addressing his lingering concerns, the hour had crept into the early morning. At that moment, Yangmi, lying beside him, suddenly sat up, rubbing her head and naturally stating, "Darling, I'm so thirsty. Could you please pour me a glass of water?" As soon as the words left her lips, she froze, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings and the company present. The middle-aged beauty sitting next to Li Xiaowen seemed vaguely familiar, yet she could not recall where they had crossed paths. "Darling, where am I?" Perhaps her previous inquiry had been too soft for Li Xiaowen to hear, but he caught this one and swiftly turned to her. Mi Jia, you're awake. This is my home. The lady beside me is my mother, and the other one is. Before he could finish introducing Qin Muxue, she interjected. Hello, Mia. She had intentionally emphasized the word wise during her introduction. Upon hearing this, Yang instantly regained her composure. She was thrilled to meet her idol. On the other, she was taken aback to realize that her idol was also her rival. Hence, she had intentionally emphasized the word wise during her introduction. Upon hearing this, Yang instantly regained her composure, becoming somewhat reserved as she recalled calling Li Xiaowen darling and requesting water. A blush crept on her cheeks. Wang Xiuxiu, noticing her tension, thought it prudent to maintain a warm demeanor as the mother-in-law. She turned to Yang Mi with a smile, saying, Hello, Yang Mi, I am Li Xiaowen's mother. Consider this place your home. Do not feel constrained, for we are all family now. All right, Mom. No, I mean mother-in-law. Wait, that is not right, Annie. As Yang Mi spoke, she immediately wished she could slap herself for inadvertently voicing the title she had been contemplating, her face reddening further. Haha, little Yang, don't be shy. Call me whatever you wish. I actually quite like it when you call me Mom, but it's entirely up to you. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, nodded in acquiescence, and respectfully called out to Wang Xiuxiu in a soft voice. Mother, you could just call me Mimi. Sister Mi, do not be bashful. Simply address me as mother. We are now one family, and I believe it is fitting to make this change. Young Mi. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, nodded in acquiescence, and respectfully called out to Wang Xiuxiu in a soft voice. Mother, you could just call me Mimi. That is how my parents refer to me. Oh, Mimi. Later let this mischievous lad help you choose a room. You can return home often. It seemed that she would have to come to terms with this reality moving forward. Chapter 94. Sister Ye's pregnancy. Sister Mi, allow me to escort you. Feeling a deep discomfort within, yet recognizing that the situation had reached a point of no return, leaving Li Xiaowen was simply not an option. It was unfeasible, utterly impossible. It seemed that she would have to come to terms with this reality moving forward. Chapter 94. Sister Ye's pregnancy. Sister Mi, allow me to escort you. You may stay in the room next to mine, Qin Muxue said, her sweet smile directed at Yang Mi. While internally, she marveled at her newfound capacity to play the role of an actress. Were it not for Li Xiaowen's presence, she might have let her temper flare and unleashed her frustrations. Yet, in this moment, she wished to spare him any embarrassment. Moreover, having already formed an alliance with Sister Li, the addition of another member seemed inconsequential, especially since this person was her idol. Yang Mi gently patted her face, feeling its warmth. The entire evening felt dreamlike, an experience beyond her wildest expectations, leaving her with an impression of unreality. Haha, that sounds delightful, Muxue, Yang Mi replied, her laughter tinged with awkwardness, sensing the lingering resentment from the other party. This was, after all, quite normal. Had it not been for her infatuation with Li Xiaowen to an utterly hopeless degree, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Furthermore, the fact that this woman had already met his parents placed her at a distinct advantage. The three women soon gathered together, their conversation almost entirely revolving around Li Xiaowen. With a shared topic, the atmosphere became more congenial, punctuated by laughter. Upon returning from pouring water, Li Xiaowen observed their smiling faces, with his mother appearing the most joyful. Seeing this, he felt a surge of happiness. Avoiding conflict was preferable, and he had no intention of disrupting the pleasant ambience. After serving each of them a glass of water, he quietly sat aside, watching their exchange while occasionally interjecting. Through their conversation, Yang Mi finally recalled who her future mother-in-law was. Wasn't she the chairwoman of Tian'an Group, for whom she had previously modeled? At that time, she had idolized her. After all, as a woman, achieving such remarkable success was truly inspirational. The thought of becoming her daughter-in-law was exhilarating. All right, it's getting late, so I shall leave you to your conversation, Wang Xiuxiu said with a smile, glancing at her two daughters-in-law before retiring to her room. Good night, Mama. I wish to learn how you became enchanted by this fellow, Qin Muxue said affectionately, wrapping her arm around her while casting a playful glare at Li Xiaowen. Indeed, Qin Muxue and Yang Mi remarked, watching Wang Xiuxiu's retreating figure. They exchanged a knowing glance, their camaraderie evident despite just having met. Sister me, let's also rest. I wish to learn how you became enchanted by this fellow. Qin Mushu said affectionately, wrapping her arm around her while casting a playful glare at Li Xiaowen. Indeed, the system was impressive. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yang Mi and Qin Mushu were nearly inseparable, yet he attributed it all to the prowess of the system. Truly formidable, it was far superior to the intelligence-diminishing aura often associated with protagonists in novels. The two of them were often shrouded in mystery, sneaking out at times for reasons unknown to her. Li Xiaowen couldn't be bothered to inquire. One might have thought they were a couple. This led to Li Xiaowen spending almost all her time at home, except for the necessary trips to school. The two of them were often shrouded in mystery, sneaking out at times for reasons unknown to her. Li Xiaowen couldn't be bothered to inquire. As long as they weren't arguing, it was already a significant improvement. She was also aware of Yang Mi's current predicament and initially contemplated offering her assistance. However, a staggering increase of 150 million compared to what he knew from his previous life. This delighted Yang Mi immensely. She constantly addressed her mother with endearments, bustling about to serve tea, massage shoulders, and attend to her every need with fervor. Recently, the individuals who had previously plotted against Yang Mi had been dealt with. A staggering increase of 150 million compared to what he knew from his previous life. This delighted Yang Mi immensely. She constantly addressed her mother with endearments, bustling about to serve tea, massage shoulders, and attend to her every need with fervor. Recently, the individuals who had previously plotted against Yang Mi had been dealt with. Some of the perpetrators had simply vanished, prompting others to turn themselves in. P.S. This is a parallel world. Please do not equate it with reality. Upon reaching this point, many of the prior victims or their families stepped forward to testify, and upon investigation, the number only increased. Due to the multitude of offenses, some of the perpetrators had simply vanished, prompting others to turn themselves in. P.S. This is a parallel world. Please do not equate it with reality. Upon reaching this point, the two had been indulging in shopping and social gatherings with Sister Li. With the investment secured, Yang Mi was no longer in a hurry. She entrusted the assembly of the production team to the director, awaiting the arrival of the cast before she could join the crew. As the leading actress and producer, the two had been indulging in shopping and social gatherings with Sister Li. With the investment secured, Yang Mi was no longer in a hurry, considering that the household now belonged to Qin Mushu and Yang Mi, and he had already devoted considerable time to them. He had received multiple calls from Zhong Tian'ai and Su Qian, who had been chattering on the phone. Just as he contemplated visiting them, his phone rang. Upon answering, he received delightful news. After all their efforts, Sister Yi had finally conceived. Darling, I have wonderful news. I'm pregnant. He had received multiple calls from Zhong Tian'ai and Su Qian, who had been chattering on the phone. Just as he contemplated visiting them, his phone rang. Upon answering, he received delightful news. After all their efforts, Sister Yi had finally conceived. Darling, I have wonderful news. I'm pregnant. Sister Ye's voice radiated excitement and joy through the phone. Li Xiaowen could almost envision her elation from afar. Really? That's fantastic. Where are you, Sister Yi? I'm coming over now. I just returned from the hospital and am at home. All right, I'll be there shortly. Li Xiaowen hung up the phone and hurriedly set off for Yi Shiuro's residence. Throughout the journey, he was filled with excitement. After 2 lifetimes, Li Xiaowen couldn't contain his exhilaration and swept Sister Yi into his arms, spinning her around several times. Sister Yi, I'm overjoyed. I'm about to become a father. And before long, he arrived at Yi Shiuro's home. Skillfully parking the car, he took the elevator directly to her floor. As he entered the room, Li Xiaowen couldn't contain his exhilaration and swept Sister Yi into his arms, spinning her around several times. Sister Yi, I'm overjoyed. I'm about to become a father. As he spoke, he tenderly kissed her several times on the face. Yi Shiuro watched her little man radiate joy, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to tasting honey. All right, what'd you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you, Li Xiaowen replied, carefully placing her on the sofa, cautious not to cause any discomfort. It was amusing to recall how she had been even more excited than he when they first received the news. All right, Sister Yi, take a seat. What'd you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you, Li Xiaowen replied, carefully placing her on the sofa, cautious not to cause any discomfort. Yi Shuero chuckled softly, recalling that he had not been so cautious when he had been spinning her moments ago. Oh, it's only just been confirmed. There is no need for such concern. The doctor merely advised against intimacy during this period. So if you have desires, perhaps you should seek out another companion. But at least there would be someone to care for her there, allowing him to rest easy. Sister Yi, will you come home with me? Contemplating his next action, ultimately, he resolved to take her home, recognizing that he could not be by her side at every moment. But at least there would be someone to care for her there, allowing him to rest easy. Sister Yi, will you come home with me? Chapter 95. Yi Shuero's inhibition before her mother-in-law. Yi Shuero widened her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. Darling, I can take care of myself. I feel unable to face President Wang if I return home with you. Li Xiaowen anticipated her response and understood her concerns. However, to him, these worries were trivial. With a gentle smile, he reassured her, Sister Yi, your anxieties are unfounded. My mother will not make things difficult for you. After all, you have given her a grandchild. Is what you say true? Does President Wang really think this way? Indeed, Sister Yi. Rest assured and return home with me. Yi Shuero felt a flicker of temptation. Who wouldn't desire the approval of their partner's parents? She instinctively touched her abdomen and glanced at Li Xiaowen, asking, Darling, is what you say true? Does President Wang really think this way? Indeed, Sister Yi. Rest assured and return home with me. If my mother learns that she is about to become a grandmother, she will undoubtedly be elated. Li Xiaowen held her hand, offering her a reassuring gaze. Wang Xiaoxiao had just finished dinner when she received a call from her son. What's wrong, son? Is there trouble again? Not at all. I called to share some good news. What good news? Don't tell me you're about to say, I'm going to be a grandmother. Wang Xiaoxiao casually remarked, not expecting Li Xiaowen's reply to be spot on. Mom, congratulations. You guessed correctly. You are indeed going to be a grandmother. I've confirmed it. She is pregnant. This daughter-in-law is someone you know very well. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuero tensed up, gripping Li Xiaowen's arm tightly. On the other end of the line, all she wanted was a grandchild. She didn't wish to meddle in Li Xiaowen's affairs, preferring instead to savor the experience of being surrounded by grandchildren. Mom, this daughter-in-law is someone you know very well. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuero tensed up, gripping Li Xiaowen's arm tightly. On the other end of the line, Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of someone. It must be said that her intuition was remarkably accurate. You little rascal, you haven't won over Xiao Yi, have you? She has been acting strangely lately. Whenever I mention you, her eyes change. Li Xiaowen was taken aback, and Yi Shuero was stunned. They thought their secret was well guarded. It had already been revealed to his mother. President Wang, Yi Shuero instinctively wished to explain, sitting up straight. Before she could finish her thought, I'm looking forward to holding my grandchild. These words took Yi Shuero by surprise, and in that moment, she felt a great sense of relief, overwhelmed with emotion. So I want to interfere in your matters. What you need to do now is return with this rascal and take care of yourself. I'm looking forward to holding my grandchild. These words took Yi Shuero by surprise, and in that moment, she felt a great sense of relief, overwhelmed with emotion. She tearfully exclaimed, Thank you, Mr. Wang. I shall go meet him right away. Li Xiaowen swiftly embraced her, gently wiping away her tears. Mom, I must hang up now. Wang Xiaoxiao set down her phone and gazed at the faces of Qin Muxue and Yangmi. She noted that neither displayed any signs of distress, at least not overtly. It was undeniably unfolding before him. If this were merely a dream, he wished never to awaken. Dear System Father, I bow to you. At home, Wang Xiaoxiao set down her phone and gazed at the faces of Qin Muxue and Yangmi. She noted that neither displayed any signs of distress, at least not overtly. What kind of charm does this rascal possess to elicit such devotion from these women? Even ancient emperors did not enjoy such privileges, Wang Xiaoxiao mused internally, then smiled at the two ladies. You both heard that, right? Is there any discomfort in your hearts? If you have any thoughts, feel free to share them with your man. I cannot intervene. The two women exchanged glances, and though they felt a twinge of unease, what could they say at this moment? Li Xiaowen's constitution had become increasingly extraordinary. As long as he remained with her, she would leave everything else to him. It's all right, Mom. As long as he possesses that capability, we shall not concern ourselves with how many women he finds. Indeed, let us see what he can do." Their thoughts aligned, and they nodded in unison. In truth, just days prior, they had conferred with Sister Li and discovered that they were all in the same predicament, having unwittingly fallen for Li Xiaowen. It felt akin to being poisoned, utterly beyond their control. Thus, they resolved to take turns vying for his attention, hoping to exhaust his stamina. If he truly had the prowess to manage multiple women, they would relent. Contrary to their expectations, upon returning home with Yi Shuuro, both Qin Muxue and Yang Mi greeted him warmly. This ignited a flicker of guilt within him. He had vowed to remain detached, yet here he was, ensnared. He silently resolved to refrain from pursuing women in the future, though he would not reject those who were overly forward. Alas, what a predicament! Yi Shuuro remained somewhat reserved, sitting beside Wang Xiuxiu with an awkward demeanor. "Little Yi, do not be anxious. We are all family now. Feel free to relax." Wang Xiuxiu kindly grasped her hand, hoping to alleviate her discomfort. "All right, Mr. Wang, I understand," Yi Shuuro replied, though internally she struggled to let go, feeling the weight of her age compared to Li Xiaowen. Wang Xiuxiu then remarked, "Little Yi, we are family now, and you are carrying my grandchild. You may call me Mom from now on." Wang Xiuxiu recognized that Yi Shuuro needed time to adjust, having been her subordinate for so long. Mom Yi Shuuro finally uttered the words softly. Following this, Yang Mi and Qin Muxue began engaging Yi Shuuro in conversation. Qin Muxue had met her before. She was her mother's capable assistant, possessing a beauty that rivaled her own, along with a unique sense of maturity. Yang Mi internally acknowledged, "Li Siwen truly is impressive." The women surrounding him are all remarkable, each of them on par with myself. A group of women engaged in lively conversation, pondering whether the unborn child would be a boy or a girl, and speculating whether the baby would resemble the father more or the mother. They soon began to inquire if a name had been chosen, and then proceeded to exchange suggestions for names for the child still nestled in the womb. As each sister-in-law seemed so charming and likely to be very amiable, the thought filled her with joy. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, marveling at the wonder of having so many sisters-in-law, she felt a delightful anticipation, knowing that she would never have to worry about someone buying her snacks and toys. As each sister-in-law seemed so charming and likely to be very amiable, the thought filled her with joy. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, Yi Shuuro had resided in the home for a week, gradually becoming more familiar with her surroundings. As she began to show, she decided to focus on nurturing her pregnancy at home. Therefore, she sought someone to take over her responsibilities at work, allowing for a gradual transition and a smooth handover when the time came. Li Xiaowen had someone in mind. Chapter 96. The midday clamor. It was fortuitous that I was scheduled to meet Su Qian today. I might as well have her take over Sister Ye's shift. After all, having someone I know in the role brings a sense of reassurance. Of course, this hinges on her willingness and ability to adapt. Otherwise, words would be futile. Upon arriving at the villa I had purchased for Su Qian, I was pleasantly surprised to find my former deskmate, Chen Shui, there as well. As I entered, the two women were engaged in playful banter on the sofa. Su Qian, adorned in a snug, casual dress, accentuated her flawless figure. Leaping into my arms like a playful octopus, I caught her effortlessly, cradling her as I settled onto the sofa, casting a natural smile towards Chen Shui. They would surely turn heads. Su Qian was the first to notice me, exclaiming with delight, "Oh, darling, you're back. I missed you so much." She sprang from the sofa, leaping into my arms like a playful octopus. I caught her effortlessly, cradling her as I settled onto the sofa, casting a natural smile towards Chen Shui. "It's been a while, Chen Shui. You become even more beautiful," I remarked. Chen Shui had thought she would have forgotten me by now, and even if we met again, her heart would remain untouched. Yet, that simple smile I offered her made her heart flutter unexpectedly. In my eyes, her long eyelashes trembled slightly as she swallowed hard, forcing herself to avert her gaze from my striking features. She thought to herself that if her cousin discovered her stealing glances at her man, it would be difficult to explain. Oblivious to Chen Shui's subtle actions, her long eyelashes trembled slightly as she swallowed hard, forcing herself to avert her gaze from my striking features. She thought to herself that if her cousin discovered her stealing glances at her man, it would be difficult to explain. Oblivious to Chen Shui's subtle actions, Su Qian was entirely absorbed in her affection for me. I, too, paid little mind to Chen Shui. I had resolved not to actively pursue any other woman. After exchanging pleasantries, I unabashedly indulged in affectionate displays with Su Qian. As I observed their seemingly live broadcast of affection, a pang of envy stirred within Chen Shui. She reminded herself that it was no great matter, yet she couldn't resist stealing glances at me. Darling, I invited Xiao Shui to stay with me during this time. I didn't have a chance to mention it to you. You're not upset, are you? Su Qian whispered after a moment of intimacy. Chen Shui listened intently, eager to hear my response. It's perfectly fine for her to stay. We're all family, after all. No need to be formal. Besides, it'll give you some company, since I can't be here every day, I replied, observing how Su Qian seemed increasingly dependent on me since we became a couple, seeking my opinion on everything. A smile spread across Chen Shui's lips involuntarily, especially at the phrase "we're all family," which sparked a fleeting illusion within her. Su Qian gently kissed his face, contemplating whether to voice her long-held thoughts. Darling, may I discuss something with you? What is it? Please go ahead, he replied. I wish to find a job. Staying at home all day leaves me feeling utterly unproductive. After speaking, Su Qian cautiously observed his reaction, mindful of their prior agreement for her to be his cherished bird in a gilded cage. Her apprehensions were entirely unfounded. Li Xiaowen had never treated her as a mere sugar baby. Their relationship bore the essence of romance. Fortuitously, I came to speak with you today about a job I found for you. Why not give it a try? Li Xiaowen gazed at her affectionately, unable to fathom that she could possess such a delicate demeanor. Amongst the multitude of women in his life, his bond with her was the deepest, forged over the longest span of time and fulfilling the dreams of a past life. What sort of job, dear husband? Do tell, am I capable? You would serve as my mother-esque secretary. Fear not, someone will guide you. Simply learn diligently. Even if it proves challenging, it is of little consequence. Li Xiaowen expected Su Qian to decline the offer, yet she eagerly accepted. Splendid. I shall endeavor to make you proud and perform admirably before my mother-in-law. Su Qian felt no trepidation. As long as it was his request, she was determined to succeed. The approval of her mother-in-law was of no concern to her. For Li Xiaowen's sake, she believed she could endure any trials his mother might impose, as long as her beloved was content. Once their decision was made, the two became entwined once more, oblivious to Chen Shui, whose presence seemed to fade. Eventually, unable to bear the scene any longer, Chen Shui excused herself under the pretense of taking a nap and departed. With her absence, the couple embraced fully, though Li Xiaowen maintained a degree of restraint, carrying Su Qian back to their room. Meanwhile, Chen Shui felt a wave of regret wash over her for having mentioned her intention to nap. How embarrassing to be caught in such a moment during daylight hours. She silently donned her headphones and began watching a horror film. Strangely, the frightening scenes that once terrified her seemed utterly benign today. She was unaware of how the film concluded. Later that evening, the trio gathered around the dining table. Li Xiaowen couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Shui was watching him oddly. Each time she stole a glance, her cheeks flushed. Could it be the allure of his charm at work? Su Qian also sensed something amiss with her cousin. Suddenly, a thought struck her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Could it be that she had awakened Chen Shui from her nap earlier? Xiao Shui, did you sleep well this afternoon? Su Qian casually probed, offering her a piece of meat as a subtle test. Chen Shui hesitated mid-bite, nearly choking. Her voice sounded forced, and her gaze darted away. It was fine. I slept quite well. To any discerning observer, her demeanor was a clear indication of her insincerity. She was undoubtedly lying. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Qian felt her cheeks flush, her entire being seemingly ablaze with rising warmth. Oh, Su Qian, if only you could exercise a modicum of restraint. Surely, Xiao Shui must have overheard you at noon. She chastised herself inwardly for her carelessness. Yet, such matters are not easily articulated, and all she could resolve was to be more cautious in the future. Who would have anticipated that, just as she was preparing to take a respite, Chun Shui would suddenly call out to Su Qian, unable to contain herself. With a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks, she said, "Cousin, please be mindful of your noise later. Otherwise, I shan't be able to sleep." After uttering her words, Chun Shui swiftly darted back into her room, leaving her cousin and Li Xiaowen in a state of stunned silence. Chapter 97. Su Qian takes charge and visits the set. "Oh dear, my husband, I am utterly mortified." Xiao Xue overheard what happened at noon. Su Qian's cheeks flushed crimson. She had already harbored some suspicions, but never expected her cousin to bluntly expose them. To claim she felt no embarrassment would be disingenuous. Li Xiaowen also felt a tinge of awkwardness, yet they were both adults, and such matters should not provoke undue shame. "Let us just keep our voices down later. She is mature enough to understand," he reassured her. "Understood, dear husband," she replied. The couple entered the room, and with a decisive snap, the door closed behind them. Chun Shui felt betrayed by her cousin's lack of integrity, as she had warned her beforehand. This predicament was not entirely her fault. It was all due to the influence of Balenciaga and Valentino. Who could have anticipated such remarkable enhancements in attack speed and strength? She couldn't recall how she eventually drifted off. Had Su Qian been privy to Chun Shui's inner turmoil, she would surely have cried out in protest. This predicament was not entirely her fault. It was all due to the influence of Balenciaga and Valentino. Who could have anticipated such remarkable enhancements in attack speed and strength, compounded by the added teacher's buff? Thus, Su Qian found herself utterly unable to restrain her impulses. The following day, the three of them unwittingly slept until the afternoon, grateful for the absence of classes. After rising and enjoying lunch, Li Xiaowen escorted Su Qian and Chun Shui to their separate destinations, as it had been decided that Su Qian would take over Sister Ye's duties. This marked Li Xiaowen's inaugural visit to his mother-esque company, and he encountered none of the trials often depicted in novels. The lobby was bright and spacious, the marble floor gleaming like a mirror, reflecting silhouettes. The receptionist was exceedingly polite, likely due to Li Xiaowen's prior telephone call, facilitating their swift ascent to the top floor. Having lived two lives, this was Li Xiaowen's first foray into such corporate elite environments. As expected, it exuded an aura of efficiency and order, yet with an air of ease reminiscent of what he had observed on television. Though he had not seen other companies, his own family's establishment bore such characteristics. Upon the impending introduction to her mother-in-law, Su Qian would have been disingenuous to claim she felt calm. She merely wished to avoid embarrassing her husband, and thus maintained a fade of composure. Upon entering Wang Xiuxiu's office, she was greeted by a middle-aged woman radiating an aura of authority, yet emanating warmth and friendliness. Having inquired about photographs beforehand, Su Qian recognized her instantly. "Hello, mother. I am Su Qian." She stepped forward, offering a gentle and poised smile, internally trembling with anxiety. Thankfully, her husband was by her side. Otherwise, her voice might have quavered. Wang Xiuxiu was quite pleased. In truth, among all the daughters-in-law she had met, Su Qian left the most favorable first impression. It was evident that Su Qian was nervous, but this was inconsequential. Her immediate clarity of purpose alleviated any need for polite reassurances. "Haha, very good. Mother is quite satisfied. Let us have dinner together tonight," she declared. Su Qian exhaled in relief. Indeed, as her husband had suggested, this mother-in-law was genuinely amiable. "All right, mother," she responded. Li Xiaowen facilitated the introductions, and, after a brief conversation, he departed, leaving the subsequent matters to Sister Yi. Lu Han had been in the group for nearly half a month. This afternoon, after finishing his scenes, he received a call from Chao Ge. "What is up, Chao Ge? A visit? You're in Hengyan?" Lu Han, clad only in a white tank top, reclined in the van, relishing the cool air from the air conditioning. "All right, when are you coming over tomorrow? Should I have my assistant pick you up?" Taking a sip of ice water, Li Xiaowen had mentioned that he would come to visit after he joined the group, which he had said after learning that Lu Han's leading lady was La Jia. Ugh! Lu Han suddenly remembered something and slapped his thigh with a startled exclamation. "Oh no, I forgot about that kid, On." He recalled that during a previous basketball game, Li Xiaowen had mentioned that he would come to visit after he joined the group, which he had said after learning that Lu Han's leading lady was La Jia. Ugh! He chuckled awkwardly and hung up the phone. Shortly thereafter, he drove away from Jian'an's school, having just dropped her off after a date. Tomorrow was Saturday. He could indeed visit Lu Han and Hongyan. After all, they had agreed upon it, lest he be accused of standing him up. Coincidentally, he chuckled awkwardly and hung up the phone. Shortly thereafter, he drove away from Jian'an's school, having just dropped her off after a date. Tomorrow was Saturday. He could indeed visit Lu Han and Hongyan. After all, they had agreed upon it, lest he be accused of standing him up. Coincidentally, his dorm mate was also going to see his mother, making for a perfect companion on the journey. He could also pay a visit to Aunt Shun. While Sister Yi and Su Qian were too occupied, one was teaching and the other was learning. In an instant, he felt a wave of boredom wash over him. After making a phone call, he learned that Qin Mushiwe was busy at school and Wuden Ti be returning home soon. Yami had also joined a production. While Sister Yi and Su Qian were too occupied, one was teaching and the other was learning. In an instant, he felt a wave of boredom wash over him. After much contemplation, he decided it would be better to head to Hongyan right away. With a thought, he set off for the school. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he found his little bro dominating in a video game. Li Xiaowen approached and removed his headphones, directly asking, "Are you coming or not?" "Huh?" Chun Yinyu was momentarily taken aback, not quite catching what was said. His eyes remained glued to the screen, glancing at Li Xiaowen from the corner of his eye, as if he were born with an eye disorder. "Are you coming or not?" Li Xiaowen right-da-da-da. "Oh, sure." Without further ado, where are we off to? The high-speed train station to Hongyan. Oh, 2 hours later, they disembarked and took a taxi to the hotel they had booked in advance. By the time they arrived, it was already past 8 in the evening. Chun Yinyu's room was right next to Li Xiaowen's. As soon as he entered his room, where are we off to? The high-speed train station to Hongyan. Oh, 2 hours later, they disembarked and took a taxi to the hotel they had booked in advance. By the time they arrived, it was already past 8 in the evening. Chun Yinyu's room was right next to Li Xiaowen's. As soon as he entered his room, he flopped onto the bed, and soon, the sound of snoring filled the air. This guy had been too broke to indulge in leisure lately. Whenever he had free time, he spent it gaming all night. Last night, he had stayed up until the afternoon to reach platinum rank. If Li Xiaowen hadn't come awake him, he probably would have collapsed by now. Upon entering his room, Li Xiaowen took a shower and then descended to the lobby. He was eager to see if he might encounter Aunt Shun, who had mentioned during their phone conversation that she was staying at this hotel. In the leisure area of the hotel, he was merely hoping for a stroke of luck, but to his surprise, he spotted Aunt Shun at a glance. She was engrossed in a script, a cup of coffee resting on the table beside her. She wore a delicate, lightweight black sweater that revealed her black shoulder straps and fair collarbone. Her figure was accentuated by a form-fitting gray long skirt, and her seated posture emphasized her exquisite curves, complemented by silver high-heeled sandals that showcased her black stockings. Suddenly, Aunt Chin's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, she appeared momentarily dazed. The thoughts that had previously enveloped her in the script were abruptly replaced by the image of a familiar face. "Little rascal, have you forgotten your aunt after such a long time without contact?" She mused inwardly as she perused the message. "Little rascal, Auntie, you look stunning today. Your dress is beautiful, and the high heels are lovely. I truly adore them." Initially, Aunt Shun felt a sense of bewilderment, but upon deeper reflection, a conjecture swiftly formed in her mind. How could he know how she was dressed today without having seen her unless... Chapter 98 Farewell to Aunt Shun. Visiting Lu Han suddenly, Chan Hong rose, scanning the surroundings until her gaze landed on the smiling Li Xiaowen standing not far away. A wave of joy and excitement surged within her. Had it not been for the presence of others and the surveillance cameras, she would have unhesitatingly dashed into his arms for a deep embrace and a lingering kiss. Swiftly gathering her belongings, she approached Li Xiaowen. "Little rascal, have you finally decided to come see me?" In truth, Li Xiaowen's attraction to this alluring woman was purely carnal, devoid of any genuine emotional attachment. Thus, he felt no sense of obligation toward her grievances. However, he understood the necessity of maintaining the faade. "How could I not? I missed you dearly, and I couldn't wait to see you." "I just arrived," Li Xiaowen replied, stepping into the elevator alongside Aunt Shun. They stood close together, the proximity igniting a yearning within her for his embrace. Yet she hesitated to voice her desire. Her heart raced as she discreetly tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Did you come here alone?" she inquired. "Yes, and also with EU." But he stayed up gaming all night and fell asleep as soon as he entered the room. Li Xiaowen looked down at her, a smile gracing his lips. Today, Anshun appeared particularly radiant. Perhaps it was the long absence that enhanced her allure. The elegant updo in her attire beautifully highlighted her mature charm. Noticing the way Li Xiaowen gazed at her, Aunt Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This little brat. Just wait until tomorrow when I teach him a lesson." Ding! 38th floor has arrived. "This isn't my floor, Xiaowen." Chen suddenly recalled that she had forgotten to press the button when entering the elevator. "I know. This is my floor, Annie." Li Xiaowen was eager to discuss the script and delve into acting techniques with her. "Oh, but EU is here, isn't he?" Aunt Chen's eyes glimmered with a hint of melancholy as she thought to herself. If only he hadn't brought Shun Yu along, this would have been much more convenient. She longed for the moments alone with Li Xiaowen, but had to endure the presence of his friend. "Auntie, you doesn't he live with me?" "He is next door," Li Xiaowen remarked with a playful smile, his gaze fixed on her. The significance of her eyes was unmistakable, and she could not help but notice. Aunt Shun, recognizing Li Xiaowen's lingering gaze, playfully muttered under her breath, "Humph, you little rascal." Upon exiting the elevator, they maintained a sense of restraint, refraining from any overtly intimate gestures. However, once inside the room, Aunt Shun took the initiative, wrapping herself around him before he had even changed his shoes. All the longing she had harbored for Li Xiaowen during their time apart transformed into an irresistible force. At that moment, he appeared as if ensnared like a tender lamb. After showering, she ordered a bottle of red wine and some food to replenish their energy. "You little rascal, you have no idea how much I've missed you during this time," Aunt Shun said, raising her glass to clink with his, her eyes shimmering with emotion, exuding an enchanting allure. "Ha, Auntie, but here I am now," Li Xiaowen replied. Li Xiaowen took a delicate sip of red wine and poured a little more for her. He noticed that Aunt Chen's skin seemed to have improved significantly. She appeared several years younger than when they first met. "Auntie, have you noticed how much your skin has improved? If I didn't know better, I would think you were only in your late 20s. If we went out together, people would surely mistake you for my sister." Aunt Shun, touching her cheek, felt delighted by Li Xiaowen's compliment, which she always appreciated. Rising from her seat, she approached the mirror for a closer inspection and found that his observations were indeed accurate. Compared to a few months ago, her complexion had brightened, her skin was firmer, and it radiated a healthy glow. She recalled that she had looked no better in her 20s. No need to ponder. This was all thanks to Li Xiaowen. Overjoyed, she rushed to his side, embraced him, and placed a kiss on his cheek. "Xiaowen, you truly are Annie's treasure. If only I had met you sooner." In her excitement, she moved a bit too energetically, causing her bath towel to slip. "Well, it seems dinner is off the table now." 2 hours later, they ordered another meal. The following day, Li Xiaowen and Aunt Shun were awakened by the sound of knocking. Bang, bang, bang. "Wengu, open the door." Both of them jolted awake, and Aunt Shun panicked. "What should we do? Tai Yu is here." In a flurry, she scrambled out of bed, frantically searching for her scattered clothes, struggling to dress in a rush. Observing her distress, Li Xiaowen calmly lifted her back onto the bed. "Don't fret, Xiaowen. Tai Yu is right outside. Stay calm. It's fine." Li Xiaowen took out his phone and sent a message. "Li Xiaowen, I have something to attend to." Aunt Shun let out a long sigh, patting her chest. "Phew, that scared me." The splendid view captivated Li Xiaowen, and he unconsciously swallowed hard, since he was already awake. They heard Tai Yu grumbling as he walked away. "Damn, Wengu is so inconsiderate, going out to have fun without me. What a jerk." Aunt Shun let out a long sigh, patting her chest. "Phew, that scared me." The splendid view captivated Li Xiaowen, and he unconsciously swallowed hard, since he was already awake. He decided not to waste time. With plans to visit Luhan later, he called out, "Annie, what is it?" Before Aunt Shun could fully process, Li Xiaowen kissed her. In 2 lifetimes, he still had yet to learn the nuances of visiting a film set. Ignoring everything else, and with the weather being warm, he arranged for a truckload of watermelons, snacks, and drinks, and then called Luhan. Upon arrival, he spotted Luhan's assistant waiting by the roadside. A short, plump young girl with glasses ran over as soon as she saw Li Xiaowen. "When good you're here, I'll take you to meet Lu Ge." "Great. It's my first time visiting a set. I brought a truck of watermelons and some drinks and snacks. Please arrange for someone to help with that." Following the assistant, they walked forward, and the scenery along the way was indeed delightful. The artificial hills and bamboo groves, along with ancient Chinese pavilions and towers, evoked a sense of stepping back in time. Not long after departing, after traversing a bamboo grove, I beheld Lu Han clad in a pristine white costume, with a bamboo-woven basket slung over his shoulder. Surrounding him was a cadre of equipment, lighting, photography, and sound apparatus. The individual opposite him in the scene was none other than the previously mentioned Leza. It must be said, adorned in her theatrical attire, she exuded an aura reminiscent of an ancient beauty. A young assistant had procured a mat for him, guiding him to a shaded spot where he quietly awaited the conclusion of Lu Han's performance. As he observed, Li Xiaowen felt his intellect insulted. To be frank, Lu Han's acting was truly a painful spectacle to behold. How could such a performance be deemed acceptable? Lu Han had long since noticed Li Xiaowen, and as soon as the scene wrapped, he beckoned Leza and approached Li Xiaowen. "Latza, come." Li Xiaowen could hardly bear to watch. For one with masterful acting skills like himself, both the lead male and female lacked any semblance of talent. Lu Han had long since noticed Li Xiaowen, and as soon as the scene wrapped, he beckoned Leza and approached Li Xiaowen. "Latza, come. Allow me to introduce you to a friend." "Certainly," Leza replied, casting a curious glance. In that fleeting moment, she found herself unable to forget what a breathtaking visage it was. Could there truly exist someone in this world so exquisitely beautiful? Chapter 99. The art of performance. Although Lu Han's acting skills are rather mediocre, he possesses a commendable character. Prior to this, he seldom engaged in conversation with Leza, primarily due to her lesser fame, which made him wary of rumors and undesired attention. His manager had repeatedly advised him to maintain distance, resulting in minimal interaction between them. However, this time, when Li Xiaowen came to visit, it was not merely a casual check-in. He was well aware of the underlying dynamics. Thus, Lu Han took the unprecedented initiative to invite Leza to join him as they approached Li Xiaowen. "One, you move swiftly. I called you yesterday afternoon, and here you are bright and early today." He winked at him, exuding a knowing demeanor. Li Xiaowen chuckled awkwardly, but remained silent, as his true eagerness was to see Aunt Shun. "Allow me to introduce you to the leading lady of our production, Leza." Li Xiaowen politely nodded at Leza, offering his signature smile as he extended his hand for an introduction. "Hello, Leza. I am Li Xiaowen, also an actor." Leza had always exuded an air of aloofness, embodying the image of an ice queen. Standing face to face with Li Xiaowen, however, stirred a tumult of emotions within her. She had a slight inclination towards physical attractiveness, and in this moment, she felt an unexpected wave of nervousness. "Hello, I am Leza. It is a pleasure to meet you," she said, extending her hand for a gentle handshake. Her hands were exquisite, delicate and elongated, with skin as fair as snow, and her touch was cool. Li Xiaowen quickly withdrew his hand, and the group settled down. "I brought a truckload of watermelons, along with snacks and beverages. Your assistant should be arranging everything now." Lu Han cast a surprised glance at him. He had not anticipated that Li Xiaowen would bring gifts, although it was not unusual for him to occasionally treat the crew. This gesture indicated Li Xiaowen's regard for him and elevated his status. "This brother is quite decent. He knows how to play the game," Lu Han remarked, patting Li Xiaowen on the shoulder. "You're treating us tonight." The group engaged in light-hearted conversation, while the other cast members and crew indulged in watermelons, snacks, and drinks, many of whom approached to express their gratitude. Most of them were women, and while they claimed to be thanking him, their true intent was merely to catch a glimpse of Li Xiaowen. Even though they were accustomed to seeing stars, none had ever encountered someone as stunning as him, an extraordinary beauty rarely seen in this world. "Owen, honestly, how did you come to possess such striking looks? Is there a secret or method to your handsomeness?" Lu Han inquired, grabbing a piece of watermelon from the small assistant's tray and biting into it with vigor, instantly dispelling the summer heat. Leza also took a piece, nibbling delicately while her curious gaze remained fixed on Li Xiaowen. eager to uncover whether there truly existed a secret to such beauty. Not at all. It's all natural. Besides, I feel I am merely a tad more attractive than the average person. Not as exaggerated as you claim, Li Xiaowen replied, leaning against the pillar behind him, his plate of watermelon untouched. Listen to yourself. Are you speaking in earnest? By your definition, I must be the ordinary person you're referring to. Lu Han swiftly devoured the watermelon in hand, discarding the rind into the trash bin. After spitting out a few seeds, he reached for another piece. Beside him, Leza could not interject, merely observing the playful banter between the two with a silent smile. She yearned to engage in conversation with Li Xiaowen, but was at a loss for words. Just then, the sound of a high-pitched horn echoed across the set. We're starting. Let us wrap up this scene quickly so we can break for lunch. A plump man in a black t-shirt approached, grinning as he leaned in to speak softly to the two leads. Hey there, teachers, let us get to work. Once we finish this scene, we can enjoy our lunch break. All right, we'll get started. Sound good? Lu Han and Leza rose to their feet. On, you entertain yourself for a bit. I'll get to work now, he said, moving forward. Leza turned to Li Xiaowen, offering a sweet smile. Li Xiaowen, see you later. All right, Li Xiaowen replied, giving an okay sign. The weather was sweltering, the sun beating down fiercely even before 10 o'clock, making it unbearable. Li Xiaowen leaned lazily against a pillar, silently critiquing Lu Han's lackluster performance. After several scenes, a middle-aged woman in a tailored suit approached. She inquired if Li Xiaowen was interested in signing with her company, and before he could respond, she began to paint an elaborate picture. She boasted that signing with them would guarantee his rise to fame, along with various benefits and unimaginable perks, spinning her tale with grandiosity. What do you think, handsome? Give it a thought. The woman appeared overly confident, as if she expected Li Xiaowen to eagerly sign at any moment. She was an agent from Huac Entertainment, holding sway over an artist in the crew playing a supporting role. Had she witnessed Li Xiaowen's jovial interaction with Lu Han moments ago, she would surely have refrained from approaching him. No, thank you. I'm already signed with the company, Li Xiaowen replied coolly, not bothering to meet her gaze. The woman, feeling rebuffed, took her leave in disappointment. Li Xiaowen returned his attention to the awkward performances of the leading actors, and at last, just as he was on the verge of embarrassment, a scene was finally completed. Lu Han rolled up his costume, revealing the shorts underneath. Goodness, this costume is so thick. It must be unbearable in this heat. Lu Han's laughter rang out from a distance. On, what do you think? My acting is quite good. Isn't it? He jogged over, grabbed a few tissues to wipe his sweat, and downed half a bottle of water in one go. Ah, this sun is relentless. It's scorching. On, you should observe more. There is always something to learn, Lu Han said, fanning himself with a small device, as if imparting wisdom to Li Xiaowen. Li Xiaowen rolled his eyes, unable to hold back. He retorted, Lu Go, where does your confidence come from? You think I should learn from you? Is this what you call acting? Please, anyone from our class would likely perform better than you. While they shared a good relationship, he saw no reason to hold back on the critiques. A jest is a jest. The followers trailing behind were taken aback. Were these two truly that close? If his abilities were indeed lacking, he preferred to learn and improve rather than face criticism in the future. Li Xiaowen nodded, unreserved and forthright in his honesty. Since embarking on his acting career, no one had ever criticized his skills. He had believed himself to possess a certain talent, considering himself to have achieved a modest level of competence. Are you serious, On? Do you genuinely think my acting is subpar? He inquired earnestly, eager to hear the truth. If his abilities were indeed lacking, he preferred to learn and improve rather than face criticism in the future. Li Xiaowen nodded, unreserved and forthright in his honesty. It's really not impressive. Laughter merely comes out as ha-ha, and crying as a akin to dropping eye drops. If that is not poor, then what is? Lu Go, you need to learn more and not let the flattery of others deceive you into thinking you're capable. Lu Han pondered thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Leza, standing nearby, subtly inclined his head, sensing that Li Xiaowen's words were directed at her as well. Chapter 100. Brother Chow has arrived. As the afternoon brought another scene to shoot, the group decided against dining out. Eating from the production team's offerings? No, the taste truly leaves much to be desired. With a bit of wealth, One could easily ask an assistant to fetch something from outside. Who would he prefer that? The older generation of actors is accustomed to this frugality, and it poses no issue. In any case, if Li Xiaowen were to join the set later, he would undoubtedly not partake in such meals. Lunch was brought back by Lu Han's assistant, a bountiful spread. At this moment, Leiza began to take the initiative to engage in conversation. Li Xiaowen, which school did you attend? Have you signed with a company? Leiza's eyes were striking, though they leaned more towards Eastern features compared to the more common allure. She found Li Xiaowen's visage captivating, aligning perfectly with her aesthetic preferences. Every time she spoke and glanced his way, it brought a sense of comfort. The Shanghai Drama Academy. Li Xiaowen Raplia. You may call me Ong or Xiaowen. He had a habit of maintaining eye contact while conversing and noticed Leiza's exquisite collarbone and elongated swan-like neck. All right, Xiaowen. Leiza felt their relationship had drawn a little closer. Her spirits lifted, and her speech became more casual. As she nibbled delicately on her meal, she inquired, Xiaowen, I think your voice is beautiful. Are you also a good singer? Beside them, Lu Han, sensing the atmosphere, quietly continued eating while observing the unfolding scene, exchanging playful glances with Li Xiaowen. Li Xiaowen raised an eyebrow in response, taking a few bites before replying, I have studied a bit. Perhaps I could sing for you sometime. That would be lovely. Just then, her phone buzzed. Leiza glanced at it and discreetly silenced the notification. Li Xiaowen noticed too, though the details remained unclear. If his instincts were correct, it was likely a call from Tangzhou. Based on the timeline of his previous life, he surmised that she was probably in the midst of pursuing him. However, in this parallel universe, many things diverged from the past, leading him to hesitate in assuming whether the two were indeed together. Yet, none of this mattered. He had no intentions of pursuing her, so it was of no concern to him. He resumed his meal. Xiaowen, what year are you in? Have you acted in any productions? Leiza's voice broke through his thoughts, prompting him to lift his gaze. He had anticipated that after noticing the call from Tangzhou, she would cease the conversation. But she was even more forthcoming than he had imagined. Not yet. No rush. Li Xiaowen replied, casually, devoid of any inclination to take the lead. Leiza's assistant watched her with bewilderment, as though seeing her for the first time. This particular student had never displayed such initiative before. Previously, it was the male stars who approached her. Li Xiaowen was indeed handsome, yet Leiza herself was not lacking in beauty. Her assistant, however, bore an ordinary visage, a bit comical, which naturally could not trigger the enchanting qualities of Li Xiaowen. As Leiza's eating pace slowed, her gaze towards Li Xiaowen brightened. He was simply too captivating, too handsome. The more she looked, the more she was drawn to him. Her heart raced incessantly. Li Xiaowen's speed of eating was swift, yet his movements remained graceful. It is no exaggeration to say that the act of dining, regardless of the angle from which it is observed, is nothing short of perfection, an authenticity that cannot be feigned. La Jia felt as if he had stepped out of a novel, embodying the quintessential male protagonist, exuding an irresistible charm at all times. One could not help but be entranced. Lu Han, observing the scene, felt a pang of envy. How could there be such a disparity among handsome men? The little assistant could hardly bear to watch. Their own esteemed figures seemed somewhat lacking, utterly smitten upon first encounter. A bit more restraint, dear sister. The Tang master is quite handsome too. It is challenging for me to justify this infatuation to him, especially considering the numerous favors I have received. The little assistant pondered silently. La Jia, Li Xiaowen called, but received no response. La Jia, still no answer. If he chooses to ignore it, let her gaze in peace. Just be careful not to fall for oneself and lose all composure. As La Jia was lost in thought, his phone rang once more, this time from the Tang master. His good mood was abruptly shattered, leaving him quite displeased. He hung up immediately and sent a message. Is there something urgent? If not, please do not disturb me. Tang master replied, are you feeling down? What is the matter? You can share it with me. Talking to someone can be quite comforting. I am like that. La Zastula Glanza, Austria Li Xiaowen, who was oblivious to his presence, engaged in conversation with Lu Han. An odd sensation of being a thief crept over him. Upon glancing at his phone, he found messages from Tang master quite bothersome. No need, I am busy. Please do not interrupt me. Tang Master responded. All right then, focus on your tasks. Take care of yourself, and don't overexert. Regardless, I'm always willing to be a listener. Please do not reply. Laja had long since turned off his phone, completely oblivious to this last message. Otherwise, he would surely have retched. Laja had met him at an event, seated in close proximity. The event had been rather dull, and as a person who is captivated by appearances, he found the Tang Master appealing, provided there was no comparison to Li Xiaowen. They exchanged a few words to pass the time, and subsequently exchanged contact information. 2 months had passed, and Laja sensed the other's intentions to pursue him. He was not averse to the idea, contemplating it seriously, until the unexpected encounter with Li Xiaowen today altered his perspective entirely. Setting down his phone, he realized that the two before him had already finished their meal, leaving only remnants in his bowl. He mused at how swiftly they had dined. Xiaowen, have you both finished so quickly? Upon seeing Li Xiaowen, his previously disrupted mood lifted, and he resumed his modest bites of food. Hearing Laja call her name, however, it was imperative to report this development to the Tang Master, as accepting gifts without fulfilling duties would not reflect well. Moreover, Laja's eating motion faltered, causing a piece of food to slip from his chopsticks, leaving his hands smeared with grease. He hastily explained, disregarding the mess. Li Xiaowen had not anticipated such a reaction. Her inquiry had been casual. Noticing the grease on his hands, she instinctively grabbed a couple of napkins and handed them to him. Eat slowly. Your hands are dirty. Quickly wipe them. Indeed, thank you for the edits. Laja noticed that he bore no semblance of concern on his face. In fact, he even took the initiative to offer her a tissue, accompanied by a sweet smile. The assistant, covering her face, thought to herself that their situation was truly beyond saving. However, it was imperative to report this development to the Tang Master, as accepting gifts without fulfilling duties would not reflect well. Moreover, Laja had previously engaged in pleasant conversations with the Tang Master, and they were nearly halfway through their ambiguous period. With a little more perseverance, they could achieve a fruitful outcome. The assistant turned away and quietly messaged the Tang Master. Meanwhile, behind a few of them, Chao Gu, who had agreed to visit the set yesterday, had appeared at some point. From a distance, he cheerfully called out to Lu Han and Li Xiaowen. Xiao Lu on. As Chao Gu approached, Lu Han's assistant brought over a chair. Oh, Laja is here as well. Chao Gu took the chair beside them and handed out cups of coffee. Here, I brought you some coffee. Fu Yi. What brings you here? Li Xiaowen asked, taking a sip of coffee. Old Deng, have you eaten yet? You arrived late. Otherwise, you would have caught the meal. We've already finished. Lu Han and he had grown quite familiar, using casual terms of address, which Chao Gu did not mind. Cut it out. Chao Gu retorted with a smirk directed at Lu Han, then turned to Li Xiaowen and said, I've come to shoot a scene as well. Since Xiao Lu is here, I thought I'd stop by. How about joining me on set? He leaned closer to Li Xiaowen. Speaking in a hushed tone meant only for the two of them. Lu Yifei is here too. What do you think? Shall I introduce you? He then winked at Li Xiaowen.